Security guard Wang Yang felt particularly unfortunate today. At the Huhai Well Center International Hotel, chaos reigned within the luxurious suite on the 38th floor. Zhao Lei, you bastard. You can't even satisfy me. Yet you go out every day to steal other women. My parents must be insane to have chosen you. A woman, clad in black lace lingerie and draped in a matching sheer robe. Her alluring figure partly visible, clawed at the air, attempting to break through Wang Yang's blockade. Opposite her, a young man wore a contemptuous expression. Although he refrained from physically attacking the woman, his words were equally venomous. Wang Xiaofei, how can you be any better? Don't think I'm unaware of your sordid affairs. We were never exclusive if it weren't for my parents' insistence. Do you really think I would have any interest in you? Can't satisfy me. You should take a good look in the mirror and see what a worthless piece of trash you are. Hotel manager Chen Hai wore a fawning smile, arms outstretched to block Zhao Lei, not daring to relax for a moment. Am a piece of trash? Yes, I used to enjoy myself, but after my family arranged my marriage, I haven't stepped out since. And you? You have the audacity to date me at night while sneaking around in the afternoon. With that, Wang Xiaofei attempted to maneuver around Wang Yang once more. Her fragrant body collided repeatedly against him, leaving Wang Yang in a state of both exhilaration and discomfort. Hey, why are you blocking me? Wang Xiaofei yelled, kicking Wang Yang with force while hurling insults at Zhao Lei. Dressed in his security uniform, Wang Yang felt 1,000 beasts stampeding within him. As a security guard, he could not resort to violence against guests, so he endured the pain and spread his arms wide. Standing firm before Wang Xiaofei, his gaze cast upward to avoid the bouncing distractions in front of him, fearful of revealing any sign of weakness that might invite trouble. Wang Xiaofei, a pampered heiress, could flaunt her revealing attire before him, but if he dared to show any physiological response, he would undoubtedly be labeled a lecherous scoundrel and be in deep trouble. Though Wang Xiaofei's expression was twisted in anger, her figure was undeniably exquisite, and with this battle attire, Wang Yang feared he might not withstand the temptation. Zhao Xiao, Miss Wang, I implore you both to cease this commotion. You are both prominent figures in Huhai. Escalating this matter would benefit no one. Let us all calm down. Chen Hai urged, positioning himself in front of Zhao Lei. Desperation etched on his face. Faced with such a predicament, he felt utterly powerless. Zhao Lei scoffed and sank into the sofa. Seeing Zhao Lei sit down, Wang Xiaofei, unable to break through Wang Yang's obstruction, ceased her struggles and plopped down on the opposite side of the sofa. Chen Hai exchanged a glance with Wang Yang, both retreating slightly but remaining positioned between the two wealthy heirs. Zhao Xiao, Miss Wang, Chen Hai smiled at the two glaring individuals. How about I arrange another suite for you? The room charge will be waived, and you can spend the night apart. Every couple argues it will surely smooth over in time. Fine, give me another room and let him leave. Wang Xiaofei snapped, lighting a cigarette with a frown. With her long legs crossed on the sofa, Wang Xiaofei's voluptuous figure was almost fully exposed, an enticing sight that was undeniably provocative. Me leave. Why not you? Zhao Lei retorted, a smirk on his face. Do you even have the nerve to ask me to leave? If you weren't so useless, we wouldn't even be having this fight. Wang Xiaofei shot back, her disdain for Zhao Lei barely concealed. Zhao Lei raised an eyebrow at her, chuckling. You've gotten used to being with black men, yet you accuse me of being useless? What the hell? Wang Yang felt his mind whirl, astounded by the audacity of these rich heirs. They were truly formidable and should not be underestimated. Wang Xiaofei's expression shifted as she cautiously glanced at Chen Hai and Wang Yang still present in the room, fuming. Don't you dare spread rumors about me. I do not know any black men. Zhao Lei lounged back on the sofa, sneering. The black man you were with happens to be a companion of my friend. Just a few days ago, he boasted about having a lady of status, claiming she was particularly wild in bed. Only later did I discover that it was you. There are even more players in this game? Wang Yang felt he was on the verge of losing his composure. This was too explosive, and his heart could hardly take it. Once Zhao Lei had exposed her, Wang Xiaofei's fleeting guilt transformed back into a defiant posture. So what? No matter what, at least my preferences are normal, unlike yours. Let me give you a piece of advice. Keep your distance from those friends of yours. I don't mind you playing with women, but don't get involved with your brothers, and certainly don't attend those ridiculous parties. If you infect me with anything, I swear I'll make you pay. With that, she rose from the sofa, strutting back to the master bedroom of the suite with a seductive sway. Bam! She slammed the door shut, and the suite fell silent once more. Zhao Xiao, shall I get you a room now? Chunhai finally breathed a sigh of relief and asked Zhao Lei cautiously. No need. Zhao Lei, feeling somewhat embarrassed, bluntly refused and retreated to another bedroom within the suite. With both individuals having retreated to their respective rooms, Chunhai felt a wave of relief wash over him. Meanwhile, Wang Yang remained lost in thought, trying to decipher the tangled relationships between these individuals. Wang Xiaofei, Zhao Lei's friends, and the black man. His brain struggled to process the complexity, feeling as if it might overheat. Observing Wang Yang still frozen in place, Chunhai glanced at his watch and instructed, Wang Yang, you stay in the living room tonight. If things escalate, use the intercom to call for help. We can't afford any incidents with these two. But Manager Chun, it's already 11:40 and I'm supposed to finish my shift at midnight. Wang Yang protested, finally freed from the impossible task of mapping out the relationships. Do as you're told. Stop questioning me. Do you want to forfeit your attendance bonus? Casting a fierce glare at Wang Yang, Chunhai turned and exited the room. You bastard. One day, they'll make you kneel before me and bark like a dog. Watching Chunhai's retreating figure, Wang Yang cursed inwardly, his irritation palpable. Though displeased, he understood that circumstances dictated his compliance. Reluctantly, he walked to the floor-to-ceiling window on the balcony and settled into a rocking chair. Wang Yang, a security guard at the hotel, hailed from a remote village with limited means to support his education. After graduating high school, he came to Wuhai to make a living, having worked various jobs from serving dishes to factory labor and even delivering takeout. After several twists of fate, he landed a position at the Wuhai Well Center International Hotel as a security guard. Thanks to his decent appearance and the physical prowess developed from his rural upbringing. Though this job often involved enduring the ire of others, the salary was respectable, amounting to 7,000 yuan per month, with bonuses during peak seasons. Thus, Wang Yang persisted, having worked there for 2.5 years. Ding! A notification chimed, and Wang Yang pulled out his phone to find a voice message from his fellow townsman, Lu Ming. Brother Yang, where are you? I saw Manager Chen leave. Isn't it time for us to clock out? Lu Ming, a year younger than Wang Yang and his closest comrade at the hotel, also worked as a security guard. Though he was alone in the living room, Wang Yang dared not speak aloud and opted to respond via text. Two rich heirs are having a dispute over an incompatible relationship. Chunhai asked me to stay in the living room tonight to keep an eye on them and prevent any incidents. You can head back. I might not finish until tomorrow morning. Ding! Lu Ming replied almost instantly, excitement evident in his voice. Incompatible? Tell me what's going on. I remember Zhao Lei frequently brings various women to the hotel he can't perform, yet he's causing such a fuss? Recalling the explosive exchange between the two, Wang Yang texted back, it's complicated, I'll explain it to you tomorrow. You can help me analyze the relationships involved. Putting his phone away, Wang Yang leaned back in the rocking chair, gazing out at the nightscape of Wuhai. Though he had worked at the hotel for 2.5 years, it was his first time witnessing the view from the top-floor suite. Truly beautiful, he mused, captivated by the dazzling lights that adorned the night sky. Had it not been for his role as a security guard and the explosive events that unfolded, he would have likely never seen Wuhai's night view from this angle in his lifetime. Sitting in the rocking chair, he sought solace in his own misfortune. Suddenly, a white orb of light appeared high in the night sky, hovering ominously. What on earth is that? Although the orb blended with the starry backdrop and was not particularly conspicuous, Wang Yang, reclining in the chair, immediately noticed its presence, rising to peer closer through the floor-to-ceiling window. Wait, there's more than one. Soon, above the white orb, a blue orb began to materialize, hovering just above it, albeit with a slightly dimmer glow. Wang Yang followed a straight line upward and discovered yet another green orb. UFO. His mind raced as he questioned whether he had stumbled upon a UFO sighting. Despite the orbs mingling with the stars, he sensed they were anything but natural occurrences. Wang Yang instinctively reached for his phone to capture the moment, but before he could lift his hand, a fourth luminous orb emerged in his line of sight. This time, astonishingly, it was golden. However, the brilliance of the golden sphere was noticeably dimmer. Wang Yang pressed his face almost against the glass, struggling to discern its details. Before him, arranged in a vertical line, were 4 radiant orbs, and an overwhelming wave of drowsiness washed over Wang Yang, compelling him to succumb to sleep. No, I must not sleep. If I do, and those 2 rich heirs in the room cause a ruckus, I will surely lose my job. Despite the encroaching fatigue, Wang Yang fought to keep his eyes open, fixating intently on the 4 standing luminous spheres. Wait, it seems there might be a 5th one. In his blurred vision, he noticed what appeared to be a 5th orb hovering above the golden sphere. The 5th luminous orb, why? Is it so indistinct? Wang Yang clenched his teeth, desperate to discern the color of the 5th orb, yet clarity eluded him. After enduring for a full half-minute, the heaviness of sleep became unbearable, and Wang Yang ultimately collapsed in front of the floor-to-ceiling window.
Chapter 2. You can do whatever you want the following morning at 8 o'clock. Zhao Lei, you scoundrel, don't bite me. You're hurting me. Are you out of your mind? Help! The piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the suite, rousing Wang Yang from his slumber. Oh no, I actually fell asleep. I have no idea if these 2 rascals are in trouble. As he noticed the daylight streaming through the window, Wang Yang jolted upright. Bang! Before Wang Yang could rise, a woman, completely unclothed, suddenly burst out from Zhao Lei's bedroom, leaving Wang Yang utterly stunned by her alabaster form. Security! Security! Help me! Zhao Lei has gone insane. The woman was none other than Wang Xiaofei, who, upon spotting Wang Yang seated on the balcony, dashed towards him. Roar! Immediately following her, a bear man erupted from the room, emitting a low, beast-like growl. What on earth? How could these 2 be so reckless? Just yesterday, they were arguing fiercely, and now they're sleeping together in the morning. Before Wang Yang could ponder the bizarre situation further, Zhao Lei's visage made his heart quiver in terror. What in the world is this? Staring at Zhao Lei's face, Wang Yang leapt up in fright. The entity before him, though still resembling a human in vague contours, was unrecognizable. The reason it was only vaguely familiar was due to the stark whiteness of his eyes and the ashen hue of his skin. Most alarmingly, his mouth. That bloodied, fang-filled mouth was not something a normal human could possess. Roar! Zhao Lei charged out of the room, lunging towards Wang Xiaofei, whose shoulder was stained with blood. With a scream, Wang Xiaofei sought refuge behind Wang Yang. You have to stop him. He has gone completely mad. With Wang Xiaofei clutching his arm, Wang Yang barely had time to register her astonishing physical form before Zhao Lei barreled toward them. What the hell? Instinctively, Wang Yang kicked out, sending Zhao Lei crashing to the ground, his head striking the wooden coffee table with a thud, causing Wang Yang to tense up before he could contemplate the consequences of his actions. The Zhao Lei on the floor surprisingly sprang back to his feet, charging at Wang Yang once more. Not daring to let this creature close in, Wang Yang instinctively drew the rubber baton from his waist and struck Zhao Lei on the head with all his might. To his astonishment, this only momentarily halted Zhao Lei's advance, proving utterly ineffective. Now genuinely alarmed, Wang Yang realized that while the rubber baton was not as powerful as a steel rod, it should have incapacitated a normal person. Yet Zhao Lei appeared completely unaffected. He is no longer human. A terrifying possibility dawned on Wang Yang. Kicking out again to create some distance, he swung the baton wildly at Zhao Lei's head. Damn it! Damn! Exclamation point. Adrenaline surged as he struck again and again, each blow accompanied by an expletive, all while shaking off Wang Xiaofei, who clung to his left arm. Finally, amidst Wang Xiaofei's screams, after a relentless barrage of strikes, Zhao Lei collapsed to the ground, motionless. Wang Yang retreated a few steps, plopping down onto the floor. It took him 2 or 3 minutes to regain his composure. You've killed him. You killed Zhao Lei. At that moment, Wang Xiaofei, who had been hiding behind him, finally spoke up. Wang Yang's mind was a chaotic whirl, and just as he was about to retort, he caught sight of Wang Xiaofei's face, and his body tensed instantly. At that moment, a faint white hue had begun to creep into her eyes, reminiscent of Zhao Lei's transformation. Though not yet pronounced, Wang Yang was certain that her eyes were no longer those of a normal person. Without responding to her accusation, Wang Yang quietly stepped back, pulling out his phone to open Douyin. He was desperate to understand what was happening. If he was the only one experiencing this, he might need to consider fleeing. After all, Zhao Lei had perished at his hands, and his family would undoubtedly seek vengeance. If this was a widespread viral outbreak, news would surely be circulating on Douyin. Sure enough, the first video he encountered depicted an entity, resembling Zhao Lei, viciously attacking another person. Scrolling through the comments confirmed the chaotic scene depicted in the video. The end is nigh, zombies are upon us. My roommate woke up this morning in the same state. We had to kill him. Are we murderers? Are you stupid? It's the apocalypse. Who cares about murder? And was that even a person? After scrolling through several similar posts, Wang Yang concluded that the apocalypse had indeed arrived. Putting his phone away, he turned to face Wang Xiaofei at that moment. Her pupils were still clouded, and a clear bite mark on her shoulder was oozing blood. If this is truly a zombie situation, as depicted in apocalyptic novels, being bitten means she will soon transform. As a security guard, Wang Yang had indulged in his fair share of apocalyptic fiction, and Wang Xiaofei's condition only reinforced his fears. You filthy guard. Give me my phone. I need to call the police. You killed Zhao Lei. You're finished? Seeing Wang Yang's gaze shift toward her, Wang Xiaofei quickly crossed her arms protectively over her chest, only to realize her own vulnerability, hastily covering herself with one hand. Although Wang Xiaofei was undeniably beautiful, and her figure was alluring, at that moment, Wang Yang felt no desire towards a woman on the verge of turning into a zombie. Turning back to gaze at Zhao Lei's corpse, Wang Yang was astonished to find him still in a standing position. It seemed that during their intimate encounter, Zhao Lei had suddenly transformed into a zombie. Incredible! Wang Yang couldn't help but murmur in admiration as he approached Wang Xiaofei. Seeing him advance, Wang Xiaofei panicked and attempted to evade. You filthy guard, what are you doing? If you think you can take advantage of me, I will ensure you have no place to hide, fool. Not in the mood for banter. Wang Yang swung his rubber baton down upon Wang Xiaofei's head, perhaps still in the process of transformation. She fainted instantly from the blow. Wang Yang donned gloves from his pocket, then yanked Wang Xiaofei's hair, dragging her onto the sofa. He retrieved 2 t-shirts and a tie from the bedroom. Binding her hands and feet together, after completing this task, Wang Yang hurried back to the balcony, peering down from the 38th floor. Though the distance was considerable, he could still discern the chaos below. As he took in the scene, his brow furrowed deeply. The street had transformed into a horrific accident site, with the elevated road displaying a ghastly tableau of wrecked vehicles, some overturned and others completely mangled. Amidst the carnage, crowds of people were frantically fleeing, with some individuals pouncing upon others in groups of 3 or 5. The Wealth Center Hotel, a 5-star establishment, boasted excellent soundproofing, and due to its height, no sounds penetrated the windows. Wang Yang cautiously opened the window, and immediately, a cacophony of anguished cries flooded in, the harrowing roars sending shivers down his spine. He quickly shut the window, sealing off the horrific sounds. At this point, Wang Yang was over 90% certain the apocalypse had indeed arrived. Security officer, please let me go. If you want me, I'm not averse to it. Chapter 3. The golden crystal. The unexpected voice from behind startled Wang Yang, causing him to whip around, only to find Wang Xiaofei on the sofa, wide awake, gazing at him with a pitiful expression. However, the whiteness in her eyes had intensified since he last saw her. Security officer, please release me. If you let me go, I swear I won't breathe a word about your crime. If you desire me, I'm willing to comply. Just loosen your grip and we can negotiate. Upon awakening to find herself bound to the sofa, Wang Xiaofei quickly grasped the situation, realizing that this security guard was likely prepared to do something terrible to her. After all, she was a wealthy heiress, and she swiftly devised a strategy to turn the tables in her favor, attempting to seduce Wang Yang. It's all Zhao Lei's fault, Wang Xiaofei thought, seething at the events of the morning. When she awoke, she felt an overwhelming urge and had intended to reconcile with Zhao Lei. The truth was that their quarrel stemmed from her dissatisfaction with his performance. Their marriage, arranged by their families, could never truly be severed. Although Wang Xiaofei viewed Zhao Lei as inadequate, circumstances often dictated otherwise, and a temporary fix was always feasible. Upon seeing Wang Xiaofei enter, Zhao Lei quickly understood her intentions, and given that mornings were typically a man's prime time for desire, the two naturally succumbed to their impulses. Originally, Wang Xiaofei intended to rouse Wang Yang, who was dozing on the balcony, urging him to leave. However, Zhao Lei suddenly devised a mischievous plan, not only preventing Wang Xiaofei from sending Wang Yang away, but also seeking to shift the scene to the living room. Craving excitement, Zhao Lei figured that even if Wang Yang were to awaken, he would surely hesitate to rise, opting instead to feign sleep. The perverse scenario of a pretender nearby, listening to the sounds of merriment, yet too timid to awaken, invigorated Zhao Lei beyond his usual fervor. At this moment, Wang Xiaofei conveniently forgot her own earlier desire to partake in such twisted games, seemingly placing all responsibility on Zhao Lei's shoulders. "I dare not touch you," Wang Yang remarked, casting a bemused glance at Wang Xiaofei on the sofa. If she were truly a normal person, even a normal corpse, Wang Yang might have overlooked his revulsion, tempted by her pleasing appearance and fine figure. Yet, the reality was that she was on the brink of becoming a zombie. Though Wang Yang had never been with a woman, his tastes did not extend to such extremes. Witnessing Wang Yang's expression of disdain, Wang Xiaofei erupted in fury, hurling insults at him. "You filthy security guard, you vile creature! How dare you look down upon me? Release me at once, or I shall ensure you regret ever entering this world." Wang Yang, uninterested in engaging in further banter, simply rose and moved the dressing mirror from the doorway to place it before Wang Xiaofei. "Bless me." Wang Xiaofei gasped, staring at her reflection, momentarily stunned. Her eyes had developed a milky sheen, eerily reminiscent of Zhao Lei, and her once orderly teeth were now shifting, some jutting out while others caved in, transforming into fangs. "You've seen zombie films, haven't you?" Wang Yang stated. "Zhao Lei has likely transformed into a corpse. You were bitten by him, and you too are on the verge of becoming a zombie. While you still retain some semblance of humanity, I shall send you on your way." As he spoke, Wang Yang seized the fruit knife from the platter on the table. Upon witnessing his movements, Wang Xiaofei thrashed violently, exclaiming, "No, I haven't transformed. You're lying. I cannot become a zombie. You cannot kill me. I don't want to die." Wang Yang, expressionless, circled behind Wang Xiaofei, raising the fruit knife. Having read numerous apocalyptic novels, he understood that he must steel himself. To show mercy to others would be tantamount to sealing his own fate. Despite the onset of the apocalypse, Wang Yang was resolute in his desire to survive. "Don't kill me. I can offer you money. A great deal of money. Please, spare me. I won't transform," Wang Xiaofei pleaded desperately, thrashing in a frenzy as she sensed Wang Yang's approach. Unmoved by her entreaties, Wang Yang pressed his lips together, knife poised above her head. Just as he was about to strike, an indistinct wave of sensation coursed through Wang Yang's mind. What is this feeling? In an instant, he halted, striving to grasp the source of the sensation. This seems to be some form of energy fluctuation. Standing still, he focused intently. Soon, he clearly identified the source of the energy wave, emanating from Wang Xiaofei's head, and it was intensifying. Could it be a crystal core? Memories of scenarios from novels flooded back to Wang Yang. He hastened to Zhao Lei's lifeless body, plunging the knife into his skull in search of the source. "What are you doing?" Wang Xiaofei shrieked in horror at Wang Yang's gruesome actions. Without answering, Wang Yang thoroughly searched, yet found nothing. Upon further reflection, he sensed no energy waves within Zhao Lei's head, while the energy fluctuations in Wang Xiaofei's mind grew increasingly pronounced. As Wang Xiaofei's consciousness waned, she emitted low, guttural coughs, yet the energy waves became more distinct. Wang Yang swiftly entered the bedroom, completely removing a blanket from the bed, then returned to the living room. Binding Wang Xiaofei tightly to the sofa with the sheet, waiting quietly for her transformation. Before him, Wang Xiaofei was in the throes of transformation, yet Wang Yang forced himself to suppress his fear and observe her closely. He had come to a near certainty that the apocalypse had indeed begun, and soon he would face the threat of zombies. Wang Yang needed to confront this fear, acclimating himself to the grim reality. The period from being bitten to complete transformation was approximately 30 minutes. At this juncture, Wang Xiaofei on the opposite sofa had undergone her transformation, her eyes now entirely white, her skin pallid, and her formerly pristine teeth transformed into menacing fangs. Utterly terrifying. Roar. Upon completing her transformation, Wang Xiaofei let out a deep, furious growl directed at Wang Yang. Yet her hands and feet were firmly bound, rendering her incapable of escape. Rising, Wang Yang approached the transformed Wang Xiaofei, his gaze fixed intently upon her, striving to acclimate to the sensation of facing a terrifying zombie. Simultaneously, he continued to sense the energy fluctuations in the air. With a swift motion, he confirmed that the energy source was indeed Wang Xiaofei's head and suddenly thrust his knife, piercing her forehead. Roar. This time, The transformed Wang Xiaofei not only remained unharmed but appeared enraged, unleashing an even louder roar at Wang Yang. With another decisive thrust, he aimed for her neck. Although the knife penetrated deeply, it yielded little effect. After 2 strikes, Wang Yang's initial fear had significantly diminished, the nausea that had plagued him now far less pronounced. Moreover, he had begun to ascertain the weaknesses of zombies. Earlier, Zhao Lei had perished only after Wang Yang had nearly smashed his skull with a rubber club. While the strikes to Wang Xiaofei's neck and face had proven ineffective, it seemed that only decapitation or targeting the brain would prove successful. Wang Yang struck again, this time aiming for the center of her forehead. Instantly, Wang Xiaofei convulsed, losing all ability to move. With the fruit knife, he twisted and stirred before withdrawing it, causing a jet of dark, viscous blood to spurt forth, along with a grain-sized golden crystal. Wang Yang felt the energy dissipate as the crystal separated, transferring from Wang Xiaofei's head to the floor. Could this be the source of the zombie's energy? Wang Yang bent down, cautiously using the knife's tip to retrieve the golden crystal. Just then, his phone chimed. Chapter 4. The deleted video. This time, Lu Meng's message was not a voice note, but a text. Mengzi, Brother Yang. It seems the apocalypse has begun. Where are you? Wang Yang quickly replied, I'm still on the 38th floor. These 2 spoiled brats have turned into zombies, and I've taken care of them. Where are you? The fact that Lu Meng could still send messages filled Wang Yang with relief. In an apocalypse, going solo was untenable. Before achieving absolute strength, one needed at least a couple of trustworthy allies. Lu Meng was Wang Yang's fellow townsman. They had known each other for 5 or 6 years and shared a strong bond. So Wang Yang was keen to ensure Lu Meng's safety. I'm in the basement dormitory area, but the situation here isn't great. Sixi has transformed into a zombie, and I've dealt with him. I'm hiding in my room. And from the sounds outside, there are quite a few zombies. Both Wang Yang and Lu Meng hailed from rural backgrounds, their physical capabilities robust. Additionally, the Hu High Fortune Center International Hotel, where they resided, was a 5-star establishment where security personnel underwent rigorous training beyond mere standing watch. Wang Yang was not surprised that Lu Meng could eliminate a zombie. The situation here should be relatively secure. There are hardly any rooms on the 38th floor, and even if others have transformed, zombies cannot open the doors. The transformations began at 8 in the morning, a time when human activity was typically high. Yet being in a hotel mitigated much of the risk. The 38th floor consisted solely of suites, with only 8 rooms, and it hadn't been fully booked the previous night, so immediate danger seemed unlikely. Soon, Lu Meng's message arrived again. Brother Yang, what should we do? Wang Yang pondered briefly and replied, Stay put in your dormitory and don't move. I'll take the safe stairs down and see if I can meet up with you. All right, Brother Yang, keep your phone close. I'll prepare here, barricading the door with my bed. When you come, I'll make some noise to draw the zombies away. Their long-standing brotherhood meant no need for pretense. Lu Meng understood that the safe stairs were typically deserted, as guests were prohibited from entering. Only staff could access them with their work cards, and the safe stairs connected the dormitory and work areas, with danger only appearing beyond the first basement level. Regardless of the peril, both were determined to attempt a reunion. As fans of apocalyptic novels, they knew that to survive long-term, having a reliable companion was essential. In this context, Lu Meng would not utter the platitude. Brother Yang, just stay in your room. Don't worry about me, because, whether in a room or dormitory, there was no food supply, and staying put could lead only to starvation. Wait for me. After sending those 2 words, Wang Yang closed the messaging app and opened Douyin. He typed Crystal Core into the search bar, and a series of videos refreshed, though the content was far from what Wang Yang sought. As the apocalypse has just begun, Wang Yang is most eager to understand the function of the Crystal Core, especially since he possesses one in his hands. If mishandled, it could lead to dire consequences. He modifies his search parameters to display the latest releases and begins incessantly refreshing the screen, his gaze fixed intently on his mobile device. After refreshing for over 10 minutes, just as Wang Yang's patience is on the verge of depletion, a new video appears, time-stamped within the last minute. At a glance, he notices an object resembling the yellow crystal he holds, prominently featured on the video's thumbnail. He clicks to enter, and the video commences immediately. On the screen, a man who appears to be a student is seen, seemingly in a dormitory, with a zombie corpse sprawled in the corridor, its head brutally smashed. This must be the zombie Crystal Core. The man in the video clutches a white crystal in his hand. He contemplates whether consuming this crystal will transform him into a zombie or, as depicted in novels, grant him powers. With a couple of deep breaths, he resolves himself, "I shall pass this test," he exclaims. And without hesitation, he swallows the white crystal whole. "Good heavens, I shall pass this test." Wang Yang mutters, unable to suppress his disdain. The man in the video, clearly a student, likely preparing for exams or civil service, even has a catchphrase that exudes a peculiar charm. Wang Yang cannot fathom the connection between consuming this crystal and the notion of passing exams. Despite his verbal mockery, his eyes remain glued to the screen. The man in the video closes his eyes to feel the effects for a moment and joyfully declares that he seems to experience no adverse reactions. Upon ingestion, it appears his strength has indeed increased. Suddenly, the video feed turns gray. A notification appears. This video is no longer available due to content violations. It seems there is no issue after all. Although the video cannot be continued, Wang Yang has gleaned the information he most desired. This entity, whether referred to as a crystal core, crystal round, or by any other name, can indeed enhance human capabilities. However, while the crystal core in the video is white, his own is golden, and it appears not every zombie produces a crystal core. At least Zhao Lei's head did not. There remains a significant lack of information, and he must proceed with caution and exploration. After refreshing several more times without discovering new videos, Wang Yang closes the mobile interface. The crystal core feels exceptionally solid. Though he has never handled a diamond, it evokes a similar sensation of hardness. After wiping the blood clean, Wang Yang takes a deep breath and tosses the crystal core into his mouth. Although it feels remarkably hard, it immediately dissolves upon entry. Instantly, a surge of energy flows throughout his body. Mirroring the man in the video, Wang Yang feels a newfound vitality coursing through him, as if his overall physical prowess has increased by approximately half. Additionally, a vague sensation emerges in his mind, though he cannot yet discern its nature. This phenomenon is indeed extraordinary. After sitting in contemplation for 10 minutes and feeling no adverse effects, Wang Yang retrieves a banana from the marble coffee table in the living room, peels it, and takes a bite. Next, he needs to replenish his strength and devise a plan to rendezvous with Lu Ming. This room, known as the Cloud Suite, is second only to the presidential suite. While it lacks substantial food, it is well stocked with fruits, beverages, and snacks. Wang Yang quickly consumes 2 bottles of water, 2 bananas, an apple, and 2 fresh loaves of bread, alleviating his hunger somewhat. Approaching the door, he uses the control panel to survey the corridor. The Cloud Suite is equipped with advanced facilities, allowing him to view the entire corridor through the entrance display rather than relying on a peephole. Upon exiting the room, he notes that there are 2 fire cabinets on the 38th floor, each containing a fire axe. He plans to retrieve a fire axe and then proceed down the stairs directly to the basement level. As he formulates his strategy, he checks his gear. He has donned fingerless gloves, armed himself with a rubber baton and a fruit knife, and finds little else of use in the room. Prepared, Wang Yang grabs the room card and swiftly exits. Sister Lanxin, someone has emerged from the room diagonally opposite. As he steps out, a petite and charming girl from the adjacent suite immediately beckons him in a hushed tone. This suite, also a 2-bedroom arrangement, houses 2 girls visiting Hu Hai, Fu Huanhuan, and Xin Lanxin. After rising, they had planned to freshen up and head downstairs for breakfast, only to witness the catastrophic super multi-car pileup below from their balcony during morning exercises. Thus, they have witnessed the unfolding apocalypse firsthand. Unable to reach emergency services or the hotel front desk, and with no acquaintances in Hu Hai, the 2 girls find themselves in a perilous predicament. After a brief discussion, they decide that one will monitor the corridor situation via the display while the other checks the outside for any signs of official rescue, all the while continuously refreshing online news. Despairingly, they realize that, as of now, the Dragon Kingdom has issued no notifications. Upon hearing movement, Xin Lanxin quickly runs to the window to join Fu Huanhuan in observing the external surveillance. Just as Wang Yang noted, the corridor on the 38th floor appears devoid of zombies. The hotel's soundproofing is effective, muffling sounds from other rooms. Wang Yang proceeds to the far end of the corridor, where he opens the full-sized fire cabinet and promptly retrieves a fire axe. The cabinet contains various other equipment: fire extinguishers, fire hydrants, fire sandboxes, fire alarm systems, smoke masks, ropes, first aid kits, and walkie-talkies. After a moment's contemplation, he gathers a first aid kit and 2 walkie-talkies, returning them to his room, While securing a rope around his waist, he heads towards another fire cabinet to repeat the process. The entirety of Wang Yang's actions is clearly observed by the two girls. Sister Lan Xin, he seems to be a hotel security guard. We should seek his assistance. Fu Huanhuan remarks, her anxiety alleviated upon noticing Wang Yang's security uniform. Regardless, encountering another person in such circumstances is always a positive turn. She adds, "Wait, Huanhuan." Xin Lanxin quickly interjects. "Why?" She glances at Fu Huanhuan's attire and then at her own. "Let's hold off for a moment. I believe that venturing out like this could prove more dangerous than encountering zombies." Fu Huanhuan, looking down at her attire, flushes red. Chapter 5. Wang Yang's abilities. Sister Lan Xin, it seems he has left. Having resolved not to seek help, the two girls choose to continue observing Wang Yang until he vanishes from the corridor. At which point Fu Huanhuan lets out a sigh of relief. "I saw him. Let's change into proper clothes first. If we must venture out for help later, we cannot do so dressed like this." Both girls, having just awoken, are in shorts and tank tops, with no undergarments. Their flimsy tank tops fail to adequately conceal their figures, and the loose shorts allow glimpses of fabric with even the slightest movement. Even if they wished to go outside, they certainly could not do so in such attire. Otherwise, any man who laid eyes on them might be more fervent than a zombie. "Agreed," Fu Huanhuan nods. Her cheeks flushed. The two girls retreat to their rooms to don long sleeves and pants. Meanwhile, Wang Yang has entered the safety stairwell. In the hour since the apocalypse began, power has not yet been cut, and the elevator is still operational. However, Wang Yang is too apprehensive to use it, uncertain of what may await him at the basement level when the doors open. The hotel's office area and employee cafeteria are located on the basement level, which also houses accommodations for employees unable to return home. Generally, clerical staff change shifts at 9 o'clock, so at 8 in the morning, the basement will not be overly crowded, but it will not be deserted either. Armed with a fire axe, Wang Yang descends the stairs continuously, finding no fatigue even after traversing 3 floors down. His physical condition has indeed improved. He recalls that even when descending such stairs previously, he would feel wearied. Upon reaching the exit of the basement stairs, Wang Yang assesses his body's response. Confirming he feels no fatigue, he begins observing the external environment. However, the stairwell lacks surveillance equipment, and the fire door features only narrow frosted glass panels, making it impossible to see outside. He contemplates finding a reliable method to gauge the situation beyond. Not feeling rushed, he seeks a prudent approach. At that moment, it seems something deep within his mind has received his intent, and a faint wave of energy emanates from his consciousness. Suddenly, a clear picture of the surroundings within a 10-meter radius registers in Wang Yang's mind, including the corridor. Within his perceivable range, 3 zombies are currently wandering about. What is this? A detection ability? This novel transformation fills Wang Yang with elation. He yearns for powerful capabilities, as such traits are typically reserved for protagonists in novels. After a moment of focused contemplation, Wang Yang joyfully discovers that this indeed resembles a form of perceptual detection ability. It appears as though his mind emits a unique energy that scans information within a 10-meter radius. Although not akin to X-ray vision, the efficacy of this ability appears to be quite remarkable. Besides the capacity to sense living beings within a 10-meter radius, it seems that he can also detect sources of energy. Reflecting on his earlier awareness of the crystalline core within Wang Xiaofei's mind, coupled with his current range of perception, Wang Yang felt an overwhelming sense of elation. This enigmatic ability, which defies clear definition, evidently possesses at least 2 effects. After a moment of focused contemplation, Wang Yang silently commanded his mind to shut down this perception, and instantaneously, the sensory connection was severed. With the discovery of his newfound capability, Wang Yang's confidence surged immensely. In a game, having an expanded field of vision is of paramount importance. This ability is akin to possessing a miniature map within his mind, albeit limited to a 10-meter radius, yet sufficient to be of significant utility. After surveying his surroundings, Wang Yang swiftly devised a plan. "Mengzi, I've reached the stairwell on the -1st floor. Be prepared to adapt as necessary." Sending a message to Lu Meng, Wang Yang retrieved a length of rope from his pocket, securing each end to the doorknobs on either side, leaving a half-meter gap between them. This setup would not only obstruct the zombies, but also allow them to partially enter, thus enabling a strategic advantage. Once ready, Wang Yang swiped his card and opened the fire door, As the door creaked ajar, the scene before him mirrored precisely what he had previously detected, which bolstered his confidence further. "Hey, I'm right here," Wang Yang called out, leaning halfway out to greet three nearby zombies. A guttural roar erupted as the trio of zombies charged towards him. The door was forcefully breached, but the rope he employed was a fire safety line, capable of withstanding impacts equivalent to 84 kilograms. Having previously encountered the mutated Xiaolei, Wang Yang had gauged that zombies possess similar strength to that of an average human, rendering the rope unbreakable. Indeed, the leading zombie became ensnared in the doorframe, while the others continued to push forward. Spotting the foremost zombie, Wang Yang's expression darkened. He had worked alongside these individuals for 2.5 years, and he recognized this zombie as his former security colleague, who was known for his jovial nature and fondness for sharing cigarettes. Regrettably, he too had succumbed to the transformation. "I'm sorry." With the realization that the individual had become a zombie, Wang Yang hesitated no longer, muttering a silent incantation as he swung his axe down upon Lao Tian's head. Instantly, the transformed Lao Tian convulsed twice before collapsing. Following him were a cleaning lady and a young woman clad in a suit, now grotesquely transformed into terrifying, pale zombies. Wang Yang pressed on, dispatching the two remaining foes with swift precision. With the initial skirmish concluded successfully, his confidence blossomed. He used the fire axe to shove the three corpses back, then cautiously peered outside. The stairwell on the negative first floor was conveniently located near the elevator, facing a load-bearing wall. To the left lay the corridor leading to the office area, while the right directed toward the staff cafeteria and dormitory quarters. The outbreak had commenced at 8 o'clock, and according to the usual routine, clerical staff should not yet have arrived, leaving only those who had worked overtime the previous day in the work area. The cafeteria served meals from 7 to 9:30, and it was unlikely to be crowded at this hour. Positioned at the elevator, Wang Yang found himself at the center of A formation, with the offices and dormitories flanking him. Currently, he could not perceive what lay beyond the corners, so he proceeded with caution. Recalling the layout of the negative first floor, a prudent plan began to take shape in his mind. The horizontal corridor at the base of the was devoid of zombies. So Wang Yang gingerly opened the door, pushing the three zombie bodies aside and leaving one arm wedged in the door, before untangling the rope and reconfiguring it into a loop. In an emergency, he would simply need to slip the loop over the doorknob, saving time and still effectively blocking the zombies while allowing for more agile movement. Prepared, Wang Yang cautiously stepped out of the safety door, treading lightly toward the office area's corner. Though his ultimate destination was the living quarters, he recognized that there might be more people in the office area at this time, and he aimed to eliminate potential threats to prevent being overwhelmed while fighting in the living quarters. As he approached the corner, he activated his perception ability, and the situation within a 10-meter radius materialized in his mind. 6 zombies were present, though 3 were located within an office, posing little concern. The detection not only clarified the hallway circumstances but also revealed the conditions within the adjoining offices. Imagining the scenario in his mind, Wang Yang took a deep breath to steady himself before cautiously peering out. The lengthy hallway housed a dozen zombies, yet only the 3 nearest and those in the corner office were within his immediate range. These 3 zombies were preoccupied, gnawing on a bloodied corpse, rendering the victim unrecognizable amidst the overwhelming stench of blood. The chilling sounds of the zombies feasting sent shivers down his spine. "Hey," Wang Yang called softly, poking his head out. The zombies, engrossed in their meal, lifted their heads in unison, locking eyes with him. Before they could react, he swiftly retreated, sprinting back to the stairwell. A moment later, the zombie that had met his gaze surged towards him. Wang Yang half-stepped back into the fire door, ready to shut it at any moment. As the zombie emerged into view, he noted with surprise that only one had followed him. Chapter 6. Reunion. Seeing only a single zombie charging towards him, Wang Yang felt a twinge of curiosity. Since it was just one, there was no need to retreat back to the stairwell. He stepped forward, swinging his fire axe in a horizontal arc, which sent the zombie's head flying. The headless corpse collapsed to the ground. After eliminating this zombie, Wang Yang began to reflect on the earlier events. The approaching zombie had made eye contact with him, while the other 2 had been facing away, oblivious to his presence. Was it possible that zombies do not react collectively to sound? Or could it be that when blood and flesh are in sight, other noises fail to draw their attention unless they directly see a human? As Wang Yang analyzed the recent encounter in his mind, he resolved to attempt another test. Moving cautiously, He approached the hallway where a dozen zombies roamed, and the two remaining ones continued to feast. He remained silent, leaning out from the corner to wave at the zombies in the corridor. The two closest zombies, still oblivious, showed no reaction, while the three in the distance seemed to notice him, pausing momentarily before roaring and charging towards him. Wang Yang retreated back to the stairwell, securing the rope loop over the doorknob. A few seconds later, the three zombies collided with the safety door, the leading female zombie crashing against it. Without hesitation, Wang Yang delivered a swift blow with his axe. Counting Zhao Lei and Wang Xiaofei, he had now dispatched 6 zombies, with each confrontation bolstered by the enhancement from the crystalline core. He felt an increasing sense of calm when facing these undead foes. The remaining 2 zombies were swiftly dealt with, and although the work area still housed a dozen zombies, their attention was diverted by the presence of other prey. As long as he acted swiftly, these zombies would not significantly impede his plans. Retrieving the rope, Wang Yang stacked the 6 zombie bodies into 3 neat piles, each about 40 to 50 centimeters high, creating a barrier in the corridor. This would provide him with a buffer should any issues arise in the work area. Next, he needed to rendezvous with Lu Ming in the dormitory section. With the zombie barricade set, Wang Yang cautiously approached the dormitory corridor, pausing at the corner to activate his perception. Instantly, the state of the opposite corridor and the cafeteria's operation area materialized in his mind. As anticipated, the zombie presence here was notably lesser. Within his detection range, only 2 zombies were situated in the cafeteria's operation area, likely tasked with cooking and serving. The hallway itself was devoid of zombies. Peering out, Wang Yang assessed the situation in the hallway. The cafeteria door stood ajar, and the muffled sounds of zombies devouring flesh echoed from within. Meanwhile, in the distance, 7 zombies occupied the dormitory corridor. Divided into 2 groups, gnawing on a bloodied corpse beneath them, 7 zombies were not overly formidable. Wang Yang retrieved an orange he had brought from his room and tossed it toward the distant zombies. The sound of the orange rolling upon impact immediately captured the attention of several zombies, prompting him to lean out and wave. This time, for zombies facing him erupted into a chorus of roars, while those with their backs turned continued to devour their meal. Luring 4 zombies toward him, Wang Yang swiftly retreated back to the stairwell and waited by the door until he confirmed that all 4 had followed. Only then did he retreat, securing the rope loop over the doorknob. A few moments later, the 4 zombies crashed against the safety door, with one of them extending its head inside. Wang Yang fixed his gaze on the target, and with a single swing of his axe, dispatched it. He pushed aside the lifeless body, only to have another zombie immediately take its place. Yet another deft blow sent it crashing to the ground. The safety door, which could only open 50 centimeters, posed no real threat to Wang Yang as he eliminated the zombies with remarkable ease. In less than a minute, all 4 undead lay slain beneath the edge of his fire axe. Following this, he methodically cleared the remaining zombies lurking in the dormitory corridor before cautiously approaching the dormitory where Lu Ming was located. "Mengzi, I'm here. Open the door," he messaged Lu Ming from the threshold. Lu Ming, already alerted by the commotion while Wang Yang was dispatching the zombies, had prepared himself and promptly opened the door upon receiving the message. "Yang Gu?" The moment Lu Ming laid eyes on Wang Yang, the joy in his expression was unmistakable. Encountering a trustworthy companion in such dire circumstances was an unparalleled relief. Wang Yang removed the fire axe from his back and handed it to Lu Ming. Signaling for silence with a gesture, Lu Ming nodded and carefully followed Wang Yang. Without any unexpected incidents, the two safely returned to the stairwell. Here, they could speak in hushed tones, prompting Lu Ming to eagerly voice his thoughts. "Yang Gu, did you kill all those zombies in the corridor?" "Indeed," Wang Yang replied, nodding as he began to ascend the stairs. "You're incredible. I barely managed to take down one mutated zombie and nearly scared myself to death. I've never encountered anything so horrifying in my life." Fear was an unavoidable companion. Those who hesitated to confront the zombies were merely awaiting their demise. Wang Yang, too, was gripped by fear, unable to shake the image of Zhao Lei, transformed into a zombie and bursting from his room that morning, an experience that would haunt him for the rest of his days. The return journey was remarkably safe. In under 10 minutes, they reached the 38th floor. While Lu Ming was panting from exertion, Wang Yang felt no such fatigue, finally affirming that the crystal core had indeed enhanced his abilities. "All right, let's move these 2 bodies to the adjacent room. We can't stay in a place like this." Upon opening the door, Wang Yang beckoned Lu Ming to assist in relocating the corpses of Wang Xiaofei and Zhao Lei. Just over an hour later, the room was permeated by an unbearable stench, a condition Wang Yang found intolerable. "All right," he said. As they entered the room, Lu Ming's taut nerves began to relax, and he hurried to help. Ugh, initially intending to assist. Lu Ming's resolve crumbled upon seeing Zhao Lei's lifeless body, naked with a shattered skull, and he succumbed to retching uncontrollably at the sight. Meanwhile, Fu Huanhuan and Shen Lanxin huddled by the display screen at the doorway. It was only when Wang Yang and Lu Ming returned that they sank despondently to the floor. "Sister Lanxin, what should we do? Wait for rescue, or seek their help?" Fu Huanhuan asked, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "We cannot rush to seek help. Did you see that man earlier? He was covered in blood. It was terrifying. Plus, we're two girls, and we're somewhat attractive." "What if Fu Huanhuan pouted in resignation, internally grumbling. To say I'm somewhat attractive is one thing. But Sister Lanxin, you are a true beauty, but I'm so hungry. My stomach has growled several times already." Both women typically controlled their diets and rarely ate dinner, making this hunger far more torturous than for those who had dined normally. Observing her younger companion's distressed expression, Shen Lanxin felt a pang of sympathy. "But there are some fruits and bread in the room, right? Have a little to tide you over while we wait. TikTok says the outbreak started at 8 o'clock, and it's not even 10 yet. Let us hold on a bit longer. Perhaps rescue will come soon. What about you, Sister Lanxin?" "I'm fine. I'm not hungry." "You eat?" Shen Lanxin smiled at Fu Huanhuan. Fu Huanhuan nodded, her love for snacks evident. The little treats in the room had been partially consumed the previous afternoon, and today's rations had yet to be replenished. Leaving little on the table, she took an apple, an orange, and a small bag of bread, but despite her hunger, she left an apple and a piece of bread for Shen Lanxin. Chapter 7. Official announcement in the room. Wang Yang and Lu Ming finally relocated the two corpses from the living room to an adjacent bedroom, placing them in the shower of the bathroom. With the shower, bathroom, and bedroom door providing 3 layers of security, the foul odor should remain contained. Wang Yang stripped the bloodied carpet and sofa covers from the living room, rolling them up and discarding them in the bedroom. Once these tasks were completed, the air in the living room became noticeably fresher, the gruesome traces of blood vanished. By the floor-to-ceiling windows, Wang Yang and Lu Ming settled into rocking chairs, engrossed in their phones. Wang Yang was perusing information related to the crystal core, while Lu Ming anxiously awaited official updates. After more than half an hour, Wang Yang came across 2 videos concerning the crystal core, but like earlier, those detailing its usage were swiftly removed. This led Wang Yang to conclude that the authorities were still operational, albeit reluctant to disclose information about the crystal core to the general populace. However, he was not optimistic about the speed of official rescue efforts. The timing of the zombie outbreak was catastrophic. Today was a weekday, and the mass transformations began at 8 o'clock, a time when most individuals would be away from home, either at work or school. Those commuting by car might fare better. But for those taking the subway, riding buses, or working in companies requiring clock-ins, even a mere 30% transformation among them could result in horrific consequences, potentially leading to the total annihilation of an enclosed space. Moreover, from the current reports, it seemed that the transformation rate far exceeded 30%, likely hovering around 40 to 50%. Wang Yang estimated that within 2 hours of the outbreak, humanity had lost at least 70% of its population. Rescue efforts would likely be challenging to initiate in the short term. They had to rely on themselves. "Yanggu, the official announcement has come," Lu Ming suddenly exclaimed with excitement. Wang Yang perked up, switching to the homepage, and indeed, the first item was a news release from Longwan News Network. "Fellow citizens, this morning at 8 o'clock, a sudden global outbreak of zombie mutations occurred. Although this catastrophe has inflicted immense losses upon us, the authorities remain, and the military is still operational. We urge the public to remain in safe, enclosed locations and refrain from unnecessary movement while awaiting assistance from the authorities and military. We also encourage courageous and capable individuals, under the premise of self-protection, to bravely confront the zombies. Zombies possess only superior physical strength, but their power and speed remain unchanged, and their intelligence has significantly diminished, acting purely on instinct. Targeting the head will eliminate them. During this critical period, every citizen of Longwa should focus on their own safety and avoid adding chaos to the nation. Here, the authorities and military sternly warn all criminals and those with ill intentions. Order has not been lost. Anyone daring to exploit this moment of peril will face severe legal consequences. May the heavens bless Longhua. It seemed the authorities could still maintain some control over the situation. We are fortunate to be in a hotel. Let us find an opportunity to gather some food and figure out how to obtain a universal room card. Ideally, we can switch rooms and then lay low while waiting for rescue. Lu Meng said, visibly relieved after reading the official statement. That moment, all survivors who had seen the announcement felt a surge of encouragement, believing that this monumental disaster would soon be quelled. In stark contrast, Wang Yang felt a heavy weight in his heart after reading the announcement. Why do I say this? He pondered for a moment before continuing, logically, in the face of such a crisis. The authorities should have promptly announced a rescue plan, or at the very least, taken immediate action. Even if they couldn't disclose the scale of the rescue, sharing some footage of official or military operations to boost morale would have been beneficial. Yet, all we have are these uplifting words. Upon hearing Wang Yang's perspective, Lu Meng's expression shifted to one of tension. Reflecting on previous events, he recalled that whenever a disaster struck in Longhua, the government's and military's response was often swifter than the news itself. In stark contrast, this time only an announcement had been made. Secondly, the zombies are terrifying, yet the authorities encourage us to fight back. This is clearly abnormal. They should be instructing everyone to hide to avoid unnecessary losses. Encouraging confrontation with zombies implies that they acknowledge the difficulty of resolving this issue in the short term. Lu Meng's expression grew increasingly grim. Thirdly, the authorities specifically emphasized that order still prevails, aiming to deter those who would take advantage of the chaos. However, this very statement suggests that they may not be able to swiftly punish wrongdoers. Just wait. In a few days, there will undoubtedly be rampant disorder. After carefully considering Wang Yang's words, Lu Meng's countenance fell completely. If the authorities could not resolve the crisis, what would life be like moving forward? Would it resemble the dystopian survival tales found in novels? Such narratives might be thrilling to read, but no one truly wished to experience such a reality firsthand. So what should we do now? Though he had arrived at the hotel before Wang Yang and had even introduced him to the place, Wang Yang was a year older and more mature, and having single-handedly fought his way to the basement level to meet Lu Meng, he had become Lu Meng's pillar of support in this dire situation. Wang Yang pondered for a moment before stating, "We need to gather some food and water first, and then attempt to clear out the zombies in the hotel. The catastrophe has only just begun, and there are many aspects of the zombies' behavior that we are yet to comprehend. Our subsequent plans will have to be developed step by step. Why do we need to clear out the zombies?" "It's far too dangerous," Lu Meng responded in confusion. "We can simply head to the 7th floor's guest room storage to grab some food. Our combat capabilities must be enhanced," Wang Yang replied calmly. "What if this calamity drags on indefinitely? Are we to remain cooped up in the hotel? Moreover, I've heard on Douyin that some zombies possess crystal cores in their brains, which can enhance one's abilities when consumed. We need to strengthen ourselves? Crystal cores?" Lu Meng exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. "No wonder you looked unfazed while climbing the stairs earlier. Brother Yang, have you already obtained a crystal core?" Wang Yang nodded silently. "Yes, the one from that wealthy girl in this room. After consuming the crystal core, my physical abilities have significantly improved. This is truly beginning to resemble a post-apocalyptic novel," Lu Meng mused, falling into a contemplative silence. But soon enough, his expression hardened with determination. "Previously, we were merely security guards, merely biding our time. If killing zombies and consuming crystal cores can truly enhance our abilities, perhaps we can rise above our current station. If we must die, then let us die trying. Furthermore, who knows? Perhaps we might even acquire multiple beautiful women, just like in the novels. There are certainly many beauties in this hotel. At this point, I'm still a virgin." Lu Meng's resolve ignited, leading him to ponder the potential advantages of the disaster. "Survival is our priority," Wang Yang remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Meng. He couldn't help but reflect on the extravagant lifestyles of the two wealthy girls from the room, wondering if wealth merely led to the pursuit of such base pleasures. "All right, let us eat some fruit and bread before we head to the 7th floor guest room storage." "We've rested enough," Wang Yang declared, rising from his seat. "Okay." Lu Meng stood up eagerly in response. Having settled their plan, the two friends consumed the remaining fruit and bread in the room, each finishing a can of ice-cold cola. Once prepared, they opened the door and cautiously traversed the corridor. Ready to enter the stairwell, suddenly, a sound echoed behind them, the unmistakable sound of a door opening. "Hey, wait a moment," Big Brothers, Chapter 8. Encountering two beauties upon hearing the voice, Wang Yang and Lu Ming turned simultaneously, only to discover a lovely young girl peeking out from the diagonal room across the hall, her captivating eyes sparkling like gems as she gazed at them. "Brother Yang, a beauty!" Lu Ming exclaimed. His eyes lighting up at the sight of the girl, he instinctively took a step forward, his earlier thoughts of gathering multiple beautiful women seeming to materialize. "Don't come any closer." The young beauty waved her hand, adopting a posture as if she intended to retreat back into her room. Lu Ming halted, momentarily taken aback by her words. Just then, another girl emerged from the room. Compared to the first, this one exuded a more mature charm. Standing approximately 1.68 meters tall, her features were strikingly exquisite, and her figure elegantly slender. Clad in a white shirt and black trousers, although modestly dressed, her curves were undeniably alluring. "Brother Yang, this one is even more beautiful," Lu Ming exclaimed, eagerly tugging at Wang Yang's arm. "Calm down," Wang Yang admonished, giving Lu Ming a light slap on the head before turning to the girls. "I asked, there's something you need?" Noticing Wang Yang's composed demeanor and lack of any intent to approach, the tension on the girls' faces eased somewhat. "My name is Xinlan Xin," the girl said politely, "and this is my friend Fu Huanhuan. We are guests at the hotel. May I ask if you are security personnel?" Xinlan Xin's voice was melodious and gentle. Lu Ming was eager to respond, but Wang Yang interjected, answering first. "Before 8 o'clock this morning, we were indeed security staff. However, as you can see, the hotel's operations have ceased. Now, we share a common identity as survivors in this disaster." Wang Yang made his stance clear, wishing to avoid any moral coercion from the girls. Their question was rather pointed. If Wang Yang confirmed their assumption, they might request assistance to in this post-apocalyptic scenario. Who owed whom anything? As expected, upon hearing Wang Yang's response, Xinlan Xin's expression darkened. Yet she quickly composed herself, stating, "Might I ask if you could spare us some food? We are willing to pay 10 times the price, and if that is still unsatisfactory, we can negotiate further." Wang Yang contemplated for a moment before saying, "We were just about to search for food. Would you care to join us? There may be encounters with zombies, and it carries a certain level of danger." No, before Xinlan Xin could respond, Fu Huanhuan bounced on her feet, rejecting Wang Yang's proposal vehemently. Having spent the entire morning either peering out the window or monitoring the corridor via surveillance, Fu Huanhuan had fully grasped the horrors of zombies. The thought of confronting them was more terrifying than the prospect of jumping from a building. Despite rejecting Wang Yang's offer, neither Fu Huanhuan nor Xinlan Xin spoke any unkind words. Although Fu Huanhuan was about to protest, Xinlan Xin stopped her. The absence of any moral coercion from the two girls only served to endear them to Wang Yang a little more. "Given that, you may return to your room and wait. If we manage to find food, we can discuss the terms of trade afterward," Wang Yang suggested. Seeing that Wang Yang bore no ill will despite their rejection, Xinlan Xin breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. "All right, please stay safe. I wish you all the best." Bowing in farewell, Xinlan Xin and a slightly disgruntled Fu Huanhuan returned to their room. "Let us go," Wang Yang called out, hearing the sound of the girls closing their door as he entered the stairwell. Lu Ming lingered for a moment, casting a reluctant glance down the corridor before hurrying to catch up. "Brother Yang, those two girls are truly stunning. I'm quite fond of the cute one. Sweet and adorable girls are absolutely my type." Even after parting ways, Lu Ming's mind was consumed with thoughts of Fu Huanhuan and Xinlan Xin. It was undeniable that both Fu Huanhuan and Xinlan Xin were exceptional beauties. In their previous lives, encountering women of such caliber would have been beyond their reach. "Brother Yang, let us split them up. You take the more beautiful Xinlan Xin, and I'll take Fu Huanhuan. I genuinely have a soft spot for cute girls. What do you say?" Seeing Lu Ming becoming increasingly outrageous, Wang Yang delivered a sharp smack to Lu Ming's head, retorting, "Are you a bandit? Already thinking about seizing women on the first day of the disaster? The official announcement was precisely to deter people like you." With a thump to the head, Lu Ming calmed down slightly but still mumbled, "We're not resorting to force. We can barter. We provide them food and protection, and they become our women. What could be better? And what if you encounter an even prettier girl?" Wang Yang countered. Shaking his head with a hint of mockery, "I'd continue to welcome them in. As long as they're willing. If they refuse, we'll let them starve until they change their minds." "You truly are a character." Wang Yang couldn't help but scoff internally. What if it's not just 1 or 2, but 10 or 20? Can you protect them? Can you afford to take care of them? Can your body withstand it? Lu Ming, slightly dazed by Wang Yang's barrage of questions, still managed to insist, "What does that matter, Brother Yang? Didn't he say that defeating zombies and collecting crystal cores can enhance our abilities? We'll definitely grow stronger. Our bodies will be just fine." Wang Yang glanced at Lu Ming's exuberant expression, shaking his head in resignation. It wasn't that he was opposed to the idea of women, but Wang Yang understood that what he needed most at present was formidable strength. If order could not be restored, power would be the most crucial asset. Stop daydreaming. Let us find food quickly. Once we have food and water, you can approach Fu Huan and see if she is willing to be your girlfriend. With that, Wang Yang ignored Lu Ming further, hastening down the stairs on the 38th floor. Fu Huan returned to her room, fuming as she plopped down onto the sofa, panting heavily. That security guard was utterly unreasonable. He actually suggested we join him in fighting zombies. I can hardly lift that fire axe. How could he even think of such a thing? Lan Xin, you've seen how terrifying zombies can be. If he doesn't want to give us food, he could just say so instead of concocting such a flimsy excuse. It's infuriating. Sitting beside Fu Huan, Lan Xin took her hand, lost in thought. Huan, I actually think that security guard made some valid points. What? Fu Huan's eyes widened in disbelief. He wants us to go kill zombies. They can eat people, Lan Xin. Are you feeling all right? Of course not, Lan Xin replied after a moment's silence. Huan, have you considered what we'll do if official rescue arrives late, or if there is no rescue at all? We must understand that those two security guards are not our relatives. They have no obligation to help us. How could the authorities possibly neglect rescue operations? Wasn't the official announcement just released? Fu Huan exclaimed with palpable agitation. We merely wish to procure some food from them to sustain ourselves for these few days. After reflecting for a moment, Lan Xin furrowed her brow and replied, "It seems we may have been overly optimistic in our previous assessments. With a population of 25 million in Huhai and around 10 million in the nearby cities, how many troops are stationed in this vicinity? How many lives did the military lose during the large-scale zombie outbreak this morning? Even if the military can still operate, how can they possibly rescue so many people? We will undoubtedly be placed behind officials, scientists, and those deemed valuable. When will it be our turn? Even if we are rescued, what awaits us afterward? Earning a living in the rescue base through dancing will hardly suffice. What shall we do then?" A cascade of questions from Lan Xin left Fu Huan utterly bewildered. It was at this moment that Fu Huan grasped the gravity of their situation, realizing it was far more complex than she had initially perceived. "So what shall we do, Sister Lan Xin? Are we destined to starve?" Overwhelmed by the dire circumstances Lan Xin had articulated, Fu Huan could no longer hold back her tears. Lan Xin embraced Fu Huan's shoulders and gently reassured her. "No, not at least for now. We will devise a way to survive." Chapter 9. The transformation of the zombies in the stairwell of the 7th floor. Wang Yang stood behind the safety door. Attuned to the situation within, "Brother Yang, what are you doing?" Lu Ming inquired. Noticing Wang Yang's stillness, "I'm sensing the situation inside. Checking for any zombies," Wang Yang replied. For an extended period thereafter, Wang Yang would be fighting alongside Lu Ming. Such abilities could hardly remain concealed. Wang Yang was acutely aware of his superiority over Lu Ming, requiring only to keep some cards close to his chest while permitting the revelation of certain skills. Sensing? What can you perceive through the door? Lu Ming was utterly perplexed by Wang Yang's words. "I can detect living beings within a 10-meter radius." This ability manifested unexpectedly today, Wang Yang elucidated. "Incredible. That's almost akin to radar. No wonder you managed to slay so many zombies by yourself earlier." Lu Ming's excitement was palpable. "Keep your voice down," Wang Yang cautioned, placing a finger to his lips. Upon seeing Wang Yang's gesture, Lu Ming promptly mimicked the action. "Brother Yang, I understand. This secret is ours alone. I won't utter a word." "Right," Wang Yang nodded. "There's one in the corridor leading to the gym, but I sense none in the office area. However, my perceptive range is limited. I cannot ascertain the situation beyond that." The 7th floor housed functional areas, including a gym, laundry room, guest cleaning department, and cargo transfer station, with these facilities flanking either side. The left side featured an internal workspace with a separate glass door, while the right side was designated for guest activities. "No worries, Brother Yang. Just direct me, I'll follow your orders," Lu Ming responded, lacking any specific strategy, content to heed Wang Yang's guidance. "Let us first eliminate the zombies in the corridor." Wang Yang swiftly retrieved a rope, securing one end to a door handle while fashioning a loop at the other end, leaving a 50-centimeter gap in the middle. Mengzi, when the zombies come, you strike. Remembering to aim for the head, Wang Yang instructed. Lu Ming's eyes widened in surprise. Earlier that morning, he had dispatched a zombie in a fit of instinctual rage using a wooden stool. Now, however, Wang Yang sought to cultivate a more measured combat mindset. Wang Yang, disinterested in further discussion, pulled open the safety door, leaning halfway out eyeing the corridor outside. Aside from the zombies Wang Yang had sensed, there were 4 more at a distance, 5 in total among them. 2 were stationed outside the glass door of the workspace, while 3 others resembled former guests. In addition to the zombies, a skeleton lay on the ground, having been devoured to the point of being unrecognizable. Hey! Wang Yang called out, instantly capturing the attention of all 5 zombies. Indeed, while the zombies are engaged in consuming flesh, their auditory senses seem dulled, or perhaps they are merely preoccupied with the available blood and meat, rendering them indifferent to other stimuli. When not engaged in feeding, they become markedly more sensitive to sound. Observing the zombies' reactions and contrasting them with their earlier behavior in the basement, Wang Yang gathered a preliminary understanding of the zombies' response hierarchy. The 5 zombies rushed forward in a frenzied state, prompting Wang Yang to retreat and secure the rope loop around the door handle. Crash! The safety door was forced open, and a male zombie clad in workout attire attempted to push through. Becoming wedged in the doorway, don't just stand there. Act! Wang Yang gestured to Lu Ming. All right. Facing the zombie with its fearsome teeth bared, Lu Ming gulped hard and swung his fire axe with all his might. Clang! His first strike went awry, the axe crashing heavily against the safety door. For heaven's sake, can you hit something with your eyes closed? Open your eyes. Wang Yang scolded. I can do it. I can do it. I will grow stronger, and I will find beautiful women. After receiving Wang Yang's reprimand, Lu Ming regained some composure, forcing himself to remain calm as he swung the axe once more. Thud. This time, he struck true. The axe cleaving into the top of the zombie's head and exploding into a mist of blood, splattering both men. Despite being struck by Lu Ming's axe, the zombie did not perish. It merely paused before resuming its roar. Damn it! Lu Ming aimed again and delivered another blow, finally subduing the male zombie. The second zombie pressed forward, eager to invade. Die? Lu Ming executed a horizontal strike, severing the neck of the second zombie, which struggled for a moment before its head drooped lifelessly, its body collapsing soon after. Having felled 2 zombies, Lu Ming found his rhythm, preparing to strike at the third, as Lu Ming reveled in his success. Wang Yang observed the remaining zombies with keen interest. Compared to this morning, the zombies' bones appear to have hardened somewhat. Could it be a result of their consumption of flesh? As they feast, do their capabilities enhance? Allow me to handle the last one, Lu Ming declared, having dispatched 4 zombies, leaving only 1 remaining. Pushing past Lu Ming, Wang Yang swung his axe at the final female zombie. Thud. With a swift and decisive strike, he eliminated the last zombie. Although the kill was quick, Wang Yang distinctly felt that the skull of this zombie was noticeably harder than those encountered 2 hours prior, and its force against the door was significantly greater. Excellent! All 5 zombies are dealt with, Lu Ming exclaimed. Brother Yang, these zombies are rather lackluster. With the right tactics, they are quite manageable. Wang Yang shook his head, cautioning, don't celebrate too soon. The zombies we face now are already more formidable than those I encountered when I came to fetch you. Their bones have hardened, and their strength has increased. Gazing down at the floor, Wang Yang noticed other changes. Moreover, the zombies' nails had elongated. Look at those nails. They've transformed into something akin to a beast's, curved and seemingly fused with their bones. Prompted by Wang Yang's observation, Lu Ming immediately recognized the difference in the zombies' nails, recalling that the nails of the 2 wealthy heirs they had moved earlier were indeed dissimilar to those of the current zombies. Does this imply that zombies can become stronger? What are we to do? Lu Ming, who had previously been brimming with confidence, now felt a wave of anxiety. Do not fret. As the zombies grow stronger, so too shall we. I can sense whether there is a crystal core within the zombies' heads. We must locate more zombies with crystal cores, eliminate them, and acquire the cores to enhance our power. Wang Yang maintained a relatively optimistic outlook. He was confident he had already surpassed the majority of people and believed that as long as he continued to maintain his advantages, he could navigate this apocalyptic world quite successfully. However, thus far, Wang Yang had yet to encounter a second zombie possessing a crystal core within its head. Brother Yang, can you sense whether the zombies have crystal cores in their heads? No wonder. Lu Meng finally understood why Wang Yang did not search the heads of the zombies after slaying them. It turned out he could perceive those details. But why haven't I gained such abilities? Lu Meng inquired. Perhaps it's because you consumed the zombie's crystal core? Wang Yang pondered. Maybe, but many things remain uncertain. We should focus on gathering information, he replied, shaking his head. He was also unclear about the origins of these changes. But Wang Yang knew it was certainly not due to consuming the crystal core from Wang Xiaofei, as this ability had manifested prior to that event. After consuming Wang Xiaofei's core, he seemed to have acquired an additional ability. Though its nature remained a mystery, Wang Xiaofei's core was golden. I've seen 3 types of cores in Douyin videos: white, blue, and gold. Could the emergence of cores and my abilities be connected to those luminous orbs I witnessed last night? Wang Yang contemplated, yet he found no clarity in his thoughts. Brother Yang, what shall we do next? Should we go directly to procure food? Yes, let us move. Chapter 10. There are people inside upon opening the safety door. The two stepped out together. Wang Yang signaled Lu Meng to be quiet with a finger to his lips, then cautiously moved a few steps toward the laundry room and gym. The laundry room appeared devoid of occupants. While the gym's glass walls were transparent, allowing them to see the situation within from outside, in the vicinity, there were no zombies, only a few lurking in the distant equipment area adjacent to the street. Beyond that, the landscape was devoid of any threats. The gym of the hotel was equipped with an automatic door, positioned midway within the facility, and at this moment, the door remained closed, posing no immediate danger. After a careful glance around, Wang Yang retreated cautiously and gestured forward towards the work area. Lu Meng nodded and approached the work area with caution. Taking his ID card from his pocket, Lu Meng scanned it at the card reader. With a soft beep, the glass door to the work area slid open instantly. The 7th-floor cargo transfer station comprised 4 rooms: a cleaning supplies room, a storage room for disposable cleaning items, a pantry for convenient food items, and lastly, an open office. The hotel concentrated on washing and replacing disposable items, and food supplies were managed between 1 and 5 in the afternoon, meaning there should only be on-duty personnel present at this hour. Wang Yang sensed a presence and signaled to Lu Meng. Are there zombies? That room? Lu Meng immediately gripped his fire axe tightly, preparing for any confrontation. Not zombies, but people. Wang Yang had already scanned the area. The other 3 rooms were empty, with only the pantry for convenient foods occupied by more than one individual. Approaching the pantry door, Wang Yang knocked. Is anyone there? Please open the door. Inside the pantry, 3 individuals, 2 men and 1 woman, were huddled in the corner. Upon hearing the knock, the woman immediately attempted to rise. Wang Lily, what are you doing? One of the middle-aged men exclaimed, quickly restraining her. Open the door. If those outside managed to enter, they must have dealt with the zombies at the entrance. Calling them in would be safer, Wang Lily insisted. Wang Lily, Tan Yu, and Wang Chenghao were all staff members from the 7th-floor materials management office. Typically, they would finish their shift after the 9 o'clock handover. That morning, Wang Lily had been heading downstairs for breakfast with her 2 colleagues when they encountered the horrific transformation of her co-workers upon exiting the elevator. Realizing the dire situation, Wang Lily swiftly swiped her card and rushed through the glass door, while Tan Yu and Wang Chenghao remained in the office, unharmed. They dared not let their partially transformed colleagues inside, opting instead to hide in the food pantry, where they had not ventured out since. Over the course of the morning, the trio had gathered information online about the current situation. With an ample supply of food available in the pantry, they chose to wait in hiding, relying on the provisions until official rescue arrived. Exchanging glances, Tan Yu and Wang Chenghao instantly understood each other's thoughts. The people outside must be here for food. And if they could handle the 2 zombies at the door, they likely possess weapons and are stronger than us. What if they come in and take everything? Tan Yu whispered. Take everything? The pantry holds hundreds of convenient food items for the hotel. And they just replenished fresh bread last night. Along with instant noodles, ham, and other packaged snacks, there's enough to sustain a dozen people for 2 to 3 months. Even if they take some, how much can they really carry? Wang Lily responded, still somewhat puzzled. The Wealth Center Hotel is vast, occupying an entire 42-story building with hundreds of rooms. This transfer station supplies all rooms with convenient food and beverages, and although the daily stock levels are not excessive, they are far beyond what a few individuals could consume. We can't think like that. The outside is chaotic. We can't gamble with our lives. What if they intend to control us violently? They could easily overpower us. Wang Chenghao interjected. Now, the two men had united in their desire to claim this temporary storage for themselves. It was evident to any astute observer that reliance on official rescue in the short term was futile. With this warehouse at their disposal, they at least had a greater chance of enduring until help arrived. What do we do now that they're already outside? Wang Lily, feeling uncertain and lacking ideas, began to waver under the persuasion of the two men. We stay silent and pretend there's no one here. The pantry door is sturdy. They can't get in, Tanyu suggested quietly. The other two nodded in agreement, and the three of them crouched down together. Outside, Lu Ming appeared perplexed. Brother Yang, didn't you say there were people inside? Why isn't anyone opening the door? Although Wang Yang couldn't hear the conversation within, he sensed the movements of the three individuals. Initially, he had detected the woman's intention to rise and open the door, but she was quickly restrained by the other two men, and then they all remained crouched behind a food shelf. It seems the people inside are afraid we will take their food and want to claim this space as their own, Wang Yang scoffed. Has the ugliness of human nature already revealed itself so soon after the disaster began? Can there really be such people? What should we do then? Should we break the door down? Lu Ming asked, picking up his fire axe upon hearing Wang Yang's remarks. The pantry door was not like the office door. It was metal. How could they break it down? Although the door wasn't standard compared to the large warehouse on the second basement level, it was certainly not something that could be cleaved open with an axe, which likely gave the individuals inside their confidence. What now? Lu Ming felt anxious. If they couldn't secure food here, they would have to head to the staff cafeteria on the basement level, where the zombies had not yet been cleared when they left. The office area undoubtedly still harbored numerous zombies. As for the self-service restaurant on the 6th floor, Lu Ming dared not even contemplate it. The morning hours were peak times for breakfast service, and zombies would be abundant. Wang Yang surveyed the surrounding environment, his gaze drifting upwards to the horizontal window near the top of the pantry. Although the window was situated approximately 2 meters and 60 centimeters high, nearly reaching the ceiling and only 40 centimeters wide, it was feasible to break the glass and climb inside. You go to the office and find something to stand on. We'll smash the window above and climb in. Great idea. Lu Ming's eyes lit up, and he dashed into the adjacent office, quickly retrieving a wooden table used for holding various miscellaneous items. The table stood about 75 centimeters tall, just the right height to reach the top window. Without hesitation, Wang Yang stood atop the table and swung his axe, shattering the glass of the horizontal window. Ah! The woman inside screamed in fright. Don't break it. We're coming in. The men inside shouted in a panic. Hearing their frantic voices, Wang Yang paused, a cold smile forming on his lips. It was amusing how people could be so petty. When asked to open the door, they refused, but as soon as he broke the window, they suddenly felt it was acceptable to let him in. With a click, the door lock disengaged, and Wang Yang jumped down from the table. The two men entered together, fire axes in hand. Are you from the security department? Why did you break the window? Upon seeing the uniforms on the two men, Tanyu, who had initially been startled, quickly adopted a serious expression and interrogated them. We were looking for food, but when we knocked, no one responded. We thought no one was inside, so we had no choice but to break the window to come in, Wang Yang explained. After speaking, Wang Yang ignored the three individuals in the room, immediately seeking out two hand trucks. Mengzi, grab high-calorie items, instant noodles, bottled water, Snickers, and marinated eggs and ham. Once the trucks were secured, Wang Yang instructed and promptly lifted a box of bottled water onto one of the carts. Lu Ming, sharing the same sentiment towards the three individuals, was disinclined to speak and began moving items alongside Wang Yang. With the two hand trucks, they could easily transport enough supplies to last over half a month. Observing the two men silently begin to gather supplies, Tanyu's expression darkened, and he rushed forward, seizing Wang Yang's wrist. I am the manager of the 7th floor service department. These items are company assets, and you cannot take them without permission. Caught by Tanyu, Wang Yang couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. He turned to face Tanyu. Take without permission? Then tell me, how can one take them appropriately? What's the right way to take them? Tanyu was momentarily taken aback by Wang Yang's question, struggling to respond. Anyway is fine. You just can't take them. After a few seconds of confusion, Tanyu finally regained his composure and angrily retorted at Wang Yang. You are an employee of the hotel, and so am I. If you can claim these supplies, Why can't I? Wang Yang had no intention of resorting to violence just yet. He found it absurd that these fools dared to obstruct him. This isn't about claiming. It's about safeguarding. As the manager of the service department, I have the authority to oversee these supplies, Tanyu argued, relying on his position. Indeed, this is under Manager Tan's jurisdiction, but given the current chaos outside, we, as employees, have an obligation to protect the company's assets. Wang Qinghao chimed in, feigning a righteous demeanor. Among the three, only the young woman remained silent. I'm not taking these for myself. They're for the guests in the 38th floor cloud suite who requested us to retrieve them. You can check the computer in the adjacent office. Zhao Lei and Wang Xiaofei from Cloud Suite 1, and Xinlan Xin and Fu Huan from Cloud Suite 2. Surely, we must fulfill the guest requests, right? Having been confronted with talk of asset security, Wang Yang turned to leverage customer demands. At this point, if they continued to resist, he would have no choice but to escalate the situation. After all, he and Lu Ming were capable of dispatching zombies, and with blood on their axes, Wang Yang couldn't fathom the audacity of these two fools to obstruct him. No way. Tanyu, seeing Wang Yang hesitate to resort to violence and simply engage in debate, felt his confidence surging. Each guest room has a limited daily supply. How can one possibly take so much? Wang Qinghao, ever the sycophant, chimed in, indeed. Our hotel has regulations. Wang Yang's patience finally reached its breaking point, and with a stern countenance, he raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap that sent Wang Qinghao spinning before crashing heavily to the ground. Regulations, my foot. I'm just asking you for some snacks, and you have to be so difficult. Mengzi, hurry up and load. Time is of the essence. The impact of that slap proved far more effective than mere words. As Wang Yang's strength had notably increased, nearly knocking Wang Qinghao unconscious. Meanwhile, Tanyu, who had been lecturing Wang Yang on the rules, fell silent. Useless scum, Wang Yang cursed inwardly, disregarding the three of them as he hastily began to load supplies. The bottom tier held entire cartons of mineral water, the second tier was packed with boxes of ham sausages and marinated eggs, followed by instant noodles, Snickers bars, and cheese sticks on the opposite side. Lu Ming's cart mirrored Wang Yang's selections for the first two tiers, but the last tier was filled with coffee packets and assorted snacks like chips. Noticing that Lu Ming had chosen items clearly favored by women but hardly substantial for hunger, Wang Yang shot him a cold glance. Heh, what I've gathered should suffice. A bit of coffee and snacks can help alleviate boredom, right? Lu Ming, feeling somewhat guilty under Wang Yang's scrutinizing gaze, chuckled awkwardly. Let us go. With everything loaded, Wang Yang pushed the cart out, closely followed by Lu Ming. It wasn't until they exited through the glass doors that the three inside finally closed the warehouse door behind them. Those two bastards are crossing the line. I will make them pay. Tanyu muttered a fierce remark as Wang Yang departed. Wang Yang had no intention of entertaining the impotent rage of the two men inside. He pushed the cart outside and began contemplating how to get the supplies upstairs. The cart would be immobile in the stairwell, so it seemed their only option was to use the elevator. Brother Yang, what should we do? Should we take the elevator? Lu Ming was well aware that moving such a large load via the stairs would be cumbersome, even for two people. You retreat to the stairwell and prepare the rope. I'll call the elevator, then we'll hide. If there are too many zombies inside, we'll use our old tactic. Lure them out and eliminate them before proceeding. Wang Yang positioned the cart by the elevator and handed Lu Ming the rope, instructing him. The 38th floor was deemed safe. Wang Yang had verified it, with only the two women, Xinlan Xin and Fu Huan, occupying the entire floor. The real danger lay within the elevator itself. Since morning, all three elevators had remained on the ground floor, leaving their current situation unknown. Moreover, the elevators at the Fortune Center Hotel were quite spacious, designed to accommodate 21 people. If there had been more than 10 individuals inside this morning, a horde of zombies could emerge the moment the doors opened. All right, Brother Yang, be careful. Lu Ming nodded, following Wang Yang's orders as he retreated to the stairwell. Once the rope was secured, Lu Ming gestured an OK sign to Wang Yang. Wang Yang acknowledged him with a nod and swiftly pressed the up button for the elevator, confirming that the first elevator began its ascent. He quickly slipped into the stairwell, exposing only half of himself to assess the situation. The elevator ascended rapidly from the 1st to the 7th floor, taking merely seconds, and the doors swung open with an alert chime. Roar. As soon as the doors parted, a furious growl erupted. Damn it. Quickly secure the rope. Wang Yang's expression shifted dramatically as he recoiled. causing Lu Meng to jump at his shout and hurriedly attach the rope to the door handle. "Brother Yang, what's happening?" Lu Meng asked anxiously. Gripping the fire axe tightly, before Wang Yang could respond, a male zombie, towering at nearly 6 feet tall, charged forward, slamming violently against the safety door. The sheer strength of the zombie nearly broke the fire rope designed to withstand an 84-kilogram weight. As the zombie lunged, its right hand reached through, aiming for Wang Yang's throat. Damn. Wang Yang leaned back, narrowly evading the attack, and swung the fire axe in retaliation. In the heat of the moment, however, his aim faltered, and the axe struck the zombie's shoulder instead. "Brother Yang, the rope can't hold much longer." Lu Meng, momentarily stunned by the zombie's ferocity, regained his senses and quickly realized the rope was at its limit. "You run ahead. I'll cover the rear. This zombie is different, and there are 4 or 5 more behind it. We'll fight and retreat." Wang Yang shouted. "Brother Yang, I'll help you." Lu Meng, defying the order, prepared to ascend and attack. "Get out of here, scram!" Seeing Lu Meng's disobedience, Wang Yang's anger flared, and he swung the axe again, only for it to be blocked by the zombie's arm. "Then be careful, Brother Yang." Realizing Wang Yang was genuinely serious, Lu Meng had no choice but to comply, turning to flee up the stairs. Wang Yang had sensed a surge of energy when the elevator had risen. Upon the doors opening, that feeling intensified exponentially. Unlike the recently transformed zombies, this one exuded an aura of extreme danger. Wang Yang was now convinced that zombies harboring crystal cores were significantly stronger than their ordinary counterparts. Bang! Another violent impact occurred as the hulking male zombie forced the safety door open nearly 60 centimeters. The rope was about to snap. Chapter 12. The bitter struggle in the stairwell. In a moment of desperation, Wang Yang summoned all his strength and struck the zombie's right leg as it extended into the stairwell. Crack! Although the axe did not sever the zombie's leg, the sound of splintering bone was unmistakable to Wang Yang. With the rope on the verge of breaking, he immediately turned and fled upstairs. Bang! Accompanied by the zombie's howl, the fire rope was completely severed, and the safety doors swung wide open, allowing 5 zombies to surge in. "Run! Keep going up!" Spotting Lu Meng still waiting on the floor above, Wang Yang bellowed. 5 zombies, including one particularly formidable entity, left Wang Yang no choice but to evade direct confrontation and sprint upwards. The zombies, though less agile than Wang Yang, quickly followed, using both hands and feet in their pursuit. As Wang Yang hurried up the stairs, he remained vigilant of the situation below. After ascending 2 levels, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the strongest zombie had fallen to the rear, its legs evidently less nimble. This tactic was indeed effective. "You are doomed." Wang Yang's confidence surged as he continued his ascent. Climbing 2 more floors, he noted that the remaining zombies were no longer advancing in unison. A bloodied male zombie clad in casual attire now led the pack. "Die." Wang Yang gauged the distance and swung his axe with all his might. Thwack! His strike cleaved the leading zombie's head in 2. Blood and gore scattering everywhere. With one down, Wang Yang swiftly dodged the claws of a second zombie and continued his ascent. After scaling 2 more floors, he turned back and dispatched the second zombie. Leaving only 3, Wang Yang felt considerably more at ease. He would employ the same strategy to eliminate the remaining 2 ordinary zombies, then focus on the one with impaired mobility. Climbing yet another 2 floors, Wang Yang steadied himself at a staircase corner, raising his axe in preparation. Roar! 3 seconds later, the mutated zombie ascended, immediately swiping its claws at Wang Yang upon sight. With a sudden maneuver, Wang Yang evaded the attack and changed his angle to strike at the zombie's neck. To his surprise, the mutated zombie raised its left arm to block the blow. Though the axe was deflected, Wang Yang's strike was not without effect. The mutated zombie's left forearm was cleaved in half, its bone visibly fractured. "Damn!" Wang Yang cursed, frustrated at not having dispatched the mutated zombie outright. This creature had now blocked its head twice with its arms, a troubling sign that weighed heavily on Wang Yang's mind. The zombies had developed an awareness of protecting their vital spots. This was only the first day of the apocalypse. Who knew how these terrifying beings might evolve? Roar! With its left arm rendered useless, the mutated zombie lunged at Wang Yang with its right arm, aiming for his throat. Wang Yang remained focused, leaning back just enough to avoid the zombie's claws while delivering a powerful kick to its abdomen, hoping to create distance to continue his escape. Upon contact, Wang Yang felt an overwhelming force, causing him to topple backward. Oh no! Wang Yang's heart raced, feeling as though it might leap from his chest. Filled with regret for having attempted that kick, he had known this mutated zombie possessed immense strength. Why had he been so reckless? Moreover, had he applied a bit more force or struck more accurately with his axe earlier? This confrontation might not have dragged on. You want to eat me? Not so easily. As the zombie lunged once more, Wang Yang steeled himself. The mistakes made in previous battles were irreversible, but he refused to relinquish hope for survival. Lying on the ground, unable to swing his axe, he thrust the fire axe forward, pressing it against the zombie's neck. Roar! Perhaps driven by desperation or the mutated zombie's hindered movement due to its severed leg. Wang Yang surprisingly managed to hold the creature at bay. The mutated zombie roared in frustration, attempting to grasp Wang Yang with its right arm, but it fell just short due to its limited reach. With a mouth full of jagged teeth, the zombie lunged forward, ferociously snapping in the air just over a meter away from Wang Yang. He could even glimpse the remnants of flesh lodged between the creature's teeth. The fire axe measured 95 centimeters in length, while the zombie's arm appeared to be barely over 70 centimeters. It was a mere hair's breadth away from clawing at Wang Yang's hand. Gritting his teeth, Wang Yang summoned every ounce of strength to firmly hold back the mutated zombie, preventing it from advancing even a fraction. The struggle between man and monster lasted a mere 10 seconds. Yet to Wang Yang, it felt as if centuries had passed. Suddenly, from behind the zombie, Lu Ming returned, using all his might to swing his axe down upon the creature's skull. The axe blade sunk in deeply, nearly embedding itself entirely. Wang Yang felt the pressure holding him down dissipate, and the mutated zombie collapsed, revealing a visibly tense Lu Ming behind it. Damn it! I'll make sure to finish you off. Even after the mutated zombie had fallen, Lu Ming, still uneasy, forcefully wrenched his axe free and continued to strike at the zombie's neck until he had severed its head completely. Yang Gu, are you all right? After ensuring the threat was eliminated, Lu Ming hurried to Wang Yang's side, anxiously checking him over. How do you feel? Did it scratch you? I'm fine. I wasn't hurt. Observing Lu Ming's near-tears expression, Wang Yang smiled. Grateful to be the door swung open, and Fu Huanhuan and Xin Lanxin were immediately confronted with the sight of Wang Yang and Lu Ming, both stained with blood. Such horrors could not be felt through the surveillance footage. But now, face to face with the grim reality, a wave of metallic scent flooded their senses. Fu Huanhuan let out a piercing scream and promptly turned away, beginning to retch. Witnessing this shocking scene, Xin Lanxin's complexion paled, yet she strove to maintain her composure. Are you both all right? Xin Lanxin inquired, suppressing her unease. Observing the ashen faces of Xin Lanxin and the retching Fu Huanhuan, Wang Yang remarked. We were fortunate to survive. I need to return now. I feel quite unwell with that. He pushed his cart towards his room, inwardly acknowledging that he was not particularly inclined to tend to the two women. In a world ravaged by catastrophe, having women around would undoubtedly be a burden, especially since Fu Huanhuan had explicitly expressed her unwillingness to engage in combat. What utility would they serve him? Merely to fulfill physiological needs? Wang Yang questioned his own capacity for such a lavish lifestyle. Should the need arise, he could offer temporary protection in exchange for essentials, but the prospect of them accompanying him long-term was off the table. Upon seeing Wang Yang head straight back, Lu Ming hesitated, glancing at the still retching Fu Huanhuan, his eyes betraying a hint of sympathy. Let's return and tidy up the ass for the food. I will come back shortly to discuss how we might exchange it. After all, we nearly lost our lives to acquire it, Lu Ming stated. All right. Observing the marks on the two men, Xin Lanxin understood that obtaining these supplies had not been an easy feat. It was unthinkable to offer money in exchange. Though the two had brought back a substantial amount, what reason did they have to share it with her? Lu Ming pushed his cart to leave, but paused to retrieve 2 bags of chips, a few instant chicken feet, and 2 bottles of nutritional supplements, which he handed to Xin Lanxin. Clutching these items, Xin Lanxin watched as Wang Yang and Lu Ming disappeared into their room before she escorted Fu Huanhuan back to theirs. I will do the laundry. You go take a shower first. The secondary bathroom still housed the corpses of the 2 privileged youths, leaving only the master bathroom available. Wang Yang quickly shed his clothes and immersed himself in the sink. While Lu Ming, your directness surpasses even that of the prominent figures in the live streaming rooms. There is no trace of subtlety in your approach. Moreover, You wield a bloodied axe, as if you are prepared to employ both soft and hard tactics. Those esteemed hosts in the live streaming world at least understand the importance of spending some time together, showering gifts, and gradually expressing their intentions. Don't you have a change of clothes? Shenlanqin approached. And unlike Fu Huanhuan, she instantly discerned the reason behind Lu Ming's choice of a bathrobe. Had Lu Ming arrived in a blood-stained security uniform, perhaps Fu Huanhuan would have screamed even louder. Indeed, the catastrophe struck so suddenly that we had no time to prepare clothing. The garments I wore earlier were drenched in blood, and while they have been washed, they remain damp. Lu Ming scratched his head as he explained, his gaze lingering on Fu Huanhuan. This girl is truly adorable. Even when angry, she possesses an undeniable charm. Lu Ming felt his heart racing, despite having failed to comprehend Fu Huanhuan's earlier words. Please, come inside. Shenlanqin invited, reaching out to pull Fu Huanhuan back into the living room. All right. Lu Ming chuckled awkwardly, following the two girls into the room. The facilities in both adjacent rooms were identical, the only distinction being that Yangzhong No. 1 faced east, basking in the morning sun, while Yangzhong No. 2 faced west, enjoying the afternoon light. Although the amenities were the same, Lu Ming could not shake the feeling that Fu Huanhuan and Shenlanqin's room exuded a subtly intoxicating fragrance. Upon entering, Shenlanqin promptly settled into a single armchair, allowing space for conversation between Fu Huanhuan and Lu Ming. On the central sofa, Fu Huanhuan and Lu Ming sat together, both acutely aware of their thoughts yet enveloped in an atmosphere of profound awkwardness. Lu Ming still clutched the bloodied fire axe, his right hand incessantly fidgeting with the axe handle. Lacking experience in interacting with such beautiful women, Lu Ming felt somewhat flustered. The fantasies he had entertained prior to their meeting faded in the face of reality, leaving him hesitant to utter such blatant words as asking her to be his woman. Meanwhile, Fu Huanhuan, having been forewarned by Shenlanqin, was well aware of the man's intentions and found herself grappling with her thoughts. The two remained locked in an uncomfortable silence. He did not linger for long. Wang Yang simply waved to Lu Ming, signaling him to come over, and then turned away. Observing Wang Yang's unexpected reaction, Lu Ming lost interest in watching the dance and approached him, standing beside him on the balcony. Brother Yang, what's going on? Did Fu Huanhuan agree to you? Wang Yang was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that Shenlanqin and Fu Huanhuan would yield so readily. Not entirely, Lu Ming replied with a bashful smile. She said we've only interacted for a few minutes and exchanged no more than 10 sentences. She finds it hard to accept things so directly. Then she suggested we dance to exchange today's rations, and if we get to know each other better, she might consider being my woman. In the face of the apocalypse, Lu Ming did not expect such a significant gain on the very first day. His excitement evident in his expressive demeanor. Wang Yang nodded, realizing that these two young women were quite astute. You see for yourself, Fu Huanhuan is the woman you admire. I don't think it's suitable for her to dance in such attire. Wang Yang patted Lu Ming's shoulder, nodded towards the two women standing in the living room, and then headed into the adjacent master bedroom. Chapter 16. Exceeding Limits. Although Wang Yang had not read extensively, he possessed a keen survival instinct. Growing up in a nearly isolated mountain village, he had easily learned the ways of interpersonal relations in that close-knit society. A fundamental rule among men is to never covet another man's beloved, lest enmity ensue. This timeless truth has been proven countless times, yet it is lamentable that many still fail to grasp it, persistently treading on dangerous ground, courting married women, ultimately paying a grievous price, sometimes even losing their lives. Lu Ming was Wang Yang's most reliable ally in this desolate world. He would not sow discord among brothers merely for the sake of witnessing a sensual dance. Upon returning to his room, only Lu Ming and the two women remained in the living room. Lu Ming quickly grasped the implication behind Wang Yang's words, his respect for him deepening. Huanhuan, shall we begin? Nevertheless, what truly captivated him at that moment was still Fu Huanhuan's dance. That person, the one you referred to as Brother Yang, why did he leave? She had encountered Wang Yang several times that day, and each meeting had been marked by his indifferent demeanor or a cold expression, leaving Fu Huanhuan feeling somewhat intimidated. Lu Ming explained, Brother Yang said you were the woman he admires. He finds it inappropriate to watch you dance. So he prefers to observe alone. Fu Huanhuan's reaction to Lu Ming's explanation was rather subdued, but Shenlanqin, who had remained silent upon entering the room, suddenly brightened her eyes. Huanhuan, give it your all. Shen Lanxin leaned closer to Fu Huanhuan and whispered, I'm going to check in. You should spend some time with Lu Ming. After advising Fu Huanhuan, Shen Lanxin nodded at Lu Ming and proceeded towards Wang Yang's room. With both Shen Lanxin and Wang Yang absent, the living room was left with only Fu Huanhuan and Lu Ming, allowing her to finally loosen up. Noticing Lu Ming's eager gaze, Fu Huanhuan blushed and opened her phone. Selecting the music for Big Pendulum to play in the master bedroom, as soon as Shen Lanxin entered, she immediately heard the sound of a hairdryer from the bathroom. At that moment, Wang Yang was using the dryer on the security uniform hanging on a rack, trying to hasten its drying. Let me handle that, Shen Lanxin said as she approached, reaching out to take the hairdryer from Wang Yang. Their hands brushed against each other, and that brief contact made Wang Yang's heart race, prompting him to quickly withdraw his hand. It must be said that Shen Lanxin was indeed the type he found appealing. She was tall, yet not exceeding 1.7 meters, which kept her from appearing overly statuesque. Her figure was slender and graceful, perfectly proportioned in all the right places, which Wang Yang greatly admired. What he appreciated most was her demeanor and character. The wisdom and composure she exuded, coupled with the subtle warmth she occasionally revealed, were qualities Wang Yang cherished deeply. Even so, Wang Yang maintained his composure. He was unaware of Shen Lanxin's intentions upon entering, so he prepared to remain unflappable. Should she make any unreasonable demands, such as insisting he protect them at all costs, he would firmly refuse. In this apocalyptic world, no one could afford the burden of a companion unwilling to fight. The master bedroom also featured a balcony, albeit smaller than the one in the living room, yet sufficient for Wang Yang's purposes. Clearing away a table and lounge chair, he continued to explore the essence of wielding the fire axe. Having seen in a television drama that seasoned martial artists hone simple foundational techniques over many years to become masters, Wang Yang was uncertain about the validity of this approach, but it was the only option he had at the moment. Standing on the balcony, he began practicing vertical chops, progressing to horizontal slashes after 50 repetitions, followed by diagonal cuts in both directions. With every swing of the axe, Wang Yang continually adjusted his foot positioning and experimented with his methods of exertion. He discerned the difference between quick, arm-driven strikes and slower, more powerful blows that engaged his entire body. Each technique required meticulous exploration. Immersed in his practice, Wang Yang lost track of time. While in the living room, Lu Ming's enthusiasm matched his own. After dancing for a couple of songs, Fu Huanhuan completely let go. As an audience member, Lu Ming's emotional feedback was incredibly affirming, his eyes practically sparkling with excitement, which bolstered Fu Huanhuan's confidence as a dance and beauty streamer. Within the house, Shen Lanxin had already dried both outfits and shoes, while outside on the balcony, Wang Yang remained engrossed in his training. Initially, he had merely intended to practice the fire axe's attack techniques. But after some time, he found himself struggling with diagonal cuts. After pondering for a while without resolution, Wang Yang unintentionally activated his perceptual abilities. Once opened, he felt an immediate boost in his comprehension. Is it possible to use perceptual abilities this way? This unexpected revelation filled him with excitement, prompting him to adjust his movements in response to the feedback in his mind. Interestingly, within the confines of the bedroom, his perceptual abilities allowed him to sense the actions of Lu Ming and Fu Huanhuan in the living room, as well as Shen Lanxin in the bathroom. However, during his practice, Wang Yang's attention was solely focused on the fire axe, completely oblivious to everything else. Shen Lanxin emerged from the bathroom and immediately caught sight of Wang Yang vigorously chopping with the axe. Although his movements were slow, she could distinctly sense the naturalness of his actions. The fire axe seemed to be an extension of his body, wielded with effortless grace. This man appears to be truly exceptional. If help does not arrive soon, my chances of survival may hinge on staying close to him. And perhaps I could even secure a better life. As she observed Wang Yang, Shen Lanxin seemed to make a decision, and unexpectedly, she removed her outer workout gear. Beneath it was a simple white tank top and gray cotton shorts, the very outfit she had donned that morning. After neatly folding her clothes and placing them on the bedside table, Shen Lanxin removed her socks and sat down beside Wang Yang on the bed. After 10 minutes of practicing with his perceptual abilities, Wang Yang suddenly felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. His perception seemed to shut off on its own, as if his mental energy had been depleted. His legs felt unsteady, prompting him to use the fire axe as a makeshift cane for support. It seemed that this ability could not be overused, as it appeared to consume mental energy. Just 10 minutes had left him feeling as if he had overexerted his brain. Wang Yang closed his eyes, striving to steady himself. Are you all right? In a daze, Wang Yang felt his left arm encircled by a pair of soft arms, and a fragrant scent wafted into his nostrils. After a moment of clarity, he turned to look, only to be met with Shun Lanxin's alluring appearance. From this angle, the woman beside him was strikingly beautiful. Her delicate features and tender, soulful eyes captivating him. The curves of her shoulders and collarbone were equally enchanting, and most notably, Shun Lanxin's tank top appeared to lack any additional coverage, the subtle outlines alluringly discernible. Inviting exploration. Wang Yang was indeed reluctant to act hastily towards Shun Lanxin, as he wished to avoid entanglements. The current situation outside remained uncertain. Should order be restored, any misstep on his part might lead to repercussions. Conversely, if order could not be reinstated, he would not mind safeguarding Shun Lanxin for a time while also obtaining what he desired. Such matters were not urgent. Yet, Shun Lanxin's current demeanor was tantamount to her offering herself willingly. A development Wang Yang had not anticipated. I asked this how you bully the honest man. Do you think I would refrain from taking advantage of an opportunity laid before me? Wang Yang lifted Shun Lanxin's chin. Gazing intently into her eyes, a woman's actions like this could be perceived as a provocation by a man. If Wang Yang remained indifferent, he would hold himself in contempt. Not at all, Shun Lanxin replied, her gaze gentle and unflinching. State your desires. Wang Yang smiled, adding, however, I can inform you in advance that even if you behave this way, should your requests exceed reasonable bounds, I will not acquiesce. Your current actions are essentially a gift. Shun Lanxin felt her heart racing intensely, but having reached this juncture, she could only press on. You may proceed with what you wish to do. As for my requests, we can discuss them later. Shun Lanxin wrapped her arms around Wang Yang's neck, speaking softly, if it truly is a gift, I would not regret it. Exceeding limits. Wang Yang murmured a curse under his breath as he scooped up Shun Lanxin in his arms. Chapter 17. Big Courage. In the living room, Fu Huanhuan performed a series of 6 or 7 dances, repeating the big pendulum and the train rock twice, her forehead glistening with perspiration from the continuous exertion. Lu Gu, may I take a break? I am feeling a bit fatigued. As another song concluded, Fu Huanhuan gazed at Lu Ming with a pitiful expression, yearning for a moment of respite. Certainly, it was rare for anyone to refuse such a request from a beautiful girl like Fu Huanhuan. And Lu Ming was no exception. With Lu Ming's consent, Fu Huanhuan sighed in relief and settled onto the sofa. Lu Ming, ever attentive, brought her a bottle of mineral water. After more than half an hour, he was nearly captivated by Fu Huanhuan's charm. Such an experience was something he had never dared to dream of before the catastrophe. Have some water. Lu Ming thoughtfully twisted off the cap. Thank you. Lu Gu. Fu Huanhuan accepted the water, flashing a smile that made Lu Ming beam with delight. As the music ceased, the living room fell into a profound silence. Although they had grown somewhat familiar with each other, neither knew quite what to say, leading to an awkward stillness. Within that silence, Fu Huanhuan faintly perceived some peculiar sounds emanating from the bedroom, seemingly the voice of Sister Lanxin. Did you hear that? Fu Huanhuan inquired, frowning. What? Lu Ming's attention was entirely focused on Fu Huanhuan. Having been single for 22 years, he found her irresistibly charming. Even her act of drinking water appeared enchanting, leaving him oblivious to anything else. Rolling her eyes at Lu Ming, Fu Huanhuan stood and approached the master bedroom, pressing her ear against the door. To her shock, she discovered. After merely a few seconds, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she hastily stepped back from the door. What's wrong? Noting Fu Huanhuan's reaction, Lu Ming leaned closer, his curiosity piqued. Having consumed a crystal core, his hearing was superior to Fu Huanhuan's, yet moments ago, his focus had been solely on her. Now, as he strained to listen, the sounds from the bedroom caused his eyes to widen in disbelief. Damn, Yanggu, you're truly a lecherous fiend. How can you even look me in the eye? Though inexperienced, Lu Ming had watched numerous instructional videos, and he immediately understood what was transpiring within the bedroom. Come on, let us head back to your room. Lu Ming straightened up, instinctively grasping Fu Huanhuan's hand. With the two inside fully engaged in their activities, they could not possibly endure such torment outside. At that moment, Fu Huanhuan's mind was a blank. Shun Lanxin's actions had completely taken her by surprise. Being pulled along by Lu Ming, she offered no resistance as they hurriedly exited the Yuncheng No. 1 suite and returned to the room across the hall. Don't come in. Upon entering the Yuncheng No. 2 suite, Fu Huanhuan quickly dashed into her bedroom, leaving Lu Ming outside. Huanhuan, are you really leaving me out? Can't we learn a thing or two from them? Lu Ming exclaimed anxiously, though he refrained from forcing his way in, opting instead to call out from the door. Bang! Not only did Fu Huanhuan not emerge, but it seemed she also threw something heavy that thudded against the door. Yang Gu, you scoundrel! You're simply a beast. Words like lecher and shameless rogue don't even begin to describe you. And you're so hypocritical. How dare you act like such a saint? Clearly, Fu Huanhuan had no intention of coming out, and Lu Ming, seated on the living room sofa, could not help but unleash a tirade of curses directed at Wang Yang. Half an hour later, the two individuals in the suite's bedroom finally settled down. Shen Lanxin's complexion was flushed, beads of perspiration glistening on her nose, temples, and collarbone as she nestled closely against Wang Yang, not forgetting to wrap her arms around his. Wang Yang felt an overwhelming sense of joy akin to Shen Lanxin's. Their earlier experience had been the most delightful of their lives. With her eyes closed and her lashes fluttering slightly, Shen Lanxin looked so beautiful that Wang Yang longed to kiss her forehead. However, just as he moved to do so, he hesitated, not wanting to give the impression that he was overly dependent on her, possibly leading to unreasonable demands. Seemingly sensing Wang Yang's thoughts, Shen Lanxin turned to him, resting her head against his chest, and teased, Wang Yang, has your rationality returned? Are you about to enter a state of indifference? Although Wang Yang maintained a stoic expression, they had just shared an intimate moment, and he had yet to put his clothes back on. Shen Lanxin believed he would not abruptly become indifferent, especially since their previous encounter had been so pleasurable, which emboldened her to tease him. Realizing Shen Lanxin had seen through his thoughts, Wang Yang felt a bit embarrassed and sought to change the subject. What are your demands? I'm all ears. Kiss me once more, and then you may return to your cold demeanor. Shen Lanxin's eyes sparkled with mischief, her tone almost playful. This was precisely what Wang Yang desired, and he naturally would not refuse. Drawing Shen Lanxin close, he turned his head and planted 3 kisses on her forehead, one on the left, one in the center, and one on the right. Shen Lanxin closed her eyes, quietly savoring Wang Yang's tenderness, for she understood that after today, if she could not keep up with this man, such gentleness would likely never be hers again. Speak, Wang Yang urged. Shen Lanxin nodded, the playful expression typical of a beautiful girl fading as she returned to her wise demeanor. Wang Yang, I wish to join you in battle, to slay zombies. Is that your request? Yes. The authorities have yet to announce a rescue plan. Shen Lanxin's demeanor grew somber as she continued, even if there is a rescue, our priority is exceedingly low. Moreover, even if we are saved, will we live well? I doubt it. The production has been disrupted. How can so many people be managed by the authorities? You're quite perceptive. Wang Yang remarked. In truth, Shen Lanxin's thoughts aligned closely with his own assessments, and having faced perilous battles, Wang Yang understood the terrifying nature of zombies all too well. The mutated zombie from earlier had nearly claimed his life. Should such a formidable creature appear suddenly, its destructive capacity would far exceed that of ordinary zombies, potentially leading to widespread infections in an instant. The area surrounding Huhai could easily harbor millions of zombies, and one could infer that there were certainly powerful individuals among them. Furthermore, the external environment could have undergone other changes, leaving Wang Yang quite pessimistic about humanity's future living conditions, which was why he was reluctant to haul around a burden. Shen Lanxin shot Wang Yang an incredulous look and said, I became a streamer because it's far more lucrative than a regular job. I graduated from a prestigious university. I'm no fool. Impressive, Wang Yang praised. So, can you fulfill my request? Shen Lanxin inquired with a smile. As long as it doesn't endanger your safety, you only need to take me along. If I truly cannot adapt, then today will be for naught. Besides, it's your first time. I'm not at a disadvantage. Finally, Shen Lanxin added that last remark with a hint of mischief. What first time? Are you underestimating me? Wang Yang shot a cold glance at Shen Lanxin. This woman had the audacity to expose his vulnerabilities. What gave her the courage? All right, you're not a novice. I stand corrected. Shen Lanxin quickly apologized, though her expressive eyes revealed a hint of amusement. Big courage. Wang Yang suddenly threw off the covers, and amidst Shen Lanxin's startled exclamation, he flipped her over and delivered a resounding slap to her behind. Chapter 18. Are those dark spot zombies? Mengzi, open the door. Wang Yang sent Lu Ming a message. In the corridor of the 38th floor, Wang Yang and Shenlan Xin stood at the entrance of the Yuncheng No. 2 suite, a flatbed cart beside Wang Yang. Soon, the door swung open, revealing Lu Ming's aggrieved visage. Upon seeing Wang Yang, Lu Ming cast a complex gaze filled with envy, disdain, contempt, and even a hint of resentment. Step aside. What are you blocking the doorway for? Wang Yang chided playfully. You dog. Lu Ming glanced at Shenlan Xin's slightly flushed face and muttered under his breath. Wang Yang pushed the flatbed cart into the room, and Shenlan Xin followed closely behind. Where's Fu Huanhuan? She's in the bedroom. She hasn't come out at all, Lu Ming replied tersely. I'll go check. Shenlan Xin said, knocking on the door before entering the bedroom. Wang Yang then made his way to the balcony to survey the situation below. From Shenlan Xin's perspective, the view differed from that of Wang Yang's room. His was street-facing and lively, while hers overlooked a viaduct, behind which lay a wide park pathway measuring 60 meters in width and approximately 5 kilometers in length. The park path led to the campus of Ocean University. Lu Ming followed Wang Yang to the balcony but did not gaze outside. Instead, he fixed an intense stare on Wang Yang's face. What's bothering you? Observing his friend's forlorn expression, Wang Yang found it somewhat amusing. Yang Gu, you're a dog. Lu Ming scoffed, deriding Wang Yang's seemingly righteous demeanor while hinting at his own desperation. She was proactive. How could I refuse? Wang Yang continued to gaze into the distance, casually replying, leaving Lu Ming momentarily speechless. Such matters were entirely dependent on personal charm, while he had pursued Fu Huanhuan. She had to think it over, whereas Wang Yang and Shenlan Xin had barely exchanged a few words, yet she willingly took the initiative. What did she desire? Are we to continually protect them? Lu Ming queried. Reflecting on Shenlan Xin's request, Wang Yang replied, she wishes to accompany us on our next zombie hunt. She wants to fight alongside us. We just need to take her along, ensuring our own safety. Wang Yang cast a glance at Lu Ming and, with a serious tone, declared, whether it be Fu Huanhuan or Shenlan Xin, if they become a burden, I will not hesitate to take action. Wang Yang's formal demeanor jolted Lu Ming into awareness, who immediately nodded in understanding. The two reached a consensus on the matter, and Lu Ming no longer felt stifled. Instead, he followed Wang Yang's gaze into the distance. Bro, is that Ocean University over there? What are they doing? He inquired, pointing towards the playground. Wang Yang's expression grew grave as he urged Lu Ming to observe more closely. Following Wang Yang's gesture, Lu Ming's previously relaxed demeanor shifted to one of concern. Bro, those dark spots on the playground, they can't possibly be zombies, can they? There are far too many. If they aren't zombies, then what are they? Ants. Wang Yang retorted, somewhat exasperated. I would much prefer if they were ants. Lu Ming scoffed before adding, but it's all right. They are far enough away from us. Staying here should pose no issue. No issue? The problem is far greater. Wang Yang silently admonished himself as his mind began to calculate the next steps. Although today's encounters had been few, Wang Yang had already confirmed one crucial point. Zombies would grow stronger. Whether by consuming flesh or through other means, their continual enhancement was assured. Huhai was an immensely populous city, and their current location could be deemed a bustling area, teeming with residents. In fact, it could be said that in a metropolis like Huhai, there were no truly desolate places. Even the nominal suburbs were not devoid of people. The most terrifying aspect was that the surrounding cities of Huhai faced similar circumstances. This region was, after all, one of the most densely populated areas in Longhua. As the zombies grew increasingly formidable, their entrapment within Huhai would become increasingly perilous. Wang Yang reminded himself that they could not remain idle here. At the right moment, they must find a way to relocate, for staying put would undoubtedly lead to doom. While Wang Yang and Lu Ming conversed outside, in the bedroom, Shenlan Xin and Fu Huanhuan were locked in a gaze. You little rascal, feeling pleased with yourself? Fu Huanhuan snapped, her expression one of indignation. Typically, Fu Huanhuan would not speak to Shenlan Xin in such a manner. She held immense respect for Shenlan Xin, both for her character and intellect, which were beyond reproach. However, for reasons unknown, Shenlan Xin's recent actions seemed to shatter that reverence in Fu Huanhuan's eyes, leading her to speak with a newfound casualness. Yes, it feels quite delightful, Shenlan Xin replied, unashamed, her cheeks slightly flushed. Casting a disapproving glance at Shinlan Xin, Fu Huanhuan retorted, "You may feel that way, but I was nearly harmed because of you." Just now, Lu Ming was so provoked he almost forced himself on me. It was bound to happen. "It matters not," Shinlan Xin replied, her expression remaining unperturbed. After coming to terms with her path forward, many matters seemed trivial to her. "You?" Stunned into silence by Shinlan Xin's retort, Fu Huanhuan took several deep breaths, finally regaining her composure. "Let us not dwell on that. By the way, what requests did you make of him? They will protect us, right?" "I did not ask for protection. I requested to join them in exterminating zombies." "Are you out of your mind?" Fu Huanhuan exclaimed, her voice rising in alarm. "Did you not see the blood on them just now? Those two big men were nearly devoured. You want to accompany them to fight zombies? And you can kill zombies yourself. Why sacrifice yourself? That would be utterly foolish. Having someone to protect us will help us navigate through the initial, most challenging period," Shinlan Xin explained. "Moreover, having someone to shield us from lesser dangers is invaluable. You understand the significance of guidance, do you not?" At this, Fu Huanhuan fell silent, fully aware of the vital role guidance played. After all, it was Shinlan Xin who had initially led her into the world of streaming. Without Shinlan Xin's assistance, she would never have risen to her current status, nor would she enjoy such a prosperous life. "Am I to join as well?" Fu Huanhuan inquired, her concern singular. "For your own sake, have you seen those zombie films? The ones where starving individuals are coerced into labor, traded as commodities, or subjected to any man's whims. Even being devoured? Just think about it," Shinlan Xin said, gently patting Fu Huanhuan's hand before rising to leave the room. Upon returning to the living room, Wang Yang and Lu Ming still stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows. Observing the situation below, "Wang Yang, do we have any plans for action today? There are still over 2 hours until nightfall. What should we do?" Shinlan Xin asked as she approached. "Let us sit and discuss." Wang Yang replied. He had already deduced the situation below. The streets were teeming with zombies, with the highest concentration at Ocean University across the overpass, followed by several office buildings adjacent to it, and then the subway station directly below. These locations were the most perilous. The subway entrance was already crowded, and Wang Yang dared not contemplate the horrors that lay within the subway station itself. "Our position is too close to the city center. I believe we cannot linger here. Regardless of whether the authorities organize a rescue, we must devise a means to leave the city. Otherwise, our situation will only grow more perilous." Wang Yang asserted that I concur. "If zombies continue to grow stronger, our stay here will indeed become increasingly dangerous, and the longer we remain, the greater the risk," Lu Ming added, echoing sentiments Wang Yang had previously shared with him. Wang Yang glanced at the main bedroom door, noting it was not fully closed, and immediately understood that Lu Ming's words were intended for whom. "But if we want to leave the city, when shall we go? How shall we leave? Where shall we head? The most troubling aspect is that it appears impossible for just the 4 of us to escape," Shinlan Xin chimed in. Although she was uncertain of Wang Yang and Lu Ming's combat prowess, she understood that no matter how formidable they were, it was implausible for merely 2 or 3 individuals to break out of the city. Leaving now is out of the question. Our strength is too lacking. However, we cannot simply wait idly. We must recruit some combat personnel while awaiting action from the authorities. In Wang Yang's view, once the authorities initiated rescue operations, it would signal their opportunity to escape. Presently, Hu Hai was engulfed in chaos and danger, necessitating a force capable of creating a breach. Chapter 19. The first battle of the 2 women. Lu Ming listened unconditionally to Wang Yang's directives. He had resolved to follow Wang Yang's lead, wasting no further mental energy. Shinlan Xin shared a similar mindset, eager to keep pace with Wang Yang. However, she also believed that her intellect could contribute to Wang Yang's efforts. "Brother Yang, where shall we begin?" Lu Ming inquired. "First, let us clear the entire hotel and establish a safe zone. Then gradually explore the vicinity. If we find a suitable location to settle, we shall relocate." The disaster struck at 8 in the morning. There is no hope of leaving the city by car, so we must inch our way to the city's edge. As for the direction we should take, we will need to contemplate it further, and we must ascertain the military's positioning around Hu Hai to predict their rescue direction before making a decision. As of now, I have no concrete thoughts. Then it's settled. Let us get to work immediately. I'll go change my clothes, Lu Ming declared, rising from his seat. Let us go, Shinlan Xin responded, standing as well. Although her attire was provocative, she wore comfortable sportswear and shoes. Ideal for movement. First, let us find a weapon for Shenlan Xin. The trio stood up. Wang Yang and Lu Ming each wielded their fire axes, while Shenlan Xin scanned the room for a suitable weapon and ultimately decided to take a fruit knife. Having gathered their supplies, they prepared to head out. Wait, I'm coming too, Fu Huanhuan exclaimed, rushing from the bedroom as the door swung open. At that moment, she was also dressed in sportswear and shoes. Yet her expression resembled that of someone facing execution. Her eyes slightly reddened as if she might burst into tears at any moment. Wang Yang said nothing, simply opening the door and stepping outside. Lu Ming made a protective gesture towards Fu Huanhuan, following Wang Yang, while Shenlan Xin lingered behind, waving to Fu Huanhuan. After Lu Ming changed his clothes, the four regrouped in the hallway. Let us start from the 40th floor. The 42nd floor is the presidential suite, with only 4 rooms on that level, and our access cards cannot unlock the security doors there. The 41st floor houses a high-end club, which we also cannot access. The 38th, 39th, and 40th floors are all sky suites, with similar structures and fewer rooms, so it should not be overly dangerous. Wang Yang outlined his plan at the door. The other 3 nodded in agreement, and together they set out. Wang Yang led the way into the secure stairwell, ascending towards the upper floors, with Shenlan Xin and Fu Huanhuan trailing behind him, while Lu Ming fell to the rear. Although they had traversed the stairs twice without encountering any zombies, caution remained paramount. Before long, the 4 reached the 40th floor safely. Standing before the security door, Wang Yang activated his senses, confirming that there were no zombies within a 10-meter radius. He retrieved a rope, tying one end securely and fashioning a loop with the other, leaving a 50-centimeter width in the center. Mengzi, keep an eye on the door. I'll check inside, Wang Yang instructed. Understood. Having coordinated previously, Lu Ming was well prepared. Wang Yang took a deep breath, steeling himself before pushing the door open to the 40th floor. Unlike the 38th floor, there were 2 zombies on the 40th floor. Arg! Upon sighting Wang Yang, a male and a female zombie lunged toward him up with the rope. Got it? Lu Ming promptly secured the rope as soon as Wang Yang returned. With a resounding thud, the safety door was flung open to a width of 50 centimeters, and the rope in the middle effectively ensnared the zombie's body. The creature let out an excited howl, its hands grasping desperately at the air in front of it. Drawn to the fresh blood and flesh before it, one would expect such a terrifying scene to elicit screams from the 2 women behind. Yet strangely, Shenlan Xin and Fu Huanhuan remained silent. Wang Yang turned around in curiosity, only to find Fu Huanhuan sitting on the ground, trembling at the sight of the zombie, a puddle forming beneath her, releasing a faint, unpleasant odor. Shenlan Xin fared slightly better. Though her complexion was pale, her lips almost bitten through. Seeing Fu Huanhuan's pitiful state, Lu Ming felt a pang of compassion and was ready to eliminate the 2 zombies. Shenlan Xin, you take care of it. Wang Yang interjected, signaling for Lu Ming to hand the fire axe to Shenlan Xin. Lu Ming complied, crouching beside Fu Huanhuan and wrapping an arm around her shoulders. You can do it, keep going. Wang Yang encouraged in such an environment. Confronting zombies was relatively straightforward, as it was not an equal battle. The zombies could not breach the safety door, making it akin to striking a punching bag. If Shenlan Xin could not overcome this challenge, it would be evident that she was of little use. All right. Shenlan Xin recognized the significance of defeating the first zombie. Without Wang Yang's protection and the safety of this scenario, encountering a zombie in the open would likely have led to her immediate demise. To survive, she knew she must fight. Taking a deep breath, she tightened her grip on the fire axe. The zombies' weakness lay in their heads. She aimed for that target. Without a scream, despite her trembling body, she swung the axe with all her might. The axe struck the zombie's right shoulder. Though it did not kill it, the zombie's right arm drooped down. Wang Yang's eyes lit up. Although Shenlan Xin lacked strength and precision, he noted a commendable quality. Her eyes were wide open during her strike. Excellent, keep it up. Even Lu Ming had closed his eyes the first time he faced a zombie. Wang Yang's encouragement visibly uplifted Shenlan Xin, who pursed her lips and swung the axe again. This time, she struck the zombie's head, yet her insufficient strength prevented her from delivering a fatal blow. Continue. Shenlan Xin swung again, but this time her aim faltered, hitting the zombie's left arm. Undeterred, she pressed on. Ultimately, it took her 7 decisive strikes to finally slay the zombie. I did it. Shenlan Xin exclaimed, exhilarated, jumping in triumph. Wang Yang gave her a thumbs up, acknowledging her exceptional performance. Huan Huan, give it a try. With the first zombie down, the next one awaited. A female zombie desperately trying to squeeze through. Fu Huan Huan remained silent, shaking her head at the sight of the creature, her emotions teetering on the brink of collapse. Wang Yang's expression turned serious. He was determined not to take Fu Huan Huan along in such a state. Sensing Wang Yang's demeanor, Lu Ming grew anxious. Sister Xin, hand me the axe, Lu Ming demanded, reclaiming the weapon from Xinlanxin and swinging it at the zombie. With a decisive chop, he severed the zombie's left arm at the shoulder, swiftly following up with another strike that removed the right arm as well. Wang Yang made his way forward, knocking thrice on the door of each room. He used the flat side of a fire axe, producing a heavy sound that was impossible to ignore. Given the hotel's vastness, it was impractical for Wang Yang to maintain constant vigilance to ascertain whether anyone was inside. He vividly recalled the aftereffects of overexerting his perceptive abilities earlier that afternoon. Having already knocked, it was up to those within to decide whether to emerge. With a crack, as Wang Yang finished knocking on the innermost door, a room near the central elevator in the northern corridor swung open. A young man clad in a black shirt, adorned with ear studs, poked his head out. "Hey, what do you want?" Upon seeing a response, Wang Yang concluded his knocking and turned to approach. "We're preparing to clear the entire hotel and are seeking some assistance. Otherwise, everyone will starve. If you're willing to help us eliminate the zombies, you can join us." The young man did not exhibit the same caution as the middle-aged man from earlier. The door opened fully, revealing another pair of young individuals inside the room. "Clear the hotel? You mean kill zombies?" Before the man at the door could respond, another young man within, dressed similarly in black with dyed red hair, styled in a side part, reminiscent of a character from King of Fighters, interjected, "Yes, we've cleared several floors, but there are too many rooms in the wealth center, and our small group is too slow." Wang Yang replied. Both he and Xinlanxin bore traces of blood on their clothing, suggesting they were not fabricating their story, and in the distance, two more individuals, a man and a woman, approached. The sight of this group seemed to alleviate any doubts among the three young people inside. "What should we do? Chao Go?" The young man in black turned to consult the one resembling the character from King of Fighters, who appeared to be the decision-maker among them. "Are you just four? Have you lost any companions?" the man asked. Though his outfit was unconventional, he displayed intelligence by getting straight to the point. Wang Yang understood the implication. If they had suffered casualties, the newcomers would surely hesitate to join. Conversely, if Wang Yang and his companions, accompanied by two seemingly non-combatant women, had emerged unscathed, it would imply the task was feasible. "We have no casualties. My friend and I are hotel security, and these two young ladies are guests willing to fight alongside us," Wang Yang replied. Hearing this, Xinlanxin couldn't help but lower her head, silently mocking, "Yes, first we fight with you, then with the zombies." Noting the absence of casualties, the three exchanged glances, and ultimately, the man resembling the character from King of Fighters decisively stated, "All right, we are willing to join. My name is Lu Jichao. This is my friend Hao Yufei, and this is my friend's girlfriend, Ho Linlin. Regardless of the outcome, you have saved us, thank you." Lu Jichao, the one resembling the character, stepped out of the room to express gratitude and introduce himself. "I am Wang Yang, and this is my friend Lu Ming. These two are Xinlanxin and Fu Huan Huan, both hotel guests." Wang Yang succinctly introduced his group. "There are fire axes in the fire cabinets. You can take them as weapons. Also, remember to grab the ropes inside. They will be quite useful. Once you're ready, we shall set off." All right, Chapter 21. Why is it always an odd pairing? A few minutes later, Wang Yang's group expanded by three more individuals, with Lu Jichao and Hao Yufei wielding fire axes and ropes tied at their waists, while Ho Linlin held a fruit knife. "Let us head directly to the 37th floor. We have cleared the upper floors already." With the group assembled, Wang Yang led them into the stairwell. Humans are social creatures, with the addition of three more people. Even Fu Huan Huan, who had been frightened to the point of wetting herself by the zombies, appeared somewhat improved. Although she felt unwell, Fu Huan Huan knew that Wang Yang would not afford her the time to change clothes. So she tied her sports jacket around her waist to conceal her embarrassment. Soon, they arrived at the 37th floor. This level featured executive suites, contrasting with the cloud suites, as it consisted of a bedroom and a living room. With 4 additional rooms on this floor, Wang Yang sensed the external conditions as usual. There were zombies present, but within a 10-meter radius, only one, which was manageable. However, he did not reveal his abilities. Instead, he tied a rope around one side of the doorknob and fashioned a loop on the other side. Mengzi, the usual method, be prepared. Rest assured, Brother Yang, Lu Ming replied, taking the loop. Once Lu Ming was ready, Wang Yang slid his access card, and as the safety door clicked open, he immediately swung the door wide. Hey! He called into the corridor, and instantly, the zombies responded. Grr! Several zombies charged forward, attempting to breach the safety door. Leading the charge was a hefty male zombie, appearing to weigh around 200 pounds. Unlike typical zombies stuck at the waist, this one was nearly entirely wedged, its head exposed and howling incessantly, with 4 others struggling to squeeze in behind it. You guys, come here, aim for the head. Wang Yang retreated to the side, gesturing to Lu Jichao and the others. Us? Hao Yufei was taken aback, stepping back instead of advancing. I'll do it. At that moment, Lu Jichao stepped forward, took a deep breath, and aimed for the zombie's head with his axe. Thud. The fire axe missed its target, striking the zombie's shoulder instead. Damn. Both Wang Yang and Lu Ming remained silent, watching as Lu Jichao, frustrated by his initial failure, raised his axe once more. Thud. This time, he struck true, the axe embedding itself in the zombie's skull. Lu Jichao, displaying his tenacity, gripped the axe and pulled with all his might, attempting to pry the zombie's head open. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. Hao Yufei and Ho Linlin behind him immediately retched. Though they had not eaten all day, so only stomach bile came up. Finally, with a crack signaling the breaking of bones, the zombie fell still. Xiao Fei, you should take action. This gentleman is assisting you. Don't be so spineless. Having slain a zombie, Lu Jichao's demeanor shifted to one of ferocity, and without waiting for Wang Yang to speak, he ordered Hao Yufei, Chao Gu. Hao Yufei still hesitated. Lan Xin, you go first. Huan, be ready as well. Wang Yang did not have the luxury of time to wait for him, directly instructing Xin Lan Xin and Fu Huan. Xin Lan Xin, undeterred, took aim and raised her axe high. The weight of the axe combined with her strength cleaved the second female zombie's head in two. Observing Xin Lan Xin's decisive action, Hao Yufei felt a pang of shame and lowered his head, while Lu Jichao slapped him on the back, muttering useless. Huan, it's your turn, go for it. Seeing Wang Yang give her a thumbs up, Xin Lan Xin felt a surge of joy and encouraged Fu Huan to join at this moment. Fu Huan felt much more at ease. After all, she had just contributed to slaying a zombie with Lu Ming's help, marking her transformation into a veteran. Among the newly joined trio, it was the men who hesitated to engage. This realization fostered a sense of superiority within Fu Huan, prompting her to showcase her newfound prowess, a common human tendency to seek validation. Taking a deep breath, she mimicked Xin Lan Xin's earlier actions, raising the axe high and striking down. Thud. Her first swing connected, yet the zombie remained standing, her strength still insufficient. Standing at 168 centimeters and weighing 98 jin. Xin Lan Xin was a healthy young woman who enjoyed physical activity. In contrast, Fu Huan, at 158 centimeters and weighing only around 84 jin, lacked the same power. Wang Yang watched with apprehension, fearing she might lose her grip and inadvertently harm herself. After her initial attempt failed, Fu Huan gathered her strength and swung again, and then again. In total, she struck 5 times before finally dispatching the zombie. You better step up, or I'll send you back right now. Witnessing Fu Huan, a girl, succeed in killing a zombie, Lu Jichao seized Hao Yufei by the hair, angrily chastising him. This display drew Wang Yang's attention. All right, I'm going in. Hao Yufei, eyes fixed on the zombie, took a deep breath and finally moved. With the examples set by Xin Lan Xin and Fu Huan, both he and Ho Linlin managed, after considerable effort, to eliminate the remaining 2 zombies. Brother, I heard there might be crystal cores in the zombies' heads. Should we look for them? After defeating this batch of zombies, Lu Jichao turned to Wang Yang for guidance. Not every zombie has a crystal core. Feel free to search, but we are pressed for time. I'll check the corridor, Wang Yang replied, stepping into the hallway. In truth, he had already sensed that none of these 5 zombies contained crystal cores, but he preferred not to reveal his abilities in front of the 3 newcomers. Observing Wang Yang and his group depart, Lu Jichao promptly took the fruit knife from Ho Linlin's grasp and began searching on the 37th floor, for rooms had their doors ajar, while the others remained tightly shut. Wang Yang and Lu Ming resumed their routine of knocking on doors, while Lu Jichao and his companions searched for crystal cores. After some time with no luck, They joined Wang Yang and Lu Ming in the corridor, heading straight for the southern fire cabinet to retrieve fire axes, handing one to Ho Lin Lin. Perhaps due to the increase in numbers, with each of the 7 now armed with a fire axe. The atmosphere in the group felt more balanced, and all 4 rooms on the 37th floor remained open. Upon witnessing Wang Yang and several others drenched in blood, it became evident that both Wang Yang and Lu Ming stood at approximately 1.8 meters tall, clad in security uniforms, with rubber batons dangling from their waists, naturally exuding an air of reliability. A total of 7 individuals emerged from the 4 rooms, aside from a bespectacled, refined middle-aged man. The others were a mixture of men and women, forming pairs of varying ages. Lu Ming, stationed behind Wang Yang, leaned down to whisper in Fu Huanhuan's ear. Following the recent events, the bond between the two had progressed rapidly. Lu Ming's voice was not particularly hushed, as Wang Yang and Lu Jichao could hear him clearly, though he was indifferent to whether those across the way caught wind of it. Nevertheless, the 3 pairs of men and women before them bore a striking resemblance to the couple upstairs, each consisting of a middle-aged man accompanied by a young lady who could easily be their daughter. Are you the rescue team organized by the hotel? The hotel phone has been unreachable. Is this the quality of service one expects from a 5-star establishment? Could you possibly bring us some food? It's nearly dark, and we haven't eaten all day. As the crowd swelled, chaos ensued, with several guests directing their grievances toward the bloodied figures of Wang Yang and Lu Ming clad in security attire. Silence. Wang Yang furrowed his brow and sternly silenced the uproar. Chapter 22. Constantly adjusting the rescue plan, the crowd faced Wang Yang with displeasure, yet refrained from further complaints. We are not the hotel's rescue team. We are merely ordinary survivors seeking to clear the hotel and establish a secure zone. There are reserves of food and water within the hotel, and once we eradicate the zombies, we can sustain ourselves for an extended period. If you are willing to fight, join us. If not, you may return to your rooms. You have 5 minutes to prepare. Those willing to join, please gather in the stairwell. Wang Yang swiftly articulated his intentions. I have a question. Will there be additional provisions of food and water for those who assist in combating the zombies? A balding middle-aged man inquired. Wang Yang glanced back. The man appeared slightly overweight, his eyes reflecting a worldly wisdom, indicating he was likely a grassroots worker in a bureaucratic setting. Currently, we have not located any food or water. We must first find them before deciding on distribution. I will accompany you. The bespectacled middle-aged man, who had been solitary in his room, stepped forward. Wang Yang observed him closely. He was slightly over 1.7 meters tall and quite thin, resembling a bookworm, yet surprisingly decisive. There's a fire axe available. Mengzi, please fetch it for him. Understood. Wang Yang quickly jogged to retrieve the last fire axe from the 37th floor and handed it to the middle-aged man. Without further delay, Wang Yang led the group back to the stairwell, where the 3 pairs of men and women exchanged glances, a hint of awkwardness lingering among them. Apart from the looming threat of disaster, it was apparent that the men recognized that the women beside them were not their legitimate partners. These 3 men likely held respectable positions, and while they could engage in questionable conduct privately, they were publicly conscious of their reputations, leaving them somewhat embarrassed when such matters became evident. What should we do? One of them pondered anxiously. Let us follow them. I inquired a bit with that young lad. They too are residents of the upper floors, having been rescued by those 2 security personnel mere moments ago. Hence, the risk in accompanying them should be relatively low, the balding man stated. All right, let us see how it unfolds. If we manage to find food, it would increase our chances of securing provisions until rescue arrives. Very well, let us proceed. After a brief discussion, the group decided to follow Wang Yang and his companions downstairs. With 7 individuals in Wang Yang's party, and both he and Lu Ming towering in their security uniforms, they instinctively inspired a sense of safety among the others. Under normal circumstances, such individuals might have gone unnoticed. But in this dire situation, the presence of Wang Yang and Lu Ming in their uniforms became a source of reassurance. As Wang Yang and his group lingered in the stairwell, the 3 pairs of men and women soon caught up to them. With the crowd swelling, Wang Yang knew he needed to clarify certain matters. He clapped his hands to attract attention and addressed the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, we are a combat team, and our current objective is to eliminate the zombies scattered throughout the hotel. My rule is simple. Every member of the team must engage in the fight against the zombies. I do not compel anyone to join my team, but if you choose to do so, you must be prepared to battle. My team does not require mere spectators. If anyone disagrees, you may leave now. Wang Yang surveyed the newly joined 7 individuals and spoke earnestly. Do women also need to fight zombies? Have these women fought as well? Before the men could respond, the young woman beside the balding man interjected, her gaze directed pointedly at Xin Lanxin, Fu Huanhuan, and the newly arrived Ho Lin Lin. The woman, though relatively attractive, was dressed inappropriately, sporting a red short skirt paired with high heels, her demeanor flippant, seemingly looking down upon Wang Yang and Lu Ming. Wang Yang had encountered many such individuals before. In their youth and beauty, these women often leveraged their physical allure to associate with affluent and powerful men, unconsciously regarding their benefactors' resources as their own, believing they had transformed from humble origins into something far more glamorous, distancing themselves from those of lower status. This woman was evidently one of those types. I shall reiterate. Everyone in my team is required to engage in combat against the zombies, Wang Yang asserted. Perhaps Wang Yang's calm demeanor incited her ire, as the woman raised her voice. Why should we listen to you? You are merely a security guard here, meant to serve us. Moreover, shouldn't a man like you be protecting women like us? Her outburst immediately provoked collective indignation, not only from Wang Yang and Lu Ming, but even from the recently joined trio, who glared at her in disapproval, particularly Fu Huanhuan and Ho Lin Lin, both of whom had already engaged in combat with zombies. Bai Ting, be quiet. The balding man, witnessing the uproar his girlfriend had caused, swiftly intervened. I apologize, everyone. My girlfriend is being thoughtless. I will handle this immediately. He turned to face the woman. Bai Ting, if you don't wish to go, you may return to our room and wait for me. Stop causing a scene. Perhaps due to the recent onset of the apocalypse, the authority of her benefactor held sway, as Bai Ting quickly relented. Director Yu, I understand. I will go. This left the balding man even more embarrassed, exasperated. Haven T, I told you. In private, do not use titles. Director Yu's remark elicited faint smiles from everyone present. Let us move. Wang Yang, not wishing to waste any more time, aimed to select reliable and capable partners among the survivors. However, he understood this process could not be rushed and must unfold naturally. Wang Yang then led the team in continuing to eliminate zombies, and with each successful rescue, the number of those following him swelled to nearly 40 after clearing the 35th floor. Unlike the luxurious suites, the administrative floor featured a higher number of rooms at relatively lower prices, resulting in a greater occupancy rate. If they continued the rescue efforts, the ordinary guests on the lower floors would undoubtedly be more numerous. Yang Go, this one Tidu. Our efficiency is far too low. Lu Ming lamented, glancing at the throng trailing behind them. Wang Yang recognized that his initial plan had been flawed. The hotel stairwell was a confined space ill-suited for large groups to combat together. The battles there merely served to bolster the courage of ordinary individuals facing zombies, failing to reveal any truly capable fighters. Moreover, the presence of these new members meant that every time Wang Yang and Lu Ming had to rappel down, they would witness a group of novices trembling, screaming, grappling with their fears, and ultimately taking an inordinate amount of time to dispatch a single zombie wedged in a doorway. A scenario that had grown increasingly unbearable for Wang Yang and was proving to be an enormous waste of time. Standing beside Wang Yang, Xin Lanxin nodded in agreement as she caught his gaze. The three of them reached a consensus. Wang Yang no longer hesitated, clapping his hands to capture the audience's attention once more. Everyone, the crowd is growing, and the stairwell can no longer accommodate us. Continuing this way is inefficient. We may very well find ourselves fighting until nightfall without making significant progress toward the food reserves within the hotel. Therefore, I have decided to expedite our efforts. All women may return to their rooms. As for the male members, we will only retain those with strong combat capabilities, those who possess confidence in their fighting skills and are willing to confront death. The ultimate goal of our team is to clear the entire hotel. The self-service restaurant on the 6th floor, the CAF and bar on the 5th, the conference center on the 3rd and 4th. The brand name restaurant on the 2nd, and finally, the lobby on the 1st floor. These areas cannot utilize the door breach tactics and will undoubtedly incur casualties. Thus, any male members unwilling to participate may also return. After we clear the hotel, we will contact each room directly via the front desk phone. Initially, some among the crowd appeared reluctant to heed Wang Yang's suggestion to allow a portion of them to leave, as they understood the danger of following Wang Yang was relatively low, and should they accompany him, they would likely have the first opportunity to seize any weapons or food they encountered. However, Upon hearing Wang Yang mention the need to clear open areas such as the self-service restaurant and the lobby, those who had previously contemplated voicing their dissent promptly fell silent. The moment the calamity struck at 8 o'clock coincided with the breakfast rush at the hotel. One could easily imagine the horrific scene in the buffet restaurant, let alone on the first, third, and fourth floors. The conference hall at the Fortune Center Hotel is a highly sought-after venue, often booked out daily, sometimes even with morning and evening sessions, effectively utilized twice in one day. During such times, the personnel responsible for the pre-arrangement of the conference hall and various reception staff in the lobby are indispensable. And there is also the likelihood of encountering newly arrived tourist groups preparing to check in, as well as those about to depart. Just contemplating these scenarios sends shivers down one's spine. Before long, some individuals began to reconsider their participation. Chapter 23. The six-person team. Those who do not wish to fight may return to their rooms directly, Wang Yang declared. The group was currently on the 35th floor, making it quite convenient to send people away. Among the 11 individuals recently rescued on the 35th floor, 9 exchanged glances and ultimately chose to retreat to their rooms, leaving only a man and a woman behind. This pair appeared remarkably composed, both around 30 years of age, emanating an air of calm authority. Even after a day without sustenance, they still seemed invigorated, their faces devoid of any signs of despondency. "Ma'am, are you not returning?" Wang Yang inquired, recalling that he had instructed all women to retreat. Noticing the woman remaining, he questioned her. The woman smiled gently at Wang Yang and confidently replied, "As long as I am provided with a weapon, I assure you I shall not be a hindrance." Observing her serene demeanor, which suggested she had some confidence in her abilities, Wang Yang refrained from further comment. If she indeed possessed the capability, that would be splendid. If not, her demise would not be a burden on him. Once the situation on the 35th floor was resolved, Wang Yang led the team back to the 36th floor, where every single individual they had rescued expressed a desire to avoid participating in the impending battle, all retreating without exception. Consequently, the team was reduced to a mere 16 individuals, a significant decrease. On the 37th floor, Wang Yang used his access card to unlock the door, gesturing to the individuals he had just rescued from that level. Director Yu, who was balding, chuckled awkwardly and said, "Heh, I am a bit too old for intense combat. I shall refrain from participating. However, I have faith that you will successfully deal with all the zombies in the hotel." With that, Director Yu intended to take his companion, Bai Ting, back to their room. "Wait a moment, you both need to leave your fire axes behind." Before they could retreat, Lu Meng called out to them. These two wished to avoid the fight yet intended to take a fire axe each. Despite there being only 2 per floor, if they were allowed to take them, what would the others do? The couple who had expressed their willingness to fight on the 35th floor were still empty-handed. Upon being halted by Lu Meng, Director Yu immediately adopted a bureaucratic tone. "This is rather inappropriate. These fire axes are public property, and we have already acquired them. There are still many floors below. Surely you can find more? Indeed, this is public property. We have obtained it, thus it belongs to us." Bai Ting promptly chimed in, launching into a fit. With their shamelessness on display, Wang Yang, uninterested in further verbal exchanges, swiftly delivered a slap to each, sending them sprawling to the ground. The fire axe in Director Yu's grasp fell to the floor, striking his own foot. With a howl, Director Yu immediately covered his face and pointed at Wang Yang. "You dare strike me? Do you know who I am? I am the director of the logistics department at Ocean University. Once official rescue arrives, I will ensure you regret this. On what grounds do you strike me?" Bai Ting also wailed, covering her face and accusing Wang Yang and Lu Meng of causing turmoil. Lu Meng, infuriated by their audacity, glared at them, his nostrils flaring. "Yang Gu, why not just snap the necks of these 2 bastards? So many have died today. Losing them wouldn't matter?" Lu Meng said viciously. Wang Yang remained silent, contemplating the feasibility of such an action against the 2 on the ground. Observing the expressions of Wang Yang and Lu Meng, the 2 individuals finally panicked, scrambling to their feet and retreating to their rooms. The other elderly and young pairs on the 37th floor dared not utter a word, one man even discarding his fire axe on the ground before hastily returning to his room. "Are you not returning?" Wang Yang asked the middle-aged man he had just rescued from the 37th floor. This man had shown considerable bravery during the earlier battle, displaying a positive attitude despite his apparent inexperience. Wang Yang was somewhat surprised that he still wished to remain. "Yes, I will stay to assist you, As it also serves my own interests, the middle-aged man replied. And what about you three? Wang Yang turned to Lu Jiqiao and the others. Lu Jiqiao glanced at Hao Yufei and Ho Linlin before stating, they will return, and I will continue to fight alongside you. Brother Chao. Hao Yufei and Ho Linlin immediately began to protest. Enough with the chatter. You two go back, I can handle my own affairs. Lu Jiqiao raised his hand to interrupt their pleas. Seeing Lu Jiqiao's determination, Hao Yufei and Ho Linlin fell silent. Mengzi, please escort these two, along with Lan Xian and Huan Huan. Back to their rooms. The coming battle will be borne by the six of us. With the personnel decided, Wang Yang instructed, understood. Lu Meng took out his access card and turned to head upstairs. Be careful, Shun Lanxin reminded Wang Yang before she departed. She understood that the combat in the open area would be beyond her capability to manage. Remaining would only hinder their efforts. Faced with zombies, she required several strikes to dispatch them. In an open space, a single misstep could mean no second chance. Shun Lanxin desired to grow stronger but recognized the necessity of gradual progress and not rushing toward her own demise. As Lu Meng departed to escort others, Wang Yang remained with the others in the hallway, awaiting their return. I am Wang Yang. The one who just left to escort is my brother Lu Meng. May I ask your names? During the wait, Wang Yang took the opportunity to familiarize himself with the new team members. The middle-aged man was the first to introduce himself. I am Qinjie. Here on a business trip to Huhai. I previously worked in mechanical engineering. At that moment, the remarkable pair of man and woman picked up the fire axes from the ground. Wang Yang noted how effortlessly the woman handled the 3.5 kg AXE.my name is Ouyingyu, and I study the art of tea, the woman declared. The man quickly followed suit. I am Qi Zixuan, involved in the business of calligraphy and painting. Wang Yang was already aware of Lu Jiqiao's name. But the other three were not familiar with him. Lu Jiqiao introduced himself with a hint of embarrassment. I am Lu Jiqiao. I do not have a conventional job. I usually perform street dance and trick basketball at various bars and openings. And I also do some live streaming to make a living. Upon hearing this, Wang Yang immediately understood that Lu Jiqiao was essentially an unemployed drifter, hence his discomfort. Employment is merely a facade. One's true worth lies within. Young brother, you are quite remarkable and need not belittle yourself, Qi Zixuan reassured him. Indeed, regardless of circumstances, Lu Jiqiao's courage far surpassed that of the so-called successful men who, when faced with danger, merely sought to escape. In the chaotic environment of lost order, a person's true character is revealed. Whether noble or dark, such primal conditions most vividly showcase human nature and individual capability. Just being able to afford a suite indicates a commendable ability to earn. I only had the chance to see the suites at the Fortune Center because of this calamity, Wang Yang added in encouragement. At that moment, Lu Meng returned after escorting the others, and Wang Yang briefly introduced the names of the new members before commencing the planning of their next actions. There remain nearly 20 more floors of guest rooms below us. Our task is to eliminate every zombie on each floor. Our primary objective is to reach the 7th floor, where there is a transfer warehouse filled with convenience foods and a gym. Securing the 7th floor will allow us to make calls to all the rooms from the offices there. By now, it was already 6:30 in the evening, yet the power supply had not faltered. And the hotel's lighting remained operational, thus supporting the battle without issue. As for the 1st through 6th floors, it was likely too late to address them today. Understood. Wang Yang's plan was quite reasonable. And the others had no objections. Everyone immediately sprang into action. Chapter 24. Doubts within. Upon entering the 34th floor, Lu Meng promptly began to tie a rope. Wang Yang sensed no zombies at the entrance, then peered inside and shouted to ensure all zombies could be lured over. The group then began to hold the door and slay the zombies. After clearing one floor, Wang Yang quickly discerned the exceptional abilities of Ouyingyu and Qi Zixuan. Their movements with the fire axes were remarkably light, appearing effortless, yet the results of their strikes were undeniably effective. Each of them had dispatched 3 zombies with a single swing, never needing a second strike. While previously, with a group of laggards, Wang Yang and the others took over 20 minutes to clear a floor, the now streamlined team of 6 accomplished the task in mere 3 to 5 minutes, significantly enhancing both their speed and safety. In a mere half hour, Wang Yang led his team from the 34th floor down to the 18th, each time swiping his access card while Lu Meng secured the ropes. Wang Yang would then feign caution, half opening the door to call out, drawing the attention of all the zombies, allowing the group to take turns dispatching them. Initially, to hone the combat skills of the newcomers, Wang Yang intentionally allowed Qian Jie and Lu Jichao to engage in more kills. However, after just 2 floors of special treatment, their faces began to pale, particularly Qian Jie, whose hands trembled to the point of struggling to grip his axe. Realizing this approach was unsustainable, the ensuing battles became the responsibility of Wang Yang and Lu Ming, both of whom had consumed crystal cores and possessed remarkable stamina. Yet, during the skirmishes, Wang Yang observed that Ouyang Yu and Qi Zixuan also demonstrated considerable physical prowess, seemingly rivaling even him and Lu Ming, the two who had ingested the crystal cores. These two were undoubtedly experts. Instantly, a sense of alertness surged within Wang Yang. Despite their seemingly benevolent demeanor, a sense of urgency brewed in his heart. If he were not the strongest combatant in the team, subsequent operations would be fraught with uncertainty and peril, i.e. his previous team. Wang Yang had never feared ambushes during battle. Even if Lu Jichao or Qian Jie attempted to surprise him, he could easily handle them. However, if Qi Zixuan and Ouyang Yu were to ambush him, Wang Yang felt uncertain about his ability to escape unscathed. He recognized that such thoughts were somewhat petty, but having grown up in a similar environment, they were ingrained in him. Wang Yang's father was a humble farmer, slightly disabled, who did not marry until he was 33. Tragically, his mother left for the city to work when Wang Yang was just over a year old, never to return. After his wife's departure, Wang Yang's father harbored deep resentment and passed away when Wang Yang was 8. His grandmother took care of him until he was 12, after which she too departed, leaving him in a state of neglect. Relying on the support of local villagers, Wang Yang managed to survive on the charity of others until he graduated high school. Largely due to the school waiving his tuition because of his commendable grades. While the villagers were generally kind-hearted, Wang Yang had still faced disdain and threats, experiences that shaped his cautious nature. Such a background instilled in him a heightened sense of crisis and a deeper understanding of human nature's duality. Once they descended to the mid-level floors, Wang Yang intentionally began to reduce his own involvement in combat, assigning more tasks to Ouyang Yu and Qi Zixuan, who accepted his directives without complaint, continuing to dispatch zombies with an air of nonchalance. After more than 20 minutes, the team successfully cleared all floors of the guest room department and approached the stairway to the 7th floor of the hotel. This floor housed the food storage area, as well as a gym and laundry room. Having visited earlier that morning, Wang Yang noted that the zombies in the gym had not yet been dealt with, suggesting a brief rest before proceeding. After reaching the 7th floor, Wang Yang's urgency dissipated. Is this the one that caused the ruckus earlier? Qi Zixuan inquired, intrigued by the deformed door handle of the security door. Earlier, while advancing to the 20th floor, they had encountered the towering corpse of a zombie, and the loquacious Lu Ming had not hesitated to recount his harrowing encounter with Wang Yang during the battle. Indeed, we used fire safety ropes, which ordinary zombies cannot break. However, that mutated zombie was different. I recall it only took 3 powerful charges for it to snap the rope, Lu Ming had previously recounted, and Wang Yang had nothing to conceal, smoothly introducing the topic. Touching the marks on the door handle, Qi Zixuan ceased to pry further and sat down to recuperate. Wang Yang observed that Qi Zixuan and Ouyang Yu's postures differed from those of the other 4. While Wang Yang and his companions sat on the steps against the wall, Qi Zixuan and Ouyang Yu adopted a cross-legged position, their feet resting on their calves, their torsos upright. This posture appeared somewhat awkward, yet they executed it with a natural grace. Wang Yang's expression remained unchanged, but his perceptive abilities quietly activated, leading to a newfound revelation. Qi Zixuan and Ouyang Yu's breathing rhythms were significantly slower than those of Wang Yang and the others. By the time Wang Yang completed 2 breaths, Qi Zixuan and Ouyang Yu had only completed 1. Even as Wang Yang consciously slowed his own breathing, in stark contrast, Qian Jie and Lu Jichao had taken 5 breaths in the same duration it took Qi Zixuan and Ouyang Yu to take 1. Were these 2 martial arts masters? This realization piqued Wang Yang's interest immensely. What was this? Soon, Wang Yang discerned another change. An almost imperceptible energy seemed to be gathering slowly in the air, converging towards the 2. This energy bore a striking resemblance to that emitted from the crystal cores of zombies, yet it was far more diffuse, akin to gunpowder scattered in the wind. Igniting it would yield no flames, while the crystal cores resembled a concentrated flame, ready to explode at a spark. Was this energy only absorbable by them? Could I absorb it? Wang Yang maintained his composure while fully activating his perception. Before long, he realized that this energy was also converging towards himself and Lu Ming. albeit at a significantly slower rate than Qi Zishuan and Ouyang Yu. Among the two, Wang Yang absorbed it slightly faster than Lu Meng, while Lu Jichao and Chen Jia appear to be able to absorb this energy as well, but at an even slower pace. Had Wang Yang not fully focused his perception, they likely would not have noticed at all. In numerical terms, the absorption rates were as follows: Qi Zishuan and Ouyang Yu at 10, Wang Yang at 5, Lu Meng at 3, and Lu Jichao and Chen Jia at approximately 0.3. Contemplating the situation before him, Wang Yang pondered three questions. First, what caused the variance in energy absorption rates among individuals? Second, was the strengthening of zombies related to this energy in the air? Could zombies also absorb it? And if so, was their absorption rate faster or slower than that of humans? Third, if this energy could yield positive effects, how could one expedite the absorption process? After silently observing Qi Zishuan and Ouyang Yu for a few minutes without any new discoveries, Wang Yang deactivated his perception. The group had rested for about 10 minutes, signaling that it was time to proceed with the next phase of their operation. Are we all ready to go? Wang Yang inquired. We can move at any time, Qi Zishuan replied. Chen Jia and Lu Jichao understood that Wang Yang's suggestion for a break primarily aimed to allow them to recuperate, as the other four appeared unfazed by fatigue. Exchanging glances, Lu Jichao stood and said, "Both Jiegu and I are good to go. No issues. Good, I visited the 7th floor earlier, and the food storage area is clear of zombies. Only the gym has a few left, so it shouldn't be too problematic. Let us first eliminate the zombies in the gym, then retrieve the food and contact all hotel guests." Once all 6 were prepared, Wang Yang began outlining the subsequent plan. All right, for the upcoming battle, I will take the lead, as the door handle has been damaged beyond repair. Securing it will be impossible, and we may need to confront the zombies directly. Wang Yang stated. The condition of the door handle was evident to everyone. The nearly torn-off handle could not support any rope. Within the team, Wang Yang and Lu Meng maintained their usual expressions, while Qi Zishuan and Ouyang Yu remained composed, but Chen Jia and Lu Jichao appeared visibly tense. They had indeed dispatched numerous zombies earlier, but that had largely been due to exploiting a glitch. Now, they would face zombies in an open area. I'll stand at the front with you, and Xiao, you can protect the flank. As long as we are cautious, we should be able to manage, Qi Zishuan offered, seemingly sensing their anxiety. Wang Yang cast a surprised glance at Qi Zishuan before responding. Mengzi can also guard the other flank, allowing us 4 to advance in a fan formation, preferably engaging the zombies inside the gym. The glass walls outside the gym will surely be no barrier against the zombies. If we secure the entrance, any zombie breaching the glass wall could flank us from either side. Complicating matters, agreed. Let us proceed with this plan. The group concurred, and Wang Yang swiped his card before swiftly entering the 7th floor corridor, with Qi Zishuan following closely behind, both standing back-to-back to survey their surroundings. The corridor on the 7th floor appeared unchanged from the morning. Several zombie corpses lay strewn about, and the air was thick with the stench of blood and the distinct odor of zombies. The glass doors to the work area remained closed, and the laundry room showed no signs of zombies. Upon confirming safety, Ouyang Yu, Lu Meng, Chen Jia, and Lu Jichao entered sequentially, with Wang Yang's group maintaining relatively neutral expressions. While Chen Jia and Lu Jichao exhibited signs of anxiety, taking deep breaths. Let us move, Wang Yang stated tersely. There was no need for further discussion. Survival in this post-apocalyptic world demanded confrontation with danger. If the situation permitted, Wang Yang would offer assistance in moments of peril, though he knew that words of comfort were often futile. Wang Yang took the lead, with Qi Zishuan trailing slightly behind him. Ouyang Yu and Lu Meng positioned themselves near the glass door, ensuring the protection of Chen Jia and Lu Jichao. Within their line of sight were 7 zombies. Let us charge in directly. It should not pose a significant challenge, Wang Yang whispered as he peeked inside. Agreed. Qi Zishuan nodded in affirmation. Let us go. With their consensus, Wang Yang advanced directly to the entrance of the gym. As he sensed an approaching presence, the automatic door swung open with a sound that immediately attracted the zombies' attention. Roar! Several zombies in the distance charged towards Wang Yang and his companions. Forward! Seize the space ahead. Do not let the zombies corner us at the entrance. Wang Yang shouted, moving swiftly ahead, closely followed by Qi Zishuan. Die! Wang Yang aimed for the first zombie rushing towards them, calculating the distance before swinging his axe with force. Thud! The blow cleanly severed the zombie's head. Nearby, Qi Zishuan executed a horizontal slash, effortlessly decapitating another zombie that had approached from behind. Roar. As the initial 7 zombies surged forward, 3 more emerged from their blind spot. 3 additional zombies. This is manageable. Do not panic. Though the situation proved slightly more challenging than anticipated, Wang Yang remained composed, with Qi Zishuan and Yang Yu lending their support. He felt a sense of reassurance, yet he remained vigilant, monitoring the team's condition throughout the encounter. Understood. Several voices responded loudly as they began to engage the zombies steadily. Chen Jie and Lu Jichao occupied the rear of the formation. Although they wished to assist by delivering finishing blows, the other 4 were simply too formidable. The zombies fell almost instantly, leaving them without opportunities to intervene. Die! A female zombie charged at Wang Yang, who swiftly swung his fire axe to decapitate it. To his surprise, he missed entirely. Be cautious. This zombie is unusual. Wang Yang immediately activated his perception ability, and a presence far stronger than that of ordinary zombies flooded his mind. This is a special zombie. Everyone, stay alert. Failing to land a hit, he raised his voice to warn the others, I will confront her. At that moment, Qi Zishuan dispatched a zombie before advancing towards the special one. Roar! The special zombie, sensing an attack directed at her, howled and charged forward. Qi Zishuan's fire axe swung slowly towards the zombie's waist, aiming to cleave her in 2, although the strike was not swift. Its angle was impeccable, aimed precisely at the advancing trajectory of the zombie, who appeared locked in place, unable to evade. Just as Qi Zishuan's axe was about to strike the special zombie, she surprisingly bent her forearm, creating a 2-layered defense with her arm, and squatted slightly, absorbing Qi Zishuan's blow. Crack! A sharp sound of bones fracturing echoed as the zombie's forearm and upper arm were severed, revealing the tremendous power behind Qi Zishuan's attack. You abomination, seeking death! To Qi Zishuan's astonishment, the blow did not kill the zombie, igniting a flicker of fury in his eyes as he pursued her for another strike. This time, the special zombie unleashed an even swifter burst of speed. Maneuvering around Qi Zishuan's side, Jichao, be careful. Realizing the special zombie had breached their defensive line, Wang Yang shouted loudly, swiftly kicking aside a nearby zombie before rushing to assist. Lu Jichao, realizing the zombie was targeting him, felt a surge of anxiety, yet in that critical moment, he did not retreat. Instead, he met the zombie head-on with his axe. Thud. The axe struck heavily against the zombie's shoulder, yet the special zombie pressed forward, withstanding Lu Jichao's blow, and her unscathed right claw tore through his chest, sending a spray of blood into the air. Damn. This marked the first injury sustained by a member of Wang Yang's team, igniting a fierce anger within him as he charged forward, swiftly decapitating the zombie. Chapter 26. Rescuing lives. The zombie Wang Yang had kicked was dispatched by Yang Yu, and soon all the zombies lay dead. Wang Yang and Qi Zishuan hurried to assess Lu Jichao's condition. Sister Yu, Mengzi, keep watch, do not approach, Wang Yang warned as he noticed everyone attempting to gather around. Upon hearing his words, Yang Yu and Lu Ming halted their steps and began to survey the surroundings while stealing glances at Lu Jichao's status. Jichao, how are you? Wang Yang helped Lu Jichao sit up, frowning with concern. Though he had no personal ties to Lu Jichao, Wang Yang held a certain admiration for him. Lu Jichao possessed a demeanor reminiscent of his own, and Wang Yang felt he was the most promising candidate among their group for a long-term partnership. While Qi Zishuan knelt beside them, gripping Lu Jichao's hand tightly, guilt welled up in his eyes. It was the special zombie that had breached their formation from his side. Brother Qi, do not blame yourself. It was my fault, Lu Jichao said, feeling the blood seeping from his chest. He calmed himself quickly. Regardless, my girlfriend has already turned. Living without her feels meaningless. This way, I can join her sooner. A faint smile of resignation played on his lips. He had come out to have fun with his close friend, Hao Yufei, both bringing their girlfriends along. However, upon awakening, everyone else remained safe, while only his girlfriend had transformed. Though he struggled to accept it, he ultimately ended her life himself with a fruit knife. Throughout the day, he appeared unbothered, yet he was engulfed in immense pain. Now, he felt he could finally find relief from that suffering. Jichao, do not speak. Focus on stopping the bleeding. Qi Zishuan's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he tore a strip from his clothing to aid Lu Jichao. No need for that, it's futile. Lu Jichao waved his hand dismissively. Brother Yang. Lu Jichao turned to Wang Yang. I shall call you Brother Yang. though I am unsure who is older. Very well, if you wish to call me Brother Yang. I shall gladly accept you as my younger brother, Wang Yang replied, meeting Lu Jichao's gaze. Brother Yang, I hope you can look after my brother and his girlfriend. If they are unfit for battle, please ensure their safety until official rescue arrives. Is that possible? Lu Jichao's eyes had already taken on a faint pallor, and Wang Yang recognized the ominous signs of impending transformation. Could it be that once one was bitten or scratched by a zombie, there was no hope for salvation? Wang Yang furrowed his brow. If that were the case, subsequent battles would indeed become exceedingly troublesome. While defeating zombies was challenging, it remained achievable. However, avoiding injury altogether was nearly impossible. With the zombies' claws being so sharp, a mere scratch could lead to transformation. What then, Brother Yang? Am I being too demanding? Seeing Wang Yang's silence, Lu Jichao's expression darkened. Not at all. Perceiving Lu Jichao's spiraling thoughts, Wang Yang quickly refuted, I am contemplating whether there is a way to save you. Wang Yang's words jolted everyone around them. Could Lu Jichao truly be saved? Mengzi, check if there is anything within that zombie's head. Currently, only Wang Yang and Lu Ming were aware of the existence of crystal cores. Any videos related to crystal cores were swiftly deleted from Douyin, requiring relentless searching to uncover relevant information. As they had traversed the area, Wang Yang had yet to open a zombie's head, while Lu Jichao had previously done so without finding anything noteworthy. Now, with Wang Yang mentioning it again, surprise flickered across the faces of the others. Understood. Lu Ming wasted no time, using a fruit knife to probe the head of the female special zombie, and with a splash of blood, a blood-stained crystal dropped out. It was white, identical to the one Lu Ming had consumed earlier. Witnessing Lu Ming's success, Qi Zixuan and Ouyang Yu exchanged astonished glances, each reflecting the disbelief in the other's eyes. Consume this. See if it has any effect. Wang Yang instructed quickly. Is this the crystal core? Lu Jichao gazed at the crystal being offered to him, hesitating. Brother Yang, isn't this a precious item? Wouldn't giving it to me be a waste? I am on the verge of transforming. Stop the nonsense. Seeing Lu Jichao still hesitating at such a critical moment, Wang Yang's patience wore thin as he forced open Lu Jichao's mouth and stuffed the crystal inside. As the crystal was swallowed, everyone watched anxiously for any changes in Lu Jichao. Wang Yang expanded his perception, enveloping all around him. The energy within the crystal dissipated, and in the next moment, a surge of energy erupted within Lu Jichao's body. Wang Yang distinctly felt the strength emanating from Lu Jichao elevate dramatically. In the next instant, the pallor in Lu Jichao's eyes began to fade rapidly, and his complexion transitioned from ashen to a healthy hue. As the whiteness receded from his gaze, his color improved. It truly worked, Lu Ming exclaimed in delight, witnessing Lu Jichao's transformation. Jichao, how do you feel? Having previously consumed a crystal core, Wang Yang was eager to learn about Lu Jichao's experience. Swallowing the crystal core, Lu Jichao felt a surge of power erupting within him, significantly enhancing his overall physical condition, particularly the strength in his legs, which seemed to have received a tremendous boost. I feel my strength has increased by approximately 30%, Lu Jichao remarked after taking a moment to assess his condition. Only 30%? Lu Ming questioned, perplexed. After consuming that crystal core, his own strength had more than doubled. He recalled Wang Yang mentioning that after devouring a golden crystal core, his strength had surged by 50%. It was understandable that the golden crystal core differed from the white one. But could there be such a vast disparity among the white cores themselves? Moreover, this female zombie had mutated much longer ago. Could it be that, as a female zombie, she was inherently weaker? Lu Ming's thoughts mirrored those of Wang Yang, who was also contemplating the matter, yet his musings were more complex. He now suspected that each crystal core possessed distinct attributes, perhaps categorizing them into various types. Jichao, if you feel able, why not test your speed? Wang Yang suggested. Assessing his physical state, Lu Jichao noticed that the wound on his chest had ceased bleeding, and he experienced no adverse effects. In fact, he felt invigorated. He immediately rose to his feet. With a swift motion, Lu Jichao darted to the outer layer of the gym, where the floor-to-ceiling glass stood, and executed a graceful pivot before rapidly returning. So fast. That speed surpasses even that of sprint champions. Chenjie exclaimed in astonishment upon witnessing Lu Jichao's speed. Ouyang Yu echoed, indeed, that's impressively quick. Wang Yang, how did you come to know all this? As the focus shifted to Wang Yang, Qi Zixuan, Chenjie, and Lu Jichao regarded him with curiosity. With the crystal core now exposed, there was no reason to conceal the truth. Wang Yang pondered briefly before speaking. We encountered a similar zombie, the one you saw on the 20th floor. This zombie possessed remarkable strength, far superior to that of ordinary zombies. After we dispatched it, we discovered a crystal core inside, which Lu Meng has since consumed. I suspected that this particular zombie's unusual speed might indicate the presence of a crystal core. Indeed, after consuming that core, my strength increased more than twofold, Lu Meng admitted. Having nothing left to hide, it seemed that zombies possessed varying attributes. The core Lu Meng had consumed likely enhanced strength, while Jichao's core appeared to enhance speed. Furthermore, it seemed that only exceptionally powerful zombies contained crystal cores within their brains. Qi Zixuan succinctly summarized. However, Wang Yang, your quick thinking was commendable. We can gradually discern the properties of the crystal cores. But the greatest gain today is that Jichao is unharmed. Having narrowly escaped death, Lu Jichao felt a surge of gratitude and said to Wang Yang, "Thank you, Brother Yang." The fact that Wang Yang had offered him such a precious item deeply moved Lu Jichao. Among the group, only Wang Yang understood the secret of the crystal cores, and as an internal hotel staff member, he could have waited for Lu Jichao to perish and quietly taken the core when no one was around. The fact that he had used such a critical item to save him, risking the exposure of the crystal core secret, left Lu Jichao profoundly touched. I tend to avoid complications. Your two friends seem rather timid. I prefer not to carry any burdens. Therefore, they should focus on surviving and caring for themselves, Wang Yang remarked casually, eliciting laughter from the 6 individuals present. Chapter 27. Two faces of potential tragedy transformed into a comedy thanks to Wang Yang's timely decision. And the atmosphere within the team lightened considerably. What shall we do next? Should we call the guests in the rooms downstairs to come and collect food? Lu Meng inquired, seated on an exercise ball with a bottle of water in hand. The hotel gym contained a refrigerator stocked with various beverages, protein bars, cheese sticks, and chocolates, and with the zombies cleared from the 7th floor, everyone relaxed. Ouyang took a sip of juice and suggested, "Distributing supplies is certainly feasible, but I recommend we refrain from further clearing today and instead prepare some new weapons." Qi Zixuan nodded in agreement, adding, "I share that sentiment. The design of the fire axe is front-heavy and unwieldy. Though it weighs only 3.5 kilograms, it can be more challenging to use than a wide-bladed long knife weighing over 5 kilograms. Generating force is difficult, and once swung, it's hard to retract if one fails to eliminate a zombie with a single strike. Injury becomes inevitable." Precisely, Ouyang interjected, especially for those lacking a foundational skill set. Such weapons have another flaw: they are too short. While they aren't melee weapons in the same vein as short knives, they are limited to mid-range combat. Beginners confronting the terror of zombies should ideally employ weapons suited for long-range engagement to maintain a safer distance. Chigu, Yujie, you both seem quite knowledgeable about this. Are you perhaps legendary martial artists? Lu Jichao, intrigued by their insightful exchange, inquired. He had been curious about this since he noticed Qi Zixuan and Ouyang exuded a distinct aura, and their combat prowess was evident in their adept use of the fire axe. Qi Zixuan chuckled and replied, "My family doesn't belong to any particular school, but Xiao Yu's family does have some ties to Qingqing Mountain. However, martial arts aren't as mysterious as you might think. They merely focus on strengthening the body. Our work is related to traditional culture, which is how we picked up a few skills along the way." Seeing Qi Zixuan's nonchalant response, Lu Jichao, being perceptive, chose not to press further. Yet, Wang Yang harbored a unique feeling. He suspected that these two individuals were far from ordinary practitioners. Nevertheless, since they were unwilling to elaborate, he refrained from probing. "Yujie, regarding the long-range weapons you mentioned, are there any readily available options?" Wang Yang inquired, still focused on the matter of weapons. After today's battle, he realized that those without foundational skills would find it challenging to engage in combat, especially with a fire axe, which posed considerable danger. Ultimately, a fire axe was not designed for combat. Its front-heavy design was intended for breaking through obstacles. Ouyang contemplated for a moment before frowning and saying, "Actually, the metal rods used for hanging curtains in the hotel room should suffice, but they might be difficult to cut, and the rods are a bit thick. They tend to be slippery, so one would need to wrap them in hemp rope or cloth for grip, though that would make them even bulkier, complicating use for those with smaller hands." Upon hearing Ouyang's suggestion, Wang Yang recalled the curtain rods in the hotel rooms. While they were indeed thick, they were sturdy. If they could find a cutting tool, they They might be able to shape them into natural spears. That moment, Chen Jie, who had been silent until now, spoke up. Actually, PVC pipes would work well too. What are those? Lu Jichao was momentarily confused by Chen Jie's reference. Noticing that the others seemed equally unaware, Chen Jie waved his hand and explained, they're plastic pipes typically used for water lines or as conduits for electrical wiring. You've all seen them, just didn't know they were called PVC pipes. They're quite strong. And if we attach a fruit knife from the room to the front, it could serve as a makeshift spear. I remember those. I've definitely seen them. Lu Meng quickly understood, turning to Wang Yang and saying, Brother Yang, I believe we have plenty of those in the storage room on the second basement level. I noticed them while helping the maintenance crew move items last time. They were brand new. Absolutely, such items are common in hotels as they are consumables. Any aging ones need timely replacement, so there should be a stockpile. Chen Jie confirmed. With both of them explaining, everyone comprehended the concept. Wang Yang pondered for a moment before stating, then it's settled. Today, we'll advance to the 7th floor. The PVC pipes are in the storage room on the second basement level. But we can't go down there now. We'll need to pass through the parking lot, and who knows what the situation is like down there. For now, let's find a way to detach some curtain rods and see how that goes. Let's first call everyone down to collect food. We can address other matters tomorrow, Wang Yang concluded. Agreed. Having established their upcoming plan, Wang Yang led the group to the transitional warehouse on the 7th floor. Using his access card to open the glass door, Manager Tan, this is Wang Yang. Could you please open the door? He called, knocking as he approached the warehouse entrance. Inside, Tan Yu, Wang Qinghao, and Wang Lili felt a wave of anxiety upon hearing Wang Yang's voice. Why has this disaster incarnate returned? Didn't he just take a large quantity of food? Tan Yu said, his expression one of despair. Throughout the day, he had been eagerly awaiting rescue, whether from official sources or the hotel management. He had already resolved to file a complaint against Wang Yang, but after waiting all day, he found himself confronted with Wang Yang once again. What should we do, manager? Should we open the door? Wang Qinghao, with a visible red slap mark on his face, felt a twinge of anxiety at the thought of Wang Yang being outside. What are the alternatives? Should we wait for him to climb in? Tan Yu understood that the door wouldn't deter Wang Yang and reluctantly stood up to open it. As Tan Yu opened the door, he was immediately confronted by Wang Yang and 5 others standing behind him, each wielding a fire axe, their attire stained with blood. Taken aback, Tan Yu exclaimed, Wang Yang, what are you planning to do? Nothing much, Wang Yang replied with a smile. These are all hotel guests. We have just cleared the area from the 7th to the 40th floor. Apart from the 2nd and 3rd elevators, there are no zombies left exposed in other locations. It seemed as if the previous conflicts had dissipated, as Wang Yang continued to speak cheerfully. What? You've eliminated all the zombies from the 7th to the 40th floor? Tan Yu was genuinely astonished. Contemplating Wang Yang's words, Tan Yu realized that if Wang Yang had indeed cleared the hotel of zombies, the overall safety of the establishment would undoubtedly be significantly enhanced, benefiting him as well. After all, the only loss he would incur was the convenience food stored in the transit warehouse. However, since Wang Yang had broken in earlier that morning, it was apparent that the items here could no longer be safeguarded. Should any employees or guests dare to venture out in search of food, these provisions would inevitably be distributed. After pondering for a few seconds, Tan Yu recognized that this situation appeared to be advantageous for him. If Wang Yang could eliminate the zombies from the 7th to the 40th floors, could he not also manage the 3rd basement to the 6th floor? If these areas were secured, would it not allow him to allocate all resources at his discretion? After all, Wang Yang was merely a security guard. He was not equipped to handle such matters and lacked the rightful authority that Tan Yu possessed. With these thoughts in mind, a change in Tan Yu's expression was evident. Wang Yang, well done. I knew you had it in you. He donned a smile and addressed Wang Yang. So, what do you need us to do now? Is there anything I can assist with? Indeed, Wang Yang replied. Still with a warm smile. Could you please contact the guests who checked in yesterday and ask them to come down to collect some food? However, the food must be distributed in measured quantities. We cannot allow a chaotic free-for-all. I trust Manager Tan can manage that. Absolutely, leave it to me, Tan Yu assured, thumping his chest in confidence. Chapter 28. The Presidential Suite with the assistance of Tan Yu and his team. Wang Yang no longer needed to worry about the ensuing tasks. The group returned to the office, where Wang Lili powered up the computer to check the hotel's occupancy from the previous day. This information was accessible from the office's computer on the 7th floor, allowing them to prepare disposable supplies, food, and water for replenishing the occupied rooms. After retrieving the necessary information, Wang Lili and Wang Qinghao began making calls to the rooms on the 8th floor. Hello, this is the service department on the 7th floor of the Fortune Center Hotel. We have completed the clearance from the 7th to the 40th floor, and we kindly ask you to come down to collect your convenience food. Please remember that the elevators have not yet been cleared, so do not use them. No, we are not a rescue team. This is an internal rescue organized by the hotel security department, Wang Lili added. Establishing a semblance of order to the situation while making the calls, as Wang Lili continued her outreach, the others sat in clusters on the office chairs, taking a moment to rest. Meanwhile, Wang Yang fixated on the map of Huhai City mounted on the wall. Brother Yang, what are you looking at? Lu Jichao inquired as he leaned closer to Wang Yang, though he could not decipher much. Wang Yang took the initiative to remove the map from the wall and return to the corner where the team was gathered. Maps are valuable resources. We should make the most of them while we still have internet access. Download any maps you can, as we may not have the opportunity to do so later if the network goes down. Upon hearing Wang Yang's advice, the group nodded in silent agreement. Just then, Wang Lili approached Wang Yang, reporting, the guests in room 817 are too afraid to come out. They requested that we bring them food. How should we handle this? Ignore it. Let them stay hungry. All right. Wang Lili hesitated but ultimately chose not to press the matter further. Mengzi Jichao, you two take those folders and make another trip. The guests cannot use the elevator. And if they use the safe stairwell, we'll need to swipe our cards. Just go ahead and unlock every safety door on each floor, then wedge the folders in, so we don't have to run back and forth. Wang Yang instructed. Qi Zishuan, having considered the same issue, stood up and said, I'll join you. There are too many folders for just 2 people. Then I'll trouble you, Brother Qi. Qi Zishuan smiled at Wang Yang, rising to assist Lu Ming and Lu Jichao in gathering the folders. Jiegu, let us head down to dispose of the zombies in the gym. There will likely be quite a few people soon, and the space here is too cramped. We'll need to distribute supplies in the gym. Wang Yang folded the map and tucked it into his pocket, standing up as well. All right. Chen Jie was quick to follow Wang Yang's lead, eager to comply, and although Wang Yang had not called for Ouyingyu, she stood up alongside them. The trio made their way to the gym, where Wang Yang inspected the windows and noticed that they were reinforced with additional bars. While the windows could be opened, they could not be fully raised, making it impossible to dispose of the zombie corpses. We can pry these bars open with an axe, he suggested. Chen Jie examined the window structure and gestured towards it. Following Chen Jie's guidance, Wang Yang used the axe to pry open a bar, allowing the window to open. Learning more is always beneficial. If it were up to me, I would have resorted to brute force. Wang Yang chuckled. I study mechanical engineering. These principles are second nature to me, Chen Jie modestly replied, assisting Wang Yang in disposing of the corpses. The square below the hotel was currently deserted, freeing them from concerns about the ethical implications of tossing items from a height. Ouyingyu dragged the bodies over while Chen Jie and Wang Yang tossed them down. In a matter of minutes, all the zombie corpses from the gym had been disposed of, while blood still stained the gym floor. It at least appeared less terrifying. As the 3 returned to the warehouse, they found Tenyu busy inventorying supplies. Wang Yang, are we still distributing according to the usual standards? Tenyu inquired upon seeing Wang Yang enter. Yes, let us add 2 additional packs of instant noodles for each person. 2 packs per day should suffice to stave off hunger. As for water, we can utilize the direct drinking water system while it's still functional. We can switch to bottled water once that runs out. Understood. Tenyu seemed to have completely forgotten the earlier conflict with Wang Yang and began preparing according to his directives. Wang Yang and Ouyingyu also pitched in to assist. While they were in the midst of organizing supplies, guests began to emerge from their rooms via the safe stairwell. Each room in the Fortune Center Hotel was equipped with a display screen, making it clear whether or not there were zombies in the corridor. Most guests were courageous enough to exit their rooms, with only a handful insisting on food delivery. That moment, Lu Ming and his team also descended from the upper floors. Wang Yang instructed them to maintain order as he continued to help with the supplies. Just then, Wang Lili rushed over to Wang Yang, saying, Wang Yang, there were 2 rooms occupied in the presidential suite on the 42nd floor yesterday. But they cannot open the safety door and are unable to come down. What should we do? The presidential suite. Tanyu's expression grew tense. Regardless of the circumstances, those who stayed in the presidential suite were undoubtedly significant figures, either wealthy or powerful. He was not inclined to offend such individuals. Wang Yang, what do you suggest we do? Although Wang Yang had been working at the hotel for 2.5 years, he was entirely unfamiliar with the presidential suite. having never even seen it. The safety stairwell there was sealed off, and he had no idea how to access it. Is there any way to unlock the safety door of the presidential suite? Wang Yang inquired of Tanyu. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Tanyu stood up, understanding that he should possess more knowledge than Wang Yang, given his position as the service department manager, while Wang Yang was merely a security guard. The safety doors on the 41st and 42nd floors can only be opened by the room manager, security manager, or the general manager. I don't have the necessary permissions either. Tanyu replied with a grimace. After all, the presidential suite was reserved for the most esteemed guests, and the 42nd floor had very high security clearance, while the 41st floor catered to elite clientele as well. There had been persistent rumors among hotel staff regarding illicit transactions occurring in that area, making it highly confidential and inaccessible to regular employees. How is the replacement of supplies typically managed for the presidential suite? Surely, no matter how luxurious the suite, the room supplies must still be replenished, Wang Yang asked. After a moment of contemplation, Tanyu responded, the supply replacements indeed go through me, but I have never been up there. The person responsible for replacements retrieves a special room card from the safe, and I have no authority to inquire further about the process. The individual who handled replacements has already turned into a zombie, and their body was just disposed of by you. Wang Yang suddenly recalled the 2 female zombies he had eliminated on the 7th floor that morning. Initially perplexed by the presence of 5 night shift staff in a service department, he now understood that they each had distinct roles, one responsible for the presidential suite, another for the high-end lounge, while the remaining 2 attended to standard rooms, with Tanyu overseeing operations as the duty manager. How about this, Manager Tan? You must have contact information for the hotel's upper management. Please try to reach them and inquire about the safe's password. Once we obtain the special room card, we can take the stairs up and deliver supplies. If you can't reach the management, we will explore alternative solutions. How could I have overlooked that? Tanyu lightly tapped his forehead and said, All right, I'll make contact right now. After arranging matters here, Wang Yang also headed towards the gym. The number of people descending from upstairs was steadily increasing, and the gym was beginning to descend into chaos. Chapter 29. You want me to rescue your wife? Why haven't you started distributing supplies yet? Is this how you treat your customers? Call your manager. I want to lodge a complaint. Why aren't you handing out water? Is the drinking water even safe? I have always only consumed bottled water. Why haven't you cleared out the restaurant downstairs? My grandson cannot eat instant noodles. That is junk food. You must find a solution. My wife went downstairs to the buffet restaurant for breakfast this morning. We have been in contact through Fei Xin, and she is hiding in the women's restroom of the buffet. Hurry and send someone to rescue her. If anything happens to my wife, I will ensure your hotel faces bankruptcy. Before even entering the gym, Wang Yang was met with a cacophony of voices. Lu Ming and Wang Chenghao were encircled by a crowd, all clamoring to interrogate them. Lu Ming, who was not particularly articulate, was at a loss for words. Seeing Lu Ming in such a predicament, the people in front grew more audacious, and an elderly woman even attempted to grab Lu Ming's face when he failed to respond to her question. Qi Zixuan and Ouyang Yu appear to have anticipated this scenario. Both stood at the entrance of the gym, calmly observing the unfolding chaos. Lu Jichao was also on the periphery, trembling with anger. Upon spotting Wang Yang, he hastily approached, seething, Brother Yang, we shouldn't bother saving them. Qi Zixuan and Ouyang Yu turned their gazes towards Wang Yang, eager to hear his response. Wang Yang smiled and patted Lu Jichao's shoulder, saying, I had already considered these matters before attempting to save anyone. If we don't rescue these troublemakers, how will we ever encounter wonderful partners like Brother Qi and Sister Yu, as well as you and Brother Jia? Wang Yang's comforting words helped Lu Jichao regain some composure, though a hint of resentment lingered in his eyes. All right, I'll handle this, Wang Yang said, signaling for Lu Jichao to calm down before striding through the crowd. Brother Yang, you're here. Upon seeing Wang Yang, Lu Ming waved eagerly. In just a brief span of 10 minutes, he had grown fearful of the crowd, feeling that facing them was even more terrifying than confronting zombies. Yes, you should step down for now. Okay. Lu Ming felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and quickly distanced himself from the throng. In the distance, Shen Lanxin and Fu Huanhuan also descended the stairs. Lu Ming's eyes lit up upon seeing Fu Huanhuan, and he dashed over. You've worked hard, Fu Huanhuan. Having witnessed Lu Ming being besieged, was nearly incensed enough to rush in and help, but Shen Lanxin had restrained her. Now seeing Lu Ming free, she couldn't help but express her concern. I'm fine. I just couldn't handle that situation. Brother Yang is clever. He'll help me sort it out. Although Lu Meng had been quite agitated moments ago, his anger dissipated upon seeing Fu Huanhuan. Wang Yang approached the spot where Lu Meng had just been, casually moved a long bench used for practicing kneeling dumbbell lifts over, and stood atop it. This elevation allowed Wang Yang to see everyone clearly, and his commanding presence became even more pronounced. At that moment, the gym was filled with approximately 360 to 70 people. Wang Yang had already checked on Wang Lily's computer, which indicated that nearly 2,000 guests had checked in yesterday. Now, it appeared that, considering those still unrescued, the survival rate after the disaster was roughly 30%. Why are you standing so high? My wife is still trapped in the restaurant on the 6th floor. Do you have time to pose here? Hurry and rescue her, or I will make you regret it. As Wang Yang assessed the crowd size, the loudest and most obnoxious of the group, a hefty man, shouted angrily. You want me to rescue your wife? Wang Yang inquired. Of course. My wife has been trapped in the restroom on the 6th floor for an entire day. And you're wasting time posing here. The hefty man barked at Wang Yang. Does that mean she becomes my wife the moment I rescue her? Wang Yang asked with genuine curiosity. This question sparked a wave of laughter among the crowd. Even Shen Lanxin couldn't stifle her amusement. Wang Yang's words were razor-sharp, and he seemed unwilling to yield even an inch. Seeing the bewildered expression on the hefty man's face, Lu Meng felt a sense of vindication. Especially since this man had been the most vocal moments ago. Such individuals were best handled by Brother Yang. How dare you take advantage of me? The hefty man, snapping back to reality, charged at Wang Yang angrily. Eager to attack him, faced with zombies, he cowered, but in front of Wang Yang, he was emboldened to strike. Wang Yang remained unfazed, easily catching the man's hand and twisting it, forcing him into a position with his back turned. Before the man could utter a word, Wang Yang's right hand had already seized the muscle in the hefty man's shoulder, applying pressure mercilessly. A wave of excruciating pain surged through the hefty man, causing him to yelp in agony before falling silent, as if the pain had drained his strength, leaving him unable to utter a second cry. Wang Yang, however, did not release his grip. Instead, he tightened it further. The hefty man's face contorted in pain, yet he lacked the strength to scream, drool and snot involuntarily escaping him, while Wang Yang's expression remained placid. At that moment, a hush fell over the crowd. Even the elderly woman who had previously attempted to grab Lu Meng's face had quieted down. The gym returned to silence. Wang Yang, still not releasing his grip, raised his voice. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you can see the security uniform I'm wearing. Indeed, before the disaster this morning, I was a security guard here. However, after the disaster, my identity is the same as yours, a mere ordinary survivor. You may have many demands, such as desiring better food, wanting to rescue your loved ones, or seeking other necessities, but I must emphasize that you should not direct these requests towards me, as exemplified by this gentleman I have in my grasp. At this point, Wang Yang increased his grip slightly, and the hefty man was nearly on the verge of unconsciousness, a liquid beginning to seep from his white leisure pants. Wang Yang caught a whiff of the odor and frowned, releasing his hold as the hefty man crumpled to the ground. If you can establish contact with the authorities, you may wait for them to rescue your wife. If not, you ought to find a way to rescue her yourself, rather than forcing me to risk my life for you. I believe everyone understands that if I had not organized an internal rescue, you might still be trapped in your rooms, starving. I do not seek your gratitude for these actions, but you lack the standing to impose further demands on me. Especially since our hotel has ceased operations, has it not? After hearing Wang Yang's words, the previously rowdy individuals lowered their heads, while other survivors who had not participated in the chaos displayed a range of expressions, some contemplative, some in agreement, and some dismissive. Wang Yang even sensed some hostile gazes among the crowd. If you all comprehend what I've just conveyed, please form a line to receive today's supplies. In these extraordinary times, instant noodles are already considered a delicacy. If rescue does not arrive in 10 days or 2 weeks, even instant noodles may become a luxury. Furthermore, the drinking water provided by our hotel is entirely reliable and safe for consumption. Please utilize the drinking water first. If power and water supply are interrupted later, there will be no drinking water available, and we will then distribute bottled water. If there are no objections, you may line up to collect supplies. After receiving your items, please do not leave the gym immediately. Remain in place for a while as I have more to discuss. Once Wang Yang finished speaking, he silently observed the crowd for 10 seconds. Noticing that no one was speaking, he jumped down from the bench and turned to Wang Chenghao, saying, "You may begin distributing the supplies." "All right." Wang Chenghao nodded, and his gaze towards Wang Yang contained a newfound respect. Chapter 30. All-inclusive. Following the earlier events, the subsequent distribution of supplies proceeded smoothly. Wang Yang had previously discussed with Tan Yu and established a standard of 1 bread, 2 buckets of instant noodles, and 1 random piece of fruit per person per day. There was no need for bags. The items would be handed directly to them in just half an hour. Over 100 people had received their supplies, and everyone adhered to Wang Yang's request, remaining in the gym after collecting their items. Once all supplies had been distributed, Wang Yang signaled to Wang Chenghao to return any excess items to the warehouse before he returned to the bench he had previously occupied. Wang Yang clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention and said, "I need to take a moment of your time to announce a recruitment notice. I can inform you all that the 7th floor is merely a temporary stock warehouse for the hotel. Most of the daily supplies are not stored here. At the current rate of distribution, the supplies here will last approximately 1 week." Upon hearing Wang Yang's words, the crowd immediately began to murmur. "Then we must quickly open up the storage area," a young man resembling a student shouted from the crowd. "Well said." Wang Yang's gaze locked onto him. "I am currently planning to recruit some brave individuals to accompany our small team in clearing out the zombies in other areas. The 6th floor has a buffet restaurant, the 5th floor has a bar and CAF, the 2nd floor features various Western and Chinese restaurants, and our main warehouse is located in the basement. Would this handsome fellow be interested in joining the cleanup crew? Is this going to be dangerous?" asked the student-like man in a faint whisper, locked in the gaze of Wang Yang. "Absolutely," Wang Yang replied. Upon hearing his response, the student widened his eyes in shock, frozen in place, while the other survivors wore expressions of astonishment and disbelief. "Just kidding," Wang Yang said, donning a smile. "Danger is certainly present. Today, while we were clearing out the zombies, we nearly faced casualties. You must have seen the videos online. It is exceedingly perilous. Therefore, whether or not to join is a decision for each of you to contemplate, as you must take responsibility for yourselves." "Then, what benefits are there to joining?" inquired another young man, who appeared particularly robust and strong. "The benefit is that the food will be of better quality," Wang Yang explained. "The only places in the hotel where meals can be prepared are on the 6th and 2nd floors, and the staff cafeteria in the basement. Perhaps on the 5th floor, we can manage to fry some steaks? I was poor before and have no idea if the bar or CAF provides food. After this, those participating in the combat can dine there, enjoying hot meals. As for the others, they will still have to subsist on instant noodles in their rooms. Of course, if we complete the clearing, children under 15 will not need to fight and can also enjoy the provision of hot meals." Once Wang Yang finished speaking, the crowd immediately began to murmur, "Is it worth risking our lives just for a hot meal? Indeed, perhaps official rescue will arrive soon. My nephew is in the army. He messaged in the family group that the troops there are preparing to commence rescue tomorrow. Is that true? That would be wonderful. I also think it's better not to engage. Besides, there will surely be a multitude of zombies on the lower floors, and it's uncertain whether those who go to clear will survive. Anyway, I'm not going. If they clear the other floors, would they dare not provide this old man with a hot meal?" Wang Yang overheard the discussions and initially intended to inform everyone that, aside from hot meals, the greatest reward for participating in the battle is the power to protect oneself amidst the catastrophe. Should rescue not arrive, having the capability to combat zombies would also grant one the right to survive. However, upon listening to the chatter, he felt disinclined to share. "Well, that's all I have to say. Those who wish to join the battle may stay. The rest can return to their rooms and rest." Wang Yang gestured for dismissal, and the people in the gym promptly began to exit. Once everyone had departed, only 6 members of Wang Yang's team remained in the gym, along with Shen Lanxin, Fu Huanhuan, Hao Yufei, and Ho Linlin. Only 4 men stayed behind, including the strong man who had inquired about the benefits. The 3 staff members from the 7th floor also left the gym and returned to the office, expressing their unwillingness to engage in battle. Today marks merely the first day since the catastrophe began, and most still prefer to believe that official rescue will come, unwilling to take risks. Wang Yang sat on a bench, and everyone remaining in the room huddled around him, forming an implicit circle. "Brother Yang, what should we do? It's just us now. Are we going to continue clearing the other floors tomorrow?" Lu Ming, affected by the atmosphere as nearly everyone else had left, was uncertain whether to proceed with the hotel clearance. The upcoming battles would not be easy. Today, their small team of 6 had narrowly avoided casualties after encountering 10 zombies in an open area. The self-service restaurant, the basement floor, and the conference rooms on the 3rd and 4th floors, including the hotel lobby, could conservatively harbor dozens, if not hundreds, of zombies. What's wrong? Have you lost your spirit? Wang Yang asked with a smile. Brother Yang, how can you still smile? Lu Jichao retorted irritably. There are only 14 of us here, and the 3 girls, Lin Lin and the others, definitely cannot participate in battle. My buddy here is also a weakling. And I have no idea what the other 4 newcomers are like. It feels like it's a one-way ticket to death. Indeed, Brother Yang. I just heard someone in the crowd mention that the military has already begun rescue operations. Why don't we take it easy for a couple of days and wait until the situation becomes clearer? If the authorities truly do not come to our aid, we could then consider clearing those dangerous areas. Lu Ming advised. Wang Yang was rapidly contemplating in his mind. He had one pressing matter to ascertain. The reason behind the zombies growing stronger. If zombies merely grew stronger by consuming flesh and blood, then within the first day, or at most the first 3 days, those who were suddenly attacked by transformed individuals would likely be gone. After that, it would not be so easy for zombies to find fresh flesh and blood again. At least not until most survivors were forced into a position of exposure. If they did not consume flesh and blood, zombies would not gain strength, so waiting would not be an issue. However, if there were other means by which zombies could grow stronger, such as absorbing energy from the air more rapidly than humans could, then the initiative to clear the hotel could not be delayed. And it must commence immediately. For each day they waited, zombies would grow stronger, and the situation would become increasingly dire. Wang Yang planned to verify this issue independently later tonight. For now, he would continue considering the need for combat. Let's set that aside for now. The 4 new brothers, would you please introduce yourselves? Chapter 31. The boss of the boss, the 4 newcomers, who had initially immersed themselves in the tense atmosphere with everyone else, exchanged incredulous glances upon hearing Wang Yang's sudden question. The confidence exuded by this security guard seemed remarkably strong, even to the point where its origin was unclear. Regardless of whether they would fight tomorrow. Now that Wang Yang had asked, the 4 began to introduce themselves. The strong man spoke first. My name is Fang Guohui, and I am a fitness coach. Wang Yang nodded and shifted his gaze to the second individual. The second man, of average height and appearance but emanating a sharp aura, bore resemblance to the third man standing beside him. Both had dark skin and bright eyes. I am Su Liang, and this is my buddy Xia Hongbin. We are both mixed martial arts fighters here in Shanghai for a competition, Su Liang stated. The UFC High Fight Night? Isn't that set to begin in 3 months? Fang Guohui, seemingly knowledgeable about such matters, asked directly. Yes, we are participating in the selection matches, which take place over the next few days. If we perform well, we may have the chance to compete in the Fight Night undercard, Xia Hongbin explained. Impressive, you are truly skilled. Compared to you, I am merely a show-off. Fang Guohui could not help but give a thumbs up. The UFC is a globally renowned mixed martial arts event where various martial arts styles compete against each other, encompassing boxing, sanda, kickboxing, jiu-jitsu, and a fusion of techniques, making it the closest representation of lethal combat. Wang Yang, a fan of the sport, occasionally watched classic match replays online. Though he was not an ardent follower, he merely had some understanding. Nevertheless, he knew that those who could participate in such competitions were undeniably exceptional, remarkable. Wang Yang praised, then jested, however, fighting zombies is not the same as fighting people. Just be sure not to instinctively execute a takedown on a zombie during battle. That is certainly true. Those around who could comprehend the joke chuckled lightly, but Su Liang could not muster a laugh. After responding to Wang Yang, he exchanged a concerned glance with Xia Hongbin. It seemed he genuinely feared that his professional instinct might compel him to perform a takedown on a zombie. Zombies are not like humans. If one were to do that, the concern would be whether the zombie would bite back. My name is Fu Wei, and I study at a nearby university. I enjoy exercising regularly to keep fit. The last newcomer, a youthful-looking man with a strong physique, introduced himself. Once the 4 completed their introductions, Wang Yang reciprocated by introducing the older members of the team to them, ensuring that everyone was acquainted. After finishing this process, Wang Yang stated, my opinion remains that we need to gradually clear the zombies from the hotel. It was indeed mentioned earlier that some military forces have begun to take action. However, our location is in Huhai, and the situation here is certainly more complex than in less populated areas. I remain skeptical about the authorities providing rescue in the short term. Moreover, the future remains uncertain. Having our own combat capability is undoubtedly more reliable than entrusting our fate to others. Of course. This is merely my perspective. I truly did not expect that only so few would be willing to fight in the end. If anyone wishes to withdraw, you are welcome to do so now. Wang Yang surveyed the crowd, once more offering the option to withdraw. Wang Yang's belief was that each individual should determine their own fate. He would act according to his own judgment without forcing others to accompany him. Fang Guohui showed no reaction, while Su Liang and Xia Hongbin remained silent, indicating their willingness to continue fighting. Fu Wei, however, appeared somewhat conflicted. Biting his lip in thought for several seconds, he smacked his thigh decisively and declared, "Let's do it. I'd rather fight than sit idly in my room." The four newcomers did not choose to withdraw, much to Wang Yang's satisfaction. "Well, we are 10 individuals, and currently, we have some surplus fire axes. However, fire axes are not designed for combat, and they can be somewhat cumbersome to wield. You all can decide among yourselves shortly. If you prefer not to use the fire axes, I noticed that there are mops in the cleaning room of the office area. Probably about a dozen. You can dismantle the cloth strips from the mops, attach a fruit knife to them, and they can serve as spears, which would enhance safety. There are also plenty of cords available over there." Everyone nodded in agreement, indicating their understanding. Among the remaining floors, the third and fourth are conference halls, which present significant challenges with minimal rewards, so we will prioritize those last. The fifth floor houses a CAF and bar with fewer patrons. It likely has substantial supplies, at least enough alcohol and coffee, so we will focus on clearing the fifth floor first. The basement level is the office area, which also includes part of the internal parking lot. I have been there before and have dispatched quite a number of zombies, so the difficulty there is relatively low and can serve as our second target. As for the second floor, the branded restaurant is closed in the morning, so it should also be manageable. We can assess the situation then. Regarding other areas, we will consider them after we have cleared these more accessible locations. What does everyone think? Wang Yang proposed his plan and inquired about Eve. Wang Yang cast a somewhat surprised glance at Wang Lily. This girl seemed quite different from Tanyu. Today, when he descended to the 7th floor, it was she who eagerly sought to open the door first. However, in this apocalyptic world, Wang Yang harbored little hope for her survival, considering her surplus of compassion. "All right, I understand," he acknowledged, nodding as he accepted the printed paper Wang Lily offered. And the three of them ascended the stairs together. Upon exiting the 38th floor, they were astonished to find Xinlanxin and Fu Huanhuan waiting at the door of their room. "Huanhuan, you haven't rested yet?" Lu Ming exclaimed upon spotting Fu Huanhuan, immediately approaching her as if he had caught a whiff of something foul. "I was worried about you, so I came to check," Fu Huanhuan replied shyly. After the events of the day, her impression of Lu Ming had improved, and she desired to engage him in conversation for a bit more interaction. "I'm fine. Really, I'm not hurt at all," Lu Ming said, his face lighting up with joy at Fu Huanhuan's concern. He then turned to Wang Yang, saying, "Brother Yang, you should head back first. I'll stay here with Huanhuan for a while. If you feel lonely, you can invite Xinjie to keep you company." "Tone it down a bit," Wang Yang remarked, giving Lu Ming a light pat on the head before turning to Xinlanxin. "Lanxin, do you have a laptop?" "Yes," she replied. "Then please fetch your laptop and come find me," Wang Yang instructed as soon as he spoke. Xinlanxin's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, taken aback by Wang Yang's straightforwardness in asking her to come over. Both Fu Huanhuan and Lu Ming exchanged disdainful glances. Watching Wang Yang enter his room, leaving the door ajar for her, Xinlanxin, blushing furiously, had no choice but to retrieve her laptop and step into Wang Yang's room. "Those wretched lovers," Fu Huanhuan seethed, recalling earlier events as she glared at the door of Wang Yang's room. "No, they should be called adulterers," Lu Ming chimed in, following Fu Huanhuan's lead. After venting their frustrations towards Wang Yang and Xinlanxin, a silent understanding seemed to pass between them as they exchanged glances. Meanwhile, oblivious to the resentment directed at him, Wang Yang was busy washing his face in the bathroom after shedding his security uniform. Sensing Xinlanxin's presence, he called out, "Lanxin, while you're online, I need you to look up some information for me, check it one by one, and either download the data or take screenshots to save." "Is this really for research?" Xinlanxin asked, somewhat dazed, as she observed Wang Yang's figure at the sink, her cheeks gradually warming at the same time. In a super underground base in Beishan, Longhua, A spacious conference room was occupied by 7 elderly men. Their hair graying yet their spirits undiminished, gathered around a conference table. Anyone familiar with the state media would recognize that each individual present was a familiar face often seen on television. Pillars of strength for Longhua. Each of the 7 had a computer screen before them, displaying a plethora of data continuously. If one wished to avoid staring at the screens, they could simply rotate their chairs slightly to find a large display behind them echoing the same information as their personal monitors. The data on the screens detailed the devastation caused by the cataclysm over the past day, including official and military rescue operations, energy security, production disruptions, and other supernatural events that had unfolded throughout the day. At the conclusion of the presentation, recommendations for adjustments to current policies were also included. As the information concluded, the atmosphere in the conference room turned grave. The elder at the forefront, his expression somber, addressed the group. Let us share our thoughts on how we should adjust our strategies moving forward. Chapter 33. Can the evil sword manual truly be mastered? The military has suffered significant losses. The civilian administrative bodies, lacking self-defense capabilities, have largely become incapacitated. Furthermore, the challenges we face extend beyond just zombies. Currently, wild beasts and even marine creatures, as well as certain plant life, have undergone mutations. The elder seated at the rightmost position, clad in traditional Tang attire, spoke first. The elder on his left, dressed in the distinctive gray formal attire of Longhua, wore a serious expression as he inquired of the elder directly across from him. Old Xiao, is the military unable to control the current situation? The elder, surnamed Xiao, known as Xiao Changtian, served as the chief of staff of the Longhua Armed Forces and was the most authoritative voice on military matters. Xiao Changtian furrowed his brow, responding, indeed, it is quite challenging. Not to mention the issues with beasts and plants, controlling the zombies has become impossible. I wonder if anyone noticed this image. As he spoke, he clicked twice on the screen before him, bringing up an image that he then enlarged. Take a look. This is a zombie. Observe its hand, Xiao Changtian said gravely. The earlier reports had been overwhelming, with information flooding in from across Longhua in a single day. And it had taken over 100 combat advisors 2 hours to compile a report. The deluge of data was immense, and many had overlooked this particular image while browsing through the information. As the document was opened, the attendees quickly discerned the difference. Is that fire? There's fire on the zombie's arm, exclaimed Zheng Yuanxiang, who was responsible for overseeing production. Yes, fire, Xiao Changtian confirmed. Our initial assumptions were overly simplistic. Previously, zombies in films only ran and bit, which was easily manageable. However, the zombies we face possess enhanced physical abilities, and as today's battles progressed, the reported situations have grown increasingly complex. Some zombies have shown capabilities of controlling fire, ice, and even coordinating the actions of other zombies. This is terrifying. It has become clear that relying solely on military might to save the populace is no longer feasible, as survivors and zombies are now thoroughly intermingled, rendering our powerful weapons ineffective. As you can see, a certain proportion of zombies possess various unique abilities, and attempting to advance through ground clearance is simply unsustainable. Once these elite soldiers are spent, the situation we face will worsen. Xiao Changtian's words plunged all attendees into silence, their expressions grave. They were acutely aware of the reality. For a major city like Huhai, the regular garrison consisted of merely 100,000 troops. And when accounting for various police forces, the total barely reached 170,000. And not all were ground forces. In the current conflict, the Air Force could not engage in combat in the short term, while the Navy would likely need to retreat to inland rivers for self-preservation. If beasts could also mutate, the threats posed by marine life would only escalate. Not to mention that amidst this outbreak of zombie violence, even the most elite units had suffered about 50% casualties. The remaining personnel would be tasked with ground clearance in complex, densely populated areas, a mission that is utterly impossible to accomplish. Utilizing heavy weaponry could indeed eradicate a specific area of zombies, but the local populace would likely meet the same fate, a scenario entirely unacceptable. After a moment of silence, Tang Wenyuan, seated at the leftmost position and responsible for organizational discipline, expressed his concerns. Our initial decision to withhold information regarding the crystal cores stemmed from a fear that the situation would spiral completely out of control. Once order is lost, the entire land of Longhua could descend into chaos, and the number of civilians perishing at the hands of criminals could surpass those falling to zombies. Everyone present, being high-ranking officials of Longhua, understood human nature all too well, and it was precisely this concern that prompted the military leadership to decide earlier that morning to temporarily suppress information related to the crystal cores. Chen Hixin, an elder in charge of economic affairs, also spoke up. Now, aside from rescuing the populace, we must also prioritize salvaging our critical equipment, our researchers, and our production personnel. We need to ensure the flow of resources to maintain our basic production capabilities. Though our ammunition and food reserves are substantial, relying solely on them will soon lead to greater issues. As more information continued to pour in, the towering pillars of strength felt increasingly overwhelmed by the dire circumstances. Their brows furrowed in deep contemplation. That moment, seated at the center, Longhua's highest leader, Long Chang'an, finally spoke. I have faith in our citizens, and I believe in the sense of justice and responsibility that runs deep within our national spirit. I propose that we release the information we have regarding the crystal cores and the zombies to the public tonight, along with the weaknesses of the zombies and basic cooperative combat strategies. Previously, the decision to withhold information had been motivated by concerns that those with malicious intent would become increasingly difficult to manage once they gained power, while also believing that the authorities and military could still maintain control. However, as the true nature of the apocalypse became more apparent, the pillars of Longhua finally recognized that the moment to determine the fate of the nation had arrived, in this critical hour. They could only trust their citizens, believing in the strength embedded in their national DNA. With the issuance of the directive, videos of battles against zombies, analyses of the crystal cores, and introductions to the characteristics of zombies began to be disseminated to the public through the remaining functional networks. At the Wealth Center Hotel, Wang Yang finished washing his clothes, took a quick shower, and then seated himself next to Shenlanxin. Given their previously intimate relationship, he felt no need to maintain any distance. Naturally draping his arm around her shoulders. How did it go? He inquired. The maps are all downloaded. Ordinary maps are available all over the internet. I've secured the highest definition and most comprehensive ones, down to the level of town administrative districts. Additionally, I have successfully downloaded the traffic maps, hydrological maps, mineral maps, and geographical maps. Although it was somewhat cumbersome, I managed to find them all. I also acquired the world map. Though it lacks the detail of our Dragon Nation's map, presenting only a general map and a traffic map. Shenlanxin leaned against Wang Yang as she spoke. Wang Yang nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing that this scenario was, in fact, within his expectations. While maps of the Dragon Nation are relatively easy to obtain, acquiring a world map with such intricate subdivisions proves to be quite challenging. Shenlanxin is not a specialist in this field, and he himself is equally uninformed. If tasked with the search, he might not have succeeded. Nevertheless, the world map serves merely as a precaution, a resource for potential future use. In the short term, the map of the Dragon Nation suffices. What about the cultivation techniques? Wang Yang inquired, referring to another topic he had previously asked Shenlanxin to investigate. Upon hearing this, Shenlanxin furrowed her brow, responding, I truly have no knowledge in this area. I did manage to find some information, but it pertains to the top 10 cultivation techniques from the realm of martial arts, like the Bone Dragon novels and the Xinxia sect's North Sea Divine Skill. I feel that these are mostly fabricated. The authors likely copied from ancient texts or concocted incomprehensible content of their own. Even if they were genuinely applicable, they would undoubtedly lead one astray. Wang Yang's idea left Shenlanxin somewhat speechless. She had deduced Wang Yang's intention to seek out these so-called cultivation techniques in hopes of experimenting with them. However, she found this notion exceedingly absurd. Could it be that after the calamity, one could truly master the evil sword manual? What about the techniques for light-footed movement or the 9-in white bone claw? Was there not a more credible source? Wang Yang, observing the web pages Shenlanxin had opened, shared her bemusement. He was fully aware that his aspiration was quite ludicrous, yet he still wished to give it a try. Otherwise, he would be unable to explain why Qi Zixuan and Ouyangyu absorbed the energy from the air at such a rapid pace compared to him. Yes, I found two that seem slightly more legitimate. Point one is the 6-step vitality cultivation technique, and the other is the Amei 12 postures. However, both appear to resemble traditional health maintenance methods, akin to the 5-animal play, and are likely not applicable. Shenlanxin opened the 2 web pages for Wang Yang to inspect. These articles barely seemed credible, but given Wang Yang's complete lack of understanding in this realm, it was not convenient for him to directly inquire with Qi Zixuan, lest he inadvertently offend some taboo. With no other recourse, he decided to give it a shot. All right, send them to my phone. I need to step out for a while. You can ask Fu Huan. If it's inconvenient for you to return, you can also stay here. Step out? Shenlanqin queried, initially believing that Wang Yang had summoned her for some significant matter, only to find it was for this. Well, I'll be on my way. Wang Yang offered no further explanation, shouldering his backpack and donning the still damp clothes before departing. Observing Wang Yang's unexpected departure, Shenlanqin sat in stunned silence on the sofa. Chapter 34. Practicing on the rooftop. What has caused her expression to shift? Could it be that the pleasant afternoon has stirred something anew? Yet Shenlanqin did not seem to be the type of woman with insatiable desires like Wang Xiaofei. It was truly perplexing. Wang Yang recalled Shenlanqin's somewhat irked demeanor before his exit and muttered in confusion. Upon reaching the entrance of cloud number 2, Wang Yang extended his senses and immediately perceived Lu Ming and Fu Huanhuan's state. The two were nestled on the sofa, seemingly whispering secrets, with Fu Huanhuan occasionally shuddering with delight. Not wishing to disturb their moment, Wang Yang decided to conduct the subsequent verification tasks alone. Retrieving the printed paper from his pocket, Wang Yang glanced at its contents and headed straight for the 40th floor. The cloud number 6 on the 40th floor was occupied by a family of 4, a couple along with the wife's parents, who appeared to be traveling together. Earlier, when Wang Lily and Wang Chenghao were on the phone, a woman inside had answered before her transformation, though she dared not emerge from the bedroom due to her zombie husband lurking in the living room. And her phone had been left behind. The first verification would commence here. After contemplating, Wang Yang devised a plan. He slipped into the secure staircase and ascended directly to the 40th floor, locating Cloud No. 6.at the door. He activated his sensory ability, instantly capturing the room's situation with clarity. Inside the living room was a zombie, while the other 3 individuals in the master and secondary bedrooms were fortunate enough to remain untransformed. Wang Yang couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the 3 survivors huddled together in the bathroom, mirroring each other in their posture. Confirming that the room's circumstances aligned with his expectations, Wang Yang continued to survey the entire 40th floor with his heightened senses, ensuring there were no other safety hazards. After closing the stairway door, he returned to the entrance of the Cloud No. 6 suite. Each room's door was recessed to maintain privacy, leaving a space of about a meter at the entrance. Wang Yang settled himself against the door, ensuring that individuals inside the other rooms could not see him in the hallway. With these preparations in place, Wang Yang closed his eyes and began to meditate. As his focus intensified, he once again captured the energy present in the air, which flowed into his body at the same rate as before. After recording the speed at which he absorbed this energy, Wang Yang fully activated his sensory ability and locked onto the zombie just 1 door away. Perhaps due to the barrier of the door. It took over a minute for Wang Yang to perceive the energy flow within the room. Indeed, upon sensing the zombie's condition, Wang Yang's brow furrowed in concern. The zombie was evidently also absorbing energy, albeit at a less impressive rate. While Qi Zixuan and his wife absorbed energy at a rate of 10, Wang Yang's absorption rate was 5, and the zombie in that room was approximately 4. Slower than himself, yet faster than Lu Ming. Compared to ordinary survivors like Chen Jie and Lu Jichao, it was significantly quicker. This energy the reason for the zombie's increasing strength. Although the zombie's absorption rate was inferior to his own, this revelation troubled Wang Yang. If absorbing such energy indeed enhances strength, the rate at which zombies grow stronger could far surpass that of humans. If this continues, humanity's hope would surely dwindle. This was merely an ordinary zombie, excluding the 2 extraordinary individuals among Qi Zixuan and his wife. Based on the information Wang Yang currently possessed, it appeared that survivors who had consumed crystal cores absorbed energy at a faster rate than average survivors. If this condition applies to zombies as well, could it be that those with crystal cores in their minds absorb energy at a significantly higher rate than regular zombies? If that were the case, the overall strength of the zombie horde would inevitably escalate. This truly poses a significant challenge. Having gathered the necessary information, Wang Yang rose and made his way towards the secure staircase. The individuals inside should remain safe for the time being, as Wang Yang had other matters to verify. The secure staircase leading from the 40th to the 41st floor was reinforced with a sturdy security door, designed as a unified structure, connecting seamlessly with the walls and floor's concrete and steel framework, offering exceptional safety. Without a keycard, breaching such a door would require tremendous effort. However, Wang Yang possessed the highest level access card, allowing him unhindered passage. Swiping the security door open, Wang Yang continued his ascent. The security door on the 41st floor was noticeably more robust than those on other floors, fully enclosed without even frosted glass. Wang Yang was in no hurry to rescue those inside. Proceeding directly to the 42nd floor, the secure staircase there led to the hotel's rooftop. Ascending further, Wang Yang swiped his access card, and the rooftop door swung open. This marked Wang Yang's first visit to the rooftop of the Wealth Center. How lavish, initially, Wang Yang assumed the rooftop would merely be a barren concrete slab, perhaps with exposed steel bars, but upon arrival, he discovered otherwise. The hotel rooftop featured glass structures, pavilions, and various potted plants, with a helicopter landing pad at the center. This space would be perfect for hosting a party. After a brief survey, Wang Yang approached the landing pad. Pulling out his phone, he began to peruse the two seemingly more legitimate cultivation techniques Xinlan Xin had sent him. Both the 6-step vitality cultivation technique and the May 12 postures were not lengthy, comprising just over 100 words, making them relatively easy to memorize. Yet their comprehension posed a challenge. One required coordination of foot movements and hand actions, while the other was a stationary practice primarily focused on postures. Let's see how it goes. Wang Yang stowed his phone, placing the fire axe aside, and began to walk according to the instructions. Incorporating hand movements as well, the 6-step vitality cultivation technique primarily relied on foot movements to stimulate the body, seemingly a method of adjusting one's steps and breathing during walking to achieve health benefits. Following the guidance of the technique, Wang Yang circled the rooftop twice, but after several minutes, he felt no change. The energy absorption from the air was even less than when he remained still. Could this be a fraud? Wang Yang halted, a frown creasing his brow. Wang Yang felt in his heart that the cultivation methods were undoubtedly beneficial. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain why Qi Zixuan and Ouyang Yu could absorb the energy from the air at a pace far superior to his own. Despite having consumed crystal cores, after much contemplation, Wang Yang attributed their remarkable speed to their prior training in martial arts before the cataclysm, which must have included practicing some inner cultivation techniques. Thus, their continued application of these methods in the post-apocalyptic world allowed them to surpass ordinary individuals in energy absorption. He was resolute not to concede defeat and determined to make further attempts, pondering that perhaps the nuances of his movements and breathing were misaligned. Wang Yang remained steadfast in his desire to try once more. Suddenly, he recalled the enhancement in his perception during the day's axe training, leading him to promptly activate his perceptive abilities to ascertain if it would aid in his understanding of the techniques. He resumed practicing the 6 steps of health cultivation Qi method, this time with his perception fully engaged. As soon as his perceptive abilities were activated, akin to his earlier experience with the axe, Wang Yang immediately sensed that his movements felt awkward and his body uncoordinated. Deep within his mind, he began to perceive a special force guiding him to adjust his actions. Upon rediscovering the sensation he had experienced earlier, Wang Yang held his breath and concentrated entirely on following the guidance in his mind, meticulously recording the adjustments to his breathing and stepping techniques. Chapter 35. 2 mutated zombies. 10 minutes elapsed, and Wang Yang felt a slight dizziness creeping into his head, prompting him to deactivate his perception. He continued with his earlier method of breathing and moving. After self-correcting through perception, his movements became significantly more fluid than at the start, with his walking rhythm and hand motions exhibiting a newfound harmony, embodying an ineffable sense of rhythm. Maintaining this state, he practiced for another 10 minutes before reactivating his perception to sense the flow of energy. Indeed, Wang Yang immediately noticed the speed of energy flowing towards him from the air had increased markedly, achieving a velocity of approximately 15, a staggering 50% faster than Qi Zixuan and Ouyang Yu. This cultivation method was truly effective. This revelation filled Wang Yang with exhilaration. Moreover, he distinctly felt that this speed was still not the limit of the 6 steps of health cultivation Qi method. His breathing pattern and movements of his hands and feet had yet to be optimized, leaving ample room for improvement in absorption speed. His perceptive ability was indeed extraordinary, seemingly surpassing even the advanced strength enhancement of Mengzi. At that moment, Wang Yang finally confirmed that the ability he had acquired was genuinely formidable. Furthermore, he was yet to uncover the capabilities bestowed by Wang Xiaofei's crystal core. With such potent abilities, he was certain he could navigate the apocalypse with greater efficacy. In that instant, the unease that had plagued his heart dissipated significantly, and the confidence that had been shaken by Qi Zixuan and Ouyang Yu was fully restored. As Wang Yang realized that maintaining his perceptive abilities for extended periods was untenable, he glanced at his phone and noted it was already 10:30 in the evening. Next, he needed to rescue the remaining guests in the hotel. Descending from the rooftop, Wang Yang reached the 42nd floor, which was the hotel's highest level. This floor contained 4 presidential suites, each spanning nearly 300 square meters. Although he was a hotel security guard, he had never visited this area before. Standing outside the safety door on the 42nd floor, Wang Yang extended his perception and immediately detected the presence of zombies. Oddly, there were quite a few zombies on the 42nd floor. This discovery astonished Wang Yang, as he had initially assumed that the public space on this level would be devoid of zombies. However, it appeared he was mistaken. Within his perceptive range, he sensed 3 zombies. For safety, he retrieved a rope and secured it to the door handle before swiping his card to open the door. Beep. The safety door swung open, instantly attracting the attention of the zombies inside. Wang Yang gently pulled the door ajar, and in that moment, several zombies lunged forth. Bang. The safety door was pushed slightly ajar, and Wang Yang quickly sidestepped and retreated. There were 5 zombies outside the safety door. 3 were nearby, while 2 were approaching from further away. Among them were 2 males and 3 females, the male zombies clad in slacks and white shirts, while the female zombies were dressed in fitted skirts. The males were approximately 1.80 meters tall, and the females stood around 1.70 meters. Despite their transformation, Wang Yang could discern that these zombies had once possessed striking features. Were these the service personnel specifically assigned to the presidential suites? Such attire was a rarity for Wang Yang. He had never encountered such employees in the hotel before. Apologies, but since they had already transformed, there was nothing more to say. Suppressing his curiosity, Wang Yang swiftly took action, wielding his fire axe to eliminate the 5 zombies at the door within just 5 strikes. After dispatching the 5 zombies, he assessed his strength and noticed a slight enhancement after practicing the 6 steps of health cultivation chi method on the rooftop for over half an hour. Igniting a fervor within him, he aimed to clear the remaining zombies swiftly and resume his training. Wang Yang opened the safety door, pushing the surrounding zombies aside. As he stepped inside, the entire public area of the 42nd floor unfolded before his eyes. Unlike other floors, the layout on the 42nd floor was circular. Upon exiting the stairs, he encountered a service desk alongside a separate lounge, explaining the presence of zombies at the entrance. The 42nd floor likely boasted its own dedicated service system. And with 4 rooms, there were 5 personnel attending to them, despite only 2 being occupied yesterday. Directly opposite the elevators was a spacious area, featuring a small artificial pond at its center, adorned with rocks and trees, and 4 stone bridges leading to the 4 rooms. In the center of the pond were 2 small pavilions, positioned between the pathways, allowing guests from all 4 rooms to rest conveniently. As Wang Yang approached, he noticed that both pavilions lacked roofs, and curiously, the area that should have been enclosed by a ceiling was transparent, revealing the night sky above. How extravagant! This design was entirely unexpected for Wang Yang. He had just been on the rooftop but had failed to notice that this section was transparent. From above, one could not see below, yet from below, the view above was crystal clear. This ingenious design prompted Wang Yang to marvel at the opulence of the wealthy. Guests were residing in rooms 2 and 4. He decided to investigate room 2 first. After briefly appreciating the exquisite design of the public area on the 42nd floor, Wang Yang made his way towards Suite 2. As he approached the suite, he sensed something unusual. Activating his perception, he found no zombies within a 10-meter radius, perhaps due to the spaciousness of the living area. Knock, knock. Wang Yang gently tapped on the door. And in an instant, 2 figures surged into his perceptive range. Upon sensing 2 zombies, his expression tightened. 2 special zombies, good grief. Wang Yang swiftly retreated. Bang, bang. The 2 zombies collided against the door, but the impact was not particularly forceful. Listening to the sound of the door being battered, Wang Yang cautiously gauged the situation inside. The 2 zombies exhibited energy fluctuations in their brains, indicating they were indeed special zombies, yet their force in crashing against the door was significantly weaker than that of the zombie that had charged out from the elevator earlier that day. It seemed they were not overly formidable. Observing the strength of the 2 zombies against the door, Wang Yang, who had initially intended not to rescue the guests inside, found himself pausing once more. Given the force with which they were slamming the door, these 2 zombies did not appear excessively powerful. Wang Yang resolved to give it a try. After all, 2 special zombies would yield 2 crystal cores. which were invaluable treasures. Surveying his surroundings, Wang Yang removed the rope from his waist and began to set a trap. He laid a length of rope across the stone bridge connecting the room to the public area, designed to trip any zombies that charged too aggressively. Additionally, he arranged another rope by the safety door, using his backpack to block the entrance, thereby creating 2 layers of security. Even if the trap on the bridge failed to ensnare the zombies, the safety door could still serve as a barrier. Having completed his preparations, Wang Yang took a deep breath and cautiously approached. Wielding his fire axe, he swiped his room card, and the door lock clicked open. Wang Yang immediately exerted all his strength to kick the door. Bang! The door swung open approximately 40 centimeters, and Wang Yang quickly retreated. Indeed, as the door cracked open, a zombie's arm reached out, followed by the door being flung wide open. A female zombie was the first to burst forth. Another zombie had also extended a hand from behind the door, poised to emerge. Wang Yang swiftly began to retreat and executed a leap onto the stone bridge. Deftly bypassing the rope he had previously tied, he made it across. But the zombies were not so fortunate. They were ensnared by the rope and fell in a heap, dead. Wang Yang swung his axe with precision, almost cleaving the zombie's head in two. At that moment, the second zombie also surged forward, prompting Wang Yang to retreat. However, to his astonishment, he discovered that his feet had become immobilized. Looking down, he was horrified to find a layer of ice had formed on the ground, freezing his feet to the floor. Howl! At that moment, the second zombie leapt over the rope and lunged directly at Wang Yang. Chapter 36. The mysterious woman. The sudden turn of events nearly sent Wang Yang's hair standing on end. There was no time for a cleaving blow. In a moment of desperation, he thrust the fire axe in his hand forcefully forward, pressing it against the chest of the zombie. Thud! The collision of their forces unexpectedly freed Wang Yang from the ice beneath his feet. Seizing the moment, he retreated 2 steps and dashed towards the safety door, bursting through with utmost speed, quickly securing the rope. A howl! At that moment, the pursuing zombie had closed in, and Wang Yang swiftly dodged its claws, then turned back to swing his axe at the encroaching head of the creature. To his astonishment, the female zombie raised her arm to block with her forearm, which was coated in a layer of frost. Crack! Wang Yang's strike failed to sever the zombie's forearm. It merely shattered the icy exterior. Damn! Before he could continue his assault, an overwhelming sense of danger washed over him as he noticed the zombie pointing its finger at him. Wang Yang instinctively tilted his head. Whoosh! A flash of white light whizzed past his face, leaving a chilling sensation in its wake. Turning to look, he was shocked to discover it was an ice arrow that had shattered against the wall. Observing the icy glow forming at the zombie's fingertips once more, Wang Yang delivered a powerful kick with his left foot, not aimed at the zombie, but directly at the door. With a resounding crash, the force from the door struck the zombie, causing its ice arrow to veer off course. After 2 failed attempts, the female zombie seemed utterly enraged, her upper body forcing its way inside, and with a flash of white light from her hands, she instantly froze Wang Yang's feet to the ground. In his dreams, realizing the zombie aimed to immobilize him, Wang Yang cursed under his breath and swung his fire axe down onto the ground. Crack! A thin layer of ice shattered, granting him freedom of movement once more. Perhaps due to the consecutive use of her freezing abilities, the special zombie refrained from further attacks and instead howled, desperately trying to break through. This time, U1T escaped unscathed. Sensing the cessation of the zombie's freezing capabilities, Wang Yang swung his axe with all his might. Thud! This time, the zombie that had thrust its half-body inside was finally decapitated by Wang Yang's strike. The battle was brief, and while Wang Yang's physical exertion was minimal, the psychological strain was immense. It wasn't merely the strength of the zombie that weighed on him, but rather the unfamiliarity of such creatures he had yet to encounter. Among the 3 special zombies he had previously faced, Wang Xiaofei had been bound like a zongzi, revealing no abilities, and even after consuming a crystal core, Wang Yang remained unaware of her powers. The other 2 exhibited one with immense strength and another with remarkable speed. As for the 2 special zombies he faced today, the one he had tripped was rather unremarkable, yet the latter proved to be formidable. Capable of launching ice arrows, forming a layer of ice for defense, and creating frost on the ground to hinder an opponent's movement, such unexpected abilities indeed placed immense pressure on Wang Yang. Taking a moment to steady his breath, he rose and extracted the crystal core from the decapitated zombie's head. Blue. This was a color he had only seen in TikTok videos. It was his first encounter with it in reality. Was the zombie's ability to freeze the reason for the blue hue? Wang Yang found himself perplexed. Remembering the other zombie outside, he stored the blue crystal core away, preparing to open the door to claim another. Upon opening the door, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Wang Yang's eyes. On the stone bridge stood a woman wielding a long sword, who had apparently taken the crystal core from the zombie he had just slain. "What are you doing?" Wang Yang shouted furiously. The crystal core he had painstakingly fought for was at risk of being snatched away. How could he not be enraged? "Don't move." Seeing Wang Yang approach, the woman immediately stowed the crystal core, pointing the sword at him. "Return the crystal core to me." A surge of anger welled up in Wang Yang's heart. He had risked so much to save her and eliminate the zombie. Yet this ungrateful woman sought to take advantage of him. Even though the woman before him was strikingly beautiful, rivaling Shenlong Xin, Wang Yang could not condone such behavior. "I command you to halt. Get any closer, and I will shoot." The woman, noticing Wang Yang's intent to advance, swiftly sheathed her sword, revealing a black handgun that pointed directly at him. This was the first time Wang Yang had ever been threatened with a gun, and it was evident that this weapon was not the sort typically wielded by law enforcement. It was considerably larger. Wang Yang's body bristled with cold dread, feeling an imminent threat of death. "Lu Yi, put the gun away and return the crystal core to him." At that moment, a calm voice emerged from the second suite, followed by the appearance of a woman dressed in casual attire. Upon seeing her face, Wang Yang's breath caught in his throat, overwhelmed by her stunning beauty. The woman was extraordinarily tall, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders like a silken waterfall, smooth and lustrous. Her lips resembled ripe cherries, vibrant, glossy, and full. Though her mouth bore no smile, it evoked an irresistible desire for inquiry. Her skin was as fair as snow, accentuated by her dark hair, making her even more radiant. Most striking were her eyes, reminiscent of clear autumn waters, bright and crystalline, yet imbued with a hint of aloofness. The brief moment their gazes met left Wang Yang with a peculiar sensation, as if she could see through him entirely. "Miss, this person poses a threat to you." Lu Yi, upon seeing her mistress emerge, exhibited a hint of urgency. "Shall I repeat myself?" The woman's expression remained impassive, her voice steady. "Yes." Lu Yi nodded, retracting the gun, and tossed a white crystal core to Wang Yang. As he caught it, the beautiful woman standing at the doorway spoke to him. "Thank you for your rescue. My attendant overreacted, and I apologize on her behalf." With that, she inclined her head slightly towards Wang Yang. Though it was merely a nod, her demeanor exuded grace, neither subservient nor arrogant, and devoid of even the slightest bow. Yet Wang Yang could sense genuine sincerity in her gesture. It's nothing. Faced with such a woman, while before the bodyguard could even let out a scream, a flash of white light appeared. A thin line of blood gradually became visible at the bodyguard's throat, and soon blood began to gush forth. Subsequently, the bodyguard slumped to the ground, his eyes wide open, forever unclosed in death. A murder. At that moment, the woman in Hanzetching's room let out a piercing scream and turned to flee into the room. Hanzetching immediately reacted, attempting to rush back into the room. However, Liu Ye did not grant him that opportunity. She pursued him directly, thrusting her sword from behind. With a sickening thud, the long sword pierced Hanzetching's heart, his eyes bulging in disbelief as he crumpled to the ground. With a flick of her wrist, Liu Ye shook off the blood from her sword, leaving no trace behind. Then, in a swift motion, she sheathed the sword. An action so quick that Wang Yang barely caught a glimpse of it. After all was said and done, both Liu Ye and the ethereal woman behind her wore expressions of utter calm, as if slaying Hanzetching were as trivial as killing a mere chicken. "Could you spare us some food?" At that moment, the beautiful woman in the distance addressed Wang Yang once more. "This bag is filled with food. You may have it all." Wang Yang removed the pack from his back and tossed it towards Liu Ye from afar. "Thank you." The woman nodded at Wang Yang, expressing her gratitude for his assistance and the provisions. "Is there anything we can do to repay you?" It seemed she did not wish to owe Wang Yang any favors. Suddenly, Wang Yang realized that his previous thoughts were rather impulsive. It was not the woman who had saved Liu Ye's life, but rather, she had saved him. Had he acted rashly against Liu Ye, he might very well be the one lying lifeless on the ground now, a celestial woman, accompanied by such a formidable bodyguard, and Liu Ye's attire bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the two female zombies who had just burst from the room. Could it be that those zombies possessed skills comparable to Liu Ye's? Furthermore, were they also armed? If so, what might this woman's identity be? After all, she had yet to even mention her name. Wang Yang chose not to dwell further on this. Instead voicing, if there are any spare cold weapons available, might I request one? Unsure of what to ask for, especially since his current fire axe no longer met his needs, he noticed that the long sword in the woman's possession was unmistakably extraordinary. Acquiring one would be nothing short of splendid. Upon hearing Wang Yang's request, the woman returned to the room and shortly thereafter emerged with a long sword identical to Liu Ye's, which she tossed towards Wang Yang. The throw was precise, and as the sword flew through the air in a straight line, Wang Yang sensed that this woman's prowess was likely formidable as well. With a clap, he caught the long sword, only to be surprised by its weight. It was only slightly lighter than the fire axe in his hand, which intrigued him greatly. However, Wang Yang's strength had significantly increased, and despite the sword's heft, it was still manageable for him to wield. Thank you. The hotel will be delivering food regularly, and my friend and I plan to move to the upper floors. Please feel free to make yourselves comfortable. Liu's brow furrowed slightly, yet the stunning woman appeared unfazed by this. After leaving those 3 words, the woman turned and returned to Suite 2, with Liu following suit. The 42nd floor fell silent once more as Wang Yang cautiously retreated, shutting the security door behind him. He immediately drew the long sword, and a chill glimmer radiated from its blade. What a fine sword! Wang Yang couldn't help but exclaim, feeling its craftsmanship was exceptional, the grip exquisite, and its sharpness beyond reproach. The woman's status must be of immense significance. Reflecting on the woman from earlier, Wang Yang's thoughts began to swirl. The organization known as Cube 9 Heavens, to which hands-etching belonged, was a name Wang Yang had heard. It seemed to be the largest local consortium in Huhai, with a robust foundation. However, in the woman's eyes, the identity of the second son of Cube 9 Heavens seemed utterly inconsequential. Killing such a person was no different than exterminating a zombie in today's Dragon Country, who could possibly possess such standing and audacity. These matters were undoubtedly beyond Wang Yang's comprehension. He could only surmise that the woman must hail from one of the most prestigious families in Dragon Country, or perhaps she was related to one of the towering giants of the realm. Beyond that, he truly could not fathom any other possibilities. Suddenly, a realization struck Wang Yang, and he swiftly returned to the 42nd floor, heading directly to Suite 4. The woman may not have been concerned about hands-etching's demise. But what if the blame fell upon him? Although the Han family might not dare retaliate against her, they would surely seek to lay the blame on him if they discovered he had been present. Wang Yang sprinted with all his might, using his highest-level access card to unlock the door to Suite 4. Indeed, in the living room, the woman beside hands-etching was trembling, holding her phone aloft as if awaiting a connection. "Hello, this is the Han Mansion." That moment, the call was answered, and Wang Yang could hear the voice on the other end. Without allowing the woman to utter another word, he rushed forward and swift. However, should the injuries be too severe, the ingestion of crystal nuclei still poses a risk of death. Furthermore, we have discovered several effective methods to combat zombies and have produced practical training videos for the public to observe and learn from. In conclusion, the authorities and military will strive to conduct rescue operations and encourage all citizens to take initiative in self-rescue. May the heavens bless Longhua. Following the dissemination of this information across major platforms, the comment sections erupted with fervor. 2093. What does the official announcement mean? Are they revealing the classification of crystal nuclei and combat methods, implying that rescue efforts will not be forthcoming? Junlanking Iaido. Is there any need to elaborate? With so many zombies, how can the authorities possibly conduct a rescue? It seems we must rely on ourselves moving forward. Mosheng Wakai. Is there a big brother willing to protect me? I reside in Huhai Kai Yuan Dijing community. As long as a big brother is willing to protect me, I am ready to comply with any request. Images, Jiaowai Bingding. Jinlin University is recruiting members with combat abilities to form a rescue team. There are already a dozen brave souls willing to confront zombies. Strength in numbers. Instantly, the comment sections of various platforms overflowed with tens of thousands of comments, including pleas for protection, requests to form teams, curses, and offers of payment for bodyguards. A true cacophony of chaos. Shenlan Xin, who had been waiting in her room for Wang Yang, also saw the official announcement and promptly sent him a message on Feishin. Wang Yang, the official announcement has been released. You must return quickly. After practicing swordplay for a while, Wang Yang, during his break, happened to see the message from Shenlan Xin. The official announcement includes the methods for utilizing crystal nuclei. Upon reading the message, Wang Yang immediately sheathed his sword and began his return. Soon, he arrived at the 38th floor, knocked on the door to greet Lu Ming and Fu Huanhuan, and the four gathered in the living room of Yuncheng No. One suite. Before long, all four had read the official announcement, and their expressions varied. It seems Brother Yang's judgment was correct. We truly cannot rely on rescue efforts. What should we do next? Lu Ming asked. His demeanor somewhat dazed. I have a vague instinct about this, but I am unsure if I am correct. Wang Yang had pondered these questions throughout the day, yet he still lacked a definitive answer. You start. Let us brainstorm together, Shenlan Xin suggested. Wang Yang nodded and replied, First, I am not inclined to join any potential official bases that may emerge in the future. Secondly, I do not wish to align myself with certain private factions. I desire to take control of my own fate. Lu Ming concurred with Wang Yang's sentiments, and Shenlan Xin also nodded in agreement, while Fu Huanhuan remained in a state of following along without voicing her opinion. Wang Yang continued, Secondly, after I develop a few members in Huhai, I still intend to leave this place. Initially, I wanted to depart due to the overwhelming presence of powerful factions and the dense population, which hindered development. However, after reviewing the official announcement, I believe leaving has become imperative. The only difference now is when and where we will go. Shenlan Xin added, Indeed, some individuals among the zombies exhibit commanding abilities, which is truly terrifying. Who knows the extent of their command? If they can only direct a few dozen zombies, perhaps we can manage, but if they can command hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands, I cannot fathom how dreadful that would be. The sheer number of zombies in the Yangtze River Delta makes it exceedingly difficult to cope if they coordinate. Lu Ming chimed in, Moreover, this area is coastal with abundant wildlife. While wild animals may be few, the number of zoo animals and domesticated creatures is likely countless. The intricate water network and lush vegetation render this place quite unsuitable for survival. Wang Yang. Do you have any places in mind that we can go to? Shenlan Xin inquired. Wang Yang pondered for a moment and replied, We should fulfill several conditions. The population must not be too large. It should be suitable for agricultural production, the vegetation should not be overly dense, and the number of animals should be limited. Additionally, it would be advantageous to have some industrial foundation. If we grow stronger in the future, we cannot rely solely on cold weapons for combat. After listening to Wang Yang's thoughts, Lu Ming and Shenlan Xin nodded in agreement. Wang Yang's considerations were indeed comprehensive. The only question remained, could they, as a small group, successfully reach such an ideal location? We can contemplate our destination gradually, Wang Yang said, turning his gaze to Fu Huanhuan. Huanhuan, you must decide carefully. If you choose to follow us, I will not provide you with special treatment. You need to possess combat abilities and contribute to the team. If you do not wish to fight, we can arrange to escort you to an official base before we leave. No, I want to follow you. Fu Huanhuan declared, lifting her head with determination. Seeing her reaction, Shenlan Xin and Lu Ming both smiled, as they did not wish for Fu Huanhuan to depart. Very well, Wang Yang replied with a smile. In that case, I will find a suitable crystal nucleus to enhance your abilities. Mengzi and I have already consumed crystal nuclei, and Lan Xin has as well. You are the only one left, Wang Yang. Do you mean? Lu Ming and Fu Huanhuan were initially puzzled by Wang Yang's words, but Shenlan Xin understood immediately. Could it be that Wang Yang already possessed crystal nuclei? With a slight smile, Wang Yang reached into his pocket, revealing 2 crystal nuclei, one blue and one white, in the palm of his hand. The other 3 stared in astonishment at the crystal nuclei in Wang Yang's hand. Chapter 39. Teaching the Heart Method. Brother Yang. When did you acquire these? Lu Ming exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. I killed 2 special zombies on the 42nd floor earlier. It was a near-death experience. Wang Yang replied casually. Although Wang Yang spoke nonchalantly, the other 3 could sense the difficulty of the endeavor. Not to mention Lu Ming, who had directly experienced the strength of special zombies. Even Shenlan Xin and Fu Huanhuan could glean the severity from the official announcement, which clearly stated the formidable combat prowess of special zombies. The authorities would not deceive the public on this matter. Wang Yang. Shenlan Xin gazed at him, desperately suppressing her emotions. You are all my team members. Your strength is crucial for our journey ahead, Wang Yang stated. Additionally, I have discovered another piece of information. What is it? Wang Yang inquired. The heart method, Wang Yang said, turning to Xinlan Xin. Please share the MA 12 stances with them as well. It is genuinely useful. Is it truly real? Xinlan Xin asked, her eyes widening in disbelief. The impact was even greater than that of the crystal nuclei. Initially, when Wang Yang asked her to search for the heart method online, she thought he was joking. Creating a group chat for the four of them on Feixin, Xinlan Xin shared the MA moving skill 12 stances and gazed at Wang Yang with fervent eyes. Wang Yang, how did you come to this conclusion? It is astonishing. Wang Yang glanced at Lu Ming and said, this Mengzi should also have some insight. Today, that pair of ethereal couple in our team possesses remarkably abnormal combat abilities. I suspect they are what one might call martial artists. Therefore, I wanted to experiment. Perhaps the heart method, which was ineffective in the past, might now be of use. Upon hearing this explanation, Lu Ming slapped his thigh and exclaimed, Brother Yang, you are a genius. How did I not think of that? That couple indeed seems extraordinary. I feel that even I, having consumed crystal nuclei, might not stand a chance against them. Be more confident. Let go of the might. You have only increased in strength, but those two are no slouches either. In terms of combat skills, they could likely defeat you with ease, Wang Yang teased with a smile. At this moment, Wang Yang couldn't help but recall the figure with the willow leaf on the 42nd floor and that young lady who had not mentioned her name. It's a pity I was a bit far from them at the time. I could not sense whether they had awakened any abilities. Wang Yang mused internally. Considering the combat prowess of the willow leaf, if she had indeed awakened abilities, it would be truly terrifying. However, since there were 3 servants alongside the main figure, it was unlikely that the other 2 had not awakened as well. Next time we meet, I must investigate further. Huhai is truly a place where hidden talents abound. Wang Yang reflected. Shall we begin practicing now? Lu Ming, seemingly intrigued by martial arts, decided to give it a try. Indeed, Wang Yang nodded. This skill is rather challenging to master. I have only just begun to grasp its nuances. You may practice while I share my insights. Otherwise, it might be difficult for you to comprehend in a short time. All right, let us commence, Lu Ming declared. Rising to his feet. In the following hours, Wang Yang instructed the 3 on the essentials of the MA moving skill 12 stances. After more than an hour, they had essentially familiarized themselves with the heart method. Wang Yang assessed their progress and noted that Lu Ming's energy absorption speed had reached around 9, while Xinlan Xin and Fu Huan were at approximately 5. It seemed that those who had consumed crystal nuclei indeed progressed more swiftly, but ordinary individuals, unless exceptionally gifted, would likely absorb energy at a slower rate than even typical zombies. However, with persistent training, they should be able to develop considerable combat strength. Wang Yang thought to himself. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the 3 had essentially mastered the essentials of the moving skill 12 stances. Lu Ming took Fu Huan back to Yuncheng No. 2, while Xinlan Xin remained with Wang Yang. Indeed, after consuming the crystal nuclei, Xinlan Xin's absorption speed had reached 11, surpassing Qi Zixuan and Ouying Yu. While Wang Yang, after continuously refining the moving skill 12 stances, had achieved an absorption speed of 16, already exceeding others by a significant margin. Moreover, Wang Yang perceived that both the 6-step health cultivation Qi method and the 12 movements of MA still possessed room for further optimization. This realization bolstered Wang Yang's confidence even more. After consuming the crystal core, Xinlan Xin continued her practice of the 12 movements of MA, while Wang Yang began to contemplate a crucial point mentioned in the official information. The official data classified the crystal cores. White represented physical attributes, blue denoted elemental attributes, while green was solely associated with healing. This suggested that the current official statistics on green crystal cores were limited, indicating that they likely harbored other abilities beyond healing. Wang Yang silently pondered this. It was evident that the abilities of each type of crystal core varied. White was the weakest, blue was slightly stronger. Green was even more potent, and gold was the most formidable. Could it be that the color of the crystal cores and the strength of their abilities were related to the luminous orbs he had initially observed? Wang Yang recalled the luminous orbs he had seen in the night sky on the eve of the cataclysm. The order in which these orbs appeared was white, blue, green, gold, with the last color remaining unclear to him. From this perspective, the golden crystal core he obtained from Wang Xiaofei should be more powerful than the currently disclosed white, blue, and green cores. However, he was still unaware of its specific abilities. Wang Yang understood that the power he acquired from Wang Xiaofei must be exceedingly formidable. Yet he remained in the dark regarding its nature, which filled him with anticipation to unravel the mystery swiftly. Furthermore, he had already possessed a perception ability prior to consuming the crystal core. And this perception ability was quite potent, suggesting that he bore two distinct powers. The question lingered. Where did this perception ability rank according to the white, blue, green, and gold hierarchy? Or perhaps, did it belong to an even higher tier beyond gold? After organizing all the information in his mind and realizing that several key questions still lacked clarity, Wang Yang ceased his contemplation. If he could not decipher it now, he would revisit it later. For the time being, he needed to continually enhance his own abilities. Rising to his feet, Wang Yang assumed the posture of the 12 movements of tame and immersed himself in practice. Throughout the night, neither Wang Yang nor Xinlan Xin took a break. Wang Yang diligently practiced the 12 movements, activating his perception ability for 5 minutes every hour to optimize the effectiveness of the movements. By morning, his energy absorption rate had reached 22, double that of Xinlan Xin, who had also consumed a crystal core. Meanwhile, Xinlan Xin had devoted half her time to practicing the 12 movements and the other half honing her newly acquired ice abilities. By 7:30 in the morning, Xinlan Xin was capable of launching an ice arrow, yet she struggled to master the technique Wang Yang had described, creating a layer of ice on the ground to freeze the enemy's feet and enveloping herself in ice crystals as a shield. Wang Yang merely encouraged her to continue experimenting, sensing that the powers awakened after the apocalypse were likely linked to innate talents and abilities. The ice zombie they had encountered previously had once been the guardian of a mysterious woman, and judging by Lu Ye's abilities, that woman's original powers must have been exceptional. Even in zombified form, she likely retained some of her innate gifts, which accounted for her formidable strength. Although Xinlan Xin was intelligent, her lack of prior martial arts foundation meant she had much to learn. At 7:40, Wang Yang and Xinlan Xin concluded their practice. Despite a sleepless night, both maintained a commendable spirit. Meanwhile, Lu Meng and Fu Huanhuan were also prepared. With Lu Meng wielding a fire axe and Fu Huanhuan holding a metal pipe, the lower part of which was wrapped with sewing thread to enhance grip. "Can you manage that?" Wang Yang inquired. Unable to suppress a chuckle at the sight of the metal pipe, which stood at 1.60 meters, towering over Fu Huanhuan and rendering it somewhat unwieldy in her hands, "I can handle it. After practicing all night, I feel a bit stronger, so it's not too strenuous," Fu Huanhuan replied. Xinlan Xin approached Fu Huanhuan and suggested, "How about we form a small team? You keep the zombies at bay with that pipe while I attack from the side." "Sure, Sister Lan Xin. We'll coordinate splendidly." Fu Huanhuan's confidence surged after learning of Wang Yang's formidable abilities, especially upon discovering he possessed a crystal core. The authorities had previously stated that even if one was bitten or scratched by a zombie, consuming a crystal core promptly would prevent transformation, and following Lu Jichao's incident, Lu Meng had reassured her that she had now overcome her fear of death. Fu Huanhuan knew Wang Yang intended to find her a higher quality crystal core. But if she were injured before that, the white crystal core would suffice. "All right, let us head to the 7th floor to assemble." With everyone prepared, Wang Yang led the group towards the 7th floor. Upon entering the safe staircase and descending level by level, an unusual phenomenon caught their attention. "Brother Yang, why are there so many people heading downstairs today, and most of them seem armed?" Lu Meng remarked during a brief lull in the crowd. From the 38th floor downwards, Wang Yang encountered a dozen individuals, all making their way down. Shaking his head, Wang Yang remained silent, yet a vague answer began to form in his mind. Indeed, upon reaching the 7th floor, they were greeted by the sight of 70 to 80 individuals already gathered in the gymnasium, all adult males, nearly every one of them wielding an assortment of makeshift weapons. Some had clotheslines tied to fruit knives. Others wielded fire axes or mops, and there were even those who had dismantled excess parts of clothing racks, leaving only a long wooden stick. "Our team will be ranked according to the number of zombies killed. Everything is transparent. The greater the contribution, the sooner one can obtain a crystal core, and those who acquire cores will not withdraw but will continue to assist other team members in the gym." A middle-aged man was passionately explaining this, surrounded by a dozen eager listeners. Wang Yang spotted Fu Wei, who had intended to join him in battling zombies yesterday, standing next to that man. Furthermore, there were 3 or 4 similar groups in the gym, where individuals entering would quickly be engaged by enthusiastic members introducing the advantages of their teams. "Can't wait any longer?" Wang Yang narrowed his eyes at the scene in the gym. Chapter 40. willing to invest. I am the logistics director of Ocean University. Possessing ample management experience and organizing teams is second nature to me. Moreover, I can leverage the resources of Ocean University. You may not be aware, but several powerful ability users have emerged from Ocean University. They not only dealt with the zombies in the dormitory, but are also actively pushing outward. If we start working hard now, we will become immensely powerful. In the gym, the middle-aged man continued his animated discourse. Lu Ming, observing through the glass, turned to Wang Yang and said, "Isn't that the director you from Ocean University?" Indeed, Wang Yang nodded, recalling the impression left by his remark about not using titles during personal time. "Brother Yang, is that Fu Wei? Didn't he say he would join us in battling zombies today? Why is he over there with Director Yu?" Lu Ming frowned at the sight of Fu Wei. Although Fu Wei had merely verbally agreed to team up, the lack of a formal commitment still irked Lu Ming. Director Yu is quite willing to invest. Just look at those around him. Wang Yang smiled lightly, indicating that Lu Ming should observe closely. Indeed, the beautiful woman named Bai Ting stood beside Director Yu, her arm linked with Fu Wei's in a display of intimacy. Lu Ming instantly grasped what Wang Yang meant by investment. "Wow, he is really impressive," Lu Ming exclaimed, wide-eyed. "Impressive indeed." Wang Yang concurred, then added, "All right, let us head in." Although the situation before them was unexpected, it was hardly surprising in retrospect. Just yesterday, the authorities had disclosed the functions of crystal cores and the weaknesses of zombies, further indicating that rescue efforts might not be as smoothly executed as hoped. This news had stirred many ambitious individuals, eager to form their own teams amidst the chaos. The previously reluctant warriors had transformed overnight. Nearly all able-bodied men had descended, with even some physically capable women joining in, swiftly forming several small teams of a dozen or so individuals in the gym. Qi Zixuan, Lu Jichao, and others had also made their way down and were now congregated in a corner. Wang Yang led his group directly toward them. "Good morning." Wang Yang greeted the people in the team with a smile, and they responded warmly. Lu Jichao immediately complained upon Wang Yang's arrival. "Yesterday, when we wanted everyone to fight together, no one was willing, yet today these people are eager to join in and are even poaching from our team. Relax, we currently enjoy the freedom to come and go as we please. Does joining us mean you must remain by our side indefinitely? We have not even formally established a team." Wang Yang shook his head dismissively. "Although we have lost one member, the strength of Wang Yang's group has significantly increased, especially with Shunlan Xin, who is far superior to Fu Weiqiang. Fu Wei's departure from his team is his own loss. At that moment, two young men, wielding makeshift wooden sticks fashioned from clothes hangers, approached Wang Yang's group. "Hello, I would like to inquire about joining your team. How will the distribution of zombie crystal cores be handled?" These two individuals appear to be in their 20s and seem to be physically active. As evidenced by their light steps, they were undoubtedly healthy young men. Although several teams had already formed in the gym, Wang Yang's group remained the most formidable. The impressive display during his rescue of them yesterday was still vividly etched in everyone's minds. If assurance of obtaining crystal cores was available under Wang Yang's leadership, it was likely that the vast majority would prefer to join his team. The distribution of crystal cores will take contribution into account, but ultimately, it is I who will decide to whom they shall be allocated, Wang Yang stated candidly. He did not lower his voice, ensuring all team members could hear his declaration. Wang Yang was also preparing to assemble his own team. He did not require a large number of members, but one crucial aspect needed to be ensured. His voice would be the only one that mattered within the group. There would be no so-called voting system. Everyone would follow his directives, and he alone would oversee the distribution of the crystal cores. Are there no specific rules or order? For instance, will those who join first have priority? The two young men pressed. Somewhat unwilling to relent. "No," Wang Yang responded, shaking his head. The two young men, with furrowed brows, pondered for a moment before thanking him and turning to leave. After bidding farewell to the two, Wang Yang turned to his team and asked, "Did everyone hear what I just said? If anyone has objections, feel free to consider joining another team." As soon as Wang Yang finished speaking, Hao Yufei and Ho Linlin glanced at Lu Jichao. Lu Jichao, annoyed, slapped Hao Yufei on the head and said, "What are you looking at me for? My stance is clear. I will follow Brother Yang from now on." Changjie chimed in, "I have no objections either." Fang Guohui, Su Liang, and Xia Hongbin, who had just joined the day before, remained silent, indicating their agreement. Su Liang and Xia Hongbin, both UFC contenders, exuded a unique aura. After returning home yesterday, They had already discussed that among this group, Wang Yang, Qi Zixuan, and Ouyang Yu felt distinctly different. While they were formidable even among ordinary individuals, often able to take on 3 or even 5 opponents, they instinctively felt that they were not a match for these 3. Among them, Wang Yang left the most profound impression. The martial artist's intuition assured them that following Wang Yang was undoubtedly the right choice. Fang Guohui appeared to admire the 2 UFC contenders, naturally aligning with their choice. Ouyang Yu and I may not be able to stay with your team for long. We have to return home eventually. However, during our time together, we will certainly heed your arrangements. Qi Zixuan stated with a smile. Indeed, Qi Zixuan and Ouyang Yu were only temporarily in his team. It was clear that they would not accompany him for an extended period. Nevertheless, having the assistance of these 2 skilled individuals before leaving Huhai was already a significant boon for Wang Yang. We would also like to join your team. While we are with you, we will follow your lead. Is that acceptable? Before Wang Yang could respond, a somewhat cold voice interjected. Turning to see who spoke, Wang Yang was surprised to find it was the pair from the presidential suite on the 42nd floor. The speaker was the mysterious woman who had not revealed her name the day before. Both women had changed into ordinary athletic attire today, complete with masks and hats that obscured their exquisite features, yet their figures and presence still captivated many in the gym. Particularly striking was the fact that each carried a long sword on their backs. Ouyang Yu did not focus on their beauty, but rather noticed a gray ring adorning Lu Ye's index finger. Upon spotting the ring, Ouyang Yu's gaze sharpened, but before she could speak, Qi Zixuan restrained her hand. At that moment, Lu Ye's attention shifted to them, and a subtle change flickered across her expression before quickly vanishing. After a silent exchange of glances with Qi Zixuan and Ouyang Yu, they acted as if they were complete strangers. The interaction among these 3 was exceedingly discreet and swift, but Wang Yang, whose perception was heightened, caught the exchange as he sought to ascertain whether they possessed innate abilities. It was evident that these 3 were acquainted, or at least aware of one another's identities. In that instant, Wang Yang confirmed a conclusion in his mind. It appeared that Qi Zixuan and Ouyang Yu truly hailed from a martial arts sect or a hidden family, and Lu Yi clearly belonged to the same realm. They seemed to have recognized each other's identities in a brief moment. You are both welcome to join. I would be more than happy to have you, Wang Yang replied with a smile. Suppressing his curiosity, Chapter 41. Your sword resembles a cleaver in its use. Wang Yang utilized his perception abilities to scan the 2 women before him. Indeed, both the master and servant radiated powerful energy waves. Lu Ye's head emitted a blue halo, while the mysterious woman emanated a rare green light. It was unclear what innate ability this woman possessed. Wang Yang pondered silently. The official descriptions of green abilities had been rather vague, merely revealing that one of the green abilities pertained to healing, indicating that no further samples of green abilities had yet been discovered. Now was not the time to dwell on such matters. Wang Yang clapped his hands and declared, "Let us proceed according to yesterday's plan and begin our sweep from the 5th floor." With that, Wang Yang led his team out of the gym and through the safety door. As Wang Yang's group departed, the previously boisterous atmosphere in the gym fell silent. Several leaders exchanged glances, unsure of their next course of action, especially since they had not participated in the battle yesterday and had all been rescued by Wang Yang. One burly man, who appeared to be a petty criminal, suggested, "Let us go clear the 2nd floor. It's mostly restaurants there, and I've been there several times before. It should be relatively empty. If we secure the 2nd floor, we can enjoy a good meal." Upon hearing this, excitement illuminated the faces of those in the petty criminals group. The petty criminal led a dozen or so individuals out, and soon 2 teams had exited, leaving the gym considerably less populated. "Director Yu, what should we do?" After Wang Yang and his group left, Fu Wei finally exhaled in relief, having been too anxious to look in Wang Yang's direction for fear of incurring his wrath. Director Yu appeared troubled. He was fine with fabricating tales to inspire morale, but when it came to battle command, he was at a loss. He could only ask Fu Wei, "Do you have any good suggestions?" Beside Fu Wei, Bai Ting immediately chimed in, "Yes, Wei Gu, please share your thoughts." Although Director Yu excelled in organization and management, Fu Wei was the strongest in terms of combat within their group. As Bai Ting spoke, she subtly nudged Fu Wei's arm with her chest, causing his heart to race with excitement and bravado, momentarily forgetting that he had not engaged in any battles. "Let us head to the basement level. There's an employee cafeteria there, and I heard from Wang Yang yesterday that most of the zombies have already been cleared out. We should be fine heading there." Fu Wei recalled Wang Yang's plan and suggested. All right, we will proceed to the basement level. Director Yu, having considered Fu Wei's words, felt they made perfect sense and confidently issued orders. As Director Yu led the way. Only a few straggling individuals remained in the gym. Among the remaining group were those who had hesitated to join any team, including the two young men who had initially inquired about the distribution of crystal cores. Director Wu, what shall we do? A girl asked the middle-aged man at the forefront of their group. This remaining group centered around a man in his 30s, with several young men and women accompanying him. They had originally come to Huhai to promote a new product for a snack brand named Joyful Memories. Renting an exhibition hall on the third floor of the Fortune Center Hotel, where the entire company had coincidentally stayed, only to encounter this unforeseen calamity. They were there for a product launch. Over 30 employees had come from Joyful Memories, but now only a little over a dozen remained alive, while others had likely met with misfortune during the setup on the third floor when the disaster struck. Perhaps due to the lingering influence of their pre-disaster hierarchy, the employees of Joyful Memories still rallied around their leader from before the catastrophe. Let us request universal access cards and check in information from the staff in the office area. We will clear out any zombies remaining on the upper floors. This will enhance our safety and possibly allow us to gather more people, Director Wu concluded after deliberating. Soon, this group departed as well, leaving only a handful of individuals without teams in the gym. These remaining individuals exchanged glances and decided to band together for warmth. Among them, Wang Yang's team was the quickest to arrive at the safety door on the 5th floor. Now that our team has grown in number, we need not be so cautious. Let us deal with the zombies at the entrance and then proceed directly to clear the interior. With the increased manpower and the presence of skilled fighters like Qi Zixuan and Lu Yi, Wang Yang has become less wary. All right, everyone agreed without objection. Lu Meng secured the rope on the safety door, Wang Yang swiped his card, and then flung open the door, calling out into the interior. This time, only a single zombie in a waiter's uniform staggered forward. Wang Yang had no inclination to wait for others to hone their skills. With a swift stroke of his sword, he severed the zombie's head and stepped into the 5th floor. The 5th floor revealed a spacious corridor, flanked by 2 coffee shops and 2 bars. The layout was quite apparent to it seemed there would not be many zombies. So let us begin our sweep from the coffee shop, Wang Yang declared, taking the lead. On the 5th floor, the 2 coffee shops were Man Coffee and Sculpting Time, though both offered some breakfast items. The clientele was sparse. Wang Yang and his companions made no effort to conceal their presence. Instead, they advanced briskly. Soon, 3 zombies burst forth from Sculpting Time, while another 4 or 5 attempted to circumvent the tables to reach them. In the front line of the team walked Wang Yang, Qi Zixuan, and Ouyingyu, with Lu Meng safeguarding the rear. The mysterious woman and Lu Yi were situated in the middle of the group, with Lu Yi remaining vigilant, ensuring the safety of the enigmatic woman. With a swift motion, Wang Yang struck down the first zombie, while Qi Zixuan and Ouyingyu simply cleaved through the others with their fire axes. Dispatching 2 zombies with precision, as the remaining zombies appeared ready to surge forth, Wang Yang stepped forward, kicking the coffee shop door and sending 2 zombies staggering back, simultaneously severing another's head with his sword. At that moment, Qi Zixuan maneuvered around to the entrance of the coffee shop, and the 2 of them, flanking the door, dispatched the remaining zombies without requiring assistance from the others. Inside Man Coffee, sensing the presence of humans, the zombies began to stir, pressing toward the windows. The coffee shop had wooden windows that opened stylishly, and the zombies bypassed the main entrance, attempting to crawl out through the windows instead. With a flash, Ouyingyu and Lu Yi struck simultaneously, their swords gleaming as they eliminated 4 zombies before they could fully emerge. I say, Brother Yang, with you all handling things this way, we might as well be mere spectators. Lu Jichao remarked with a hint of frustration after the zombies in both coffee shops had been dealt with. After consuming a crystal core the day before, Lu Jichao had significantly improved his speed and physical prowess, eager to showcase his skills today, yet he had yet to find an opportunity to assist. Do not let your guard down. The 5th floor may have few zombies, making it straightforward, but the battles ahead will be far more troublesome. Wang Yang cautioned, scanning the surroundings. He noticed some movement in the operational areas of the coffee shops, indicating that there were still zombies trapped inside. Qi, let us split up and handle this. We need to flush out any that have evaded capture. Wang Yang suggested to Qi Zixuan. Qi Zixuan nodded in agreement, grinning as he replied, Sure, it's best to handle it separately. With how you wield that long sword like a cleaver, I worry you might accidentally cleave me too closely. Haha, indeed, I am not yet proficient. I will practice more. Wang Yang chuckled at Qi Zishuan's teasing. Having never wielded a long sword before, he felt apprehensive about thrusting it, fearing a misstep might allow a zombie to slip through. Nevertheless, the sword was of excellent quality, proving far more effective than a fire axe, even when used in a hacking manner. After a brief discussion, the two entered their respective coffee shops, one left and one right. In the area where Wang Yang was, two zombies were stuck in the restroom stalls. Wang Yang, feeling no need to liberate them, simply sliced off their feet from below and then decapitated them from above, effortlessly resolving the matter. Meanwhile, Qi Zishuan had a similarly easy task dealing with the zombies trapped at the bar's operational area. Once both sides had been cleared, the group reconvened at Man Coffee. Lu Jichao, amidst the chaos, no one heeded his words. The ragtag group was paralyzed by fear at the sight of the zombies, their only instinct to flee. Alas, two unfortunate souls fell victim to the undead. Swiftly overpowered. Director Yu, save me. Don't let them bite me. Fu Wei witnessed the last diminutive man from their group being seized by a zombie, its teeth tearing into his scalp, a gruesome chunk of flesh ripped away, blood gushing forth. Don't run. Hold the door. We cannot flee, otherwise we shall all perish. Fu Wei strained to close one door, simultaneously attempting to beckon his companions to secure the other, yet none paid him any mind. They were all too preoccupied with their escape, and Director Yu had long vanished from sight. Damn it! Fu Wei cursed under his breath, relinquishing the door and following suit, his heart heavy with regret for aligning himself with such fools. If only I hadn't left the team yesterday. As he ran, his thoughts were consumed by remorse. Director Yu had already ascended to the 7th floor, with Bai Ting trailing swiftly, yet still a step behind. The door on the 7th floor was slightly ajar, propped open by a folder, as other floors, including the 1st, 2nd, 4th, 6th, and 8th, echoed with the sounds of zombies feasting on flesh. Unbeknownst to the other survivors, the zombies had infiltrated the safe staircase in the CAF on the 5th floor. Wang Yang and his companions had dispatched the zombies at the bar and regrouped. Shen Lanxin prepared coffee for everyone as they gathered on the sofa. Forming a loose circle, Brother Yang, we've cleared the 5th floor. What shall we do next? Continue hunting zombies? Lu Jichao inquired. Wang Yang pondered for a moment before responding. We must indeed eliminate the zombies, but with purpose. We cannot flail about like headless chickens. After all, we are not obligated to cleanse the undead. Our aim in killing them must align with our own objectives. What constitutes purposeful killing? Lu Meng asked. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Yang resolved to articulate his plan. As Qi Ge mentioned earlier, they will not be joining our team. So Qi Ge and Yu Jie shall be temporary members. It is certain that Meng Zi, Lanxin, Huan, and I will act together. We intend to leave Huhai and seek refuge in a less populated area. I would like to inquire if any of you wish to join my small team and accompany me. With these words, Wang Yang extended a formal invitation. Those who accepted would no longer be considered temporary members, but rather integral to his team. I have no objections. As I stated yesterday, wherever Brother Yang goes, I shall follow. Lu Jichao was the first to respond. Yu Fei and Lin Lin, I can speak for them. The three of us shall join. After Wang Yang had expended a crystal core to save him, Lu Jichao was unwaveringly loyal. Chunjie pondered for a moment before asking, may I inquire where the team intends to go next? Wang Yang replied, the exact location is yet undecided, but it certainly won't be in a densely populated area. The place we settle must be arable, equipped with industrial production facilities, and ideally distanced from high-traffic water bodies, with minimal flora and fauna. If these criteria are met, we shall proceed. I see, Chunjie mused. The regions that fulfill these requirements would likely be Jin Province, Inner Mongolia, or the Northwest. These areas are indeed safer. I am willing to join, though how we reach there poses a challenge. Welcome aboard. Chungo, Wang Yang smiled. We will discuss our route, but we must certainly leave the Yangtze River Delta and Central Plains. You are correct. The number of zombies here may soon reach several hundred million, and survival will be exceedingly difficult. Moreover, the official announcement indicated that some zombies exhibit organized behavior. Remaining here will only become increasingly perilous, Chunjie concurred. His addition to the team delighted Wang Yang, for his engineering background would be invaluable. Wang Yang then turned his attention to Su Liang, Xia Hongbin, and Feng Guohui. Hongbin and I hail from Juyuan. We didn't expect Brother Yang to wish to go there. We shall certainly follow you, Su Liang said with a hint of joy. Their hometown was in Inner Mongolia, and hearing Wang Yang's intention to go there thrilled them. Wang Yang chuckled, correcting it was Chenggu who suggested that area. As for whether we go there, that remains undecided. Oh, no problem. Even if we don't go there, we will still follow you, Xia Hongbin replied cheerfully. Finally, only Feng Guohui remained. I have nothing further to say. I will go with you all. Wang Yang felt a surge of joy. Although Fu Wei had been taken, the willingness of the others to stay was gratifying. Consequently, his true team now comprised 10 individuals. Moreover, Wang Yang's aspirations extended beyond mere survival. He possessed greater strength than most survivors, and thus he aimed to undertake endeavors commensurate with that power. As for the enigmatic woman and her guardian, Lu Yi, Wang Yang refrained from inquiring, for it was entirely unfeasible. Unexpectedly, Lu Yi, lacking in social grace, bluntly declared, "My lady cannot accompany you, but until someone arrives to assist us, we shall fight alongside you." Faced with Lu Ye's tactless emphasis, Wang Yang could only nod in resignation. Thus, the team was delineated into 4 temporary members and the remaining official members. Wang Yang stated, among the official members, Mingzi, Jichao, Lanxin, and I have already consumed crystal cores. Only Huan Huan, Chenggu, Yufei, Lin Lin, Su Liang, Hongbin, and Guo Hui have yet to partake. You 4 have not, correct? Qi Zishuan inquired. We indeed have not. Both Lu Yi and the others confirmed. Wang Yang nodded, explaining, this is the objective I mentioned. As the official stated, consuming crystal cores can enhance one's abilities. Our upcoming battles against zombies aim primarily to acquire special zombie cores to bolster our skills. The combat prowess of special zombies notably exceeds that of ordinary ones, so distinguishing them should not pose much difficulty. Officials have already indicated that those who have consumed crystal cores will be immune to the zombie virus, and those bitten can detoxify by consuming a core, with 4 of us immune. Our safety should be assured. At this juncture, Wang Yang produced a crystal core from his pocket, stating, this core serves as our insurance for today's battle. Should anyone sustain injuries, this core will be vital for survival. Despite this safeguard, caution remains paramount. This is merely a white crystal core of average quality, capable of enhancing certain physical abilities. If one were to be injured due to carelessness, they must accept their misfortune. As Wang Yang concluded, how Yufei interjected, with cores in such short supply, who would be picky about quality? Having even one is a blessing. If I weren't afraid of being bitten to death, I'd almost want to be caught by a zombie. Shut your mouth, Lu Jichao exclaimed, delivering a sharp slap to Yufei's head for his reckless words. As for the distribution method, we shall alternate between official and temporary members, pairing up into teams. After 2 cores have been acquired, we shall draw lots for distribution, as the quality of the cores may vary. Ultimately, who receives the better ones will be left to fate. Wang Yang turned to Qi Zishuan and the others, asking, does anyone have objections? None. Qi Zishuan and Lu Yi nodded in agreement, recognizing Wang Yang's proposal as fair. While Wang Yang wished to consider his official members, it was undeniable that the temporary members possessed greater combat capabilities, necessitating equitable distribution. Well then, once we finish our coffee, we shall prepare to depart. Since our goal is to hunt zombies for cores, let us begin with the lower floors. Although there may be numerous zombies on the 3rd and 4th floors, it is still preferable to the outside. We shall commence our mission from the 4th floor below. What do you think? Wang Yang proposed. We shall follow your lead. As Wang Yang rose, the others stood in unison. After a brief organization of their equipment, Wang Yang led the group towards the emergency stairway. As soon as they entered, he was immediately greeted by the distinctive, unsettling sounds of zombies feasting on flesh. Be cautious. There are zombies that have intruded into the emergency stairway, Wang Yang alerted his companions. The sounds emanated from both above and below. Wang Yang exchanged a glance with Lu Ming and gestured towards the upper direction, indicating it to Qi Zishuan. Qi Zishuan acknowledged with a nod, and Wang Yang promptly descended with Lu Ming, while Qi Zishuan and Ouying began to investigate the situation on the 6th floor. Upon reaching the 4th floor stairwell, Wang Yang beheld 3 zombies hunched over a female corpse, which had been so mutilated that it was no longer recognizable as human. The stench of blood pervaded the entire stairwell. Only 3 zombies, Wang Yang and Lu Ming exchanged glances, and together they charged down. Chapter 44. Helicopter Die. Wang Yang shouted as he lunged forward, his long sword thrusting ahead. The 3 zombies posed minimal danger, and he wished to practice different attacking techniques. Clearly, Wang Yang was still unaccustomed to wielding the long sword. His first thrust went awry, startling the zombies. As one began to rise, Wang Yang swiftly kicked it in the back, creating distance. At that moment, Lu Ming also moved in from the side, swiftly decapitating one of the zombies. Wang Yang adjusted his attack from a thrust to a slash, making it significantly easier, and soon the head of the second zombie flew off as well. Only the one that Wang Yang had kicked remained, unable to rise again. Lu Ming delivered a decisive axe blow, splitting the zombie's head in two. I say, Yang Gu, you might as well stick to the fire axe. It seems you're not suited for that sword, Lu Ming mockingly remarked, having just witnessed Wang Yang's missed thrust. Lu Ming had seen Lu Yi wield a sword with graceful elegance, and comparing it to Wang Yang's awkward movements, he found it rather painful to watch. Get lost. Give me some time, and I'll surely astonish you, Wang Yang retorted. Keep dreaming, Lu Ming scoffed. Although Lu Ming had no martial arts training as a security guard, he had encountered some drills, and he understood that mastering such tools could not be accomplished in merely a day or two. However, he was oblivious to the fact that Wang Yang was no ordinary individual. Currently, Wang Yang was akin to someone who had mastered a profound martial art. Even if he was not a novice, he learned quickly. He had already discovered that his perception ability could only be sustained for about 10 minutes before risking overload. But intermittent usage posed no issue. He planned to activate his perception during the next fight to enhance his swordsmanship rapidly. At this juncture, the fifth floor team descended. There were 4 zombies above, but they've been dealt with. It seems other teams mishandled the situation and let the zombies in, Qi Zixuan reported. Their issues are not our concern. We must be cautious ourselves, Wang Yang replied. He felt he had done enough to rescue the people in the hotel, and he certainly had no interest in cleaning up their mess. Lu Ming asked, shall we use the old method? As he retrieved a length of rope. Yes, Wang Yang nodded. Lu Ming quickly secured the rope to the handle of the emergency door, and Wang Yang swiped his card before pulling the door open. Wang Yang was familiar with the layout of the 4th floor, which was divided into 2 conference halls, each occupying the left and right sides. The area in front of the halls was relatively spacious, designed for red carpets or promotional displays, with a registration desk and the emergency door situated centrally, leading to the backstage. Outside, only a passage to the left was available, while the right side was sealed off. Bam, bam. Wang Yang did not lean out to inspect. He merely struck the emergency door twice with his fire axe. Roar! Sure enough, the sound quickly attracted the zombies. Thud! 5 or 6 zombies banged against the emergency door, attempting to squeeze through. Wang Yang and Qi Zixuan positioned themselves, attacking alternately, and swiftly decapitated the 6 zombies trying to invade. This time, Wang Yang activated his perception ability while attacking. And indeed, with it, even his horizontal slashes felt more fluid. It seems there are no special zombies among these, Qi Zixuan noted, still focused on the zombies. Wang Yang was aware there were none, having activated his perception ability, which clearly revealed the situation. Although he knew there were no special zombies, he still instructed, Yu Fei, Lin Lin, Huan Huan, you all are responsible for decapitating the zombies. It will also serve as good practice to bolster your courage. After you've taken down a few hundred, you'll likely lose your fear. Understood. The 3 responded eagerly, taking deep breaths as they began to excise the zombies' heads. Wang Yang nodded slightly. Although these individuals were inexperienced, their willingness to grow offered hope for their development. This represented a shift in Wang Yang's perspective. Having realized that achieving safety could not rely solely on his own strength, he began to consciously foster others. After all, those inherently strong, like Qi Zixuan and his partner, or the mysterious woman and her attendant, though formidable, were difficult to have alongside. Relying solely on himself and Lu Ming, no matter how high their combat prowess, they would never reach a safe place. Moreover, once they arrived, could all tasks like production be solely handled by the 2 of them? Humans are inherently social creatures. Even the most extraordinary individuals can only succeed when part of a collective. Otherwise, they would merely become reclusive mice, and no matter how comfortable their material existence, life would lack meaning. With no zombies breaching the door, Lu Ming retracted the rope, and Wang Yang stepped inside, also kicking the zombie corpses into the 4th floor. Outside the emergency stairway lay a shaded corridor, snaking around the elevator shaft to the backstage of the exhibition area on the 4th floor. Let us secure this passage first, drawing the backstage zombies towards us. We'll handle a portion before clearing out any remaining zombies in the backstage, and finally, We'll clear the front conference area, Wang Yang strategized. Let us take the lead as usual. Xiaoya, stay behind us. If any stray zombies slip through, you'll take care of them, Qi Zishuan suggested. Agreed. The duo had established a tacit understanding as they led the team forward. Behind them, Fu Huan and her companions had begun their task of decapitating the zombies. Constrained by the need for silence, they covered their mouths to avoid any noise that might attract unwanted attention. Wang Yang and Qi Zishuan moved left and right as they advanced towards the external corridor. Roar! Suddenly, it seemed the zombies outside the exhibition hall were drawn to something, converging towards a particular direction. The sound of a horde of zombies running caused Wang Yang to halt abruptly. What is going on? Qi Zishuan's brow furrowed in concern. The zombies are behaving erratically. It's quite strange. Could it be that rescue has arrived? Fang Guohui speculated excitedly. The zombies' sudden agitation undoubtedly indicates something outside has captured their attention. At that moment, the mysterious woman seemed to sense something, glancing at Lu Yi with a hint of inquiry in her gaze. Lu Yi, recognizing her master's questioning look, silently shook her head and addressed the group. It's likely the sound of a helicopter. At this point, the distinct roar of helicopter blades became increasingly clear. Everyone focused intently, and indeed, they could all discern that sound. Wang Yang pondered. If a helicopter had arrived, it was most likely landing at the Wealth Center, the only nearby location with a helipad on its top floor. However, he was uncertain about who the helicopter intended to rescue. Was it the strikingly beautiful yet heavily armed mysterious woman beside him? Or He Hongchang from the 41st floor? Or perhaps the Han family had learned of Han Zicheng's predicament and were coming to investigate. Regardless of who the helicopter sought to rescue, they first needed to eliminate the zombies on the 4th floor. Let us move, while the outside zombies are distracted. We'll take care of them first. Bursting into the corridor, they found that indeed, a group of zombies had clustered against the floor-to-ceiling windows, howling at the outside. Wang Yang exchanged glances with his companions before advancing directly. Wang Yang led the charge, his longsword executing a horizontal slash that swiftly decapitated 2 zombies. Qi Zishuan, Ouying Yu, and Lu Yi, among others, quickly joined in the fray, dispatching the zombies with remarkable efficiency. Shunlan Xin also moved in, using her fire axe to slay a zombie and devoured a blue crystal core, significantly augmenting her strength. The axe felt considerably lighter in her grasp. Other team members employed various techniques to eliminate the zombies, typically forming small squads of 3. One person holding the zombies at bay with a long pole while another struck from the side with an axe, and a third providing cover. In less than half a minute, the team had successfully cleared the nearly 20 zombies outside. After dispatching all the zombies, Wang Yang stepped forward to gaze out the window. The sight that greeted him caused his brow to furrow deeply. This could pose a problem. Qi Zishuan joined him, and upon witnessing the scene below, his expression mirrored Wang Yang's concern. Due to the commotion caused by the helicopter, nearly all the zombies from the surrounding streets had converged, resulting in a throng of no fewer than 2,000 zombies now encircling the exterior of the Wealth Center Hotel. This was merely the view from Wang Yang's perspective. He could only imagine what other angles might reveal. Moreover, he spotted even more zombies from farther afield, all gravitating towards the Wealth Center. With such a multitude of zombies surrounding them, how could they possibly escape? Chapter 45. He Hongchang atop the Wealth Center Hotel. A helicopter gently descended, its doors swinging open. Instantly, several men clad in black combat attire emerged, each bearing a Tang Dao strapped to their backs. Their closely cropped hair and sunglasses exuded an air of formidable intimidation. Captain Zhao, Mr. He is on the 41st floor. How shall we descend? As the helicopter steadied, a young man in a suit disembarked, and the 4 who had alighted first immediately surrounded him. Mr. He provided me with the code. We can proceed directly down. The lead man, Captain Zhao, bore no visible weapon, yet his presence radiated authority, seemingly unfazed by the looming threat of the undead. As the helicopter's rotor blades gradually slowed, and after confirming it had come to a complete stop, Captain Zhao approached the rooftop door and entered the code. With a click, the door swung open, and 2 combat-clad individuals stepped inside first, followed closely by Captain Zhao, with the remaining 2 trailing behind. They bypassed the suites on the 42nd floor and descended directly to the safety door on the 41st floor. Captain Zhao punched in the code, and the safety door opened seamlessly. Unlike the methodical approach preferred by Wang Yang and his associates, This group operated with remarkable efficiency. As soon as the door was ajar, they surged inside. A guttural roar erupted from the hall on the 41st floor, where two female zombies, having sensed the presence of humans, charged forward. "I truly detest the thought of slaying these creatures," remarked the man at the forefront, flashing a grin. His words elicited laughter from his companions. The approaching female zombies stood at a striking height of 1.7 meters. Despite their undead state, they were clad in alluring kipayos, intricately designed to reveal glimpses of their figures. Were it not for their gaping maws filled with fangs and their pallid complexions, one might easily be beguiled by their attire. With a swift motion, the two men in black dispatched the two female zombies, severing their heads cleanly. "What a pity," one of them lamented. "Let us quickly locate Mr. He. In such a vast establishment, there must be survivors, and in this apocalypse, are we to fear a lack of women?" Captain Zhao asserted. Indeed. With their leader's command, the remaining 4 men straightened their postures and commenced a thorough search of the premises. The safety door led into a dimly lit corridor on the 41st floor, where the lighting flickered between dark red and deep blue, casting an enigmatic aura. The 5 men began their meticulous search of each room on the 42nd floor. "Captain, there's a woman here." The first room yielded fruit. A male occupant had succumbed to the transformation, his head severed by a single strike, while in the bathroom, a non-transformed woman cowered. "Are you here to rescue us?" the woman implored, stepping out from her hiding place upon seeing the men. Her attire mirrored that of the zombies, a cheapao that accentuated her figure, yet her unaltered state rendered it all the more striking. "Stay put and do not move," Captain Zhao instructed tersely before exiting the room. "Wait! Don't leave!" the woman panicked, rushing after them. Before she could utter another word, a cold tang dao was pressed against her throat. "You will remain here and obey my orders, or I shall not hesitate to decapitate you." The last of the black-clad men hissed with a sin. "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." Qi Zishuan displayed a hint of surprise on his face, but it quickly faded into secrecy as he swung the fire axe in his hand, dispatching another zombie. Having eliminated the 2 at the door, Wang Yang boldly pushed the door open and entered. On one side of the office area, 2 zombies were gnawing on a female corpse, and Wang Yang advanced swiftly, executing a horizontal slash. This particular strike possessed a slight arc, effortlessly severing the heads of both zombies. How has his swordsmanship improved so rapidly? Qi Zishuan pondered, his heart filled with confusion. At the onset of the battle earlier, Wang Yang's swordplay appeared clumsy, reminiscent of someone wielding a cleaver. Yet after a brief period of combat, his technique had become remarkably refined. Not only were his thrusts precise, but he could also deftly adjust the trajectory of his curved attacks, cleanly decapitating 2 zombies in one motion. Having practiced martial arts for many years, Qi Zishuan understood that mastery of weaponry demanded immense dedication. Technique, balance, and the harmonious integration of man and weapon required countless hours of practice and guidance from a skilled master. However, Wang Yang's rate of progress was astonishingly abnormal. "Let us move on. There shouldn't be many zombies left here. We'll head to the parking lot, set it up, and then return to the staff cafeteria for some food," Wang Yang declared. Recognizing that it was not the time for questions, Qi Zishuan suppressed his inner doubts and followed suit. The corridor was devoid of zombies, with only a few scattered within the offices on either side. These trapped zombies posed no threat to them, and the group proceeded without hindrance to the underground parking area. Given that it was an internal parking lot, its size was modest, with only around 60 to 70 spaces, 1/3 of which were occupied. "Brother Yang, what's our next move?" Hao Yufei inquired, drawing closer. Wang Yang surveyed the layout and replied, "Currently, there are no zombies here. Search for larger vehicles inside, like SUVs and MPVs. Pair them in 2s to block the entrance. Be cautious. I sense something amiss. There shouldn't be a single zombie present." After hearing Wang Yang's words, the group finally recognized the unsettling tranquility of the underground parking lot, which indeed felt suspiciously eerie. "Brother Yang, this is a singularly accessed space with only one entrance and exit. The pathway to the 2nd floor is outside. The number of cars here was already limited. It is possible that the area is completely devoid of zombies at this stage," Lu Meng suggested. "Still, exercise caution. Your life is your own." "All right," Lu Meng nodded, then moved behind Hao Yufei, remaining vigilant. Hao Yufei, being quite familiar with vehicles, effortlessly ignited 2 cars and, along with Chen Jie, maneuvered the SUVs to block the entrance of the underground garage, aligning the fronts tightly to obstruct the single-access route. This way, if any zombies attempted to descend, they would have to find a way to climb over the SUV's hoods, a feat even a normal person would struggle to achieve, let alone a zombie. Brother Yang, what is our plan now? Should we hold our ground here and try to lure the zombies inside to eliminate them? Lu Ming asked. Brother Yang, I can take on the task of drawing the zombies. I'm quick. Lu Jichao chimed in, having consumed an agility crystal core and eager to prove himself. Despite Lu Ming and Lu Jichao's eagerness to volunteer, the eerie sensation in Wang Yang's heart did not wane. The unsettling silence was simply too abnormal. Even at 8 in the morning, it was inconceivable for the underground parking lot to be completely emptied. In light of this realization, Wang Yang could not help but extend his sensory abilities to their fullest. Watch out! Chapter 48. What kind of divine ability is this? Once Wang Yang activated his sensory capabilities, a vivid image of the underground passage's bend materialized in his mind. To his alarm, a large horde of zombies was amassed in the blind spot at the entrance of the garage. Mengzi, instruct those with lower combat abilities to retreat to the stairwell. Lu Ming was about to ask for clarification when Wang Yang abruptly pushed him back. In the next instant, Lu Ming's eyes widened as a throng of zombies surged from the external bend of the passage. Lunging towards them, Brother Yang, Lu Ming shouted. Fall back a bit and prepare for battle. Wang Yang calmly issued commands as he advanced to meet the oncoming horde. He could see dozens of zombies. And with a decisive leap onto the hood of a Toyota Land Cruiser, he swept his sword in a horizontal arc, decapitating 2 zombies simultaneously. Following that, with another swift strike, he beheaded yet another zombie. Having quickly slain 3 zombies, the momentum of the approaching horde was abruptly curtailed, granting Wang Yang a moment to breathe. Brother Yang, don't engage recklessly. Let us retreat for now, Lu Ming exclaimed, witnessing Wang Yang's bold leap onto the car hood. Observing the mass of zombies before him, Wang Yang shouted, quickly move the nearby vehicles to clear a space. Retreating entirely to the stairwell was not an option. With so many zombies blocking their path, attempting to exit the hotel through the first floor would be a futile endeavor. They had to hold their ground against this wave of attackers. Otherwise, they would lose any chance of accessing the underground level again. If they could not enter the underground level, their only option would be to force their way through the hotel's first floor. But given the helicopter overhead, the number of zombies outside would only increase. Wang Yang suspected that the zombies currently in the underground parking lot had been lured there by the helicopter, circling the hotel before descending into the garage. If they retreated now, unless the helicopter above departed and drew the horde away, they would remain trapped here. While Wang Yang knew that the helicopter above would likely leave eventually, he harbored a small hope of seizing the opportunity to commandeer it. If successful, the helicopter outside would undoubtedly remain for the foreseeable future. Look! Seeing that Wang Yang showed no intention of retreating, Qi Zishuan approached, dispatching a zombie with a decisive swing of his axe. Brother Yang, are we truly going to stand our ground here? We must hold this position. The entrance is relatively narrow, by eliminating some zombies. We can prevent the others from advancing for a while. If we retreat, we will surely be cornered within the hotel. Wang Yang shouted. Upon hearing Wang Yang's words, everyone around immediately grasped his intent. Regardless of whether the helicopter outside would depart, they needed to defend their position. What if it didn't leave? Yufei, hurry and move those cars a bit to clear some space. Lu Jichao urged Yufei to act swiftly. Gazing at the countless zombies outside, Yufei's legs began to tremble, his body feeling unresponsive. Yufei, do not be afraid. Wang Yang and the others can hold them off. We must clear this area to create a retreat path. Chen Jie ran over, firmly shaking Yufei's shoulders. This was not entirely Yufei's fault. Not everyone was born fearless. The sight of so many zombies roaring and charging would terrify even the most composed individuals. Making Yufei's reaction understandable, people must grow through their experiences. All right. After being reassured by Lu Jichao and Chen Jie, Yufei finally steadied himself and began to clumsily handle the vehicles. Meanwhile, Ouyang Yu and Lu Jichao rushed to join Wang Yang and Qi Zishuan in defending the breach. Although Lu Jichao possessed average combat abilities, his bravery was commendable. Having consumed a crystal core, he was unafraid of injury and focused solely on slashing at the zombies, indifferent to any bites or scratches he sustained. Jichao, fall back and let Mengzi take your place. With several less capable fighters now positioned, Lu Meng also approached. Upon seeing Lu Meng return, Wang Yang immediately directed him to replace Lu Jichao, Brother Yang. I can handle it. I've consumed a crystal core, and I can't turn. Lu Jichao shouted as he dispatched another zombie. Wang Yang scolded, even if you don't turn, you can still bleed to death. He admonished, there are too many zombies behind us. The car could easily be overturned. You and the others should drag the zombie corpses inside to brace against the other side of the vehicle. Wang Yang wasn't unwilling to train others, but the current situation was far too perilous for the likes of Su Liang and Feng Guohui to participate. Lu Jichao nearly understood that. While he could not engage directly in combat, he could still assist in other ways. After Wang Yang explained, Lu Jichao finally calmed down a bit and retreated from the front line, with Lu Meng promptly filling his position. Liang Gu, Bin Gu, Guohui Gu. Let us move quickly and use the zombie corpses to brace the car. Upon returning, Lu Jichao immediately set to work, disregarding his wounds. The zombies behind appeared endless. If the car toppled, they would be overwhelmed from multiple angles. Motivated by Lu Jichao's call, Su Liang and his companions sprang into action. They had not retreated to the stairwell earlier but had remained at the back. And though they lacked combat prowess, they all possessed a measure of courage and sought to contribute however they could. Lu Jichao yanked a zombie corpse from near Wang Yang's feet. Shoving it under the SUV, Su Liang, Xia Hongbin, and Feng Guohui quickly joined in, stuffing zombie bodies beneath the vehicle to stabilize it as much as possible. Once the vehicle was thoroughly filled with corpses, they opened the doors and trunk, cramming every available space with zombie remains. Once the interiors of the two vehicles were crammed with the corpses of zombies, their weight significantly increased, providing a sense of stability. At the entrance of the passage, Lu Yi, along with her servant Shenlan Xin, Fu Huan, and Ho Lin Lin, stood together, anxiously monitoring the unfolding battle ahead. The scene was perilous, and the limited space for combat rendered their retreat understandable. After observing the situation stabilize for several minutes, the mysterious woman beside Lu Yi spoke. That individual named Lu Meng is struggling to keep up. Lu Yi, you should take over for him, why lady? I must ensure your safety, Lu Yi replied with a furrowed brow. Dismissed by Lu Yi, the enigmatic woman did not engage in further conversation. She simply pushed past Lu Yi and ran toward the fray. Miss, Lu Yi exclaimed, immediately following her. Mengzi, are you still able? Wang Yang inquired as he plunged his sword into the skull of a zombie beside Lu Meng. The brutal melee had persisted for over 10 minutes, and Wang Yang could feel his own breath tightening. Qi Zixuan and Ouying Yu also began to show signs of fatigue, but the greatest concern for Wang Yang was Lu Meng, who, being the weakest among them, was now drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. Brother Yang, I'm fine. I can hold on. Lu Meng gritted his teeth in response, though his words were somewhat halting. The entrance to the internal parking lot was not particularly large and had been largely obstructed by the bodies of the fallen zombies. However, as more corpses continued to drop, completely sealing off the area would require time, and it was evident that Lu Meng was nearing his limit. That moment, if Lu Yi were to step in for Lu Meng, sustaining the effort for another 10 minutes should not pose a problem, yet Wang Yang refrained from suggesting it. The woman's status was evidently of the highest order, and as Lu Ye's protector, her safety was undoubtedly Lu Ye's primary concern. Even suggesting a change would likely be futile. Qi Zixuan, aware of Lu Ye's connections, remained silent, confirming Wang Yang's thoughts. Wang Yang, we need to find a way to retreat. Our stamina is running low, and it's too dangerous, Qi Zixuan urged. Wang Yang pondered deeply, torn between decisions. If they retreated now, safety could be assured, but the underground parking lot would surely be overrun by zombies. Once that happened, re-entering would be exceedingly difficult. Even with superior combat skills, space to maneuver was essential. If the first floor became infested, their only escape would be through a frontal assault on the lobby. However, the lobby's walls were made of glass, and with zombies lurking outside, the glass would hardly hold them back. A breach would be imminent. Just as Wang Yang was mired in turmoil, a sudden warm energy surged within him, instantly dispelling his fatigue. Not only did the sensation of exhaustion vanish, but he also felt a significant boost in his strength and an expansion of his perception range. Astonished, he turned to see the exquisite, mysterious woman raising her hand toward the four of them engaged in battle. Though invisible to the naked eye, Wang Yang sensed a wave of energy emanating from her hand, infusing him and the others with revitalizing power. What kind of divine ability is this? Wang Yang's heart raced with astonishment. Feeling the surge of energy within, he was left in awe, questioning the nature of this woman's power. Was it group healing, restoration, or enhancement? Regardless of its nature, the impact of this ability was monumental. Imagine two forces battling, both utterly exhausted, and at a crucial moment, one side could be rejuvenated in an instant. What suspense could remain in such a conflict? It cannot be mere healing. The energy within her is green. The official information states that the green crystal nucleus is solely for healing, suggesting she possesses abilities beyond that. At this moment, Qi Zishuan and the others were equally astonished, yet now was not the time for contemplation. With their stamina fully restored, their movements quickened, and soon they dispatched over 100 more zombies. Consequently, the entrance was thoroughly blocked, preventing any further zombies from entering, leaving only the wails of the undead echoing from behind the barricade of corpses and vehicles. With the entrance secured, the group finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Jie and the others were not idle, bringing in chairs from the office area for Wang Yang and the team to rest. They formed a circle once more. "Thank you, my lady, for your timely assistance." Wang Yang smiled at the mysterious woman in gratitude. Although he did not yet know her name and they could not possibly fight together for long, her aid had been invaluable, and he felt compelled to express his appreciation. "There's no need for formalities. We are all part of the same team now," the mysterious woman replied with a reserved nod. Still withholding her name, Wang Yang nodded in understanding, refraining from further inquiry, and Qi Zishuan and the others likewise remained silent, even abstaining from questioning her exceptional abilities. Though she did not divulge her identity, Wang Yang was resolute in one thing. His perception ability was indeed an innate talent, suggesting that there were individuals among humanity who could naturally possess such powers. This mysterious woman had not consumed any crystal nuclei, indicating that her abilities must have existed prior. As for himself, the nature of the golden crystal nucleus belonging to Wang Xiaofei remained unclear, perhaps awaiting the right moment for activation. What shall we do next? Qi Zishuan clearly did not wish to press the woman about her abilities, but rather sought to discuss their next plan. Although they had temporarily barricaded the underground parking lot, the situation remained dire. "Is the helicopter stationed atop the Fortune Center?" Chen Jie suddenly asked. "That should be the case, and I'm unsure about the other buildings nearby, but the rooftop of the Fortune Center has a helipad." Wang Yang replied, "If that's the case, perhaps when the helicopter picks up its passengers, it might leave, taking a significant number of zombies with it. Once that's done, we only need to deal with the remaining zombies to make our escape." Chen Jie suggested. "Indeed," Lu Ming concurred. "Brother Yang, do you recall what you mentioned yesterday? The boss of Rongxing Group was at the club on the 41st floor. Perhaps the helicopter is here to pick him up." At that moment, Lu Yi, who had remained silent, interjected, "Your speculation is likely correct. If he Hongchong is at the Fortune Center, then the helicopter is indeed here for him. Rongxing has a helicopter club with 3 civilian helicopters. A helicopter for pickup? How many can it take? Aren't civilian helicopters meant for just 2 people? Is the pilot willing to come here alone in such a perilous situation?" Fu Huanhuan questioned, perplexed. Lu Yi looked at Fu Huanhuan's naive expression, suppressing an eye roll. However, upon seeing Wang Yang, Lu Jichao, and Fang Guohui all nodding in agreement, she held back her irritation. "Who told you civilian helicopters only seat 2? Rongxing's helicopter club has a medium-sized helicopter that can accommodate over 9 people." Lu Yi clarified. Upon hearing Lu Ye's words, Wang Yang's eyes brightened. He had seen the helipad on the rooftop, which was enormous, occupying nearly half of the building's top. If such a large helicopter were to be seized, could they not simply escape with their group of over 10? Just as Wang Yang contemplated whether to rush upstairs to commandeer the helicopter, the zombies outside suddenly became agitated. Amidst their howls, they began to disperse. "The helicopter is leaving." Realizing the commotion, the group quickly understood the situation. Wang Yang dashed to the entrance of the internal parking lot, peering through the gaps in the zombie bodies and confirming that a significant portion of the horde had indeed retreated. "There's no one left around," Lu Yi frowned. "Miss, the helicopter has flown away. What shall we do now?" The expression on the mysterious woman's face remained composed. "What difference does it make if it has left? Do you wish to board their helicopter and flee?" "Why not? I refuse to believe he Hongchong would dare to deny you this favor," Lu Yi retorted. "Even if he did, I would refuse it." The mysterious woman shook her head. "He Hongchong is not a good man. If he harbors ulterior motives, what is to stop him from detaining me? He dares not." A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Liu Ye's eyes. If that were the case, I would eliminate him and seize his helicopter to leave. And what about the fuel? After commandeering the helicopter, where would we go? It's quite a distance from here to Kyoto. Do you expect us to fly back? The mysterious woman inquired calmly. Liu Yi, the external environment has changed. Our identities necessitate that we return to Kyoto, back to our grandfather, father, and elder brother. Do not envision the present as you did in the past. Do you understand? Very well. Under the cold gaze of her lady, Liu Yi finally acquiesced. Wang Yang, most of the zombies outside have dispersed. What should we do now? Qi Zixuan, peering through the cracks, inquired. Let us seize this opportunity to continue slaying zombies. We must clear the passage. We cannot allow ourselves to be trapped here, Wang Yang declared. Agreed. Let us commence at once. Qi Zixuan nodded. National emblem, come over here. This time you are to kill, Wang Yang declared. I will open the blocked passage, and there should be only 2 or 3 zombies at most entering. You all need to coordinate quickly to enhance your combat capabilities. Good Feng Guohui, and the others nodded immediately. In the previous skirmish, they felt utterly helpless, but now that an opportunity had presented itself, they were eager to slay the zombies. Soon, Feng Guohui, Su Liang, Xia Hongbin, Hao Yufei, Ho Linlin, Shen Lanxin, and Fu Huanhuan all gathered. The stronger ones wielded fire axes, while the weaker ones utilized sticks or makeshift spears. Once everyone was prepared, Wang Yang leaped onto the front of the vehicle and pulled down several zombie corpses, instantly revealing a narrow gap in the previously blocked passage. The zombies outside, hearing the commotion, began to howl and scramble in. Die! Feng Guohui brandished a mop handle with a fruit knife affixed to it, fashioned into a spear. Spotting a zombie's head emerging, he thrust it, landing a direct hit on the creature's skull. The zombie's vital spot was struck, causing it to convulse briefly before collapsing lifelessly. Guohui, splendid work. Su Liang promptly cheered at Feng Guohui's successful kill. Nonsense. Wang Yang scolded. Allowing zombies to enter only obstructs the passage I just cleared. Besides, do you expect to always have such advantageous terrain? You must learn to fight on open ground. Yes, I understand. After being chastised by Wang Yang, Feng Guohui immediately grasped the situation and refrained from hastily attacking. Gradually, zombies began to pour through the gap, and the 7 of them commenced an orderly extermination. Initially, they operated in groups of 3, with Shen Lanxin providing assistance from the outside. After about 20 minutes, it became apparent that 3-person teams were somewhat excessive, and they shifted to pairs. As the battle progressed, they discovered that the strategy of one person holding off the zombies while the other attacked from the side was not only safe, but also highly effective. It was no wonder that such combat techniques developed by the military proved to be remarkably useful. Lu Meng, seated beside Wang Yang, beamed with joy as he watched Fu Huanhuan manage to kill several zombies with Feng Guohui's support. At this point, Shen Lanxin's presence outside was no longer necessary, and the 6 of them paired off, freeing her up. Having consumed a crystal core, Shen Lanxin's strength had significantly increased. With the battle outside stabilizing, she naturally withdrew. Wang Yang, come here for a moment. I have something to tell you. What is it? Noticing Shen Lanxin beckoning him, Wang Yang rose and walked over. Shen Lanxin's face flushed slightly as she gestured for Wang Yang to lean down, then whispered a few words into his ear. So serious? Wang Yang's face also reddened as he murmured. Yes, we must seek that out, or it could really be a problem, Shen Lanxin replied, lowering her head. Chapter 50. The Corpse Disposal Plan. Observing Shen Lanxin's bashful demeanor, Wang Yang's mind became chaotic. The previous day, they had taken no safety precautions, and now Shen Lanxin informed him that it had indeed been a perilous time. This is my fault. I will find a way to resolve it, Wang Yang stated. Seeing Wang Yang's attitude, Shen Lanxin felt relieved. If he had completely disregarded her or even blamed her, she would have been at a loss, as her fate was currently in his hands. Don't worry, there should be a pharmacy nearby, and the medication will be effective within 72 hours, so we still have plenty of time, Shen Lanxin comforted softly. Yes, I understand. Let's head back. The zombies over there are nearly cleared out? Wang Yang nodded and returned to the group with Shen Lanxin. Yanggu, what did Xinjie say to you? Upon Wang Yang's return, Lu Meng inquired innocently. Mind your own business and stop asking too many questions. Wang Yang retorted curtly. Did you eat gunpowder? Noticing Wang Yang's foul mood, Lu Meng dared not say more and muttered as he turned away. At this moment, the exterior zombies had been mostly cleared, with Su Liang, Fang Guohui, and the others having slain over 40 zombies, and none were now attempting to enter. Wang Yang stood up and extended his sensory abilities to scan the area, quickly discovering an unexpected surprise. A zombie among the horde was carrying a crystal core. Though it was white, it was still quite valuable. The only uncertainty lay in its attributes. Wang Yang had only ever seen white crystal cores associated with strength and agility, both of which were commendable. The strength core was used by Lu Ming, who had become significantly more powerful after consuming it, while the agility core provided remarkable speed, making it a rare find. It is almost noon. Let us first head to the staff cafeteria for a meal. Then assess the situation outside. If there are no dangers, we can attempt to expand our reach in the afternoon, Wang Yang declared. Since the helicopter has departed, the zombies outside should have been taken away. We should also check these zombie corpses. Perhaps there are crystal cores among them, Hao Yufei suggested, gazing at the mountain of zombie bodies with gleaming eyes. With so many corpses, surely some must contain crystal cores, right? It is indeed worth investigating. Many of these zombies likely never had the chance to exhibit their abilities before being dispatched, and missing out on a crystal core would be a grave loss. Qi Zishuan concurred. Wang Yang nodded and said, "Then here's the plan. I will take a few people to seal the safety door on the basement level, thoroughly clean it out, and see if there is any food left in the staff cafeteria. Who among you can cook?" Shinlanxin hesitated, stating, "I can, but allow me to handle it. The staff cafeteria uses large pots and stoves, which is different from home. I was responsible for cooking during training, so I should manage. Though the taste may not be great, please bear with me," Xia Hongbin interjected, sensing Shinlanxin's discomfort. "All right, then I will go with Lanxin. Lu Ming, Hongbin, and Huan Huan will join us, while the rest stay here to clear the zombie cores." Wang Yang directed Qi Zishuan and Chen Jia. "Brother Qi, keep an eye on everyone here, and Brother Chen, you too. The inspected corpses must be stacked again. Otherwise, if more zombies rush in, we may not withstand it." "Rest assured," Qi Zishuan and Chen Jia replied in unison. After assigning tasks, Wang Yang led Lu Ming and the others back to the basement level, scouring the entire office and dormitory areas to eliminate any leftover zombies. Then proceeded to the staff cafeteria. The stench of decay permeated the basement level, despite the ventilation system, making it quite nauseating. "Yang Gu, how should we handle these zombie corpses? There must be hundreds of different corpses throughout the entire building. Could it lead to an outbreak of infectious disease?" Lu Ming fetched several bottles of water from the refrigerator, distributing one to each person. "This is indeed a concern. While we cannot ascertain if they will mutate. Even without mutation, the stench is unbearable, especially with summer approaching, which will only intensify the odor." Shinlanxin expressed her worries. Wang Yang pondered for a moment, uncertain. "We are in an urban area, so burial is certainly not an option. If we cannot bury them, we will have to burn them." Xia Hongbin, who was inspecting the supplies and stove in the kitchen, overheard Wang Yang and quickly chimed in, "There are plenty of vehicles here. We can siphon some gasoline. If that fails, we can pile them up in the open space outside and burn them, right? Aren't there a few landscaped areas in front of the building? We can dig a pit and burn them there." "That makes sense. We can clear the flowers and plants over there, dig a pit, burn the corpses, and then cover them up." Lu Ming clapped his hands in agreement. Having worked at Chen Jia also stood up and finished the second bowl, then sat down across from Wang Yang and said, "Wang Yang, if we are planning a long journey, we must consider supplies and other necessities in advance. Besides those responsible for combat, it seems we also need individuals with other functional skills within our team. We cannot do without cooks and mechanics." Wang Yang pondered for a moment and replied, "Indeed, there are quite a few factors we need to consider for a long trek. How about this, Brother Chen? Why don't you draft a plan tonight outlining what our team might require, and then we can discuss it together?" While Wang Yang could also create such a plan, he was aware of his own limitations. Despite being quite clever, he had significant gaps in knowledge that made it difficult for him to manage many aspects alone. "No problem," Chen Jie said, seeing Wang Yang taking his advice to heart, and he nodded in agreement. Just as they finished their exchange, Fang Guohui, who had been busy excavating crystal cores below and had not come for the meal immediately, finally rushed out, holding a white crystal core aloft with an ecstatic expression. "Brother Yang, look at what I found." The item in Fang Guohui's hand was indeed a white crystal core, and seeing his jubilant demeanor brought a faint smile to Wang Yang's face. Chapter 51. Breaking through a layer, there were far too many zombie corpses below. making the task of excavating crystal cores quite arduous, as it required opening the heads of all the zombies. Wang Yang refrained from revealing his abilities, thus Fang Guohui and Lu Jiqiao could only tackle each zombie's head one by one. By the time Xia Hongbin had finished preparing the meal, they still hadn't completed their examination. When it was time to eat, everyone returned, leaving only Xia Hongbin, who continued to try to finish opening the remaining zombie heads. Chen Jie and the others, feeling helpless, had no choice but to block the passage with the corpses they had already examined, leaving the last 70 to 80 zombie bodies for Fang Guohui to excavate on his own. Wang Yang had initially worried that Fang Guohui might choose to hoard the crystal core for himself, but it seemed that this person was indeed trustworthy. "This is truly wonderful," Wang Yang said as he stood up. Although his expression was joyful, he gestured to keep his distance, saying, "You stay there for now. Take the crystal core and wash up first. You look quite frightening, all bloodied." "Huh?" Seeing Wang Yang's refusal to let him come closer, Fang Guohui was momentarily taken aback. Upon noticing his bloodied hands, he quickly realized and hurried off to clean himself. "You're acting like a college student." Qi Zishuan couldn't help but tease, causing a wave of laughter to erupt in the dining hall. Regardless, obtaining a crystal core within just one morning signified that Wang Yang's approach was indeed effective, except for those who were inherently formidable. Like Qi Zishuan and Lu Yi, after a morning of combat, everyone clearly felt the difference between those who had consumed crystal cores and those who had not. Lu Ming, Lu Jiqiao, and even the girl Xinlan Xin had all significantly enhanced their combat abilities due to having ingested crystal cores, with their overall physical capabilities having taken a leap, which further fueled the desire of others to obtain crystal cores. Now, after just one morning, the team had acquired a crystal core. Although it was merely a white one, it was enough to bring JOY at this rate. Their small squad would soon be composed entirely of high-level combatants. After washing his hands, Fang Guohui joyfully began to eat, while Wang Yang stowed the crystal core away. "After we finish eating, let us start clearing the first floor. With the helicopter gone, there shouldn't be many zombies left downstairs. We'll clear the first floor and then have the survivors from the hotel help us dig pits to burn and bury the zombie bodies." With the exception of Fang Guohui, the others had nearly finished their meals, and Wang Yang began to outline the afternoon's plan. Initially, everyone had hesitated to attack the first floor, but now that the helicopter had flown away, the zombies outside the building should have been lured away, making it much less problematic to clear the first floor. In truth, Wang Yang secretly wished to seize the helicopter upstairs, but since it had already departed, there was no way for him to act on that desire. Indeed, we will eventually need to leave the hotel. Remaining trapped in the building is not an option, so we must seize any opportunity to push outward without hesitation. Qi Zishuan agreed. "Well then, that settles it. Now that we have 2 crystal cores as a foundation, we truly have double insurance in case anyone gets injured. If we can obtain another crystal core, we can proceed with a distribution," Wang Yang stated. Upon hearing Wang Yang's words, the group's spirits soared. Those who had not yet acquired a crystal core were filled with renewed vigor, even Qi Zishuan and his wife, as well as the mysterious master-servant duo, displayed a hint of anticipation in their expressions. After finishing their meal, Wang Yang and the others locked the door to the employee cafeteria and then entered the safe stairwell together. They moved cautiously to the safety door of the first floor. Wang Yang activated his perception ability to check the surroundings, only to discover that there were indeed no zombies nearby. However, 3 figures were huddled in a corner of the security room just outside the stairwell. Survivors on the first floor? Wang Yang was very familiar with the area just outside the safety door. It was the hotel security office on the first floor where he would wait during shift changes, making him quite knowledgeable about that location. Clearly, there were survivors there, and it was highly likely they were his colleagues. He just didn't know who they were. There was just a helicopter flying by. "There shouldn't be any zombies, let's charge out directly," Wang Yang contemplated aloud. "That's indeed feasible. With the helicopter gone, all the zombies have likely been drawn towards the glass wall. If that wall is sturdy enough and the zombies break through, there may hardly be any zombies left on the first floor," Qi Zishuan concurred. Currently, the entire team's combat was spearheaded by Wang Yang and Qi Zishuan, and Wang Yang only needed to discuss battle strategies with Qi Zishuan. Once they reached an agreement, there was no need to consult the opinions of others, especially since Qi Zishuan had yet to contradict Wang Yang's suggestions. "All right, I will lead with Qi Gu, and everyone else follow. If the pressure becomes too much, we will retreat and utilize the narrow corridor to engage in combat strategically," Wang Yang instructed. Everyone nodded in agreement. Wang Yang signaled Lu Ming to swipe the card. And everyone prepared themselves. Beep, a crisp electronic sound echoed as the safety door opened. Wang Yang immediately dashed out, followed closely by Qi Zixuan. Indeed, there were no zombies within a 10-meter radius, but the hall was teeming with zombies, at least 40 to 50 of them, most of which were congregated near the large glass windows of the hotel lobby, evidently drawn there by the recent helicopter noise. Strangely enough, there were no zombies visible outside the glass walls. They must have all been lured away by the helicopter. You all stay here, Wang Yang signaled for everyone to remain in place. Then pointed to the revolving door in the center of the lobby, swiftly moving away from the group alongside Qi Zixuan. Roar! Upon reaching the center of the hotel lobby, their footsteps attracted the attention of several zombies, and two of them charged forward. Wang Yang, quick on his feet, activated his perception ability and thrust his sword, instantly piercing through one zombie's skull, while Qi Zixuan dispatched the other. Before any other zombies could close in, the two entered the revolving door together. Chigu, let us head outside, Wang Yang said as they stepped into the revolving door. Understood. Qi Zixuan had grasped Wang Yang's intention from the start. He aimed to use the revolving door to eliminate these zombies, so he immediately responded. They proceeded through the revolving door, with Wang Yang putting additional force into it to keep it spinning continuously. As a result, two zombies squeezed in, attempting to exit through the revolving door. Chigu, keep an eye on the surroundings. I'll deal with the zombies inside. All right. After a brief division of labor, the two zombies that had entered the revolving door first stepped out, and Wang Yang created some distance, thrusting his sword with precision and executing a horizontal slash, swiftly bringing both zombies down. Once outside the revolving door, their voices became noticeably quieter. Though there weren't many zombies around, both knew that it wasn't that there were none, but rather that they had been diverted. The most troublesome aspect was that the zombies were still concentrated. They needed to remain cautious under such circumstances. After swiftly dispatching over 10 zombies, the revolving door finally ceased to produce any more zombies, while the few stragglers that had approached were effortlessly dealt with by Qi Zixuan's axe. Meanwhile, the zombies inside had been efficiently handled by Lu Ming and the others. Brother Yang, look, Xiaofeng and Lazy are still alive, along with the receptionist Zhou Xiaoxue. At that moment, several people from the lobby emerged, and Lu Ming was the first to rush towards Wang Yang. Wang Yang, did you kill all these zombies? Li Feng exclaimed in disbelief upon seeing the pile of corpses at Wang Yang's feet and the sword in his hand. Li Feng and Xiale were hotel security personnel, though they were not on the same shift as Wang Yang. However, they would cross paths during shift changes, so they were somewhat familiar with one another. As for Zhou Xiaoxue, Wang Yang was less acquainted with her, having hardly interacted with the attractive front desk staff. I was lucky. I managed to take down 2 zombies at first. Once I got used to it, I just kept killing, Wang Yang replied with a smile. That wasn't luck. I just saw you wielding that sword like a hero. You're amazing. Before Li Feng and Xiale could respond, Zhou Xiaoxue approached, showering Wang Yang with praise, her hands wrapping around his arm in the process. Wang Yang felt a sense of discomfort but refrained from voicing it, instead casting a glance at Xinlan Xin behind her. Chapter 52. Black Panther? Xinlan Xin's gaze dimmed upon witnessing Zhou Xiaoxue's actions, promptly diverting her eyes without displaying any sign of discontent. Observing Xinlan Xin's reaction, Wang Yang's lips curled into a subtle smile. She did not exhibit arrogance due to favoritism, which was commendable. Wang Yang discreetly withdrew his arm, shifting slightly to the side. Zhou Xiaoxue attempted to lean closer, but Wang Yang calmly turned his head. Casting a frigid glance in her direction, he had no desire to associate with such a person. Although Zhou Xiaoxue was undeniably beautiful, her overt manner was simply unacceptable to him. Particularly, her willingness to engage in such behavior indicated a lack of self-sufficiency, as she still sought a pillar of support in this apocalyptic world. Individuals like her would not garner Wang Yang's attention. Upon receiving Wang Yang's indifferent scrutiny, Zhou Xiaoxue immediately halted her advance. Having dispatched so many zombies, Wang Yang's aura was palpable, and a single look was enough to deter her from proceeding further. Brother Yang, do you have any food? I'm on the brink of starvation. Xiale, a year younger than Wang Yang and possessing an affable demeanor, directly approached him to solicit food. The zombies inside have all been cleared. You can check at the front desk. There should be some provisions there. Wang Yang replied, well acquainted with the hotel lobby, which served as his operational base. Typically, The front desk stocked fruits, small breads, candies, and an assortment of beverages for emergencies. Oh, how could I forget? I'll go fetch some now. Xiaolei exclaimed, slapping his forehead before dashing through the revolving door. Li Feng, equally famished, followed closely behind him into the hotel lobby. Zhou Xiaoxue cast a reluctant glance at Wang Yang before trailing after them. Brother Yang, what shall we do next? Lu Ming inquired. The lobby has been secured, and apart from the buffet on the 6th floor, there should be no other zombies left in the entire building. Let's head to the 7th floor and make a call to summon all the guests to assist in transporting the zombie corpses. We should also gather some tools to excavate this patch of grass. We'll burn them here, Wang Yang suggested, surveying the surroundings. All right, I'll take a few people to the 7th floor to make the call. There should be shovels in the tool room by the restroom on the 1st floor. I'll look for those as well. Be cautious, and use the walkie-talkie to reach me if anything arises, Wang Yang instructed. Rest assured, Lu Ming nodded, beckoning Fu Huanhuan, Su Liang, and Xia Hongbin to accompany him. Fang Guohui joined them as well. With 5 individuals acting together, their safety was likely assured. What should we do in the meantime? Qi Zishuan looked towards Wang Yang. Making the call to notify the guests will undoubtedly take time. We cannot simply stand idle during this interval. Wang Yang pondered briefly before continuing. Let us first circle the building and scan for any potential dangers, primarily to ascertain whether the horde has dispersed. Given that they would need to leave this location soon, it was crucial to familiarize themselves with the surrounding terrain. If they encountered zombies, they could take advantage of the situation while the zombies were not concentrated and eliminate a few stragglers. Everyone, follow my lead and maintain silence. The group nodded in unison, silently trailing behind Wang Yang. The Fortune Center building was quite expansive, with the hotel facing a road approximately 100 meters away, separated by a walkway, greenery, and a small garden area. The road ahead was currently a chaotic scene of multiple car accidents. Wang Yang could discern some zombies trapped within the vehicles, unable to move. Naturally, there were survivors within as well, but that was beyond Wang Yang's concern. Approximately 200 meters to the left was the subway station for Fortune Center, where some zombies could also be spotted, although it seemed that most had been lured away by the helicopter. To the right lay an intersection, and on either side of the hotel stood office buildings spaced about 80 meters apart, with only a sparse scattering of zombies wandering in front of the offices at that moment. Behind the building was a park pathway and an overpass. With the campus of Ocean University situated across from IT. Could be said that the majority of the danger to the hotel emanated from the front. While the rear appeared comparatively secure, Wang Yang led a cautious search around the building, encountering a few scattered zombies along the way, which he proactively dispatched, ensuring they did not even have the chance to emit a single cry. Before long, they had circled to the rear of the hotel. Be careful. There are some commercial establishments behind the hotel, but they likely weren't operational during the morning when the transformation occurred. So there shouldn't be any zombies, Wang Yang advised quietly. He was quite familiar with the layout behind the hotel, recognizing the various establishments, a convenience store, a high-end tobacco and liquor shop, a nail salon, a CAF, and 2 hair salons, none of which were particularly noteworthy. As they rounded the side of the hotel, indeed, there were no zombies to be found in the open space behind. Brother Yang, look, premium tobacco and liquor. Upon reaching the first commercial establishment, Lu Jichao's eyes lit up. What's this? Do you enjoy smoking? Wang Yang relaxed slightly as there were no zombies around. Of course. I haven't had a smoke since yesterday. Yufei, accompany me inside to stock up, Lu Jichao exclaimed excitedly. Absolutely. I've already spotted several fine brands. 1916, Hengtian, and Yuhua Stone, along with Zhengji Zhonghua. How Yufei chimed in, equally exhilarated, his voice slightly breathless. Such an opportunity for a smoker was indeed a rare find. I don't smoke, but I do enjoy a drink. If there's any Maodai, remember to grab a couple of bottles for me, Qi Zishuan added with a smile. Not a problem, Lu Jichao promised. But then he appeared somewhat troubled. But how do we get this door open? If we just smash it, wouldn't that attract zombies? The disaster had struck at 8 in the morning, and the liquor store had not yet opened. Now, how to enter was a dilemma. Silence. Suddenly, Wang Yang felt a strange sensation in his mind, as if something had formed a tenuous connection with his consciousness. This feeling heightened his alertness. Upon hearing Wang Yang's command, the entire team paused, holding their breath and scanning the surroundings, yet everything remained eerily quiet. This sensation was utterly fascinating. something Wang Yang had never encountered before. He suspected this was the ability awakened by Wang Xiaofei's crystal core. It seemed that the powers acquired by consuming Wang Xiaofei's crystal core had not been overshadowed. Could it be that those who had innately awakened abilities could possess too? Wang Yang mused, directing his gaze toward a row of ornamental trees and a small garden in the distance. That peculiar feeling emanated from the direction of the garden. Wang Yang remained still, and the entire squad mirrored his motion, silently monitoring their environment. In the next moment, a massive black creature leapt forth from behind the distant garden, covering more than 10 meters in a single bound. What the hell is that? Upon sighting the creature, Lu Jichao could not help but curse, his scalp tingling with fear. The other members of the team felt their hair stand on end, fixated on the creature that had suddenly emerged. The creature that had appeared was entirely black, save for a ring of brownish yellow around its eyes. It measured around 1.2 meters in length, with a tail extending 60 centimeters and a shoulder height of 50 centimeters, exuding a terrifying sense of pressure. Under the gaze of such a creature, everyone in the team felt as if their hearts were being gripped tightly. The Black Panther. Even the usually composed Chen Jie stammered in disbelief as he gazed at the creature in the distance. Chapter 53. Wang Yang's second ability. The Black Panther halted about 60 to 70 meters away from the team, its bright eyes fixated on the members, its body low as if poised to attack at any moment. The Black Panther and the team faced each other for several tense seconds, neither side daring to make a move. Seeing that the Panther did not launch an immediate attack, the tension among the group eased slightly. Lu Jichao felt as if his CPU had burned out and muttered, "This is too bizarre. How could there possibly be a Black Panther here? This isn't its habitat, is it? Did it escape from the zoo?" Lu Jichao's comments sparked confusion among the group, as Black Panthers were typically found in rainforests. Many recalled a film titled The Jungle Book, where a Black Panther played a significant role, solidifying their awareness of its habitat. However, Huhai was far removed from any rainforest. Where could this creature have emerged from? It's not a Black Panther. It's likely a black cat, the mysterious woman, who had remained silent until now, interjected. The tail of a Black Panther is nearly equal in length to its body and cylindrical in shape, whereas this creature's tail appears relatively short and fluffy, indicating it is a black cat. Does your black cat measure over a meter in length? In this situation, Lu Jichao seemingly disregarded the woman's esteemed status, retorting sharply. The mysterious woman frowned but remained silent. At this moment, Qi Zishuan realized. What this lady says makes sense. Have you all forgotten the official announcement stating that animals could also mutate? This must be a mutated black cat. Upon hearing Qi Zishuan's words, the group once again scrutinized the black creature before them. Upon closer inspection, they could indeed discern some differences. The primary distinction lay in the tail. While those unfamiliar with animal characteristics might struggle to differentiate, everyone was aware that a panther's tail was typically equal in length to its body. In contrast, the creature before them had a noticeably shorter tail, only half the length of its body, and its fur was indeed fluffy, resembling that of a cat. Could animal mutations result in such significant changes? A black cat had transformed into such a large form. This creature was likely more than 4 times its original size. The northeastern tiger, inherently exceeding 3 meters in length, if subjected to mutation. Could it potentially grow to the size of a truck? Chen Jie could not help but voice his thoughts. The others, unable to resist the urge, began to visualize in their minds a creature measuring over 15 meters. Astonishingly agile, capable of climbing trees and swimming, capable of leaping several dozen meters, with canine teeth approaching 1 meter in length. A supersized tiger. Instantly, a chill surged from the feet of the assembled group. One thought resonated in everyone's mind. Absolutely do not venture to the northeast. Almost simultaneously, this notion arose in each person's heart. Could we possibly contend with such a beast? What would it desire as it fixates upon us? Lu Jichao inquired cautiously. At these words, tension enveloped the group once more. When a cat is small, it poses little threat, yet when it grows, the situation becomes far less certain. Not to mention, a mutated cat might possess other abilities. Just envisioning a cat quadrupling in size is enough to realize the formidable challenge it would present. The group was entirely focused and on high alert, while at that moment, Wang Yang was striving to capture the sensation that lingered in his mind. He sensed an intriguing connection with the mysterious cat. Could it be that Wang Xiaofei's crystal core grants the ability to establish a bond with beasts? With this thought, Wang Yang promptly attempted to send a mental command. You should leave for now and return to find me later. As if receiving Wang Yang's instruction, the mysterious cat emitted a soft meow and vanished before their eyes. Could it truly be possible? Wang Yang was astounded, yet a wave of exhilaration washed over him. This ability was extraordinarily remarkable. Though the specifics of its application remained elusive, the prospect of receiving assistance from a mutated beast in the future felt akin to being bolstered by a powerful ally. However, the situation remained unclear, and instinctively, Wang Yang wished to keep this ability as his secret weapon, not wanting to reveal it. Hence, he had instructed the mysterious cat to depart, never anticipating that it would indeed comprehend his intentions and act accordingly. Why has it left? Chen Jie queried, bewildered by the cat's retreat. It's for the best. Perhaps it sensed we are not to be trifled with, Lu Jichao replied, exhaling in relief. All right, let us not linger here any longer. There are cigarettes available at the convenience store ahead. We should procure some for emergencies, as the supplies left behind here will not vanish. Wang Yang declared. Very well. Acknowledging that now was not the time to raid for quality cigarettes, Lu Jichao had no choice but to agree. The group continued their search along the rear of the building. The upscale hair salon, CAF, and skincare establishment behind the building were deserted, while the convenience store was open, revealing 2 zombies inside. Lu Jichao approached directly, dispatching the zombies, then grabbed 2 plastic bags and haphazardly stuffed them with cigarettes and alcohol. On the opposite side of the building lay the parking lot exit, where a few scattered zombies were effortlessly dealt with by Wang Yang and his companions. After making the rounds, the group returned to the main entrance of the wealth center in the hotel lobby. Dozens of individuals had gathered, with people continuously exiting through the safety door. Lu Meng was also present, with several shovels scattered at his feet. Seeing others descend, Wang Yang immediately led the group over. Brother Yang, what should we do? Only this few have come down. Upon noticing Wang Yang enter the hotel, Lu Meng approached him, explaining that most people had witnessed the arrival of the helicopter today and were fearful of zombies, causing many to hesitate in descending. This number should suffice. Wang Yang assessed the crowd, stating that digging pits and moving zombies did not require a large force. This many would be adequate. Wang Yang stepped to the center of the lobby, ascending onto the piano platform, clapping his hands to draw everyone's gaze. Ladies and gentlemen, we have nearly cleared the hotel of zombies. Aside from the 6th floor, all other areas are fundamentally safe. Now, we must attend to another matter. Wang Yang proclaimed loudly. Have you truly cleared the hotel? Wonderful. If the hotel is fully cleared, does that mean we can finally enjoy proper meals? This security guard, what shall we do next? Should we inquire where the authorities will establish a shelter and proceed there? As soon as Wang Yang finished speaking, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of voices. Silence. Wang Yang raised his hand to quell the uproar. The authorities have yet to announce the establishment of shelters. For now, we must remain in the hotel. The corpses of zombies within the hotel are already beginning to decompose, and if this continues, it will soon become uninhabitable. Thus, we must first properly dispose of the zombie bodies. Upon hearing Wang Yang's words, the crowd exchanged glances, then nodded in silent agreement. They had descended via the safe stairwell, and without mentioning other areas, there were already numerous zombie corpses within the safe stairwell, and the stench had become unbearable. Continuing in this manner could lead to a health crisis. What do you propose we do? An elderly man wearing glasses stepped forward to respond to Wang Yang. The old man, adorned with a pair of gold-rimmed spectacles, exuded an air of scholarly refinement. Wang Yang nodded at him and replied, We need to excavate the green space outside the hotel, dispose of the zombie bodies within, incinerate them, then cover them up. The old man considered Wang Yang's suggestion and nodded, acknowledging, this approach indeed poses no issues. Incinerating and then burying them can effectively thwart potential virus outbreaks. However, what if there are zombies outside? Wang Yang responded, We have already surveyed the area. Most of the zombies outside have been evacuated by the helicopter, and there are no zombies surrounding the building. Moreover, the area we plan to excavate is not far from the building's entrance. Should circumstances change, we can retreat at the first opportunity. After hearing Wang Yang's words, the dozens of individuals in the lobby exchanged glances, gradually being swayed by his reasoning. Yet, one elderly woman stood up, asserting, There are still hundreds of people in the hotel, and are we to be the only ones digging? Are those who remain upstairs to benefit from our labor? Indeed, handling the zombie corpses is a communal responsibility. Why should only we put in the effort? Precisely, if you wish to organize the digging, you ought to present a proposal. We cannot toil without compensation. The elderly woman's remarks reignited the crowd's discontent. Lu Ming stood at the front desk, flanked by Xinlan Xin and Fu Huanhuan, and observing the raucous assembly, he muttered darkly, "These ingrates. I genuinely wish I could charge in and eliminate them all." Fu Huanhuan gasped, casting a glance at the fierce expression on Lu Ming's face. Initially, she thought Lu Ming's sentiments were excessively extreme. Yet at this moment, someone in the crowd was already shouting about trading zombie bodies for crystal cores. Igniting her own simmering anger, I too concur. These people should have been confined to their rooms to starve, Fu Huanhuan exclaimed in frustration. Chapter 54. Just count to one. Silence. Wang Yang frowned. Why should we heed you? Just because you say quiet, must we comply? The elderly woman, seeing the support of the crowd, grew emboldened, addressing Wang Yang. You are merely a hotel security guard. If we are to dig, you should do it yourself. If you want our assistance, you must offer compensation. Precisely, as a security guard. What gives you the authority to command us? Another middle-aged woman chimed in with a similar grievance. Miss, should I intervene? Observing Wang Yang besieged by this shameless mob, Lu Ye's brow furrowed. She did not wish to assist Wang Yang for his sake, but rather because his actions also served to safeguard her own mistress. The obstruction of Wang Yang by these individuals would equally jeopardize her mistress's safety. In such a situation, she held the authority to make a decisive call, and no need. Let us see how he manages it, the enigmatic woman replied calmly, gazing upon the shameless countenances of those before him. Particularly the antics of the two elderly women, Wang Yang felt little ire. Such individuals are abundant in society. They may appear brash yet are utterly oblivious to the situation, marking them as the most foolish type of person, rendering anger towards them entirely unnecessary. A faint smile graced Wang Yang's lips as he descended, seizing the hair of the two elderly women and hoisting them onto the piano stage, one in each hand. What are you doing? Are you attempting to kidnap us? Murder? Is there no one to intervene? The two elderly women immediately shrieked like pigs being slaughtered. Furrowing his brows, Wang Yang released their hair, opting instead to grasp the tendons at their shoulders, causing their faces to blanch, rendering them incapable of further screams. The onlookers, witnessing the plight of the two elderly women, contemplated intervening, yet upon meeting each other's gazes and realizing no one was willing to take the first step, those itching to act fell silent as well. The task of clearing the hotel of corpses is not for my benefit, but for your own. This is not a request from me. Please understand this clearly. Once the crowd ceased their clamor, Wang Yang addressed them in a resonant voice. Currently, the hotel is not compensating me, so do not attempt to leverage my position as a security guard against me. Such tactics are futile. I am offering everyone an opportunity. Those willing to stay and dig pits, as well as transport zombie bodies, will receive hot meals for the next 3 days. If you do not wish to participate, feel free to return to your rooms. No one is forcing you. In a moment, I will begin counting. Those willing to assist in transporting the bodies will move to the left, while those unwilling may directly return. If I reach one, and you are slow to act, you will all be required to return to your rooms as there are many guests still residing in the hotel. And we will rotate in others. The countdown has commenced. Witnessing Wang Yang's decisive demeanor, a group of around 20 individuals, eager for something warm to eat, took a few steps towards the left. These individuals were indeed sufficient in number. Observing the hesitance of others, a smile promptly graced Wang Yang's face. Ready? One good. Time's up. Those unwilling to transport the corpses, please step back. Wang Yang leapt off the platform without hesitation. The unexpected turn of events left those still lingering in indecision utterly bewildered. What is wrong with you? Were you not supposed to count to one? A slightly portly middle-aged man immediately questioned. Initially, he had merely intended to gauge the situation, hoping to gain some advantage, but he had not anticipated Wang Yang's unconventional approach. Indeed, did I not count to one? Wang Yang shot a cold glance at him. You only counted to one. What is wrong with you? The middle-aged man gazed at Wang Yang with a look of grievance. Mengzi, Su Liang, Hong Bin. Wang Yang wasted no words, summoning Lu Ming and the other two directly. Send these unwilling individuals back. All right. Lu Ming, already disgruntled with these people, immediately raised the bloodied axe in his hand, adopting a fierce demeanor. Leave, hurry back to your rooms, move swiftly, No dawdling. Behind Lu Ming, Su Liang and Xia Hongbin also lifted their axes, both being northern men who had earlier been incensed by this group. Their tones equally stern. Observing the axes in the hands of the three, the other residents, albeit reluctantly, could only comply and depart, including the two elderly women who merged into the crowd, daring not to utter another word. There were a total of 7 shovels on the ground. Wang Yang surveyed the crowd before him, pointed at 7 robust individuals, and instructed, "You 7, take the shovels and go dig a pit outside. Our people will provide protection for you. The rest, begin transporting the corpses. Ji Chao, you oversee Huan and the others. Make sure to check each corpse thoroughly." "Rest assured, Brother Yang," Lu Jichao responded, gesturing to those behind him. "Lin, Huan, Guohui, Yu Fei, let us go." The 7 individuals who had been summoned did not dare to resist any longer and could only pick up the shovels and head out to dig, while the others followed Lu Jichao to commence the transportation of the corpses. Ho Lin, Fu Huan, and others began inspecting the zombies' heads with daggers. Checking one head while the rest transported a corpse, the group swiftly fell into a rhythm. "Brother Yang, what can we do to help? Should we also go dig pits?" Li Feng and Zhao Lei, who had been waiting on the sidelines, approached. Although Li Feng was older than Wang Yang, after witnessing Wang Yang's earlier authority, he silently altered his address from using Wang Yang's name directly to Brother Yang. Wang Yang sensed this change. After all, Li Feng and Zhao Lei were his colleagues, and there were no significant conflicts between them, making them potential recruits. Wang Yang inquired, "The equipment in the monitoring room is still functional, right?" "It should be operational," Zhao Lei replied. "Our surveillance equipment is quite stable. As long as there's no power outage, there shouldn't be any issues." "Good. You two head to the monitoring room. I recall that our hotel has a wide surveillance range. Keep a close watch. If anything unusual occurs, communicate with me directly through the intercom." Understood. With tasks assigned by Wang Yang, the two immediately took their leave for the monitoring room located behind the hotel front desk. Gradually, individuals began descending the safe staircase, where Chen Jie would explain the rules. Soon, another 10 people joined in, significantly accelerating the pace of corpse transportation. At that moment, Lu Ming returned. Wang Yang instructed him to siphon some gasoline from the vehicle below while he led the others outside. Qi Zixuan and his spouse, the mysterious woman and her servant, along with Xinlan Xin, all followed Wang Yang outside. The pit outside had already been dug to a depth of over half a meter. Fearing the approach of zombies, the men did not dare linger outside for too long, hence they dug swiftly, their shovels almost smoking from the exertion. "Wang Yang, what shall we do next?" Qi Zixuan inquired as he approached Wang Yang. Recalling the images of helicopters flying overhead, Wang Yang began to formulate a plan. "I suspect the authorities will soon take action. We can afford to wait a little longer." "Why do you say that?" Xinlan Xin asked, still trying to grasp Wang Yang's meaning, but the mysterious woman seemed to have understood, and Ouyang Yu appeared to have an inkling as well. "Are you suggesting that the military will deploy helicopters?" Ouyang Yu questioned. "There is a high probability. Our military is formidable. The reason they have refrained from utilizing heavy weaponry thus far is primarily due to the mingling of zombies and survivors, making it difficult to act. Given that helicopters have been flying overhead, the military is likely aware that the zombies will follow them," Wang Yang explained. "Indeed, if that is the case, the military could easily lure the zombies to areas devoid of survivors and then unleash heavy firepower to eliminate them." Qi Zixuan exclaimed, clapping his hands in excitement. Wang Yang nodded. "If this operation can indeed be executed, we will have the opportunity to open up the city." Chapter 55, Impending Disconnection. Kyoto, Underground Base. The Chief of Staff of the Dragon Nation's Armed Forces, Xiao Changtian, sat in the center of the command room, observing the video playing on the large screen. In the footage, 2 helicopters were flying in the sky, followed below by a massive horde of zombies. "Xiao, we can now confirm that deploying helicopters to attract zombies is feasible. We can first use the helicopters to draw out the zombies exposed on the streets, then concentrate them in several pre-cleared areas and eliminate them with heavy weaponry." A robust officer, adorned with 4 gold stars on his shoulder, reported while pointing at the screen with a laser pointer. "The primary concern is that the helicopters cannot fly too low in the urban area. Doing so may pose significant dangers. Conversely, if they fly too high, the horde will eventually stop following after a while, making it challenging to gather them together. This would necessitate repeated attempts to attract them." Introducing many variables, he continued, "Moreover, clearing safe zones in large cities is exceedingly difficult due to the dense population, making it hard to find uninhabited areas. Even if we locate a suitable destination, the distance to draw the horde there is considerable, presenting substantial challenges to the entire plan. Another issue is that this operation will gather the previously scattered zombies. We cannot entirely eliminate the horde within the city, and should nearby survivors encounter it, they would be in grave danger. Xiao Changtian's fingers drummed incessantly on the armrest of his chair, producing a rhythmic tapping sound. The surrounding combat staff fell silent, aware that whenever old Xiao engaged in such a gesture, he was deep in thought. Instruct all units to leverage the zombies' characteristics to launch an offensive. Do not fear concentrating them. We cannot save everyone. It is crucial to understand that while some may meet misfortune, others will find it easier to escape. In the face of disaster, luck is a pivotal element in determining fate. Xiao Changtian finally resolved to act. The staff received the orders and promptly disseminated the latest commands. Leaning back in his chair, Xiao Changtian took a deep breath, then rose and exited the command room. After walking through the brightly lit corridor for some time, he used facial and fingerprint recognition to access a room. The two guards accompanying him stopped 20 meters from the room, supervising each other and ensuring no one approached. The room contained only 2 pairs of simple fabric sofas and an elevator. Xiao Changtian entered the elevator, undergoing another round of scanning verification, and it descended automatically. When the elevator doors opened again, it revealed a space resembling a lounge, complete with an artificial mountain and flowing water, creating a serene environment, though not luxurious. Only a few fabric sofas, bamboo stools, and some board games like Go and chess for entertainment in front of a small central pond. 7 chairs were arranged in a semicircular formation, with 2 already occupied. Old Xiao has arrived. Upon seeing Xiao Changtian, the elder seated in the center waved with a smile. Despite the challenging circumstances, the pillars of the Dragon Nation maintained an optimistic and positive mindset. Longin, you're here too. You should be the busiest of us all. Xiao Changtian approached, greeting Longin, the highest authority in the Dragon Nation. Longin chuckled. What do I have to be busy with? Just a bystander. Old Xiao, facing a dilemma? Tang Wenyuan, sitting beside Longin, noticed the weariness in Xiao Changtian's eyes and directly inquired. Speak up. What's the situation? Longin asked. The satellites are becoming uncontrollable. After a moment of silence, Xiao Changtian finally revealed, the satellite base has sent word that our satellites seem to be experiencing some form of interference and are gradually losing connection. If this continues, satellite communications will likely be interrupted soon. Moreover, our network may not last much longer. Once communications are severed, our control over the situation will weaken, and it's uncertain how chaotic things will become. Xiao Changtian stated at it appears that this time, we are indeed facing an invasion from a higher civilization. Previously, we communicated with the governments of other major countries. Globally, all regions observe those 5 luminous spheres at nearly the same time. It seems we are indeed dealing with an existence beyond our understanding. Longin reclined in his chair, speaking lightly. Long Chang'an's relaxed demeanor seemed to possess a peculiar infectiousness, causing Xiao Changtian to loosen up slightly as well. He chuckled. How can you remain so carefree at a time like this? No wonder the previous Dragon Lord designated you as his successor. Your composure is indeed beyond my reach. Waving his hand dismissively, Long Chang'an replied, as long as our adversaries are not intent on our utter destruction, it signifies that there must be a place where we can be of use. With leverage in hand, we can take our seats at the negotiating table. Once we are at the table, the remaining task is to strive and engage in strategic maneuvering. Over the span of 5 millennia, we have triumphed countless times, and I believe this occasion will yield a similar outcome in the past. Many spoke of colonizing Mars, only to later discover that those business magnates were mere charlatans and money launderers, while we were the only ones diligently preparing. This time, our journey may indeed lead us to the stars and the vast oceans beyond. In this light, perhaps this calamity is not entirely a misfortune. Chang'an, have you made your decision? Xiao Changtian inquired. I have, Long Chang'an confirmed. Xiao Lao, you should send out the message at the last moment before communications are severed. Until then, the information regarding our mental cultivation remains confined within the official and military circles, allowing the authorities to gain a strategic advantage. Should we encounter nefarious individuals, the local officials and military will have the capacity to deal with them. I understand. Xiao Changtian nodded and then surveyed his surroundings, puzzled as he asked, Wenyuan, where are the other 4? Exchanging a knowing smile with Tang Wenyuan, Long Chang'an replied nonchalantly, When it rains, a mother must marry. A flicker of shock crossed Xiao Changtian's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure and leaned back into the chair. Relaxing, in front of the Wealth Center Hotel, fierce flames blazed, sending plumes of black smoke into the air. This marked the fourth batch of zombies that Wang Yang and his companions had incinerated. After each deep pit was filled, they would procure gasoline, ignite it, and once a batch was burned, they would dispose of more bodies and continue the process. Aside from the zombies in the basement, nearly all other corpses had been dealt with. The raging fire inevitably attracted the attention of some nearby zombies, but with Wang Yang and his group present, these scattered zombies posed no threat. All right, the last batch of zombies has been burned. Cover the pit, Wang Yang signaled as he watched the flames gradually extinguish. Lu Meng and the others nodded in unison, each grabbing a shovel to fill the pit with the dirt stacked nearby. Wang Yang, it's past 4. What are our next steps? Should we clear the 6th floor or push outward to scout for a better escape route? Qi Zixuan approached Wang Yang to inquire, as the ground had been restored to a level surface. Wang Yang gazed at the sky with a sense of longing, saying, "Right now, I just wish that helicopter could return." A helicopter? Qi Zixuan's eyes narrowed in focus. Upon hearing Wang Yang's words, Lu Yi, who had been 5 or 6 steps away, glanced over and exchanged a look with her young mistress before walking over. "Wang Yang, are you planning to seize the helicopter?" Lu Yi asked softly. Wang Yang nodded silently. At this juncture, if one does not act for oneself, they might as well invite their own demise. Our position is far too close to the city center. Without a helicopter, our chances of escape are bleak. Suddenly, the unmistakable sound of a helicopter's rotor blades filled the air in disbelief. Wang Yang turned his gaze toward the distance, spotting a helicopter flying towards the Wealth Center along the elevated road. In an instant, the eyes of Wang Yang, Qi Zixuan, and Lu Yi lit up with determination. "Let us move," Wang Yang commanded, swiftly entering the revolving door. Chapter 56. Scheming against each other. The horde is approaching. Everyone retreat to the safe passage and return to your rooms to wait. Mengzi, create a WeChat group and invite everyone who participated in today's labor to dinner. Wang Yang raced back to the hotel lobby. Calling out to Lu Meng before being the first to enter the safety door, Qi Zixuan and Lu Yi, along with her maid, followed closely behind. Wang Yang led the trio up the safe staircase. "Wang Yang, what are your plans?" Qi Zixuan asked as they ascended. "There's nothing more to discuss. We must seize that helicopter, or else we may not escape." Wang Yang's gaze was resolute. Although the individuals possessing the helicopter had not wronged him, this was the apocalypse. Self-preservation was paramount. Wang Yang could still extend some goodwill when the stakes weren't life-threatening, but he had to secure the helicopter, an essential asset for survival. Without it, leaving the urban area would be virtually impossible. The sheer number of zombies made a successful breach unlikely. If they could acquire the helicopter, they could transport people in batches, or at the very least, use it to divert the zombies, giving those below a chance to slip through. Qi Zixuan was not naive. He nodded affirmatively. "I will assist you wholeheartedly. If they cooperate, we can spare their lives. If not, there's nothing more to say." "That aligns perfectly with my intentions," Wang Yang succinctly replied. Lu Yi and the mysterious woman remained silent, but their actions clearly indicated their support for Wang Yang's plan. The 4 of them, possessing remarkable physical prowess, soon arrived at the safety door on the hotel's 40th floor. Wang Yang retrieved the highest-level access card from the hotel and placed it upon the card reader. Beep, beep, beep. As the card made contact with the reader, the expected green light did not appear. Instead, 3 red flashes blinked ominously. Wang Yang furrowed his brow and tried again. Yet, once more, the safety door remained firmly shut. "Don't waste your efforts. It seems the helicopter above belongs to He Hongchang," Lu Yi remarked with a frown, noticing Wang Yang's continued attempts. "You know He Hongchang?" Wang Yang inquired. The name was one Wang Yang had only learned the previous day, as a hotel security guard. Who would pay attention to the tycoon above? He Hongchang, an Australian businessman, made his fortune in gambling, and his wealth is immense. He holds substantial influence in both the Yangtze River Delta and the Pearl River Delta regions, with connections in both the legitimate and underground worlds, particularly in online gambling. Over 70% of the illicit live-stream betting platforms in the country are under his control. It was then that the mysterious woman spoke up. Her words further convinced Wang Yang of her extraordinary background. Someone like He Hongchang would not be easily trifled with, and she seemed well aware of his dealings, indicating she was no ordinary individual. This hotel belongs to He Hongchang. The access has likely been altered by him. We currently have no means to ascend and must wait for an opportunity to see if they will descend. Lu Yi stated. Let us go. Wang Yang turned and began to descend. If the plan could not proceed, there was no sense in wasting time. On the rooftop of the 42nd floor, after the helicopter had landed, two bodyguards in black suits stepped out first. Following them, two beautiful women and a boy who appeared to be around 16 or 17 disembarked from the helicopter. All three bore visible signs of having been slapped. Let us go. Take them to Mr. He, Zhao Lei, the last to exit, instructed as he shut down the helicopter's engine. Mrs. Song, Miss Duan, you have now arrived on Mr. He's territory. I trust you won't resist? The older of the two women maintained a relatively composed demeanor as she addressed Zhao Lei. Xiao Zhao, my husband has established a foothold in the automotive industry. If you take us there, he can guarantee you wealth and prosperity. He Hongchang is an Australian businessman with roots elsewhere. Our Song family's influence in Huhai is undoubtedly stronger than his. Captain Zhao, I urge you and your companions to consider my offer seriously. I, Zhang Yan, swear to the heavens, if you align with the Song family, I will ensure your fortunes are intertwined with ours. Whether it be wealth, women, status, or power, I can fulfill your desires. This woman was none other than Zhang Yan, wife of He Hongchang's partner, Song Hailong. When several bodyguards had barged into her villa earlier that afternoon, she realized the predicament she was facing. He Hongchang must be intending to use her and her son to threaten Song Hailong. Zhang Yan understood that even if Song Hailong capitulated, their family would not meet a favorable end. Her only chance was to attempt to sway these bodyguards. After making one final appeal, Zhang Yan began to observe the expressions of the 5 bodyguards intently. She recognized that a direct attempt at persuasion would likely fail. As the bodyguards monitored one another closely, even if one wished to defect from He Hongchang, they would not dare to act without knowing the sentiments of the others, even if her efforts might not succeed. Zhang Yan needed to make her position clear while assessing the bodyguards' reactions to discern any signs of wavering. Indeed, among the 5, 2 bodyguards raised their eyebrows slightly, though the crucial figure, Zhao Lei, remained impassive, showing no signs of shifting loyalty. Mrs. Song, spare your scheming. I cannot abandon Mr. He, Zhao Lei replied flatly, opening the door and stepping inside first. The other 4 bodyguards followed suit, ushering the 2 women and the 17-year-old boy inside. Mr. He, they have arrived, Zhao Lei announced as he led the group to He Hongchang's door and knocked. From within the ajar door, He Hongchang's voice called out, yes, confine them and prevent any contact with the outside. Then, go to the 7th floor and bring me that person named Tanyu. I've discovered something rather intriguing. Understood. Zhao Lei nodded and turned to the 4 bodyguards, instructing, secure them, and remember to bind them well. One of the black-clad bodyguards remarked, Brother Lei, what about these 2 women, can we? I too wish to inquire. Song Hailong is indeed impressive, managing to have both his legitimate wife and mistress residing in the same villa without any quarrels. It is simply astonishing. Another bodyguard chimed in with a chuckle. Upon hearing the banter between the 2 bodyguards, Zhang Yan did not exhibit any signs of panic. Instead, a glimmer of light flickered in her eyes. If the opportunity arose, it would allow for a clandestine interaction with these 2 bodyguards, would it not? However, she was soon disheartened as Zhao Lei promptly dismissed the bodyguard's request. Very well, let us confine them for now. The bodyguard in black expressed with a hint of disappointment. Yet, it is indeed peculiar that Song Hailong's son remains utterly silent after being restrained. One cannot discern whether he is genuinely foolish or merely feigning ignorance. Go about your duties and cease your prattle, Zhao Lei admonished, furrowing his brow. After dispatching a few individuals, Zhao Lei descended directly to the 7th floor via the elevator. As expected, a man with an ingratiating smile awaited him at the elevator's entrance. Tanyu? Zhao Lei inquired. Yes, indeed. I am Tanyu, he replied. Very well, follow me. Without even stepping out of the elevator, Zhao Lei gestured, prompting Tanyu to hastily enter. The elevator doors closed, commencing their ascent. Chapter 57. How strong can a security guard be? On the 38th floor of the hotel, Wang Yang utilized his universal room card to assist Qi Zixuan and Lu Yi in rebooking their accommodations. Although the door to the 40th floor was inaccessible, Wang Yang's card still functioned for the rooms below in the luxurious suite number 4 on the 38th floor. The 4 gathered once again at the window's edge. The area below had been completely obstructed by zombies. However, there were noticeably fewer than before. Having assessed the situation below, Wang Yang leaned against the balcony glass and remarked, "You mentioned that the authorities might take action. When do you suppose that might occur?" Qi Zixuan queried. "The timing is of little significance to us, as the moment helicopters begin to fly chaotically, the hordes in the city will become concentrated. With our current strength, we would undoubtedly fail to navigate through a massive horde." Wang Yang replied, frowning. "At this juncture, we can only strive to acquire a helicopter and use its guidance to depart from Huhai." Lu Yi pondered for a moment before stating, "The feasibility of obtaining a helicopter is uncertain. Even if we manage to secure one, locating fuel would be a challenge. Without a stable supply of fuel, the helicopter will hardly get far, at best taking us to the outskirts of the city. Therefore, we ought to devise a method to gradually advance floor by floor, aiming to reach the city limits sooner rather than later." From Lu Ye's words, it seemed she intended to join her team in fighting their way out. This was rather perplexing. Wang Yang could no longer contain his curiosity. "Forgive my boldness, but considering your remarkable identity, do you not possess the capability to summon a helicopter? Or perhaps arrange for someone to rescue you?" This enigmatic woman was accompanied by 3 formidable bodyguards, armed with firearms. It is worth noting that the Dragon Kingdom enforces the strictest gun control laws globally, with even police officers wielding only low-caliber handguns. While Lu Yi was evidently in possession of a high-caliber pistol, if even a merchant like He Hongchang could summon a helicopter, how could this mysterious woman lack the means for her own rescue? "You?" Wang Yang's inquiry provoked a flicker of irritation in Lu Yi, but the mysterious woman raised a hand to silence her. Fixing her gaze upon Wang Yang, she stated earnestly, "I require the strength to reach the vicinity of Kyoto on my own. If it pleases you, as you head northwest, you will pass near Kyoto, and we can part ways there." "Very well," Wang Yang nodded silently. This mysterious woman was evidently extraordinary, yet the shift in order suggested that her family might be facing troubles. Or perhaps there were other reasons prompting her desire to avoid contact with local powers and rely solely on her own capabilities to return home. Wang Yang chose not to pry into the specifics. But her presence would undoubtedly bolster the strength of the team, providing numerous advantages. Heading northwest, the challenges would significantly diminish beyond Kyoto, and having these 2 elite fighters accompany him through the most arduous journey was indeed a boon. That said, we must also find a way to secure that helicopter. Even if fuel is scarce, it is certainly better than having none at all, Wang Yang remarked. Having heard Wang Yang's words, the others nodded in silent agreement. Possessing a helicopter was undoubtedly preferable to lacking one. "Yanggu, so you are here." At that moment, Lu Ming's figure appeared in the room. "What is it? Why the fluster?" Wang Yang inquired, his brow furrowed. "Yanggu." He Hongchang has descended with several bodyguards, claiming he intends to hold some election to establish a self-rescue committee. He requires everyone to gather at Exhibition Hall number 1 on the 3rd floor. Lu Ming reported. As he conveyed this information, a flicker of anger danced in his eyes. Everyone in the building had been rescued by them. Were it not for his and Wang Yang's initial efforts, all these individuals would likely have been trapped. Now, out of nowhere, He Hongchang had emerged to orchestrate an election? Yet, Lu Ming failed to notice that Wang Yang, Qi Zixuan, and even the enigmatic duo displayed no semblance of anger upon hearing the news. Rather, their expressions brightened. "Are you certain it was He Hongchang's people who came down?" Wang Yang confirmed. "Indeed." Several armed bodyguards, clearly not to be trifled with, Lu Ming replied. "Yanggu, what should we do?" A smile crept upon Wang Yang's lips as he remarked. "What is wrong with an election? Elections are certainly beneficial. Come, let us attend together." Lu Ming, observing the 4 individuals exhibiting no signs of resistance, scratched his head in confusion. Wang Yang and his companions descended the safe staircase to the 3rd floor, where, as anticipated, Exhibition Hall number 1 was already teeming with people. The podium had been cleared, and Wang Yang immediately spotted the middle-aged man engaging in conversation with those around him. He located Xinlan Xin and the others, stealthily approaching while signaling to Qi Zixuan and Lu Yi with his eyes. The 2 received his cue and naturally separated, maintaining a respectful distance from Wang Yang as they blended into the crowd. The safe staircase continued to funnel people down, and within a matter of minutes, Exhibition Hall number 1 was filled to capacity. "Mr. He, do you genuinely intend to establish a survival base?" "I am aware of the Automotive Industrial Park. A classmate of mine works there and has informed me that the security measures are excellent, with sturdy walls and few surrounding inhabitants. If Mr. He is willing to take us there, it would be splendid. We shall certainly follow your lead, a voice in the crowd chimed. He Hongchang, engaging in a display of affability, wore a warm smile as he reassured those around him. Rest assured, as long as we work together, we will undoubtedly reach the automotive industrial park safely. Our strength is formidable, as you can see. Before my arrival, you successfully cleared the hotel, did you not? He Hongchang grinned. Indeed, we are quite powerful and certainly capable of assisting Mr. He. A voice emerged from the throng. Director Yu reappeared, ingratiating himself to He Hongchang. Following the morning's setback, Director Yu had extinguished any ambition to rally his own faction, realizing he was simply not cut out for it. Since he could not muster a team, his only option was to seek the protection of a stronger figure and secure a favorable position. Mr. He, there is a security guard in the hotel who has grown quite powerful. You should be cautious of him, Director Yu whispered to He Hongchang. Fear not. We plan to hold an election shortly. Whoever garners the support of the people will have the obligation to lead everyone to safety. Greater ability entails greater responsibility, He Hongchang replied. In truth, He Hongchang was already well aware of Wang Yang's capabilities. However, he dismissed Wang Yang as inconsequential. After all, how formidable could a mere security guard be in the aftermath of a disaster? He likely only managed to slay a few zombies by utilizing the hotel's layout and secure doors. With 5 elite bodyguards and superior weaponry at his disposal, how could he fear a single security guard making waves? By leveraging the voting process to seize leadership, Wang Yang would ultimately be compelled to follow his orders. If he dared to defy, an unfortunate accident would suffice. He Hongchang had gathered ample intelligence on the hotel situation through Tanyu. Recognizing the presence of numerous individuals with commendable combat prowess, this prompted him to aspire to recruit them. While he had already taken control of Song Hailong's family, he felt it was insufficient. He aimed to bolster his strength before returning to the industrial park. If he could assemble a team within the hotel and gradually extend his influence to nearby office buildings, he could utilize these individuals to return to the industrial park under the guidance of helicopters. By that time, even a direct confrontation would enable him to reclaim control of the industrial park. At that juncture, his ambitions would know no bounds. As a wealthy magnate, He Hongchang had access to information beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. In the wake of the disaster, the authorities' grip had weakened significantly, and it was inevitable that various warlord factions would emerge throughout the Dragon Kingdom and the world. This chaotic situation stirred He Hongchang's blood. Igniting aspirations for greatness at the age of 50, Mr. He, the equipment has been calibrated. Tanyu approached He Hongchang respectfully. Excellent. I shall deliver an opening address, He Hongchang said, gesturing kindly to those around him before gracefully ascending the podium. Meanwhile, on the left side of the podium, Wang Yang stood beside Xin Lanxin. Grasping her hand, he adopted a posture reminiscent of a couple, leaning in to whisper in her ear, Lanxin, when the time comes, utilize your abilities to assist me in dealing with a bodyguard in black. Xin Lanxin's eyes reflected a hint of surprise, yet she swiftly suppressed it, as if she had heard nothing at all. Merely using her fingertips to lightly scratch Wang Yang's palm. Chapter 58. Everyone, crouch down. Survivors, I am He Hongchang, the chairman of the Rongxing Group and the proprietor of the Wealth Center Hotel. I extend my warmest greetings to all of you here. He Hongchang stood at the podium, microphone in hand, exuding an air of confidence. Good. It remains unclear whether he had prearranged for supporters or if his earlier display of approachability had made an impact. But as soon as He Hongchang opened the floor, a handful of fervent individuals began to applaud. Wang Yang, however, refrained from joining in, instead casting a cold gaze upon He Hongchang's performance. In order to secure our safety and break free from this predicament, I propose we establish a temporary self-rescue committee, electing 5 members to collectively devise a strategy for our escape. From within the crowd, Director Yu called out directly, why even bother with an election? Among all the survivors, you, Mr. He, are the most capable. If we wish to attain safety, we cannot do so without your leadership. Exactly. There is no need for an election for a self-rescue committee. Simply appoint 4 members, and you can lead us as the chairperson. In the throng, Tang Samping had somehow blended in, inciting agitation among the masses. The duo's fervor spurred some on, yet there remained a significant number of more composed individuals who chose to remain silent, quietly observing the unfolding scene on stage. Many gazes shifted toward Wang Yang. Everyone was acutely aware that their ability to step out of the room and enjoy a fleeting moment of safety was largely due to Wang Yang's efforts. He Hongchang, noticing the audience's reaction, was taken aback. He had assumed that revealing his identity, combined with the presence of a few prearranged supporters, would garner widespread support. However, the response from the crowd fell short of his expectations. This was primarily because many had recently battled zombies and had witnessed their terrifying nature. Given the circumstances, even if they sought a leader to guide them out, a greater number preferred Wang Yang's group to lead them. Having witnessed his combat prowess, while He Hongchang's noble status and entourage of bodyguards offered no assurance of strength. Observing the crowd, He Hongchang realized he needed to elevate his appeal. "Ladies and gentlemen," he proclaimed, "this hotel is my property, and I am intimately familiar with its layout. Should I be elected, I will open the upscale restaurant on the 2nd floor and the buffet on the 6th floor. Additionally, we have ample supplies stored in the basement warehouse. Furthermore, I personally own a helicopter club in Huhai and a vehicle industrial park in the western suburbs. I will use the helicopter to draw the zombies away, paving a route to the industrial park where we can establish a stable base for survival." As He Hongchang made these promises, the expressions of the survivors began to shift, their gazes toward him growing increasingly fervent. "Most importantly, we will use the helicopter to directly transport the elderly and children to the industrial park, I assure you. I will strive to ensure everyone's safe passage out." Some survivors could no longer contain their excitement. An elderly woman, who had been reprimanded by Wang Yang earlier that afternoon, stood up and exclaimed, "Mr. He, will you truly use the helicopter to save us elderly folks?" In truth, the woman was not particularly old. Merely in her 50s, agile in movement and speaking robustly, yet now she feigned weakness. "I promise," He Hongchang replied gently. "All right, Mr. He, we all support you. Indeed, we have subsisted on instant noodles all day and have had enough. Yes, earlier, we were even forced to move corpses. If we refused, we were denied hot meals. At the onset of this disaster, some individuals have acted without regard." The elderly woman incited further uproar, casting a venomous glance at Wang Yang. Fu Huanhuan and Lu Ming, standing beside Wang Yang, were both flushed with indignation. Fu Huanhuan remarked, "How shameless these people are. If it weren't for us, they would still be starving in their rooms." Lu Ming spat. "He Hongchang is certainly no good person. He might very well toss these old folks from the helicopter. These people supporting him will undoubtedly regret it later." "Yang Gu, don't you agree?" Lu Ming added. Seeking Wang Yang's opinion, Wang Yang maintained an indifferent expression, yet subtly shifted his stance. Shunlan Xin, sensing Wang Yang's movement, also adjusted her position to avoid obstructing him while preparing herself. "Your suspicions are likely valid, but I fear these individuals may not have the opportunity to ascertain whether He Hongchang is indeed a villain," Wang Yang asserted. "Yang Gu, what do you mean by that?" Lu Ming inquired, puzzled. However, Wang Yang did not respond. Instead, darting forward, "What are you doing?" Upon witnessing Wang Yang's actions, He Hongchang instinctively retreated, seeking to distance himself from Wang Yang. Zhao Lei, who had been stationed below, rushed forward in an attempt to intercept Wang Yang. Whoosh! Just as Zhao Lei moved, an icy arrow shot forth from behind Wang Yang, hurtling towards Zhao Lei's face. Sensing the frigid air, Zhao Lei swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the arrow's trajectory, while Wang Yang surged forward. With his perceptive abilities fully engaged, Wang Yang's sword seemed to lock onto Zhao Lei, thrusting forward with precision. Swish! The blade pierced Zhao Lei's shoulder. Zhao Lei struggled to maintain his grip on the knife. Thud! Wang Yang unleashed a powerful kick, striking Zhao Lei in the abdomen. At that moment, the remaining 4 black-clad men finally reacted, drawing their sabers to charge at Wang Yang. The 2 at the back attempted to move, only to feel a sharp pain in their chests. Glancing down, they discovered that a keen sword had emerged from their bodies, causing their strength to rapidly dissipate. The mysterious woman and Lu Yi had struck from behind, each dispatching a black-clad bodyguard with a swift stroke. "Quick, protect me as we retreat." He Hongchang's pupils dilated in shock as he realized 2 of his 5 bodyguards were already dead or injured. He had initially believed that with 5 bodyguards, he could easily dominate the hotel and secure his leadership through voting, perhaps even recruiting the more capable survivors to his side. Yet he never anticipated that Wang Yang had no intention of engaging in such convoluted tactics. Wang Yang's singular goal was to seize his helicopter. Had He Hongchang remained on the 40th floor or higher, Wang Yang may have found it challenging to confront him. However, now that He Hongchang had descended, the ensuing events were beyond his control. Someone's killing. The rapid turn of events prompted a chorus of screams from the crowd as they witnessed Lu Yi and the mysterious woman taking lives. The remaining two black-clad bodyguards recognized the urgency of the situation, ceasing their actions in an attempt to escort He Hongchang backstage, but Qi Zixuan and Yang Yu stood resolutely in their path. Seeking death, the two black-clad men immediately swung their sabers at them. Faced with the oncoming blades, Qi Zixuan raised his fire axe to block, then spun it around, ensnaring the black-clad man's saber, propelling him forward with the force of his own weapon. Following this, Qi Zixuan struck the black-clad man's abdomen with a powerful palm. Thud. The black-clad man coughed up blood. Meanwhile, Yang Yu had expertly disarmed another black-clad man, swiftly closing in, seizing his wrist and, with a graceful twist of her hands, had the weapon transferred to her own grasp. The black-clad, in confronting the bodyguards, Wang Yang and his companions acted in unison. Wang Yang, Qi Zixuan, and Yang Yu showed restraint, refraining from taking lives directly. However, Lu Yi and the enigmatic woman were far more ruthless, delivering lethal blows without hesitation. The two bodyguards ambushed by the duo met their end with a sword piercing their hearts, and their corpses were already beginning to stiffen. Lu Meng and his companions, previously incensed, now witnessed Wang Yang regain control of the situation. Lu Meng, Su Liang, and Xia Hongbin promptly stepped forward to bind the hands of the three bodyguards tightly behind their backs. The suddenness of Wang Yang and his allies' actions caught everyone off guard. Initially, only Wang Yang, Qi Zixuan, and the mysterious woman were privy to the plan. It was only at the last moment that Wang Yang informed Xinlan Xin, and Qi Zixuan communicated with Yang Yu, leading to this unexpected assault. With the situation under control, Wang Yang addressed the audience below. Those three individuals who just supported He Hongchang, please step forward. Do not wait for me to call your names, as it would greatly displease me. Wang Yang spoke calmly. As soon as his words fell, Director Yu, Tan Yu, and Tang Samping trembled, yet none moved to stand. Instead, it was the older woman, previously reprimanded by Wang Yang, who rose. Noticing the terror in her eyes, Wang Yang frowned, stating, "I was not referring to you." Relieved that she was not the target of his ire, the older woman soon found herself tense again as Wang Yang continued. "We are in a time of calamity, a post-apocalyptic world. Everyone must rely on themselves. Attempts at moral coercion or inciting unrest will prove futile. Survival demands personal effort." Wang Yang's composed tone prompted many in the audience to ponder his words. He gestured for the older woman to crouch down again and coldly addressed the three individuals. "Shall I personally descend to summon you? The cost of doing so is quite steep. No, I shall come up myself." At this, Director Yu finally stood, his face contorted into a smile more grotesque than tears. "I admit I was flattering him earlier, but I truly did not conspire with them in advance. I merely sought to align myself with he. As he seemed formidable, wishing to become familiar with him, I had no ulterior motives. Come forward. Whether there was prior communication, I will find out," Wang Yang replied, as Director Yu approached with a pained expression. "The other two, break their legs and drag them up," Wang Yang instructed Lu Meng. "No, I will go up." Upon hearing the threat of broken limbs, both Tan Yu and Tang Samping reluctantly rose to join the stage. Wang Yang signaled to Fu Huan, who swiftly understood his intent and retrieved 3 microphones from the control panel. With the microphones in hand, Wang Yang said, "Speak up and enlighten everyone on your collusion." Tan Yu and Director Yu bowed their heads, for Director Yu had indeed spoken the truth this time. He had not conspired with He Hongchang in advance, but rather sought to ingratiate himself. Unable to articulate much beyond that, Tan Yu, too, found himself at a loss for words, as He Hongchang had merely summoned him to inquire about the hotel situation, instructing him to cooperate at the venue. Revealing nothing else, gripping the microphone, Tang Samping reflected on Wang Yang and his companion's formidable prowess, ultimately deciding to take a gamble. "I will speak." "Go ahead," Wang Yang encouraged, a smile gracing his face. Taking a deep breath, Tang Samping declared, "He Hongchang is a devil." His words immediately captivated the audience's attention. "Just the day before yesterday, I was relaxing in the club on the 41st floor when the calamity struck. Neither I nor the technician beside me transformed into the undead, and we survived by sheer luck. I remained in my room for 2 days without daring to move. However, this morning, He Hongchang's bodyguards arrived and summoned me and another guest to his side. As he spoke, a hint of terror flickered across Tang Somping's face, the memory still fresh. The other guest was involved in online education. He Hongchang simply inquired about his profession before executing him, deeming someone in education resourceless and of no assistance to him. The reason He Hongchang spared me was that I am engaged in automobile sales and modifications, possessing a stock of high-displacement off-road vehicles and a repair shop. Making me of use to him, He Hongchang also condoned his subordinates in assaulting the women on the 41st floor, even abducting 2 women and a young man. His objective today was to seize control of the hotel, commanding its personnel to serve him. Holding the microphone, Tang Samping divulged everything he knew. While he had aligned with He Hongchang out of necessity, he now sought to ally with Wang Yang and his group. Listening to Tang Samping's revelations, the crowd below erupted in outrage. He Hongchang is indeed a villain. I was blind to trust a capitalist's words. This man kills at the drop of a hat, pretending to be courteous just moments ago. Execute him! Execute him! The easily stirred emotions of the survivors ignited a fervor, with some even contemplating rushing the stage to assault He Hongchang. Silence. Wang Yang raised a hand to quell the uproar. The situation is clear. We have our own matters to address. Those who assisted us this afternoon in digging graves and transporting corpses, please remain for a meal. The rest may return to your quarters. Wang Yang instructed the crowd to at that moment. The elderly man who had helped Wang Yang in the lobby raised his hand. Wang Yang held a favorable impression of the elder, who, despite his age, had actively participated in transporting the bodies. Wang Yang gestured for him to speak. He Hongchang has been exposed. We shall not heed his words. However, young man, might you step forward to organize everyone and lead us to safety? We would like to elect you as the chairman of the self-rescue committee. The elder's face was filled with anticipation. Yes, we will follow your lead, as long as you can guide us to survive. The elder's words galvanized the survivors below, who began to clamor for Wang Yang to lead them. Humanity is truly base, remarked Fu Huanhuan, observing the scene from the side of the stage, where others were guarding the still-living bodyguards and the unconscious He Hongchang. Just moments ago, they were so supportive of He Hongchang, and now they rally behind Brother Yang, commented Ho Lin Lin with disdain. Wang Yang surveyed the crowd below, solemnly stating, My team will not accept the inept. We are in an apocalyptic world. Each must fend for themselves. I bear no responsibility for you. If you wish to join my ranks, what can you contribute? Chapter 60. Those who do not work shall not eat. With that, Wang Yang led his team, taking He Hongchang and the 3 surviving bodyguards out of the venue, along with Tan Yu and Director Yu. Naturally, the Tangdao of the 2 deceased bodyguards was also confiscated. Qi Zishuan and Ouyang Yu had already equipped themselves with the Tangdao, finding it far more advantageous than fire axes. How did you come down? Wang Yang inquired of Tang Samping beside him. We took the elevator. Zhao Lei, this person, should have the elevator code. Tang Samping replied. So, do you wish to cooperate, or will you resist? Wang Yang asked Zhao Lei. I will cooperate. Will you spare my life? Zhao Lei seemed to have lost his will to fight back. Responding apathetically, if you can convince me of your trustworthiness, perhaps you might live, Wang Yang replied with a smile. But your skills are quite decent. How can I trust you? 1T suddenly turn on us. Find a way to demonstrate your reliability. If you cannot, I must regretfully take action, Wang Yang stated, contemplating the dilemma. These individuals were bodyguards for He Hongchang, possessing commendable combat abilities. It would be a pity to eliminate them. Yet their loyalty remained questionable. I have a card in my pocket, a refreshed high-level access card. It can be used to operate the elevator, Zhao Lei informed him. Wang Yang searched Zhao Lei's suit jacket and indeed found a card. Upon swiping it at the control panel, the elevator began its ascent. This device is rather remarkable. The floor indicator did not display the 41st floor, yet the elevator still moved upwards. Lu Jichao observed the screen, which only showed an upward direction without revealing the target floor, finding it quite intriguing. I heard the 41st floor is a super luxurious club. Having worked here for so long, I've never been up there. Lu Ming remarked, curiosity piqued. Soon, the elevator doors opened, revealing the opulent decor of the 41st floor. Wow, the wealth center has such a place. It must be quite illicit, exclaimed Hao Yufei, eyes wide at the pink decor. Stop gawking. Pair up and inspect for any other threats, Wang Yang commanded, his authority increasingly apparent. With that, Lu Ming and the others ceased their idle chatter, promptly dividing into 3 small groups to investigate the 41st floor. Wang Yang turned to Zhao Lei, saying, "Lead us to He Hongchang's room." Zhao Lei nodded in acknowledgement. Although his hands were bound behind him, his legs remained free, allowing him to lead the way. Soon, the group arrived at the innermost luxurious chamber on the 41st floor. Wang Yang twisted the doorknob, motioning for Zhao Lei to enter first. Understanding Wang Yang's apprehension about potential traps, Zhao Lei refrained from further comment and nudged the door open with his knee before stepping inside. Wang Yang and the others followed suit, entering in a single file. "Ah, there's someone tied up in here," exclaimed Fu Huanhuan, her keen eyes immediately spotting a figure in the left corner of the room by the bathtub. A woman hung there, her hands bound, precariously suspended at the edge of the bathtub, completely unclothed. Her exquisite figure was fully revealed, the graceful curves laid bare before the gaze of all present. The shocking scene caused even Chan Jia, a middle-aged engineer, to widen his eyes in astonishment. Upon hearing Fu Huanhuan's voice, the woman lifted her head, and upon seeing the multitude of men in the room, her expression shifted from panic to calm. Though she subtly curled her right leg inward to shield her most private areas, the woman was stunningly beautiful, rivaling even the most glamorous of stars. Her eyes seemed to convey a multitude of emotions, exuding an alluring innocence coupled with a captivating charm. Wang Yang stole but a glance before averting his gaze, turning to Zhao Lei with the question, "Who is she? Why is she tied up?" "Her name is El Hongyue. She is the club's top escort. When Mr. He descended, he ordered us to bind everyone on the 41st floor, and she was likely tied up by Mr. He himself," Zhao Lei replied. "Yang Gu, we have checked. There are 7 other women and a young boy scattered throughout the rooms, all bound separately," Lu Meng reported as he and the others returned from their inspections. As soon as he spoke, Lu Meng noticed the group's eyes were fixed on the left side of the room and turned to see what had captured their attention. "Holy cow!" he exclaimed upon catching sight of El Hongyue. Such a sight was unprecedented for him, his eyes widening in disbelief. The woman hanging there is breathtakingly beautiful, even surpassing Shen Lanxin. "Lanxin, bring her down," Wang Yang commanded. Shen Lanxin nodded and, accompanied by several women, approached to sever the ropes binding El Hongyue, though they left the restraints on her hands intact. They wrapped her in a bathrobe for modesty before bringing her back. "Wake him," Wang Yang initially instructed Lu Meng. But Lu Yi stepped forward, directly stomping down hard between He Hongchang's legs. "Ah!" The unconscious He Hongchang jolted awake, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. Seeing Lu Ye's impulsive action, Wang Yang frowned. "I apologize. I couldn't hold back," Lu Yi said, looking at Wang Yang, "but there's no need to worry. I assure you he will divulge everything he knows." "Let it not happen again," Wang Yang replied coolly. Hearing Wang Yang's admonition, Lu Yi hesitated for a moment but ultimately nodded in agreement. Understood. On the floor, He Hongchang continued to wail in agony, while El Hongyue curled up beside him, a flicker of satisfaction gleaming in her eyes as she watched his torment. "Mr. He, I have several questions for you." Wang Yang leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees, and inquired, "How many helicopters like the one upstairs do you possess? Where is the fuel stored?" The pain in He Hongchang's body finally diminished slightly as he lay on his side, glaring fiercely at Wang Yang without uttering a word. Wang Yang, undeterred by He Hongchang's glare, perceived him as already a dead man walking. "You can also answer together," Wang Yang suggested. "What do we gain by answering?" A black-clad bodyguard inquired. "Better than saying nothing at all," Wang Yang replied with a smile. "Fine, I'll speak." The bodyguard gritted his teeth and declared. "Sun Quan, do you wish to die?" He Hongchang roared, glaring menacingly at the bodyguard named Sun Quan. "One must look after oneself or risk being obliterated," Sun Quan retorted defiantly. "We could have remained safely on the 41st floor without incident, but your greed led you to use those downstairs as your henchmen and cannon fodder. Now that it has backfired, why shouldn't I seek my own escape?" "Shut your mouth! Shut up!" He Hongchang shouted, his eyes bloodshot. Wang Yang waved his hand, and Lu Yi promptly removed He Hongchang's chin from her grasp. Sun Quan glanced at Zhao Lei, then at his longtime partner, Chu Zhihui, and stated, "The information I provide is equivalent to the 3 of us speaking together." Wang Yang regarded Sun Quan with surprise. "Very well, we shall consider it as such. Brother Hui, Brother Lei, no matter what, we share the same fate," Sun Quan said, looking at his companions before beginning his account. "He Hongchang has a helicopter club, a security company, and an automotive industrial park on the outskirts of the city. There is one helicopter still within the club, and He Hongchang also possesses a golf club, which contains another helicopter, though the other two are small aircraft that seat only 2 people. Aviation fuel is primarily stored at the helicopter club, with some reserves at other locations, but not in large quantities. The pair outside, along with that young man, are the wife and child of He Hongchang's partner. Song Hailong, as well as his mistress, He Hongchang intends to control them to blackmail Song Hailong. Sun Quan gradually divulged everything he knew about He Hongchang's operations as he spoke. Tang Samping, Chu Zhihui, Zhao Lei, and even El Hongyue chimed in, each sharing the information they possessed. As the group relayed their revelations, a growing smile spread across Wang Yang's face, and the others in the room exhibited expressions of excitement. For over 10 minutes, they took turns recounting, completely unraveling He Hongchang's entire scheme. Once they could extract no further fresh information, Wang Yang instructed Lu Ming to take everyone downstairs for strict supervision. In the aftermath, only Wang Yang, the Qi Zixuan couple, Shunlan Xin, Chan Jie, and the mysterious woman and her servant remained in the room. The 7 individuals forming the core of the team. It is no wonder that capitalists are often ruthless. He Hongchang truly is cunning. If he were allowed to execute his plans, he might very well establish himself as a warlord in this apocalyptic world, Chan Jie remarked, reflecting on the information they had just gathered. Though He Hongchang is an Australian businessman, his influence in Huhai is substantial, and he maintains connections with various factions. The Yuyan Pavilion is one of his means of courting the powerful and establishing a foothold. He continued, with a security company, an automotive industrial park, a helicopter club, and a golf course at his disposal, He Hongchang could easily amass a considerable following and become a local tyrant. Crucially, the families of the security company's upper echelons are all under his control, ensuring He Hongchang's dominance over the highest echelons of his security forces. This man has always been under official surveillance. It is merely that his identity is sensitive, which has prevented any action against him. He is not a good person, Lu Yi added. These matters were entirely beyond Wang Yang's previous realm of experience, so he refrained from commenting. Yang, how should we deal with these individuals? Lu Ming inquired. Eliminate He Hongchang, as well as that director Yu and Tan Yu. They are of no further use to us, Wang Yang replied. As for the remaining 3 bodyguards and Tang Samping, let us see if they can be of service. Their combat capabilities are quite commendable. However, as the saying goes, one cannot truly know a person's heart, so determining their genuine allegiance poses a significant challenge. As for the others with no grievances against us, let us simply confine them below. There is no need to kill them, but we are under no obligation to assist them. Upon hearing Wang Yang's directives, a few individuals in the room displayed expressions of reluctance. Yet they forced themselves to remain silent. As for He Hongchang, he was indeed a liability. While the 3 bodyguards possessed commendable combat skills and expertise, at the very least, these 3 could pilot helicopters, and their combat prowess was formidable. Tang Samping, who was involved in the automotive business, had already been questioned by Wang Yang about the advantageous locations of his repair shops and warehouses on the city's outskirts. With the impending journey northward, reliance solely on foot was impractical. Thus, having vehicles became essential. Tang Samping possessed valuable resources, including a substantial inventory of high-powered off-road vehicles and a modification factory capable of reinforcing automobiles. This man ought to be retained. Wang Yang noticed the expressions of his companions and remarked, the current situation is unlike the past. For instance, I let Tenyu go this time. What if he encounters a more formidable opponent next time and seeks revenge against us? What about Director Yu? Will he not once again maneuver himself into opposition against us? We cannot afford any missteps. If we fail to maintain control today, it could lead to the demise of our entire team. Wang Yang's reasoning prompted those who had previously harbored mercy to nod silently in agreement. The apocalypse had only begun 2 days prior, and many were still adjusting their mental frameworks, a fact Wang Yang understood. Yet, he would not afford those who could not think pragmatically much time. There are 3 individuals who must be eliminated, Fu Huanhuan, Ho Linlin, and Hao Yufei. Each of you shall take one. Proceed immediately. Fu Huanhuan shrieked, while Ho Linlin and Hao Yufei stood up in astonishment in the eyes of Wang Yang. These 3 individuals represent the vulnerabilities within the entire team. Although they have shown the courage to slay zombies, it is evident that they have yet to acclimate to the post-apocalyptic world, exhibiting signs of indecision. Wang Yang aims to use this situation to harden their hearts and embolden their spirits. Su Liang, Hong Bin, do you two have the guts to kill? Wang Yang disregarded the three and directed his inquiry towards Su Liang and Xia Hongbin. The two exchanged glances and chuckled. Brother Yang, have you forgotten what we were doing before? If we steal our hearts, what is there to fear? Very well, and you, Mengzi, each of you three is responsible for one of them. Supervise their actions, and do it now. Wang Yang commanded sternly. Brother Yang, I truly cannot. How Yufei's voice trembled, on the verge of tears as he pleaded. Wang Yang's expression remained cold as he dismissed him with a wave of his hand. Su Liang and Xia Hongbin wasted no time, seizing Hou Linlin and Hao Yufei and dragging them out, while Lu Meng led the somewhat dazed Fu Huanhuan out of the room, with a few individuals absent. The atmosphere in the room descended into silence. Wang Yang leaned back on the sofa and stated calmly, Chenggu, please expedite the breakout plan. The rest of you, organize those who move the bodies today to the first underground level, and find a few who can cook to prepare a proper meal. He then turned to the mysterious woman and Lu Yi, saying, Ladies, accompany me to the rooftop to inspect the helicopter. After assigning the tasks, Wang Yang was the first to rise and exit the room, with the others hastily following suit. The mysterious woman and Lu Yi exchanged glances before trailing behind Wang Yang. They traversed the corridor on the 41st floor. Wang Yang could hear the cries of Hou Linlin and Fu Huanhuan, along with the shouts of Su Liang and Xia Hongbin, but none of it caused him to falter. Wang Yang understood that it was unrealistic to expect every member of his team to possess hearts as unyielding as iron, capable of adapting to the cold brutality of the apocalypse. In Wang Yang's mind, each individual was weighed on a scale. For instance, Lu Meng, Lu Jichao, Shen Lanxin, and Chen Jia were regarded as competent partners he could rely on. He would continue to advance with them. Conversely, he recognized that those who could not keep pace were likely to perish in the future, and when that time came, he would harbor no feelings of pity for them. Those who could not harden their hearts did not deserve to live. Armed with the highest level access card obtained from Zhao Lei, Wang Yang, along with the mysterious woman and Lu Yi, swiftly ascended to the top floor. On the rooftop, a helicopter was stationed in the center of the helipad. The chopper's door was not securely fastened, and Wang Yang stepped inside first, followed closely by the mysterious woman and Lu Yi. The helicopter was not small. It featured 2 pilot seats, with horizontal benches on either side, each equipped with 3 safety belt buckles behind them. The rear of the helicopter contained an additional seat. This was a standard 9-seat helicopter. Could it take off with a few standing passengers as well? Wang Yang surveyed the interior layout and inquired. Lu Yi, seemingly quite familiar with helicopters, responded immediately, not a problem at all. This helicopter model is AC-312, with a standard capacity of 600 kilograms and a commercial capacity of 1,800 kilograms. Based on these standards, we can calculate accordingly. The weights of our team members generally range from 45 to 75 kilograms. So as long as we can fit them in, it should be fine. Wang Yang nodded, considering the commercial capacity. Essentially, it meant loading people like cargo, which would naturally exceed the 600 kilograms limit. Can we check the fuel levels? Wang Yang asked. Lu Yi nodded and inserted a black key into the control panel's lock, then pressed a red button, causing the various instrument panels to illuminate. The fuel is nearly full, with an estimated range of 470 kilometers. Excellent, shut it down, Wang Yang instructed. Lu Yi obliged, pressing the red button again before withdrawing the key. Wang Yang naturally accepted the key from Lu Yi and tucked it into his pocket, saying, You two should head to the first underground level. I have some matters to attend to alone. Wait a moment. That moment, the mysterious woman unexpectedly called out to Wang Yang, surprised that the reticent woman had addressed him. Wang Yang turned, signaling her to speak with his gaze. The mysterious woman said, I understand that you are quite wary of me and Lu Yi within the team, and you often exhibit a degree of caution towards us. Before Wang Yang could respond, Lu Yi interjected, He is not just cautious of us. He is wary of that couple too. Wang Yang awkwardly rubbed his nose, responding nonchalantly, You both are just too enigmatic and too formidable. I need to exercise some caution. As the mysterious woman indicated, both she and Lu Yi, along with the couple Qi Zixuan, had exerted considerable pressure on Wang Yang, as he sensed their immense strength. The presence of such powerful individuals compelled Wang Yang to remain vigilant. He could feel that as he grew more adept at utilizing his perceptive abilities, his combat prowess was increasing rapidly, and this wariness would soon dissipate. However, he had not anticipated that the mysterious woman would voluntarily address this issue. The mysterious woman smiled at Wang Yang, marking the first time he witnessed a smile gracing her face. That smile, akin to a snow lotus blooming, was breathtakingly ethereal, momentarily stealing Wang Yang's breath away. "In truth, you need not be so wary of me," she said. "I merely wish to leverage the strength of your team to safely reach the vicinity of Kyoto." That couple likely harbors the same intention. Wang Yang regarded the mysterious woman in silence, offering no response. Such assurances bore little significance to him. After a moment of contemplation, the mysterious woman spoke again. "Allow me to formally introduce myself. My name is Tang Zian." The revelation of her name caused Wang Yang to widen his eyes. "Tang," he pointed toward the sky with his right hand, incredulous. Tang Zian smiled faintly and nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 62. A Mei Sword Technique? Tang Zian and Lu Yi had already departed the rooftop, leaving Wang Yang standing alone. Reflecting on the information Tang Zian had just disclosed, he felt an overwhelming sense of shock. Though she had not explicitly stated it, Wang Yang discerned that she belonged to the Tang family of Kyoto. The Tang family's Tang Wenyuan is the individual who oversees the entire disciplinary inspection system and all law enforcement forces in Longhua. One of the 7 towering pillars of the nation. No wonder she was accompanied by armed bodyguards, and not just 1, but 3. Wang Yang could hardly fathom that such a person had entered his life, temporarily joining his team, something he had never dared to imagine before. With this newfound knowledge of her identity, Wang Yang's unease finally began to dissipate. A lady of her stature would have no reason to harbor ill intentions toward him. She likely simply recognized the strength of his team and sought to travel northward in their company. Yet, such a prominent figure should rightfully be returning to Kyoto by plane. Why would she risk accompanying him instead? Could it be that issues had arisen within the official and military systems? Wang Yang immediately recalled He Hongchang's actions regarding the family of his partner, Song Hailong. Never mind, I will focus on becoming stronger through my own efforts. Wang Yang shook his head, casting aside the unresolvable thoughts. He took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Xin Lanxin. "Lanxin, I want to be coming down for dinner. Please bring me some back to my room once you finish." After sending the message, Wang Yang stowed his phone away and began practicing swordsmanship on the rooftop. With his perceptive abilities activated, he started to recall insights from his use of the long sword today, summarizing experiences and integrating them. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of the long sword slicing through the air resonated on the rooftop as Wang Yang's proficiency with the sword began to rise rapidly. With his perceptive abilities engaged, any foundational issues in his swordsmanship were automatically corrected, optimizing his footwork, exertion techniques, attack trajectories, and defensive maneuvers. Moreover, this optimization evolved in accordance with Wang Yang's physical capabilities. Rather than remaining static, he wondered if it would be possible to combine the Mei 6 steps chi technique with sword practice, allowing him to both train with the sword and absorb energy from the air. After practicing for half an hour, an idea suddenly struck him. With his perceptive abilities partially restored, Wang Yang activated them once more and began practicing the Mei 6 steps chi technique, coordinating his foot movements with timely attacks and defenses using his long sword. Upon starting, Wang Yang instantly discovered that the two could indeed be integrated. It was genuinely possible. Furthermore, the sword technique seemed to blend seamlessly into the Mei 6 steps chi technique, not feeling out of place at all, as if it were meant to be that way. What should this combined technique be called? A Mei sword technique. This new discovery ignited a fervor within Wang Yang, prompting him to immerse himself wholeheartedly in his practice. In the employee cafeteria on the first underground level, He Jiuzhang was busy preparing a meal with the survivors. They had chopped 20 pounds of ribs, soaked rice noodles, peeled potatoes, and picked green beans, bustling with energy. Wang Yang had promised to provide them dinner, but his team members were not skilled in cooking. Fortunately, some survivors had culinary expertise, and He Jiuzhang had taken it upon himself to coordinate their efforts. "He Lao, is the list of names compiled? Do you really think this will work?" A middle-aged man approached, handing He Jiuzhang a notebook. The notebook was brand new, salvaged from the hotel, filled with a long list of names accompanied by descriptions. He Jiuzhang took the notebook and began to review its contents. He Jiuzhang, male, 55 years old, holds a doctorate in agronomy, and serves as a senior technician in the storage department of the Longhua Grain Reserve Corporation. Wang Jianmin, male, 39 years old, head of the Education Bureau, and a senior high school chemistry teacher. Wu Jiang, male, 42 years old, marketing director of Huanleji. Zhong Qian, female, 23 years old, staff member of the marketing department at Huanleji. The notebook recorded nearly 40 individuals, with their names, ages, and occupations meticulously listed. All of them were survivors from the hotel who assisted Wang Yang in transporting zombie corpses and digging pits in the afternoon. He Jiuzhang tucked the notebook into his pocket and began to pick green beans, stating, regardless of the circumstances, we must strive for something. He Hongchang is malevolent, and I fear that there are many others who are equally wicked in this calamity. Yet, Wang Yang, while he may be cold-hearted, does not strike me as a mindless monster devoid of humanity. He simply refuses to be morally shackled and will not carry a burden of useless individuals. If we can demonstrate our worth, he should accept us. Wang Jianmin pondered for a moment before nodding. Indeed, at the very least, his team does not engage in bullying. That he Hongchang is truly terrifying. Using beautiful women to ensnare his subordinates and executing the useless without hesitation. Thankfully, Wang Yang did not make any promises of caring for others, for he had no desire to tend to anyone. What he sought was a companion for battle. Meow the black cat gazed intently at Wang Yang, who lowered his head to meet the cat's gaze. After 10 seconds, the black cat bowed its head. And following an instinctive urge in his mind, Wang Yang placed his palm atop the cat's head. A flicker of golden light illuminated the space, and Wang Yang felt an exceptionally strong bond form between himself and the black cat. In the depths of his consciousness appeared a luminous sphere, within which lay a phantom of the black cat, perfectly mirroring its physical form. As the ritual concluded, Wang Yang sensed a profound connection blossoming between them, one that allowed him to command the black cat to undertake any task with seamless cooperation. This is the true potential of Wang Xiaofei's crystal core, truly formidable. Wang Yang had now grasped the hierarchy of crystal cores and their corresponding abilities. The white crystal core represented the weakest capabilities, primarily physical attributes such as strength, speed, hearing, and sight. A step above the white was the blue, which signified elemental powers. Green, which was purportedly stronger than blue, was officially recognized to possess only healing abilities, while Tang Xian's powers also fell under the green category. Akin to a blessing. In contrast, both Wang Yang's innate abilities and those inherited from Wang Xiaofei were golden, indicating that he possessed two rare and potent golden abilities. However, he recalled that during the celestial event, 5 luminous spheres had manifested, and he had failed to discern the color of the 5th sphere, suggesting that an even greater power existed beyond the golden abilities. Wang Yang reflected on the moment when the spheres had appeared. Realizing that his acquisition of the golden ability stemmed from his unwavering focus on the golden sphere, even witnessing the last sphere before losing consciousness, it was clear that others had endured longer than he, attaining powers surpassing the golden. No, I must remain discreet, Wang Yang silently resolved. Ruffling the black cat's fur, he momentarily set aside other thoughts, intent on bestowing a name upon the creature before him. Shall I give you a name? If you like what I say, just meow once, all right? Wang Yang proposed. Purring gently, the black cat nodded in understanding. What name would suit you? Wang Yang pondered aloud, stroking his chin. You are so dark. How about calling you Little Hay? Ha! The black cat surprisingly stood up and huffed at Wang Yang. Not suitable. Wang Yang scratched his head. Then how about Black Fur? Ha! Or perhaps Invisible? Ha! After a string of names, noticing the black cat's increasingly ruffled fur, Wang Yang finally recalled a name that exuded authority. How about Black Cat Sheriff? Meow at last. The black cat emitted a contented meow, prompting Wang Yang to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Goodness. It has truly become sentient. Has the cat watched animated shows? Chapter 64. The Cat's Cultivation Method. Sheriff, I do not wish for you to be exposed, so please remain hidden and follow me. You can find me, can't you? Having resolved the naming issue, Wang Yang turned to more pressing matters. While taking the sheriff out would undoubtedly attract attention, he preferred not to expose his abilities so overtly. Having such a formidable and agile ally concealed in the shadows would prove far more advantageous. Meow the sheriff meowed in agreement, indicating its readiness. With the sheriff's arrangement settled, Wang Yang contemplated how to enhance its strength. He assumed a stance reminiscent of the Amei 8 brocade, gesturing for the sheriff to mimic his movements. Can you learn this? Wang Yang prompted. Meow the black cat regarded Wang Yang's actions with a hint of disdain, then struck a pose of its own. With its 4 paws firmly planted, limbs slightly bent, head lowered, and tail taut, it emanated an intense aura of latent power. As the sheriff assumed this position, Wang Yang noted that its ability to absorb energy from the air matched his own speed of around 15. Is this your innate method of cultivation? Wang Yang marveled at the sheriff, whose posture seemed to meld perfectly with the environment in that instant. He recalled various martial arts in Chinese tradition inspired by the forms of animals: monkey fist, praying mantis fist, snake fist. Although there was no cat fist, there was the tiger fist. He wondered if such techniques could be learned and refined. A novel idea sparked in his mind. Opening his senses, Wang Yang followed the guidance within his consciousness and began to practice alongside the sheriff. He bent his legs slightly, mimicking a cat-like pounce, instantly tensing his muscles and projecting an aura of readiness. Meow! The sheriff, startled, retreated a few steps, its eyes wide with astonishment. It had not anticipated that its master could so swiftly emulate its cultivation style, and to such an impressive degree. Following the guidance in his mind, Wang Yang continuously adjusted his body posture, and the speed at which he absorbed energy from the air increased. Observing Wang Yang's movements, the sheriff cautiously approached, aligning its posture with Wang Yang's, the synchrony between them nearly perfect. Meanwhile, the phantom of the black cat in Wang Yang's mind also seemed to sense something, rising in the luminous sphere to adopt a similar stance. The sheriff's pupils dilated, sensing that there was room for improvement in its movements, and promptly began to train alongside Wang Yang's. Oh, it truly works this way, Wang Yang realized, sensing that the sheriff's energy absorption rate was gradually increasing. In just 10 minutes, it escalated from 15 to 17. Training together appeared to bolster their abilities, and Wang Yang could even adjust the sheriff's cultivation method, ensuring they both grew stronger together. Elation filled Wang Yang's heart. Soon, 10 minutes had elapsed, and Wang Yang felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. He promptly ceased his movements, halting the practice. Meow! The sheriff approached, rubbing its head against Wang Yang, displaying a newfound gentleness. Wang Yang affectionately petted the sheriff's head, stating, "You may roam freely now. Focus on your training. We can sense one another, and I will summon you when needed. Just ensure your safety." Meow! The black cat nodded, nuzzling Wang Yang's hand before leaping onto the balcony and disappearing into the night with a series of agile movements. Watching the sheriff vanish into the darkness, Wang Yang turned and took the elevator to the 38th floor, returning to his room. "Wang Yang, you're back?" Upon hearing the door open, Shen Lanxin immediately rose to greet him. She had already washed her clothes and was now clad in a hotel bathrobe. "Take off your clothes. I'll wash them for you while you take a shower." After a day of battling, Wang Yang's security uniform was stained with blood. "Thank you." He walked directly into the bathroom, beginning to remove his soiled uniform. After soaking his clothes in the basin, Wang Yang stepped into the shower. Relishing the warm water cascading over him, he wondered how long the water and electricity supply would last. These days of having hot water might soon be a distant memory, as he closed his eyes under the stream. The shower door swung open, and Shen Lanxin entered. "You?" Wang Yang turned, immediately confronted by Shen Lanxin's flawless form, his heart racing and body responding instinctively, prompting him to quickly turn away. "Still so shy?" Shen Lanxin couldn't help but flash a charming smile. "Let me help you with the shower gel." Taking Wang Yang by the hand, she led him away from the flow of water, positioning herself where the spray could reach her, squeezing some gel and applying it to his back. "Who's shy?" Wang Yang retorted, though his earlier reflexes had been purely instinctual. "Didn't I tell you not to provoke me?" Shen Lanxin's gentle touch glided over Wang Yang's back, her expression tender. Although Wang Yang's approach seemed to involve a hint of taking advantage of the situation, Shen Lanxin felt fortunate, recognizing that despite his cold exterior, he possessed a principled heart. Encountering such a person, especially one with formidable combat capabilities, was undoubtedly a stroke of luck for her. "Wang Yang, I overheard some unsettling comments in the cafeteria earlier," she said, crouching down to apply gel to his legs. "What comments?" Wang Yang inquired, striving to maintain focus amidst the soft caress of her hands. "It seems your two security colleagues wish for you to protect them, and many others in the hotel share similar intentions. How do you plan to address this?" As she spoke, she motioned for Wang Yang to turn around. A glint of cold light flickered in Wang Yang's eyes as he replied nonchalantly, "I have no intention of concerning myself with those people. If they attempt to morally coerce me, I won't hesitate to take their lives." He recognized the issues posed by Li Feng and Zhao Lei. Yet Wang Yang understood that in this apocalyptic world, everyone's fate rested in their own hands. If someone like Chen Jia, who possessed knowledge, sought assistance, Wang Yang might offer some support, but he would not tolerate those who were ineffectual and merely sought to take advantage. In truth, it is not to say that such individuals could never exist. If we were to establish a secure base in the north in the future, the demands placed upon our team members would undoubtedly be less stringent. At that juncture, should anyone wish to refrain from combat and instead focus on productive endeavors, it would not be out of the question. However, the path to the north will surely be fraught with thorns, and our team cannot accommodate those lacking in combat capability or contribution. Upon hearing Wang Yang's words, Shen Lanxin rose to her feet, offering him a smile. With this reassurance, she felt a sense of relief. Survival in the apocalypse is arduous, and she is acutely aware of the pressures resting upon Wang Yang's shoulders. In this dire world, the weak cannot endure. When necessary, Shen Lanxin would even consider sacrificing Fei Huanhuan. Lift me up, I need to wash my hair. I can't reach. Understanding Wang Yang's stance, Shen Lanxin relaxed, her expression becoming increasingly alluring as she opened her arms towards him, signaling for him to embrace her. Wang Yang effortlessly lifted Shen Lanxin, who then instinctively wrapped her legs around his waist, applying some shampoo to his hair. Are you tormenting me? Feeling the softness of Shen Lanxin's form, particularly her legs entwined around him, Wang Yang's heart raced, coloring his face. Not at all. You may do as you wish, Shen Lanxin replied lightly while washing his hair. However, I did not visit the pharmacy today, and there are no safety measures in place. Wang Yang hesitated, concerned that if Shen Lanxin were to become pregnant under such circumstances, it would pose a dilemma. Fear not. The 72 hours have yet to elapse. We can procure medication tomorrow, she reassured him. Cradling his face and pressing her forehead against his, her sparkling eyes met his, reflecting a similar flame. You little enchantress. Chapter 65. The route of breakout, please summon Jiagu and the others via Fei Xian. I have numerous knowledge gaps that require the collective insight of the group. It took the two of them over an hour to complete their bath in the room. Wang Yang consumed the dinner Shen Lanxin had brought while perusing the notebook she had presented. This notebook had been entrusted to her by He Jiuzhang and contained the names, ages, and professions of those desiring to join Wang Yang's team. Although they remained trapped in Huhai, Wang Yang was filled with confidence that these individuals could indeed reach the north. In recent days, whether through videos posted by Douyin users or official communications from Longhua, Wang Yang had yet to encounter anyone possessing golden abilities, while he himself bore two such powers, a trump card that bolstered his resolve. Given his confidence in reaching the north, preparations for the journey must be made in advance, determining routes, modes of transport, the number of individuals to bring, and whether any equipment would be necessary. While Wang Yang possessed considerable intellect and enjoyed reading, the chasm between the humanities and sciences seemed insurmountable. There were simply aspects he could not grasp. Leaning against Wang Yang, Shen Lanxin did not immediately reach for her phone to send a message. Instead, she retrieved a small mirror and began to turn her head side to side, examining her reflection. What are you looking at? Do Qinggu and the others need to touch up their makeup? Wang Yang inquired, puzzled. With a playful glance, Shen Lanxin replied bashfully, My face is too flushed. I must wait a moment. I cannot be seen in this state. Hearing this and gazing into Shen Lanxin's glistening eyes, Wang Yang hesitated before setting down his meal. I'll go change my clothes. Noticing the change in Wang Yang's demeanor and actions, Shen Lanxin was startled, leaping up and hurrying back to her room, a smile lingering on her lips. Shen Lanxin was well aware that Wang Yang was not the type to be easily swayed by temptation, despite the many beautiful women who had approached him in recent days. Including the stunning women at the 41st floor club, he remained composed, revealing no sign of weakness, except towards her. From now on, I must refrain from teasing him in the bedroom. Shen Lanxin changed into a long-sleeved shirt and trousers before messaging several core members of the team on Fei Xian. She then returned to the bathroom, splashing her face with cool water. 10 minutes later, Qi Zishuan and his spouse, Tang Zian and her attendant, along with Chan Jia, Lu Jichao, and Lu Meng, arrived at Wang Yang's room. At this point, Shen Lanxin had donned a black t-shirt and jeans, appearing utterly unremarkable. Everyone, I have a list here compiled by the survivors who assisted us in transporting the bodies this afternoon. It includes their professions and ages. These individuals wish to join our ranks. Please take a look and consider who we might need to bring along, Wang Yang announced. All eyes turned to Chen Jia, who readily took the list. After a brief review, he pondered aloud, He Jiuzhang is certainly someone we need to include. The grain storage company is a highly confidential strategic entity, and his technical position indicates that he is adept at discerning grains and possesses knowledge of grain depots across the country. While we may find farmers in the north, he is an invaluable asset. Everyone nodded in agreement, fully aware of the significance of food supplies. Wang Yang should also be included, although he is a teacher and may not possess extensive practical knowledge. He should at least be familiar with basic chemical principles, which are crucial. Additionally, this individual named Tianweigua is noteworthy. He is affiliated with Aerospace Research Institute No. 3, specializing in electronics. We cannot predict when we might lose internet access. But we must prepare for the worst. If satellite networks become unavailable, radio communication will become essential, making him as vital as he Zhuzhong.as. For the remaining individuals, they may not be as critical. If they are willing to fight, they can be brought along as soldiers, Chunjie concluded. Wang Yang nodded, stating agreed. Let us proceed with your recommendations, Chun-go. Furthermore, we must deliberate on our plan for exiting the city and the subsequent route, as well as what equipment we should bring. Chunjie replied. I spoke with Tang Samping earlier. His repair shop is an excellent departure point. It is located just east of Huhai, in Donghai Town. While there are many people there, it is not so densely populated that we would be unable to find refuge. I believe we should establish our forward base there. Upon finishing his statement, Chunjie stood up, rummaging around the room until he found the television remote. He switched on the TV and operated his phone, quickly projecting the screen from his device onto the large TV. This ensured everyone could see clearly. Take a look. This is Tang Samping's repair shop, situated on the outskirts of Donghai Town, surrounded by several 4S stores, service centers, and car storage facilities. If we are to head north, we must rely on automobiles. I trust there are no objections? None, Qi Zishuan replied with a smile. We lack airplanes, and after witnessing that mysterious cat this afternoon, I suspect the kind of monsters depicted in the film Extreme Cold may already inhabit the seas. I have no desire to travel by boat. Otherwise, we could simply procure a boat to take us north, landing us in Rizhao, from which you could head straight to Hulukou and then traverse directly to the northwest from Shuxi City. Qi Zishuan's intended destination was Lushing Province, as everyone was aware, while Tang Xian and her attendant planned to travel to Kyoto, conveniently accessible from Chengde. If the sea posed no threats, this would indeed be the optimal route. Yet it was evidently unfeasible now on land. Even if faced with formidable beasts, the group could still fight back. Even if they could not prevail, some would surely escape. However, at sea, a single misstep could result in total annihilation. Indeed, our only option now is to rely on automobiles, preferably utilizing highways while avoiding heavily trafficked routes, like the Jinghu Expressway, Lui interjected, gradually integrating into the team and occasionally voicing her opinions. Chunjie nodded, manipulating his phone to enlarge the map of Huhai's eastern region displayed on the screen. I have already devised a plan. Observe. We can take this route, passing through Ming Island, then reaching Qidong, proceeding along the coastline. From there, we can divert into Lanling at Yun Port, entering Jin Province via Zhocheng. This route will allow us to circumvent major cities. The group focused intently on the map, and Lu Jichao even pulled out his phone to examine the route on his screen. After a moment, he remarked, the route appears sound, but there is a significant flaw. It requires us to pass through Huhai Airport, where the disaster struck during peak hours. It may be exceedingly difficult to navigate that area. Huhai Airport is the busiest airport in Longhua and indeed the world. One need only consider its traffic to know that passage would be far from easy. Do you have a better suggestion? Chunjie asked, exasperated. At this juncture, Lu Jichao fell silent. Chapter 66. The sound of explosions at the dock. Let us proceed along Chunjie's proposed route. I have no objections. This direction presents only the airport as a challenge. If we do not take this path, we may encounter countless obstacles merely trying to exit the city. Wang Yang made the final decision. As for the items we need to prepare, we can temporarily set aside extensive considerations. What we essentially require are walkie-talkies, vehicles, upgraded weaponry, as well as provisions such as food, water, and medical supplies. Additionally, we must carry some fuel and modify the vehicles. I have already examined the map. The location of Tang Samping's repair shop is surrounded by numerous automotive repair facilities, with a Toyota transfer station next door, where we can complete our preparations. Our current objective is to find an opportunity to transition from this position to Tang Samping's garage, Chunjie stated. Wang Yang nodded in agreement, saying, this afternoon, Lu Yi and I inspected the helicopter. If it is just the 10 of us, we should be able to use the helicopter directly if we pack tightly. Lu Yi shook her head, replying, "It is feasible, but it poses significant risks. What if there is no landing area on the other side? The best course of action would be to first send a team to clear that location." I concur with Lu Ye's assessment. Chen Jie added. Tang Samping mentioned that his repair shop and warehouse cannot accommodate helicopters, but the adjacent Toyota transfer station should provide a suitable landing area. We can land there, establish a secure zone, and utilize it as our forward base. Furthermore, the helicopter serves merely as a guiding mechanism. Manpower remains crucial for us. After all, we cannot rely solely on a handful of individuals. The journey from the hotel to our departure point can serve as a selection process to identify those capable of combat. Chen Jie remarked. Being in the industrial sector, he naturally understood the significance of personnel. "Very well, let us commence our actions tomorrow," Wang Yang declared after a moment of contemplation. A sense of urgency weighed upon him. As the official information had indicated the existence of some zombies with command capabilities, though the extent of this command remains uncertain, it is now practically confirmed that the zombies will continue to evolve, which suggests that the scale of their command over the undead horde will also expand. "We must set out before the situation becomes unmanageable," Wang Yang asserted. A flicker of concern passed through the eyes of the others as they silently nodded in agreement. "All right, we shall conclude today's meeting here. Everyone, please make haste in your preparations." Understood. With a consensus reached, all departed the room to rest independently, and Wang Yang stood as well. "Wang Yang, where are you headed?" Seeing him prepare to change clothes, Shenlan Xin inquired. "That I am going to the rooftop to practice," he replied. "May I accompany you?" Shenlan Xin stood up as well. "No need. You can practice in your room," Wang Yang declined. Meditation is a deeply personal endeavor, and he preferred solitude, even from Shenlan Xin. "Very well, please take care," Shenlan Xin acquiesced, recognizing his boundaries. After donning his attire, Wang Yang slung his sword over his back and ascended the rooftop via the safe staircase. Activating his perception abilities, he engaged in the Ame 6 steps breathing technique in conjunction with his swordplay, immersing himself in his training. At 5 in the morning, the entire city lay in profound silence. Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted from the southern region of Huhai City, quickly reverberating throughout the entire metropolis. Accompanied by the explosion, a terrifying fireball and blinding light illuminated a vast area. Roar. Sensing this terrifying sound, the zombies across Huhai City stirred restlessly. Hearing the explosion, Wang Yang immediately halted his training. Within 2 minutes, several figures appeared on the rooftop. Qi Zixuan and his wife, Tang Zian and her attendant, along with Chen Jie and Shenlan Xin. "What is happening?" Qi Zixuan inquired, having arrived the fastest, moving closer to Wang Yang. "The explosion originated from the southern dockyard," Wang Yang replied, glancing in that direction. Tang Zian and Lu Yi soon joined them, and Shenlan Xin followed suit. Lu Yi furrowed her brow, listening intently for a moment before stating, "It should be the sound of 155mm howitzers. Judging by the volume, it appears to be a simultaneous firing of 64 guns. Likely from the 181st and 182nd Heavy Armored Divisions stationed in Huhai." "You know this?" Lu Jichao remarked, somewhat impressed, turning to Lu Yi. She shot him a sidelong glance, too apathetic to respond out of course. She was aware. Anyone with an interest in military affairs could glean the general situation of the Dragon Kingdom station troops online. While specifics may vary, one could still form a basic understanding. "Lu Yi, do you know how many armed forces are stationed in Huhai?" Wang Yang inquired. Lu Yi pondered for a moment before responding. Huhai is a super first-tier metropolis, with a relatively high military presence. There are 2 heavy armored reinforced divisions, 1 aviation division, 1 rocket artillery brigade, and a combat team from the East China Sea Fleet. Additionally, there are 3 SWAT teams and 3 armed police battalions, all at the regiment level. When combined with criminal investigation, fire rescue, bomb disposal, maritime police, anti-smuggling, drug enforcement, and other conventional police forces, there are approximately 170,000 active duty personnel. "Do the police count?" Lu Jichao asked, slightly confused. "The SWAT teams, armed police, and maritime police of the Dragon Kingdom possess combat capabilities superior to those of regular armies in over 80% of countries worldwide," Lu Yi replied nonchalantly. "Impressive." Lu Jichao expressed a sense of awe. Albeit without understanding the details, "Do you think we could locate an abandoned military camp? If we could salvage some neglected firearms, ammunition, armored vehicles, or tanks, that would be incredible." "Don't be foolish. Do you think such things would fall into your hands?" Chen Jie chided with a chuckle. Hearing Lu Zichao's words, the others erupted into laughter, except for Tang Ziyan and Lu Yi, who exchanged silent glances. While others were jesting, Wang Yang's attention remained focused on the horde of zombies below. The power supply had not yet been cut off. Although it was unlikely anyone would turn on lights at night, the streetlights were still operational, revealing the situation on the roads. The horde has shifted slightly, but not by much. Wang Yang observed. Qi Zishuan also surveyed the situation below, stating, there is no way around it. Zombies inherently lack intelligence. The complex terrain of the city, with various vehicles, barriers, and green spaces, obstructs their movement. Without ground guidance, it is far from easy to divert the horde merely by sound. While their lack of intelligence makes them difficult to lead, if they were to gain such capability, it would likely pose an even greater challenge. Wang Yang shook his head at it. Seems we cannot rely on the military after all. Since everyone is awake, let us proceed with the plan we devised yesterday. Let us head downstairs for breakfast before preparing to depart. Is everyone going? Shen Lanxin inquired. Wang Yang contemplated for a moment and replied, it is certainly not feasible for everyone to go. Here's what we'll do. Chen Gu, you will remain behind to oversee the selection of personnel from the list. Yu Jie, Meng Zi, and Guo Hui, you three will assist Chen Gu in filtering candidates and preparing supplies if possible. See if you can secure the large warehouse on the underground second floor. As for matters concerning supplies and personnel, defer to Chen Gu and let Yu Jie handle the combat. As for the EC town, Qi Gu, Lan Xian, Lu Yi, and Wang Yang glanced at Tang Ziyan, uncertain whether to address her by name. Just call me Ziyan. Tang Ziyan replied, deliberately withholding her surname to maintain a semblance of anonymity. All right, adding Ziyan to the team, we will also bring along the 2 bodyguards who sustained lighter injuries from yesterday, along with Tang Samping. That makes 8 of us heading over. That arrangement seems reasonable. We must ensure some personnel remain at the hotel, Chan Jie concurred. Wang Yang rummaged through his pocket and retrieved a white crystal core. Handing it to Ouyang Yu Jie, here's a crystal core for you to use in case of emergencies. Please exercise caution. Rest assured, Ouyang Yu replied, accepting the crystal core with a nod. Let us begin our preparations. Chapter 67. Be cautious. An hour later, at 6 in the morning, the sky began to reveal a hint of dawn as Wang Yang and the others boarded the helicopter. Lu Yi and Tang Ziyan occupied the pilot's seat, with Lu Yi taking the lead and Tang Ziyan assisting. They smoothly initiated the helicopter's operation and set off towards EC Town. Sun Quan and Chu Zhihui were also aboard the helicopter. Previously, they had served as bodyguards for He Hongchang, who was now deceased, and Wang Yang had not explicitly stated how to handle their situation. Yet, he had included them in the flight on the helicopter. Tang Samping sat beside Sun Quan, his face etched with anxiety. Captain Wang, there should be plenty of space above the Toyota transfer station square for landing. Theoretically, it should accommodate the helicopter. However, flying in this manner may attract a considerable number of zombies. Tang Samping expressed to Wang Yang, we will find a way to handle it. You needn't worry, Wang Yang reassured him nonchalantly. Having encountered a setback, Tang Samping refrained from speaking further, his mind racing with various thoughts as he sought a way to prove his worth to join Wang Yang's team. In Tang Samping's eyes, this group was far more formidable than He Hongchang's, and it was evident that they were honorable individuals, unlike the nefarious types He Hongchang associated with. If he could align himself with them, his safety would be more assured. However, the prerequisite was to demonstrate his value. But what value could he bring? Knowledge of cars? Tang Samping pondered. Having spent 20 years in the automotive business, from repairs to sales, and finally to modifications, he had acquired a comprehensive understanding of vehicles worldwide. Yet, he was uncertain whether Wang Yang's group would find his expertise useful. We have arrived. There are some zombies below, Lu Ye's voice came through. Accelerate towards them, creating some distance. There is an open area over there. Land the helicopter there. Wang Yang glanced around at the surrounding environment and spoke. All right. Lu Yi responded affirmatively, and the helicopter immediately accelerated. Shaking off some of the zombies that had been trailing below, I'll be the first to go down, followed by both of you, and finally, Qi Go. Wang Yang swiftly outlined the plan. The population of Donghai Town was not insignificant. But at 8 in the morning, the Toyota transit station was relatively quiet, with only a handful of scattered zombies, about 7 or 8, likely having run in from the street outside. However, the horde behind was much larger. On the town streets, there were numerous zombies, and at this moment, over 100 were pursuing the helicopter, a situation mitigated only by Lu Ye's rapid flying. which had allowed many zombies to be left behind. Don't worry, Qi Zishuan immediately nodded, grabbing the rope beside him. Originally, there had been a rope ladder on the helicopter, but Wang Yang had replaced it with a rapid descent rope to ensure a swift descent. The door is open. The helicopter had reached the landing site, and Lu Yi expertly hovered, opening the cabin door at the first opportunity. Qi Zishuan threw the rope out, and Wang Yang quickly secured it with his safety lock before leaping out. Below, 7 or 8 zombies had already gathered, and more were converging from the distance. Wang Yang drew the long sword from his back while still on the rope. With a swift motion, he severed the neck of one zombie before quickly dodging another's lunge. He thrust twice with his sword, piercing the foreheads of 2 more zombies. Impressive. Sun Quan and Chu Zhihui, who were preparing to descend after Wang Yang, exchanged astonished glances. The brief encounter they had had with Wang Yang previously had not allowed them to gauge his true combat prowess, and they were taken aback by his formidable strength. Hurry down! Qi Zishuan's urging voice reached them. The two snapped back to attention, realizing now was not the time for dawdling, and promptly descended one after the other. Both possessed commendable combat skills, quickly joining the fray upon landing. Qi Zishuan, not using a safety buckle, gripped the rope and began his descent. When he was just over 3 meters from the ground, he let go and floated down lightly. Qigu, you and Sun Quan hold off the zombies from behind, while Chu Zhihui and I take care of the front to ensure the helicopter lands safely. With all 4 now on the ground, Wang Yang immediately issued his command. Understood, came the response as Qi Zishuan charged forward to confront the zombies behind, while Wang Yang braced himself against the front. Seeing the situation stabilize below, Lu Yi began maneuvering the helicopter for landing. Accompanied by the roar of the rotor blades, the helicopter descended swiftly. Tang Samping, Shun Lanxin, and Tang Zian emerged from the cabin. Tang Samping gripping a long steel pipe, his expression grave. His combat ability was not on par with the others in the group. Wang Yang, there are more and more zombies outside. The small door next to the main entrance is open, and zombies are flooding in from the street. What should we do? Tang Zian approached Wang Yang, fighting as she spoke. We can head to the repair workshop. The door there is closed, and there's a staircase leading to the 2nd floor. Tang Samping, familiar with the area, promptly suggested. That works. At this point, Lu Yi had also descended, and Wang Yang noticed the building Tang Samping was pointing to, approximately 7 meters high, and nodded in agreement. Under Tang Samping's guidance, the group began moving towards the repair workshop. There was a metal staircase on the side leading directly to the 2nd floor. Wang Yang and the others moved swiftly, quickly creating some distance from the pursuing horde. You all go up first. I'll stay here with Qi Gu to hold the line. Wang Yang spotted the staircase from afar and instructed. Lu Yi took the lead, swiftly dispatching 2 zombies near the stairs. Then charged up ahead, followed closely by Shen Lanxin and the others, with Wang Yang and Qi Zishuan trailing behind. Below the staircase, 100 or more zombies were already in pursuit, with more continuously entering the compound. Hold off on opening the door for now. Qi Gu and I will block the entrance first, Wang Yang directed. Uncertain of whether zombies lurked on the 2nd floor, he was cautious about opening the door, recognizing that in such a confined space, many variables could arise. The staircase was narrow, barely over a meter wide. If they could eliminate a few dozen zombies, the bodies themselves would effectively seal the staircase, preventing the others from ascending. All right, Lu Yi acknowledged, taking a cautious stance. Leaning against the wall, Tang Samping watched the surging horde below, his face pale. Tiohim, Wang Yang and Qi Zishuan, engaged in battle at the staircase, seemed almost divine, dispatching the incoming zombies with ease, one wielding a long knife, the other a long sword, each killing zombies with a single encounter. At that moment, Shun Lanxin reached the edge of the staircase. Focusing on a zombie, a chill gathering in her hand. Poof! An ice arrow shot forth, piercing through the forehead of a zombie. She unleashed a series of ice arrows, each striking down a zombie. Remarkable! This display not only stunned Tang Samping but even Sun Quan and Chu Zhihui, who exchanged incredulous glances. On that day in the conference hall, Shun Lanxin had only fired a single ice arrow, but now she could unleash them in succession. Facing such a team, He Hongchang is truly courting death. Sun Quan scoffed. 5 minutes later, the narrow staircase was finally blocked by the bodies of the fallen zombies. The helicopter's rotor blades had come to a halt, and no new zombies were entering the transit station. Only over 100 zombies remained trapped below, snarling and pushing against each other. All right, now we can see about opening the door. Confirming that no zombies could ascend, Wang Yang turned back. Wait, be cautious of what's behind. Suddenly, Lu Yi called out sharply to warn Wang Yang. He immediately turned, only to discover a single zombie charging towards him from a distance, sparks flickering from its hand. Whoa! Just as he turned, a searing fireball shot directly at Wang Yang's face. Wang Yang dodged. Shen Lanxin cried out in alarm upon seeing the danger, instantly summoning blue light in her hand, launching an ice arrow towards the fireball. Bang! The two collided, causing the fireball to explode, momentarily slowing its advance towards Wang Yang. In that critical moment, Wang Yang ducked, the fireball detonating against the wall behind him. Damn! The explosion singed 2 holes in Wang Yang's security uniform, and both Sun Quan and Qi Zishuan were also caught in the blast, suffering burns from the sparks. Undeterred by the failed attack, the zombie began to gather flames in its hand once more. Bang! This time, Lu Yi refused to grant the enemy another opportunity, drawing her gun. Yet the zombie was remarkably alert. Her bullet narrowly missed its forehead, grazing its side and blasting off one of its ears. Roar! The fireball in the zombie's hand was interrupted by the bullet. And as if realizing the danger, it retreated several steps, hiding at the back of the horde. It can dodge bullets? Tang Samping was left bewildered by the zombie's evasive maneuver. Of course it can. Special zombies possess instincts to protect vital areas, Wang Yang replied coldly, his temper flaring from the earlier burn. Lu Yi, stop shooting. We must devise a plan to eliminate it without scaring it off. Eliminate it? Captain, that won't be easy with so many zombies below, Tang Samping remarked. Having never encountered such a powerful zombie before, It not only moved faster than regular zombies, but could also launch ranged attacks. The fireball that had merely exploded against the wall had already scorched him, and he dared not imagine what would happen if it struck him directly. Moreover, the fireball had been weakened by Shen Lanxin's ice arrow. Wang Yang turned and shot a piercing glance at Tang Samping, causing him to feel as if he had plunged into an ice cavern, hastily closing his mouth. Wang Yang was right. They had finally encountered a special zombie, and it was imperative that they captured it. Qi Zishuan also chimed in. Standing at the forefront, Lu Yi and Tang Ziyan were equally excited, though silent. The spark of anticipation was evident in their eyes. This zombie likely belonged to the elemental series, possessing fire abilities, a remarkable power. After searching all day yesterday for just one white crystal core, encountering this one today was indeed a stroke of luck. They absolutely could not let it escape. Wang Yang asserted. Exactly. What do you propose we do? Qi Zishuan inquired. Wang Yang surveyed the surroundings and said, this creature might flee when faced with danger, but given its earlier evasion of gunfire, it likely has an instinct to escape. We should strategize a way to cut off its retreat. First, we open the door, then Lu Yi and I will go inside. You have the gun. It should remember you. After you leave, it shouldn't run for a short while, allowing us to encircle it from behind while the others continue to engage the zombies here. Lanxin, don't attack. Focus on preparing to counter the fireball when it launches. As long as everyone keeps a close eye on the zombie, the weakened fireball should be manageable to evade. We'll flank from below and await your instructions via the walkie-talkie. Wang Yang outlined. Understood. Qi Zishuan nodded, but then added, however, the door here is locked. How do we open it? Leave that to me. After a prolonged silence, Sun Quan finally spoke up, retrieving a piece of iron wire from his pocket. He deftly bent the wire and inserted it into the keyhole, giving it a gentle tug. With a soft click, the door surprisingly swung open. Wang Yang cast a glance of astonishment at Sun Quan. This was indeed a commendable skill. Well done, he remarked, giving Sun Quan's shoulder an encouraging pat. Lu Yi, let us proceed. With Qi Ge keeping watch, we should be fine. Wang Yang was aware of Lu Ye's concern for Tang Ziyan and made a point to reassure her. Lu Yi glanced at Qi Zishuan, and upon seeing him nod, she also consented. Extending her perception abilities, Lu Yi detected no presence of zombies within, prompting Wang Yang to push the door open. As it swung wide, they were greeted by a vertical corridor that led directly into the automotive repair workshop outside. The layout of the workshop was quite clear. The center was hollowed out, filled with various repair equipment, while a ring of 2-story rooms encircled it. Hence, the middle of the workshop had no second floor, only a perimeter of rooms. Let us first assess the situation inside. If any zombies approach, aim for their legs. Wang Yang instructed. Understood. We'll each take a side. Lu Yi replied with a nod. Given that there were likely only a few zombies, Lu Yi quickly split off from Wang Yang to maximize their efficiency. As they turned a corner, zombies suddenly lunged at them from both sides. Wang Yang encountered one, while Lu Yi faced two. However, such ordinary zombies posed no threat to either of them. With a swift thrust of his sword, Wang Yang pierced the zombie's forehead, while Lu Yi effortlessly dispatched her two foes. They exchanged an OK sign from a distance and continued their search. The combat was straightforward. They needed to find a room on either side and then jump out through the windows to encircle the special zombie from behind. Is help on the way? Lu Yi wondered aloud as she passed a room where voices could be heard. Though the workshop was quite spacious and the voices were faint, Wang Yang still caught the sound. Turning back, he noticed a man in his 30s peering out from a room, his face alight with joy as he gazed at Wang Yang and Lu Yi. Wang Yang made a shushing gesture to Lu Yi, who nodded in understanding. Stay in your room and don't move. We'll call for you once we cleared the zombies, Lu Yi whispered. Observing Lu Yi's stern expression and the bloodied sword in her hand, the man quickly retreated and shut the window. This small interruption did not hinder their mission. They pressed on with their search. Soon, they arrived at the side of the workshop, each finding an open room. Wang Yang signaled for entry, and Lu Yi located a room with a window, giving him an OK sign before they both proceeded inside. Wang Yang entered what appeared to be a staff dormitory, containing 2 sets of bunk beds and a pair of desks and chairs. The room lacked a bathroom, and at the far end was an aluminum window. Though the window was not large and lacked a screen, it was still possible to climb out. Wang Yang retrieved a fire safety rope from his waist, anchoring one end around his forearm and tying the other to a bedpost. After testing its strength, he carefully climbed out the window and descended. He landed near the factory's main entrance, where all the zombies had congregated on the side, and he could hear their roars echoing from around the corner of the workshop. Wang Yang crouched behind the corner, waiting patiently. After a few minutes, the walkie-talkie crackled to life with Qi Zixuan's voice. Wang Yang, Lu Yi, there are only about 20 zombies left. The mutated one has made several unsuccessful attacks and shows signs of wanting to flee. Upon hearing this, Wang Yang immediately responded through the walkie-talkie, Lu Yi, let us charge in. Everyone else, follow suit. With the command given, Wang Yang dashed out, activating his perception abilities to their maximum, ensuring he remained in peak combat form with heightened environmental awareness. Rather than rushing directly at the zombies, he opted to circle around behind them. As Wang Yang emerged, the more than 20 zombies gathered near the iron staircase immediately shrieked and charged at him. Yet the special zombie remained still, seemingly contemplating something. At that moment, Lu Yi also burst forth, while Qi Zixuan and Tang Zian leaped down from the iron staircase. Realizing that the humans intended to encircle it, the special zombie began to retreat, trying to escape. Lu Yi, shoot its legs, Wang Yang shouted, noticing that the special zombie was moving faster than he could keep up. Lu Yi, already prepared, fired immediately at his command. Bang, bang! She released 2 shots in quick succession. The first aimed at the special zombie's head missed, but the second struck its knee. The zombie twisted, its leg buckling, and its speed significantly diminished. Get back! Wang Yang exclaimed as the ordinary zombies closed in around him. With a swift swing of his sword, he decapitated the first 2 zombies in his path, continuing his charge towards the special zombie. Realizing it could not escape, the special zombie turned to face Wang Yang. Though its eye sockets were entirely white, Wang Yang sensed a palpable rage and fury emanating from it. Simultaneously, the zombie's brain and hands ignited with flames under Wang Yang's perceptive scrutiny. Fully focused, Wang Yang intently observed the zombie's movements. In an instant, he felt an energy line emanate from the zombie's core, transmitting to its hand, transforming into a massive fireball that hurtled towards him and away. He shouted, planting his feet firmly to the ground, quickly dropping to his knees while leaning back, narrowly evading the fireball. Using the momentum, he slid forward on his knees while sweeping his sword. The sound of metal slicing through flesh echoed as Wang Yang cleaved the special zombie's legs clean off. The creature fell to the ground, its legs severed and spread apart. Yet, even in this state, the special zombie attempted to attack, but Lu Yi was there in an instant. Without granting any chance, Lu Yi thrust her sword, piercing through the zombie's temple. With a sickening sound, a blue crystal core mixed with blood erupted from the wound as she withdrew her blade. At this moment, Qi Zixuan, Sun Quan, Chu Zhihui, and Shen Lanxin quickly dispatched the remaining zombies that had been pursuing them. Only Tang Samping remained atop the iron staircase, hesitating to jump down. Seeing that the others had eliminated the zombies, Tang Samping finally mustered the courage to leap down, landing ungracefully. Wang Yang approached and picked up the crystal core from the ground. "Excellent! We finally have another crystal core," Qi Zishuan exclaimed, his face beaming with joy. The others reflected similar delight. After all, this was a collective gain for the team. With such a valuable item, their combat strength would undoubtedly increase. Indeed, coupled with our earlier accumulation, we can enhance the team with 2 more abilities, Shunlanxin added, equally pleased. Meanwhile, Wang Yang pondered the battle against the ice-type zombie and compared it to the fire-type they had just defeated. Truly, the fire-type possesses terrifying attack power. Although its techniques are limited, their potency far exceeds that of the ice-type I encountered earlier. It wasn't that the fire-type zombie's attacks were particularly intricate. The ice-type had demonstrated superior skill in utilizing its abilities. However, the inherent attack strength of ice was simply not on par with fire. One could say that if struck by an ice arrow, as long as it didn't penetrate vital areas like the head, throat, or heart, Wang Yang believed he could survive. But if he were to be hit in a critical area by a fire-type zombie, he felt he would likely not make it out alive. This was the disparity in attack strength that even a question. Fire types are the strongest in games, Qi Zishuan joked. Upon hearing this, Wang Yang chuckled. "Qigu, you still play games?" "I am not a caveman," Qi Zishuan retorted, rolling his eyes. After a light-hearted exchange, Wang Yang steered the conversation back on track. "According to our previous allocation principles, we will alternate distribution between the team's main members and the temporary members. This time, Chunjie will participate in the distribution for the main team, while the temporary members will be managed by Qigu. As he was the earliest to join and has been at the forefront of every battle. Does anyone have any objections?" Lu Yi seemed dissatisfied with Wang Yang's distribution plan, wanting to voice her concerns, but was halted by Tang Ziyan. "That's fine. I have no objections," Tang Ziyan stated. Seeing that Tang Ziyan had spoken, Lu Yi could only huff in displeasure but refrained from further comment. She certainly wished to advocate for Tang Ziyan, but after the warning from the previous night, she understood that all matters within the team were to follow Wang Yang's directives. The team could only grow stronger with a single voice. Currently, their roles were merely as members of Wang Yang's team, not as a wealthy heiress and her bodyguard. In terms of contribution to the team, Qi Zishuan had indeed played the most significant role. Although Tang Ziyan and Lu Yi possessed great combat strength, they had rarely engaged directly in battle, with Lu Yi primarily focused on protecting Tang Ziyan, making it wasteful to award the crystal core to her. "All right, it's settled then. We'll discuss the specific allocation of the 2 crystal cores when we return." Wang Yang nodded and inquired, "What shall we do next?" Shunlanxin asked. Wang Yang surveyed the surroundings and then turned to Tang Samping. "Is your factory just next door?" "Yes, it's merely separated by a wire mesh wall, but we are a small factory and cannot be compared to this place," Tang Samping replied with a sheepish smile. Wang Yang disregarded Tang Samping's polite remarks and stated, "Let us conduct a round of inspection here to see how many survivors there are. Just now, Lu Yi and I encountered some survivors. There are surely more here. It is highly likely they possess automotive knowledge, which we could find useful. First, let us secure the factory gates and then locate a vehicle. Instead of using the front entrance, we shall simply crash through a section of the wire wall." "All right, that will simplify matters," Qi Zishuan cheerfully responded. "I'll take care of that task. Such an experience is rare." "Very well," Wang Yang agreed, leading the group towards the factory's main entrance. The retractable door at the front was closed, with only a side door ajar. Wang Yang guided the group over, swiftly eliminating all the zombies near the small door. Just as they prepared to close it, Wang Yang noticed a sign emblazoned with the character pharmacy hanging from the side of a building adjacent to the factory. Remembering Shunlanxin, Wang Yang said, "Hold on a moment. I need to make a quick visit to the pharmacy." Upon hearing this, Shunlanxin's face immediately flushed. However, those around them remained oblivious to their peculiar exchange. Lu Yi remarked, "We should indeed stockpile some medical supplies. We nearly cleared out the zombies at the entrance, and we cannot predict how many may be attracted the next time we fly in by helicopter. It would be prudent to seize this opportunity to empty the pharmacy." "Indeed, let us go." Wang Yang had no objections. The group carefully made their way outside. The pharmacy was not far, situated right next to the factory's main entrance, separated only by a convenience store and a snack shop. As Wang Yang and the others exited the small door, they advanced cautiously. Suddenly, Wang Yang seemed to sense something and halted in front of the convenience store. "What's wrong?" Qi Zishuan inquired. Wang Yang paused to gather his senses before responding. "There are people inside the convenience store." Chapter 70. The woman with abilities. Wang Yang turned, his gaze fixated on the shelves and the small room within. His awareness had detected the presence of individuals inside, rather than mere sight. "Unlock the door," Wang Yang instructed Sun Quan. The door lock was affixed to the glass door, differing from the typical methods employed in liquor stores. Sun Quan nodded, promptly producing a wire and easily unlocking the glass door. The group pushed the door open and swiftly closed the room door behind them. Upon entering, they were greeted by the aroma of instant noodles, distinctly fresh. The small convenience store featured a cashier's counter adorned with various cigarettes and lighters. While the interior boasted 4 rows of shelves, at the back, there was a small room alongside a modest stove, likely where the shopkeeper resided. "Wang Yang, there is a corpse here," Shen Lanxin exclaimed suddenly. The others quickly gathered around, but Wang Yang merely followed to investigate, revealing no surprise, as he had already sensed everything within the room. "This appears to be a person, not a zombie." Lu Yi immediately discerned the anomaly. In the corner by the shelves lay a male corpse, its head brutally smashed, resembling that of a zombie at first glance. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could see that his hands and exposed skin had not undergone the transformation associated with death, retaining the hue of a living person. "Who are you?" At that moment, the door to the inner room swung open, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a gray security uniform peering out. Although he wore a security uniform, he exuded an unsettling air, his slanted eyes giving him an uncomfortable demeanor. Moreover, his uniform appeared cheap, resembling a gray garment one might find at a street vendor, starkly contrasting with Wang Yang's tactical black security attire. "Did you kill this man?" Lu Yi coldly inquired, fixing her gaze on the middle-aged man. The security guard was evidently intimidated by the imposing presence of Wang Yang and his companions, all armed and clearly formidable. Yet, he maintained a facade of bravado, asserting, "This man was the shopkeeper. He transformed, so I had to kill him." "You're talking nonsense," Lu Yi scolded, furrowing her brow. "What right do you have to insult me? Are you a police officer, here to meddle in my affairs?" The middle-aged security guard, stung by her words, immediately adopted a rogue stance, retorting, "This convenience store is mine now. You all should leave at once. Otherwise, I will scream to attract the zombies, and we'll all perish together." Smack! It was Tang Xian's turn to act. She did not even draw her sword from its sheath, but instead struck the middle-aged guard across the face with the hilt, delivering a powerful blow that knocked out 2 of his teeth, sending him tumbling back into the room. Lu Yi swiftly approached, pushing open the door to the room, revealing the scene within. Upon witnessing the circumstances inside, the men remained composed, while Tang Xian, Lu Yi, and Shen Lanxin exhibited expressions of fury, in addition to the security guard. Another man in a security uniform was kneeling on the bed, forcefully covering the mouths of 2 naked women whose hands and feet were bound. The 2 women struggled fiercely, yet perhaps due to exhaustion, they were unable to free themselves from the guard's grip. Upon seeing Lu Yi and the others, the guard on the bed immediately displayed a glint of greed in his eyes. However, he quickly noticed the weapons in their hands, realizing they were not to be trifled with. The guard on the bed drew a knife, seizing one of the women and placing the blade against her throat. "Step back, or I will kill her," he shouted defiantly. At that moment, the woman whose mouth had been freed turned and bit down hard on the guard's calf. "You filthy bitch, let go." The guard, feeling the bite, loosened his grip on the other woman's neck, providing Lu Yi with the opportunity to act. Swiftly, she drew her sword, and with 2 swift strokes, severed the guard's arms. "Scum!" Lu Yi continued her assault, lopping off the arms of the guard who had just lost his teeth to Tang Xian's blow. Then, she delivered a kick that shattered the guard's jaw, rendering him incapable of uttering another word. "You bastard, return my husband to me, you monster. I will bite you to death." The woman who had bitten the guard's calf immediately released her grip and hurled furious insults. Lu Yi advanced and swiftly cut the ropes binding the 2 women. One woman appeared younger, in her early 20s, while the other was slightly older, around 26 or 27. Once freed, the older woman lunged towards the downed guard, attacking him with wild ferocity, while the younger girl curled up, covering her body, trembling and sobbing. "You return my husband! You return my husband, you murderer!" Witnessing the women's frantic reactions, Wang Yang and the others quickly grasped the situation, save for He Hongchang. This was the second encounter of such a nature for Wang Yang and his companions. Although Wang Yang had no intention of intervening in such matters, the sight of the young woman curled up in tears compelled him to step forward. "Why do you not resist?" Wang Yang did not concern himself with the woman attacking the guard but approached the younger girl, who was silently weeping. He sensed that she possessed abilities. Specifically, a green ability. It was this girl's potential that prompted Wang Yang to involve himself in this affair. Under pressure, the girl lifted her head, her eyes brimming with tears and fear. "Speak." Wang Yang urged. I am afraid." The girl finally managed to speak, but quickly lowered her gaze again. "Afraid." Wang Yang found the notion laughable and replied coldly, "Are you willing to endure their torment?" At this moment, the older woman had already used a small blade to kill both guards and was now searching for clothing. Wang Yang paid little heed to her, but the young girl he was questioning remained curled up on the bed, silently weeping. Observing her state, Wang Yang shook his head in silence. It was indeed a waste to bestow abilities upon such individuals. Regardless of one's power, if their character is lacking, it is of no use. "Let us leave," Wang Yang declared, turning to exit. Although Lu Yi and Tang Ziyan were furious, the two guards were already dead, and Wang Yang seemed disinterested in the two women. The others had no objections. "Wait." Just as Wang Yang and the others prepared to depart, the woman who had just taken action spoke up. "There's something you need." Wang Yang turned to face her. At this point, the woman had dressed. Her expression of anger and resentment replaced by calmness, though a chilling intensity lingered in her gaze. "We wish to join you. Please take us with you," she stated. Upon hearing this, the younger woman, still sobbing on the bed, lifted her head, and Wang Yang was somewhat taken aback by the woman's decisiveness. However, he did not respond immediately, smiling as he replied, "We are not philanthropists. If we take you with us, what can you contribute?" The woman raised her head to glance at the three women within Wang Yang's group. Both Lu Yi and Xin Lanxin possessed striking appearances, while Tang Ziyan could be described as a paragon of beauty. After contemplating for a moment, the woman resolutely lifted her head. "I can assist with anything, be it moving items, cooking, washing clothes, driving, keeping watch, or even slaying zombies. I am willing to dedicate myself as a concubine or even as a maid, should that be required." Observing the woman's unwavering gaze, Wang Yang felt a twinge of surprise. He had not anticipated that she harbored such inner strength, though regrettably, she lacked any special abilities. "For now, please wait here," Wang Yang instructed before turning and exiting the room. Chapter 71. The hotel disturbance. After departing the convenience store, the group entered a modestly sized pharmacy, which, despite its size, was well stocked with various medications. They began to gather supplies in bags, collecting whatever they could find. After all, it was prudent to gather as much as possible. "Wang Yang, are you planning to take them along?" Xin Lanxin inquired, having stealthily pocketed a few boxes of emergency contraception and condoms. The other members turned to Wang Yang, eager to hear his response. "They may accompany us, but there will be no special treatment," Wang Yang replied coolly. "As I have mentioned before, it is fine for them to follow. But we will not offer them protection. We will proceed at our own pace. Those who can keep up may join, while those who cannot must accept their fate. We do not extend invitations to those deemed unworthy. And if they wish to join us, my stance remains unchanged. If they survive, it is due to their own strength. If they do not, it is their own choice." Having heard Wang Yang's words, the group nodded in silent agreement. Wang Yang's logic was straightforward. He would neither proactively recruit nor oppose those who wished to join, yet he would not be responsible for their safety. He was determined to head north according to their established rhythm. Leaving the survival of stragglers to their own devices, the group tacitly agreed to drop the topic, and all acknowledged Wang Yang's perspective. Sun Quan and Chu Zhihui exchanged glances, both realizing that Wang Yang's team seemed intent on moving to a safer location. Reflecting on Wang Yang's previous attitude towards them, they resolved to follow in his footsteps. However, the challenge lay in earning Wang Yang's trust. Although their combat capabilities paled in comparison to his elite members, they were certainly stronger than the average person and were capable of keeping pace with his team. "Wang Yang, we are limited in numbers and can only gather this much. What about the other medications?" Qi Zishuan and the others, each burdened with 2 large bags, inquired. "Let us leave the rest here for now. We will return shortly to clear out the remainder," Wang Yang instructed. The group nodded in agreement. "Let us head back now. We have gathered a sufficient amount of supplies, Wang Yang declared. They promptly stood up, each carrying 2 bags as they exited the pharmacy, the convenience store's entrance. The 2 women had donned their clothes and awaited the group. Upon seeing Wang Yang and the others, they immediately approached. "Allow me to take that," one of the women said, striding towards Wang Yang to relieve him of his bags. He did not refuse, and the younger girl also took the 2 plastic bags from Tang Xian's hands. Wang Yang noticed that both women walked with a slight awkwardness, a testament to the hardships they must have endured over the past 3 days, yet he did not slow his pace. Upon entering the factory area, they secured the small gate. "Tang, you will need to select some vehicles next." Wang Yang gestured for Tang Samping to come over and continued. "The vehicles should have large displacement and ample space. And they all require reinforcement and modifications. Is that feasible?" "Absolutely. We have several excellent vehicles here. I just did a quick inspection, and we have a good number of Prados and Land Cruisers, though they do not compare to my armored vehicles. They are still quite formidable. The modifications can certainly be completed with the equipment we have." Tang Samping replied. "Good. Next, we will clear the entire factory area. Please locate all usable vehicles and arrange a modification plan. Present me with a timeline," Wang Yang instructed. "Understood." Tang Samping nodded in agreement. After a moment's hesitation, he cautiously added, "Captain, if we are embarking on a long journey, should we consider acquiring some larger vehicles?" "Larger vehicles?" Wang Yang inquired, looking at Tang Samping. "What do you mean?" "Not far from here is Scania, which has several large vehicles, each worth over 1 million. If we install a cargo box, they can be quite useful. With modifications, they can easily plow through abandoned vehicles on the highway," Tang Samping explained. Lu Yi, walking beside Wang Yang, leaned in and added, "Indeed, acquiring a few of those would be beneficial. Their cargo capacity is enormous, and their power far exceeds that of off-road vehicles. In exceptional circumstances, they could prove invaluable." Wang Yang nodded. He had seen numerous crash videos online, where heavy trucks were indeed the kings of the road. Even tough off-road vehicles like the Hummer would steer clear of them. Such vehicles were certainly not superfluous. "Let us address the issues here first, and then we shall procure a few for transporting supplies, as it is essential," Wang Yang concluded. "Leave it to me," Tang Samping replied, his excitement evident, his face flushed with enthusiasm. As they spoke, Wang Yang led the group to the entrance of the modification workshop, where Tang Samping seemed quite familiar. He operated the mechanism, and the door to the workshop rose effortlessly. Seeing the puzzled expressions of Wang Yang and the others, Tang Samping sheepishly smiled. "I know this place very well. It's just next door to my factory. When we encounter challenges, they assist me, and when they need help, I reciprocate. We share resources." Wang Yang, unfamiliar with the automotive world, was relieved that Tang Samping could open the door, sparing him the need for forceful entry. "Let us search this area first, then proceed to the neighboring site. We aim to clear this location by today and bring over a few of those larger vehicles." Wang Yang instructed, and the team began to operate in an organized manner. The group first cleared the Toyota Transit Station, which had a straightforward layout: a parking lot, spare parts warehouse, canteen, repair workshop, and dormitory area. While the area was not small, the buildings were few. There were 6 or 7 survivors in the factory, most of whom surprisingly recognized Tang Samping. After finishing with the Toyota Transit Station, they broke through the walls to clear Tang Samping's repair shop, where they found 2 more survivors. Their excitement upon seeing Tang Samping greatly boosted his vanity, as he felt he had made a significant contribution and could potentially remain in Wang Yang's team. The group pressed on, clearing the Scania dealership across the street, successfully retrieving 3 large vehicles equipped with cargo boxes and rescuing 2 more survivors. Next, they directed the survivors to move all items from the pharmacy and convenience store into the factory. By the time they completed all these tasks, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. After a quick lunch in the staff canteen, Wang Yang gathered all the survivors, including the 2 just rescued from the convenience store, totaling 11 individuals, 2 women and 9 men. The repair workshop. Wang Yang and his team stood together, facing the survivors they had recently rescued, having assigned various tasks to them without engaging in conversation until now. Wang Yang sensed that the moment had come to address them about something truly significant. All eyes, including those of the 2 women, were fixed intently on Wang Yang. A palpable tension filled the air. Wang Yang clapped his hands to capture their attention and spoke. "Ladies and gentlemen, we are a self-organized rescue team, and I am the captain. We plan to leave Huhai for a safer location, which is quite distant. I cannot guarantee that everyone will reach safety. Each of you must contribute to the team, be prepared to fight, and keep pace with us. Now, those willing to join our team may step forward. Those unwilling are requested to leave immediately. Upon hearing Wang Yang's words, the woman who had previously voiced her desire to join was the first to step forward. The tearful girl hesitated but ultimately followed suit. Clearly beginning to rely on the strong-willed woman. 2 workers under Tang Samping also stepped forward, and seeing the others' actions, the entire group moved forward together. This was precisely the scene Wang Yang had hoped for. These individuals possessed decent physical abilities, and all could drive and repair vehicles, which indicated they had valuable skills. In Wang Yang's view, these people were far more useful than those in the hotel. With the addition of these individuals, the team had significantly strengthened. Just as Wang Yang was about to continue speaking, his phone vibrated urgently in his pocket. He frowned slightly. Ordinarily, any issues at the hotel would be communicated via text message, and a phone call would imply something serious had occurred. Wang Yang answered the call. Wang Yang, there's been a problem at the hotel. A group of people just arrived, including police and thugs. Seemingly in cahoots. They are armed. I've ordered our personnel to retreat to the 41st floor. Please exercise caution on your way back. On the phone, Chan Jr's voice came through. Chapter 72. Why me? Alright, I understand. With a simple reply, Wang Yang hung up the phone, his expression remaining unchanged. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to swiftly modify all the vehicles we have selected. Tang will be in charge of this task. Is there any objection? Wang Yang inquired. No objections, we will ensure the task is completed. Tang Samping responded promptly. Rest assured, we will accomplish it with utmost speed. Upon hearing Tang Samping's assurance, the others nodded in agreement. With a wave of his hand signaling Tang Samping to commence, Wang Yang leisurely exited the workshop. Tang Samping immediately began directing the workers to take action, while Qi Zishuan and the others followed Wang Yang out of the workshop. Sun Quan and Chu Zhihui intended to join them but were halted by Lu Yi, leaving them behind in the workshop. Before long, Wang Yang, Qi Zishuan, Shen Lanxin, and Tang Zian emerged together. The group found an open space, and the others gathered around Wang Yang. What has happened, Wang Yang? With no one around, Qi Zishuan immediately inquired. A group of individuals has arrived at the hotel. They are a mix of police and thugs. Armed as well. They have already taken control of the hotel, and Brother Chun has led our people to the 41st floor. Wang Yang explained succinctly. A mix of police and thugs. Qi Zishuan chuckled. Somewhat disdainful. This combination is indeed unique. Tang Zian, standing nearby, remained silent, yet her aura had noticeably turned cold, clearly suppressing her rage. What should we do? Should we return to reclaim the hotel? Shen Lanxin asked. No need for that. Wang Yang shook his head and said, a few flies are not enough to make us alter our established plan. Brother Chen and his team are on the 41st floor, and the others cannot ascend. So what shall we do now? Lu Yi inquired. I wish to have a word with He Hongchang's 2 bodyguards, as well as the 2 women we just rescued. The little girl who was crying earlier possesses significant potential. I would like to recruit her, Wang Yang stated. The light emanating from that girl's mind was green, making her the first individual with green abilities Wang Yang had encountered apart from Tang Zian. He had already witnessed Tang Zian's formidable abilities. The girl's powers were also green, indicating she was undoubtedly powerful. Since Tang Zian would eventually depart, acquiring such a capable individual would undoubtedly strengthen their team. Moreover, it was evident that the girl had never consumed crystal cores, signifying she was a rare natural ability user. How did you discern that about the girl? Lu Yi asked, curiosity evident in her tone. Not only Lu Yi, but the others were equally surprised. Wang Yang seldom invited others to join his team, and the girl appeared so weak, lacking even the will to resist. Where could her potential lie? I have my methods, Wang Yang replied nonchalantly. Seeing that Wang Yang was unwilling to elaborate, Lu Yi ceased her inquiries. Qi Gu, please call Brother Chen to ascertain the situation at the hotel. Everyone else? Listen closely and clarify the circumstances there. I will go speak with those 2. Very well, Qi Zishuan agreed. Wang Yang turned and returned to the workshop, which was bustling with activity. 2 land cruisers were simultaneously undergoing modifications on the operation platform, with collision steel beams being added to both the front and rear, while spikes were being welded onto the beams, giving them a formidable appearance. Sun Quan and Chu Zhihui were also among the crowd, assisting in moving some components. You 2, come here, Wang Yang beckoned Sun Quan and Chu Zhihui, turning to enter a nearby office. Sun Quan and Chu Zhihui exchanged glances before following him into the office. Upon entering, The two unloaded their tang knives from their backs, placing them on the desk to eliminate their threat. Observing their actions, a smile crept onto Wang Yang's lips. Have you two made up your minds? Their actions at least indicated a surface-level submission, prompting Wang Yang to skip the small talk and get straight to the point. We decided. Our work with He Hongcheng is purely transactional. It is just a job, Sun Quan replied immediately. I feel the same. Chu Zhihui echoed. Wang Yang nodded, not surprised by their choices, yet he knew he could not fully trust them at this moment. For now, I choose to trust you, Wang Yang stated. Upon hearing this, a flicker of joy appeared on their faces. Wang Yang raised a hand, signaling them not to celebrate too early, and continued, I said I trust you temporarily. This trust has its limits. You will still be at the forefront in the upcoming battles, and the duration may be prolonged, even to the point of risking your lives. Since you come from an opposing faction, your loyalty will require thorough testing. Do you have any objections? Sun Quan and Chu Zhihui exchanged glances and replied, We have no objections. Naturally, they dared not voice any dissent. Sun Quan understood that displaying even a hint of dissatisfaction could lead Wang Yang to take lethal action. Moreover, there was no better alternative now. Should they refuse, not only would it be Sun Quan and Chu Zhihui in jeopardy, but Wang Yang would likely eliminate Zhao Cheng upon returning to the hotel. Their loyalty to He Hongcheng was minimal, but they genuinely felt grateful to Zhao Cheng. Excellent, you may leave now and bring in the two women we rescued from the convenience store, Wang Yang gestured. Sun Quan and Chu Zhihui nodded, retrieved their tang knives, and exited. Shortly after, the two women entered the office, standing nervously before Wang Yang. Wang Yang noticed that the older woman was dressed exquisitely in a white gown that clearly exuded elegance. Though her appearance was pleasant, the turmoil she had endured had left her aura somewhat disheveled. It was evident that she had once possessed a gentle demeanor, but now her true nature seemed to be on the verge of eruption. The younger woman wore a dark blue blazer, her looks average, neither strikingly beautiful nor unattractive, appearing as if she worked in car sales. Please introduce yourselves along with your names and backgrounds. Wang Yang leaned back in his chair and asked. The older woman spoke first. I am Wei Qiuyue, a housewife who has not worked since getting married. This is Yu Yang, a saleswoman at the nearby Jaguar dealership. I bought my car from her. During the disaster, we were supposed to pick up the car. While waiting for the new car handover ceremony, I accompanied my husband to buy a pack of cigarettes, and little Yu came along, only to find ourselves in the midst of the calamity. The store owner had stepped out to use the restroom, and there were still two people in the store, the security guards of this factory. We immediately locked the store door. You should know what happened next as she recounted her ordeal. A hint of resentment flickered in Wei Qiuyue's eyes. Her life had once been blissful, filled with love for her husband. Yet an unforeseen disaster had obliterated everything. She never imagined her husband would not perish at the hands of zombies, but rather at the hands of those two security guards, which drove her to slaughter them in a frenzy at the convenience store. Do you wish to join us? Wang Yang asked. Wei Qiuyue nodded, wiping away a tear, resolutely stating, I want to live. Wang Yang regarded Wei Qiuyue with a sense of admiration, yet beside him, Yu Yang remained down. Yu Yang appears to have just crossed the threshold of her 20s. The musings of such a young girl are often peculiar. At times, her desire for survival seems rather feeble, and she does not seem to place sufficient value on her own life. Wang Yang is disinclined to delve into the depths of her thoughts. He can only hope that Wei Qiuyue can manage to redirect her disposition. Wang Yang harbors doubts that Yu Yang is even aware that she possesses abilities, let alone what those abilities might entail. This ignorance is not unusual. Wang Yang himself has the gift of perception, allowing him to introspect, yet even he only awakened his secondary ability after encountering the Black Cat police chief, following his initial discovery of his own powers. After dismissing the two individuals, Qi Zishuan and the others entered the office, dispersing to take their seats. What is the situation at the hotel? Wang Yang inquired. Qi Zishuan replied. The group that arrived from the hotel is affiliated with the nearby police station, while the rest are local thugs. Upon their entry into the hotel, they claim to be an officially sanctioned self-rescue team, seeking to consolidate all resources within the hotel and await official extraction before proceeding to a survival base. Chongjia had already taken control of the underground warehouse on the second basement level, but this group appeared suddenly, brandishing firearms and forcibly commandeering the situation, leaving Chongjia no choice but to retreat to the 41st floor. However, these individuals are now unable to ascend. How many of them are there? Wang Yang asked, his expression devoid of warmth. There are 9 of them. armed with 3 handguns, Qi Zixuan responded. However, Chen Jie mentioned that their firearms differ from Lu Ye's, and their firepower should be limited. Do not overly concern yourselves with their weapons. They are likely using police-issued handguns. Even if they hit a target, unless they strike a vital area, it is unlikely to be fatal. Lu Yi interjected. Indeed, Wang Yang nodded, adding, I can sense that since the disaster, my physical constitution, speed, and strength have been steadily increasing. If this trajectory continues, soon certain individual weapons will pose no threat to me at all. The others in the room shared this sentiment, with even Shen Lanxin becoming aware of the changes within herself. Originally, her endurance was commendable, but her strength was lacking. In the beginning, wielding a fire axe was quite taxing. Now, however, she maneuvers the fire axe with remarkable ease, a testament to the overall enhancement of her physical capabilities. Shen Lanxin remarked, while firearms may not be a threat, their identities are questionable. They are fraudulent. Tang Xian interjected. The authorities have yet to announce that civilians can freely form self-rescue teams. Even if there are police among them, they are merely a handful of corrupt individuals and cannot be seen as representatives of the official stance. Given this, we shall return shortly and eliminate them, Wang Yang stated. The group nodded in agreement, though Wang Yang's thoughts lingered on Tang Xian's earlier remark that the authorities have not yet disclosed the possibility for civilians to form self-rescue teams. This suggests that the authorities indeed have such plans in place, merely withholding the announcement. Since learning of Tang Xian's identity, Wang Yang has had no doubts about her access to high-level information within Longhua. What could the official plan entail? Are they considering permitting civilians to organize armed forces? Wang Yang, when shall we return? Lu Ye's voice interrupted Wang Yang's contemplation. Realizing that he could not decipher these matters in the moment, Wang Yang resolved not to waste any more mental energy. Let us depart immediately. However, we cannot all return. We must leave some individuals here for security purposes. I will return with Xian, Lu Yi, Lan Xin, and Sun Quan. Qi, you will be in charge here. Sun Quan and Chu Zhihui have already expressed their desire to join us and can be trusted in the short term. Chu Zhihui and Tang Samping will remain here. After we resolve the situation at the hotel, we will return tomorrow to pick you up, and then we shall proceed to the hotel together. Rest assured, with me here, there will be no issues. Qi Zixuan affirmed solemnly. All right, let us gather our things and depart in 10 minutes. With the time established, the group began to prepare individually. Wang Yang retained Qi Zixuan, pulling out his phone to dial Chen Jie. It was not long before Chen Jie answered. Captain, what is the matter? Wang Yang beckoned Qi Zixuan over to listen and then spoke. Chenggo, today we encountered a fire-type zombie and obtained a blue crystal core. We now have 3 zombie crystal cores available for distribution. Among the temporary members, Qi has contributed the most, and I believe the core should be allocated to you among the long-term team members. Qi must guard the modified vehicle here tonight and cannot return to the hotel. Let us decide on the distribution of the cores now. I suggest you both open WeChat and roll dice. The higher number will receive the elemental crystal core. This had been prearranged, with the long-term and temporary members pairing off for crystal core distribution, while the quality of the cores would be determined by drawing lots. The fire-type core should go to Zixuan. My combat power is not significant, and I can manage with a single white core on the other end of the line. Chen Jie pondered for a moment before responding. Old Chen, what are you doing? We should adhere to the rules and draw lots. Upon hearing Chen Jie's words, Qi Zixuan immediately raised his head, leaning in to say, Chen Jie, you are being unreasonable. Your combat prowess is formidable. We need to rely on you for our safety until we part ways. What use is a good crystal core to me? My role within the team is that of a steward. A support role, you are the warrior, so the combat resources should rightfully be prioritized for you. Very well, it is settled. Goodbye. Chen Jie concluded with a decisive tone, promptly ending the call. Qi Zixuan stared at Wang Yang in astonishment, unsure how to respond. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Yang said, Qi, this is Chen Ji's choice. You should take this fire-type crystal core. As Chengge mentioned, you have always been the team's main combat force. And this core rightfully belongs to you. In truth, Wang Yang was more inclined to allocate the superior core to Chen Jie, yet Chen Jie's reasoning was sound. Qi Zixuan had consistently been a key player in the team, contributing second only to Wang Yang, and Qi Zixuan obtaining the core would indeed benefit the team more than if it were given to Chen Jie. Even if Chen Jie were to acquire the fire-type core, he would not be able to engage at the front line effectively due to his foundational abilities. Conversely, if Qi Zixuan obtained the fire-type core, it would undoubtedly enhance his capabilities significantly. With that, Wang Yang produced the blue crystal core from his pocket and tossed it to Qi Zishuan. Qi Gu, during my battle with that ice-type zombie, I discovered its attack methods were quite intricate. I observed ice arrows, a layer of ice forming on the ground to freeze my feet, and the ability to create shields of ice around certain parts of its body. However, after consuming the ice-type crystal core, Lanxin has only managed to develop an ice arrow and struggles to comprehend anything beyond that. I understand that this may be due to Lanxin's inherent limitations, but you are different. I hope you can quickly devise methods for training and utilizing elemental abilities, and then impart that knowledge to the team members who require it. While Wang Yang could also conduct research, his focus was primarily on developing cultivation techniques, as his two abilities, though formidable, did not encompass elemental attack capabilities. Of course, this is a minor matter, Qi Zishuan replied. Then looked at Wang Yang and added, in addition, I wish to provide you with something special. However, this must not be disseminated indiscriminately. Should there be a need for it to spread, you may only share it with those you trust most. Qi Zishuan gazed earnestly into Wang Yang's eyes, his demeanor serious. Wang Yang's expression mirrored this gravity as he straightened in his seat. What I am about to teach you is the family secret of the Qi clan, the Changchun Gong. Upon hearing Qi Zishuan's words, Wang Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 74. How proficient are you with firearms? 10 minutes later, Wang Yang and Qi Zishuan exited the office together, both men still reeling from the recent revelations. Wang Yang, you are truly the most perceptive individual I have ever encountered. It took me over a month to grasp the operation of the Changchun Zhou, yet you managed to learn it in merely 10 minutes. Qi Zishuan regarded Wang Yang with an incredulous tone. Were it not for the dire circumstances of the post-disaster world, Qi Zishuan would have been tempted to bring Wang Yang home with him. Wang Yang shared Qi Zishuan's astonishment, for in comparison to the Changchun Gong, the Amaze 6 steps breathing technique and the 12 movements of dynamic power he had practiced previously seemed utterly inferior. The Changchun Gong's classification was unclear, but as Wang Yang completed the first cycle, he noted that his rate of absorbing energy from the air reached 23. Furthermore, he understood that as he continued to progress, this speed would only increase. More importantly, while practicing the Changchun Gong, Wang Yang felt an inexplicable sensation in his mind, as if something within him was on the verge of bursting forth. It was a curious feeling, akin to a seedling that had absorbed sufficient nutrients in the soil, eager to break through the surface. Nonetheless, now is not the time for such thoughts. Qi Gu, I will rely on you here. And I will keep your instructions in mind, Wang Yang stated earnestly. All right, Qi Zishuan responded simply yet resolutely. The two men parted at the workshop entrance, where the others were already prepared at a distance by the helicopter. Wang Yang boarded the aircraft and took his seat. Let us depart. With Wang Yang's command, the helicopter immediately took flight. Lu Yi, take a detour to draw the nearby zombies away, so they do not interfere with our route. Wang Yang instructed. Understood. Lu Yi, possessing a keen sense of direction, contemplated briefly before promptly maneuvering the helicopter to alter its course. 20 minutes later, Lu Yi accomplished the task of luring the zombies, most of which had been drawn to a path that neither obstructed their route from the hotel nor interfered with their direction towards Ming Island. Upon completing the mission, Lu Yi promptly piloted the helicopter back to the hotel. Wang Yang, what shall we do next? Those people will likely station guards at the passage on the 40th floor. How do we get down? Asked Shen Lanxin. Although the firearms wielded by those individuals were not particularly powerful, they certainly posed a danger at close range. However, they were not without means, for Lu Yi also possessed a weapon. After a brief moment of contemplation, Wang Yang, with a hint of provocation in his tone, remarked, they have guns, and so do we. The question is, how proficient is Lu Yi with his marksmanship? If a confrontation occurs in the corridor, can Lu Yi hold his own against those men? Stop with the nonsense, Lu Yi immediately retorted. Her voice I see what I in a corridor scenario. I could easily handle all 9 of them. A smile spread across Wang Yang's face as he replied. Then we have nothing to worry about. Once the helicopter lands, we will launch a surprise assault from the safety stairwell. If they are using low-caliber handguns, they won't be able to breach the safety door on the 40th floor. When the time comes, I'll open the door, and the rest will be left to Lu Yi. No problem, Lu Yi responded curtly. Hearing Lu Ye's words, Wang Yang closed his eyes to seize the opportunity to continue practicing the Changchun skill that Qi Zishuan had just imparted. Tang Xian, naturally perceiving Wang Yang's intent to provoke, stole a glance at him. a smile gracing her lips before she too closed her eyes. 10 minutes later, the helicopter returned to hover over the Fortune Center. At the Fortune Center, several rooms on the 40th floor had their doors wide open. In one of those rooms, a lecherous bald man gazed at a stunningly beautiful woman before him, his eyes glistening with desire. Beside him stood two lackeys, both wearing expressions of lascivious longing. Although the woman was simply dressed in jeans and a sporty jacket, her innocent yet subtly alluring features, combined with her enticing curves, ignited a fierce flame of lust within the bald man's heart. "What do you think? Will you join me, Tiger? I promise you wealth and luxury." The bald man grinned menacingly. The woman bound and gagged before him was El Hongyue, who had originally been freed along with several of her fellow technicians from the Chuyun Pavilion by Wang Yang, relocating from the 41st floor to mingle with other survivors downstairs. However, the bald man and his gang had reclaimed the hotel and, upon noticing the former technicians from Chuyun Pavilion, immediately discarded any pretense of civility and seized them upstairs. In the time she had spent captive, El Hongyue had learned about the events that had transpired in the hotel. Realizing that Wang Yang's team had cleansed the entire establishment and that they had a remarkably powerful combat unit, El Hongyue's heart began to race with excitement. For so long, she had been controlled by He Hongchang, forced to accompany him and use her charms to entice the influential figures and businessmen he deemed valuable. Although she had earned a considerable fortune, El Hongyue felt no happiness. She knew she could have had a fulfilling life. Her entry into this line of work had been a deception by He Hongchang. Originally, El Hongyue was merely a sales representative in the business department of the Fortune Center Hotel, possessing a university degree and exceptional beauty. She could have led a splendid life. Yet, everything changed when He Hongchang, during working hours, brazenly drugged her drink and subsequently assaulted her in the hotel, even taking naked photos of her, transforming El Hongyue into He Hongchang's tool. She had grown weary of such a life. El Hongyue had communicated with He Jiuzhang, and she had contemplated joining Wang Yang's team, even if it meant facing death. However, before she could voice her intentions, this gang of ruffians had stormed the hotel and once again captured her. Reflecting on her plight, El Hongyue felt a profound sense of despair, wishing that she were less beautiful. Perhaps, if she were not so stunning, she would have endured far less suffering. "I'm asking you a question. What have you decided?" The bald man pressed her. "If you agree, I'll let my two buddies here go. From now on, you'll be my woman. If you refuse, then it will be a merry 3-on-1. Tiger chuckled lewdly. The two lackeys, upon hearing Tiger's words, wore expressions of eager excitement. A beauty like El Hongyue was a rarity in their lives. Faced with the lewd visages of these men, El Hongyue felt a wave of revulsion wash over her. After narrowly escaping He Hongchang's clutches, was she now to fall into the hands of such scum? This thought plunged her into a deep melancholy. What meaning was there in living like this? Suddenly, a glimmer of resolve flickered in El Hongyue's eyes as she rose and forcefully hurled herself towards the corner of the coffee table. "Damn it!" Seeing El Hongyue's movement, Tiger kicked out with his foot, landing a blow directly to her face. "Filthy whore! You dare to seek death?" Tiger's rage flared as he realized that such a beautiful woman had chosen to take her own life before he had even had his fill of her. Slap! Tiger struck El Hongyue hard across the face. "Forget it. You two, hold her down. Let us have our way with this filthy whore first." Tiger began to tear El Hongyue's clothes off, while the two lackeys eagerly joined in, their hands roaming indecently over her body. "Let go of me!" El Hongyue screamed, sinking her teeth into Tiger's hand. "You dare to bite me?" Tiger yanked El Hongyue's hair violently, delivering several stinging slaps to her face. Dazed and unable to resist any longer, El Hongyue felt her jeans being unfastened and roughly pulled down, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. "Tiger! Tiger! The helicopter from upstairs has returned," just as El Hongyue was gathering her resolve to bite her tongue and end her life. A lackey burst into the room, shouting. Upon hearing this, a surge of survival instinct ignited within El Hongyue. Chapter 75. Do not let them die. Boom, boom, boom. The moment the lackey spoke, Tiger heard the unmistakable thrum of the helicopter's rotors. Casting a glance at El Hongyue, who was now partially exposed, especially her snow-white legs and the delicate curve of her waist revealed by her half-removed jeans, Tiger gritted his teeth in frustration. Ultimately, he decided to prioritize the pressing matter at hand. "Let's go. Gather everyone. Arm yourselves." Half of you guard the safety stairwell, and the other half watch the elevator. If anyone comes down from above, open fire without hesitation." Tiger cursed under his breath as he stood up to leave. Soon, everyone in the room had exited. In the corridor, Tiger encountered two other men clad in uniforms, both possessing a seedy demeanor, emerging from two different rooms on the 40th floor. Hastily dressing themselves as they stepped out, while also attempting to conceal their inappropriate bulges. "Tiger, those bastards are returning at this time. I was in the middle of something." One of them cursed. "It's my fault." Tiger replied, frowning. "After entering this morning, we shouldn't have wasted time talking. We should have shot them on sight. That way, they wouldn't have had the chance to alert anyone outside, and we wouldn't be in this mess." The other officer, struggling to finish dressing, reassured him, "There are hundreds of people in the hotel. It's not feasible for us to immediately identify who the key figures are. We don't have many bullets. We can't just shoot everyone we see," he added. "Besides, who knows if that helicopter will return? If it were me, I would have run away by now." "Enough with the nonsense," Tiger said. "We'll guard the safety stairwell and the elevator. If they take the elevator down a level, we'll find a way to pursue them. In any case, we'll shoot at anyone we see. Better to kill than let them go," Tiger commanded. "Agreed." Everyone present nodded in affirmation. They strategized and prepared to split into teams. Wang Yang and the others had already disembarked from the helicopter. "Wang Yang, I take responsibility for not securing the hotel." Chen Jia approached Wang Yang immediately. "I share the blame. The combat was under my supervision, so the fault lies with me." Yang Yu added, her countenance grim, clearly disgusted by the day's events. In truth, she had wanted to take decisive action. Even against armed opponents, she was confident in her ability to fight if she were alone. However, considering the several less capable fighters on her team, she had no choice but to retreat. "This is not your fault. They had guns. As long as you were safe, that's what matters." Wang Yang gestured for the two to refrain from unnecessary words and continued, "Let me assign the tasks." Upon hearing Wang Yang's words, everyone around immediately fell silent and gathered close. "I will team up with Lu Yi and head to the safety door. I'll open it, while Lu Yi provides cover. Lu Yi has better marksmanship and more powerful weaponry. We will clear the safety stairwell. Xian, you should still have a gun, right? How's your shooting?" Wang Yang inquired of Tang Xian. "Rest assured, I won't be outmatched by those below," Tang Xian replied. "All right, go retrieve your firearm from the room. Then, when you reach the 42nd floor, press the elevator button. If anyone comes up, take cover and eliminate them immediately. However, I suspect they won't dare to use the elevator. If that's the case, just press a button to go down a level to divert their attention, ensuring they don't all crowd the safety stairwell." Wang Yang efficiently outlined the plan. "Understood." The crowd nodded in agreement. They began to disperse, leaving Wang Yang with little opportunity to converse with others. After issuing his instructions, he was the first to descend the emergency staircase. Wang Yang and Lu Yi proceeded down the staircase, ultimately halting at the corner between the 41st and 40th floors. Wang Yang positioned himself behind the safety door on the 40th floor, ensuring his concealment upon opening it. Standing behind the door, he extended his sensory abilities, immediately perceiving the situation outside. 5 individuals had formed a semicircle behind the safety door, 2 of whom brandished firearms, while the others wielded batons. Wang Yang stood silently at the entrance, checking his messages on his phone. 5 minutes later, a message appeared in Tang Xian's chat box. Upon seeing the simple OK on the screen, Wang Yang signaled Lu Yi to prepare, to which she nodded and slightly retreated. Sensing a restlessness among the individuals outside, likely due to the elevator's movement, Wang Yang swiftly opened the door. He exerted considerable force. Swinging the door wide open, with his sword firmly grasped in hand, ready to strike at a moment's notice, bang bang on my leg. Before the assailants could react, Lu Yi had already fired her weapon, the sound of 2 piercing screams echoing immediately. Bang, bang. Another 2 shots rang out, silencing the cries in an instant. Incredible. Wang Yang marveled from behind the door, observing Lu Yi's swift movements and maintaining awareness of the chaos outside. In that fleeting moment, she had shot at the calves of the 2 visible targets, and as they collapsed, she swiftly dispatched 2 more with headshots. Wang Yang detected the confusion outside, noting several individuals hesitating near the elevator, while the 2 at the front had been eliminated in mere seconds. After Lu Yi's lethal efficiency, she boldly descended the staircase, weapon drawn, aiming at the entrance with absolute confidence in her marksmanship and reflexes. At that moment, one of the assailants, positioned in the corridor, attempted to rush past the safety staircase to regroup with his comrades, executing a forward roll in his desperate bid. Bang. His attempt proved futile. As he curled his body upon crossing the safety threshold, he was met with a bullet to the head, collapsing lifelessly on the ground. With the threat neutralized, Lu Yi retrieved a small black orb from her pocket and tossed it outside the safety door. The orb rolled out, inciting a frenzy of gunfire from the outside, yet its diminutive size rendered it elusive. None of the three assailants managed to hit it. Lu Yi smirked disdainfully, raising her weapon to explode the orb. Subsequently reloading her gun, bang! The black orb detonated, releasing a thick cloud of smoke that engulfed the corridor. This smoke, while obstructive, lacked any noxious or tear-inducing properties. Lu Yi, now with her gun secured at her waist, retrieved her long sword, affixing a small mirror to its tip. She extended the sword through the safety door, simultaneously drawing her handgun. Leaning against the door, she utilized the mirror's reflection to navigate through the obscured visibility, identifying the targets beyond. Suddenly, she fired 2 quick shots, and 2 more assailants fell, causing panic to ensue among the remaining adversaries. Brother Hu, what do we do? Is there a ghost out there? Brother Hu, let us retreat. We can hide back in the rooms. The remaining adversaries were on the brink of collapse, having lost 5 comrades without even catching sight of Lu Yi. Leave the rest to me, Wang Yang declared, overhearing their frantic conversation. With 5 already dispatched, only 4 remained, one of whom was armed. Confident in his abilities, he swiftly exited the safety door, charging towards the 4 individuals standing by the elevator. The smoke obscured their vision, but not Wang Yang's perceptive abilities. As he burst from the corridor, he aimed directly at the armed Brother Hu. Hu? Spotting Wang Yang emerging from the smoke, Brother Hu fired his weapon immediately, bang. Yet the bullet whizzed harmlessly past Wang Yang, who had deftly altered his trajectory, causing Brother Hu's shot to miss by nearly half a meter. Without affording Brother Hu the chance to fire again, Wang Yang swiftly severed his forearm with a single stroke of his sword. In rapid succession, he unleashed 3 more strikes, incapacitating the remaining 3 before they could react, causing them to writhe on the ground in agony. With his right hand now severed, Brother Hu, in desperation, brandished a small knife with his left and aimed it at his own throat. With another swift slash, Wang Yang severed Brother Hu's left hand as well, then delivered a punch that rendered him unconscious. Lu Yi, ensure these individuals do not perish, Wang Yang instructed, as he still had questions to pose. Rest assured, I will not grant them such an easy end. Chapter 76. An excruciating sight. Impressive marksmanship. Once all threats had been neutralized, Wang Yang messaged Chen Jie to bring everyone down, then praised Lu Yi. These individuals are utterly inept. Possessing firearms in their hands is an affront to the weapon itself. Lu Yi frowned, her disdain for the remaining individuals palpable. With 5 already eliminated and the remaining 4 now incapacitated, the gruesome scene unfolded before Chen Jie and the others as they arrived. Brother Jie, collect these firearms, ensuring the barrels point downwards to prevent any accidental discharges. Everyone else, find a nearby room to transport the living 4. I intend to interrogate them thoroughly. Understood, Chen Jie replied, cautiously gathering the 3 firearms from the floor. Wang Meng and Lu Jichao also sprang into action. The corridor housed several open rooms, and after a quick search, Lu Meng and Fu Huan emerged, their expressions filled with indignation. What happened? Wang Yang inquired. Lu Meng exclaimed, the technicians we rescued from the club have fallen back into their hands. It appears they have been violated. Though it seems only Lu Hongyue has escaped unscathed, albeit having endured some beatings. Wang Yang nodded thoughtfully, jesting, what can we do? Their striking appearances inevitably attracted such attention. When you saw Fu Huan, didn't you say you must have her? You're hardly different from them. Fu Huan shot Lu Meng an incredulous glare, while Lu Meng stood bewildered, unable to fathom why Wang Yang, usually so stoic, had broached the topic. Besides, you were clearly flirting with Xinlong before. I still haven't truly won over Fu Huan. You're the real lecher here. Brother Yang, are you a beast? Lu Meng challenged, wide-eyed. Enough with the banter. Let those technicians rest in a room for now. We'll send them down later. Send them down? Won't they just fall prey to others again once we leave? Lu Meng countered. What can we do? Do you wish to claim them for yourself? If that's your intent, you'd best hurry. We are soon to depart, and these delicate ladies are not ones we can take with us. Wang Yang playfully smacked Lu Ming's head. "You Jia, take Su Liang and the others to search the entire floor for any remaining stragglers. Brother Jia, if the filtering process isn't complete, continue it. We cannot allow these ruffians to impede our mission. Right? I'll get to it now." Rest assured, Ouying Yu and Chen Jia complied with Wang Yang's directives. As Chen Jia turned to leave, Wang Yang extracted the white crystal core from his pocket. "Brother Chen, this is your crystal core." Chen Jia smiled upon seeing the crystal core in Wang Yang's hand. "Thanks, Captain." Wang Yang said nothing and stepped into the room where Brother Hu and his companions were confined. Inside, the coffee table had been moved aside, and Brother Hu and the others knelt on the floor, including those who had lost their feet, arranged in a kneeling position with their thighs and calves pressed together. Tightly bound with fire safety rope, their hands secured behind their backs. Will they bleed out and die? We Haven Tea obtained the information we need, Wang Yang questioned, observing their pallid faces and the blood on the floor. The questioning is far from over. They cannot die yet. Excessive blood loss can be fatal. Leave it to me. Lu Yi pondered for a moment before rising and entering the bathroom. With a resounding clang, she emerged moments later, wielding a makeshift torch, a metal rod she had ripped from the towel rack, wrapped with a towel. After pouring a bottle of cognac onto the towel, she struck a match from the hotel's supply and lit the soaked fabric. The flames ignited, and Lu Yi proceeded to cauterize the wounds on the legs and wrists of the bound individuals. "Ah, devil, just kill me. Please, grant me a swift end." The brutal handling of Lu Yi elicited anguished cries from 4 individuals, even rousing the previously unconscious Hu Gu from his stupor due to the pain. Hu Gu had suffered the severing of his hand at the hands of Wang Yang, with the wound situated at the front. From his position on the sofa, Wang Yang could distinctly observe as the blood-soaked injury began to congeal under the scorching heat of the torch, eventually turning black. The agonized cries of Hu Gu and his companions echoed, causing them to faint from the pain only to be jolted awake again, until their wounds ceased to bleed, at which point Lu Yi finally relented. Discarding the torch onto the coffee table, he allowed it to burn unchecked. Their screams also penetrated the walls of the adjacent room, where El Hongyue and several technicians were sequestered. Upon hearing the anguished cries, expressions of satisfaction flickered across the faces of the striking women present. In the living room, Wang Yang and Tang Xian lounged on the sofa while Hu Gu and his companions knelt before them, with Lu Yi standing ominously behind. Without any preamble, Wang Yang posed a direct question. "What are your identities?" Trembling violently, Hu Gu found it difficult to breathe, each inhalation a careful endeavor. Upon hearing Wang Yang's inquiry, he glared back with a fiery intensity, his eyes practically ablaze with resentment. The transition from heaven to hell had occurred in an instant, leaving Hu Gu momentarily disoriented. He could not comprehend the sheer strength of Wang Yang and his associates, nor fathom the mercilessness of Wang Yang's actions, which surpassed even his own ruthless nature as a thug. Noticing Hu Ji's silence, Wang Yang softly called for Lu Yi. Having no time to delve into Hu Ji's psychological turmoil, he sought only answers. Lu Yi stepped forward and seized Hu Ji's severed arm, brandishing a fruit knife from the table to begin dissecting the charred wound at his wrist. Wang Yang's brow furrowed slightly at the sight of Lu Ye's gruesome task. It was a painful spectacle indeed. I will speak. Hu Gu gasped, his voice hoarse and trembling, the agony rendering him nearly speechless. Lu Yi appeared oblivious to his distress, scraping the wound a few more times before pausing. "Speak clearly, or face further torment," she stated coldly as she rose, initially resolved to die rather than divulge any information. When Wang Yang severed his hand, Hu Ji's courage had long since dissipated. "I'm a thug. I manage a small agency, dealing in small loans and group rentals, and on." He strained to articulate his thoughts, but his body was collapsing under the relentless pain. "You 3 may respond as well," Wang Yang addressed the other 3, who were nearly paralyzed with fear. "Not out of pity for Hu Gu, but to avoid wasting time, I will speak." One of the quicker-witted individuals blurted out. He was the only one among them still in police uniform, as the other 2 donned uniforms had already perished. Collecting his thoughts, he introduced himself as Guan Hu, a local ruffian with ties to an illicit agency, engaging in small loans and credit card fraud, and operating a massage parlor that skirted legality. Wang Yang nodded, inquiring, "And what about you? What do you do? Is your uniform authentic?" "It is genuine," Though I acquired my position through connections at the precinct, I haven't engaged in much wrongdoing, and our deputy chief, who has since been killed by you, was my protector, Guan Hu explained, revealing the quid pro quo between him and the deputy chief. Where did you acquire your firearms? Is there a place where we might find more? This question piqued Wang Yang's interest the most. If there were unclaimed firearms and equipment available, he would not hesitate to seek them out, as it would significantly bolster their combat capabilities. Wang Yang was unsure of the specific gear possessed by the police, but items such as riot shields, solid steel batons, and stun guns would certainly be useful. After all, the batons wielded by the earlier assailants had proven far superior to the rubber sticks used by security personnel. Our firearms are kept on our persons, and there should be more in the armory, which is about 700 or 800 meters away. However, you won't be able to access the armory. The key is with the chief, who has now turned into a zombie. That is not your concern anymore, interjected Tang Zian. Having concluded the two primary inquiries, she was eager to refrain from listening to further ramblings from the captives. Wang Yang, do you have any other questions? None, he replied. Lu Yi, Tang Zian gestured with her hand. Wait. Upon seeing Tang Zian's signal, the kneeling men immediately attempted to speak, but it was too late. Lu Yi had already drawn her sword, and in a single stroke, 4 heads were severed simultaneously. Chapter 77. We will circumvent your methods of coercion are quite impressive, Wang Yang remarked, regarding Lu Yi with newfound respect. This woman is ruthlessly efficient. This is nothing. True coercion is far more serious. However, these scoundrels do not merit such treatment, Lu Yi replied disdainfully. She was well aware of numerous coercive techniques, and the suffering these individuals endured was trivial compared to what true adversaries might experience. Yet, she felt these individuals did not deserve coercion, as it was reserved for those with formidable willpower, which these men clearly lacked. Wang Yang nodded in agreement and turned to Tang Zian, asking, Zian, can you connect your phone to the television screen? Just as Chen did that day, if you can, please do so and access the nearby map. I'll handle it, Lu Yi interjected, taking the initiative to connect the devices herself. As they awaited the connection, Tang Zian inquired, are you intending to check out the precinct they mentioned? Indeed, Wang Yang confirmed. While we may not be able to access the armory, there should still be some standard equipment available there. At the very least, we ought to be able to find riot shields, which I consider more crucial than firearms. Even if we acquire guns, we wouldn't dare use them in the city. Those of us with high combat capabilities may not need them. But if we can procure some riot shields, the survival chances for our regular team members will significantly increase. Preserving even a few more lives offers them a chance to grow stronger. Currently, aside from Wang Yang and a dozen others who possessed advanced combat skills, the remaining members faced considerable danger during confrontations. Their typical strategy involved 3-person teams. One would use a bench, a long pole, or another sizable object to fend off zombies, while another would strike from the side, and the last would guard against other risks and rotate positions. However, regardless of whether they utilized benches, empty boxes, bundled bedding, or long poles, the risks remained. Their makeshift defenses had limited coverage and could easily lead to injuries. Obtaining riot shields would undoubtedly enhance the survival rates of the ordinary team members. Tang Zian nodded in agreement with Wang Yang's assessment. The distance to the northern road was incredibly vast, requiring them to traverse numerous densely populated areas. Even with their dozen or so elite fighters, relying solely on them would not suffice. If they were to encounter a horde of thousands, could they truly face them alone? Thus, cultivating more fighters was imperative. At that moment, Lu Yi had successfully pulled up a map on the computer. The trio examined it together, and soon enough, they pinpointed the precinct they had discussed. It was indeed nearby, roughly 700 or 800 meters away, but reaching it would necessitate traversing the street in front of the hotel, which was strewn with offices now inhabited by zombies. Lu Yi glanced at the map, her expression troubled. Wang Yang, having assessed the displayed map, formulated a plan. We can avoid the main street. Not take the main street? What do you mean? Lu Yi asked, puzzled, while Tang Zian swiftly grasped Wang Yang's intention. You suggest we traverse the green belt behind the hotel, cross the road beneath the overpass, pass through the park, and finally advance along the wall of the Ocean University, thus circumventing the office buildings on the main street, she proposed. Exactly, Wang Yang affirmed, offering her a nod of approval. However, have you forgotten about that panther-sized black cat from the other day? The small forest behind the hotel is where it emerged, and we could easily find ourselves in its path, Lu Yi cautioned, frowning. Have no fear. Our luck cannot be that bad. Besides, that cat didn't attack us last time, did it? Wang Yang reassured. Upon hearing his words, a glimmer sparked in Tang Xian's eyes, as if she were contemplating something profound. How can we gamble on such matters? Lu Yi remained unconvinced. Trust Wang Yang, Tang Xian intervened, halting Lu Ye's objections. She sensed that Wang Yang harbored many secrets. And though she was unaware of their nature, she understood that when he claimed all would be well, it was likely true. With their mistress having spoken, Lu Yi could only acquiesce. Should we all go? Tang Xian queried. It would be best not to take everyone. We need to leave some behind at the hotel. Chiga has yet to return, and currently, the strongest fighters in the hotel are us three and Sister Yu. Let Sister Yu stay behind, and the three of us, along with Lu Ming, who is strong and can carry more supplies, will go. The four of us will venture out while the others remain to guard the hotel. We should set off now while there is still light, Wang Yang decided. The young lady cannot. Yes, we will leave now, Lu Yi interjected, but was cut off by Tang Xian. Wait for me. We need to deal with the zombies below first. Wang Yang retrieved his mobile phone and sent a message in the group chat. A few minutes later, Lu Ming, Su Liang, Xia Hongbin, and Fang Guohui, all robust individuals, arrived. Let us move all the bodies here, as well as those in the corridor, to the rooftop. Seeing that several people had gathered, Wang Yang rose directly, gripping the hair of two corpses with his arm, and set off in the current team. Wang Yang's commands were absolute. Noticing his actions, Lu Ming also seized another two corpses, one in each hand. Su Liang searched for a large towel to wrap the several round, gruesome heads on the ground. The group had become desensitized to the gruesome scenes. Soon, they had transported all the bodies to the rooftop. Ouyang Yu, observing their actions, followed suit. Brother Yang, what are we bringing these things up for? Lu Ming asked. Puzzled. Naturally, it serves a purpose, Wang Yang replied, hoisting one corpse, surveying the mass of bodies below, and then unceremoniously tossed it down. Thud. The first body he discarded was that of Brother Hu, which landed squarely on a zombie, causing it to collapse instantly. It appeared he intended to lure the zombies to the front, preventing them from interfering with their movements, Lu Yi realized, turning to Tang Xian. Let us lend a hand. Tang Xian, not one to shy away, was already smeared in blood. The two lifted another corpse and hurled it farther away, successfully attracting a cluster of zombies' attention. Once all the bodies had been dealt with, the area behind the wealth center was completely cleared, devoid of any zombies. Sister Yu, Xian, Lu Yi, and I are heading to the nearby police station to see if we can find anything useful. We need to leave someone with high combat capability at the hotel, so I'll rely on you, Wang Yang stated. Ouyang Yu was taken aback, glancing at Tang Xian. Is Xian going too? If not, I can go. Although she was unaware of Tang Xian's true identity, she was aware of Lu Ye's family background and their undertakings. Having a member of the Lu family by her side implied that Tang Xian was no ordinary individual. No need, Sister Yu. Just the four of us will do. With Wang Yang and Lu Yi around, I will be fine. The hotel needs you, Tang Xian asserted. In truth, her combat prowess was commendable, yet her demeanor was rather aloof. Even after joining the group, she had only spoken to Wang Yang and a few others, remaining unfamiliar with the rest, which would likely render her less effective in the hotel. Ouyang Yu understood this dilemma, and seeing Wang Yang's composed expression, she refrained from further comment. After all, she merely suspected Tang Xian's noble status, yet since Lu Yi felt assured, she decided to remain silent. Be cautious, I will keep an eye on the hotel. Rest assured, Wang Yang nodded, then beckoned Lu Ming. Let us go. Chapter 78. A sense of danger. Wang Yang led the group effortlessly to the second floor, locating the private room where he had met the sheriff. We'll descend from here, move lightly. Once we land, we'll head straight for the woods ahead, Wang Yang instructed, pointing towards the railing from the private room. Lu Yi and the others observed their surroundings and nodded in agreement. The team was prepared, and Wang Yang opened the door, carefully fastening a safety rope to the railing. After testing its strength, he descended first, vigilantly scanning his surroundings. All the zombies had been drawn away, leaving only a few decaying corpses emitting a foul stench, those slain by the sheriff's claws. Following Wang Yang, Lu Yi and the others carefully descended. Leaving the rope behind, Wang Yang signaled to proceed, taking the lead, with Lu Ming closely behind, while Lu Yi and Tang Xian brought up the rear. The small woods were eerily silent, seemingly devoid of life aside from the flora. Wang Yang felt no signs of danger. It seems the sheriff is not nearby. Confirming his instincts, Wang Yang activated his perception ability and cautiously moved forward. The grove was not expansive, merely 7 or 8 meters wide, and the group quickly reached its edge, where the elevated highway loomed. Beneath the bridge, auxiliary roads and sidewalks were littered with wrecked vehicles. There are zombies on the auxiliary road ahead. If we charge in, we might attract the zombies from the wealth center. Lu Yi whispered to Wang Yang. That's unlikely, Wang Yang replied, assessing the distances on either side. Do you see that large G-class vehicle ahead? We'll rush from there, swiftly navigating through the underpass and directly into the park path on the other side. Once we're there, even if zombies make noise, it shouldn't be too disruptive. Upon entering the park path, with its numerous sycamores and ginkgo trees, the zombies would likely lose sight of us and not follow. I think it's feasible, Tang Zian concurred. All right, focus on the route. Pay attention to my actions, and we'll charge in together at maximum speed, then maintain silence to observe the zombies' reactions once we reach the outer wall of Ocean University. Wang Yang laid out the final plan. Understood, the three nodded, ready for action. Charge. Wang Yang whispered, then dashed out, with Lu Yi and the others swiftly following. All four possessed abilities, and their sprinting speed, while perhaps not rivaling Bolt, was certainly impressive. Noticing them, a zombie on the auxiliary road turned, about to scream, but Wang Yang's sword was already thrust forward. Thud. Blood sprayed from the forehead of a female zombie as her cry was abruptly silenced. Lu Yi, right behind Wang Yang, dispatched another zombie with a swift stroke. Although Tang Zian and Lu Ming couldn't match their prowess, they kept pace. The group eliminated several obstructive zombies, ignoring the surrounding ones and pressing onward. A few nearby zombies emitted cries, beginning to pursue Wang Yang and his companions. However, by the time the zombies entered the underpass, Wang Yang and the others had already slipped into the woods of the park. Once inside, they quickly reached the outer wall of Ocean University. Though the wall resembled iron railings connecting to the playground, there were no zombies in sight, presumably having been drawn elsewhere, a fact Wang Yang had confirmed from the upper floor earlier. The four took cover behind a sturdy tree, cautiously observing their surroundings. Only 3 or 5 zombies staggered towards the edge of the woods, while most remained at a distance, having been outpaced by Wang Yang's group. And there was a complete lack of movement from the zombies near the wealth center. It seems the horde near the wealth center is unresponsive. We should have successfully evaded them, Tang Zian remarked. That seems to be the case, Wang Yang agreed, finally feeling a sense of relief. Let us deal with these nearby zombies first, to ensure they don't obstruct our return route. At present, they were over 200 meters away from the horde at the wealth center. And with 2 patches of woods and the elevated highway in between, they were certainly safe. Wang Yang issued instructions, and the group stood up together. Lu Ming picked up a stone and tossed it some distance away, quickly attracting a few zombies. Wang Yang and Lu Yi positioned themselves behind sturdy trees, ready to strike as zombies approached. Within a span of 10 minutes, the four had eliminated over 30 zombies that had been drawn to them. Clearing their path for the return journey, they would have to leave the scattered zombies on the elevated highway to their own devices. Let us move. Time is of the essence, Wang Yang urged as the nearby zombies were dealt with. The group then followed the mental map they had memorized, heading along the park path towards the police station. The station was located at the intersection of the park path and the road, near Ocean University, just a short distance away, and they quickly arrived. Within 5 minutes, the entrance to the police station came into view. Wang Yang and his companions found a relatively advantageous angle to observe stealthily. Brother Yang, we're lucky. There are no zombies around, and the police station door is still open, Lu Ming remarked cheerfully as he spotted the situation at the station. That doesn't necessarily bode well. Lu Yi countered, less optimistic than Lu Ming. The absence of zombies at the entrance and the open door suggested that the place might have already been cleared out. Did you notice the faint red reflection at the entrance? That's likely blood. Lu Ye's observation held merit, yet Wang Yang's thoughts were elsewhere. Gazing at the vacant police station, he felt a foreboding sense of unease, as if some threat lurked within. Let us proceed with caution. There might be formidable zombies inside the police station, Wang Yang whispered. Really? Are you sure? Lu Yi immediately inquired, her expression revealing not a hint of concern, but rather excitement. Powerful zombies would undoubtedly be special ones. And if they were special, they would possess crystal cores. If they could obtain a crystal core, Wang Yang would surely allocate it to them. Let us be careful. If we encounter zombies we cannot handle, it could spell trouble. Wang Yang found Lu Ye's attitude somewhat exasperating, suppressing his unease as he cautioned her. I'll be cautious. I understand the importance of being bold yet attentive, Lu Ye replied. Though her eagerness remained evident, the 4 individuals present are all skilled experts. Even the least proficient among them, Lu Meng, possesses commendable abilities. All 4 are capable beings, impervious to transformation even if bitten by a zombie. Unless they are directly slain by a zombie, they are unlikely to face any significant peril. Lu Ye is confident that even formidable zombies are no match for their combined strength. Let us proceed, she declared. Observing from their current location yields little insight, and having come this far, Wang Yang cannot afford to retreat. He must confront whatever awaits them with courage. With a wave of his hand, Wang Yang signaled, and the 4 swiftly advanced toward the police station, his senses fully alert and focused on the entrance. Soon, they found themselves in the open space before the police station. To Wang Yang's astonishment, his heightened perception revealed that there were no zombies within its confines, not within the range of his awareness, at least. Lu Ye even began to approach the station's entrance to ascertain the situation inside. Just as Wang Yang was about to exhale in relief, an overwhelming sense of danger washed over him. Get down, he shouted, shoving Lu Meng aside with force while swiftly evading to the side. With a suddenness that caught him off guard, Wang Yang turned to discover that the source of the attack was one of the 3 sycamore trees flanking the police station entrance. Undeterred by its initial failure, the tree quivered ominously and lashed out again, attempting to ensnare Tang Zian. The situation unfolded so rapidly that Tang Zian was momentarily stunned. Dodge, Wang Yang, sensing the imminent threat, remained vigilant. Noticing Tang Zian's delayed reaction, he swiftly scooped her up and retreated. Back inside, he bellowed, prompting immediate compliance from all. Tang Zian quickly fell back, while Lu Ye and Lu Meng edged closer to the police station's entrance. With a swift motion, several wooden spikes detached from the sycamore's branches, hurtling toward Wang Yang. He deftly deflected one with his sword, sidestepped 2 more, and hastily re-entered the station. Lu Ye awaited him. And as he crossed the threshold, she promptly secured the door behind them. What on earth was that? Lu Meng exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. That tree attacked us, didn't it? Lu Ye echoed, equally astonished. At that moment, Wang Yang refrained from voicing his thoughts, allowing his perception to extend outward, seeking to envelop the sycamore outside. However, he found himself just out of reach. Zian, enhance my ability, he urged, recalling how Tang Zian had previously augmented his perception range. Tang Zian, though puzzled by his request, believing him to be in no physical distress, complied without hesitation. Lifting her hand, an invisible energy surged into Wang Yang, instantly dispelling any negative states and expanding his perception range by half. With this newfound clarity, the sycamore was now within his grasp. Strangely, as he enveloped the tree in his perception, Wang Yang discerned that it bore no remarkable distinction from the 2 neighboring trees. His curiosity piqued, he concentrated his awareness downward, where he soon detected a significant anomaly. A crystalline energy core nestled a meter beneath the surface, connected to the roots of the attacking sycamore. This energy source was unlike any he had encountered. It was a hue reminiscent of chaos, a grayish-white, diverging from the known spectrum of colors, white, blue, green, and yellow. Could it be that this sycamore had awakened a power, perhaps even a 5th-tier ability surpassing gold in potency? A chilling realization dawned upon him. The root system beneath the sycamore was vast and intricate, far more so than those of its 2 companions. Beyond the gray energy core, Wang Yang unearthed another unsettling revelation. The roots were inching closer to his feet. Retreat, he commanded urgently. Upon hearing his voice, the others wasted no time in heeding his warning. As they moved, the tiles beneath them cracked, and several roots burst forth from the ground. Wang Yang swung his sword, severing the protruding roots, which immediately recoiled from his strike. The group hastily vacated the main hall and retreated into the inner office, where they finally felt a modicum of safety. What is this thing? Has the tree come to life? Lu Meng mused, taking a seat as the remnants of fear lingered. Tang Zian furrowed her brow and remarked, this must be a mutated plant, just like the mysterious cat we encountered that day. Official reports indicate that both animals and plants can undergo mutations. We've witnessed the former, and today, it seems we are facing a mutated plant. Lu Ming's expression darkened. I can't shake the feeling that this mutated plant is even more terrifying than the mutated animals. At least we can quickly identify mutated creatures, but with plants, the danger lurks everywhere. We might not even realize we're in peril until it's too late. Remember when we hid beneath that large tree in the park while rushing from the hotel? If that tree had been mutated, we would have been doomed, as Lu Ming spoke. Tang Zian and Lu Yi recalled their previous hiding spot beneath a willow tree, their hearts racing with the gravity of their near miss. Wang Yang, thank you for earlier, Lu Yi said. Remembering how he had shielded Tang Zian, I appreciate it. Tang Zian added, recalling how he had swiftly lifted her to safety. It was nothing. We are teammates, Wang Yang replied simply. Seizing the moment while Tang Zian's enhancement still lingered, he activated his perception once more, moving about the police station to ensure no further threats were present. The absence of both people and zombies within the station alleviated his concerns somewhat. As long as we're safe, let us see if there's anything useful here. The sycamore merely blocked our path. We can find a way to exit from the rear, Wang Yang suggested. Internally, however, he yearned to test the sycamore's combat prowess. Thus far, its attacks had been limited to strikes, entanglements, and piercings, rapid, yet not insurmountable to evade. What intrigued him most was the nature of the mutated plant's strength, how it could be defeated, and the true essence of the gray energy source it concealed. Yet, this was not the opportune moment. The abundance of zombies nearby posed a significant risk if a confrontation were to erupt. It could attract a horde, leading to dire consequences. Understood, Lu Yi replied, and the group rose together to search the station for supplies. They soon discovered a couple of riot shields and several batons. Though little else of value, this all there is? Lu Ming expressed his dissatisfaction. 2 shields and 4 batons? This was hardly worth our trouble. Wang Yang shared his disappointment yet countered, we shouldn't view it that way. We gained significant insights from encountering this mutated sycamore, as for supplies. If we can't find them here, we can search elsewhere. While Wang Yang and Lu Ming conversed, Lu Yi and Tang Zian exchanged knowing glances. A silent agreement forming between them. There must be more here than just this. Each police station has a secure room containing additional weapons and equipment, Tang Zian asserted. I know the one you mean. But we can't get it open, Lu Ming replied. I can open it. Lu Yi interjected, surprising both Lu Ming and Wang Yang with her confident declaration. Really? Lu Ming exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment, while Wang Yang regarded Lu Yi with narrowed eyes, intrigued by her capabilities. Given Tang Zian's background, everything began to make sense. Wait here. I will unlock it, Lu Yi instructed, stepping out of the room with a sense of purpose. Wang Yang and Lu Ming nodded in agreement. Although they remained inside the office, Wang Yang shifted toward the secure room, taking a seat. Despite the wall separating them, his perception remained keenly attuned to Lu Yi's movements in the corridor. Through his senses, Wang Yang observed Lu Yi reach into her waist, retrieving a mini card resembling a USB drive from a concealed pocket in her clothing. She then inserted it into a hidden slot on the secure room's door. Subsequently, she entered a lengthy numerical code into the keypad on the door. With a decisive click, the heavy security door swung open. It's done. You can come in, Lu Yi called out, stowing away the card as Wang Yang and the others promptly exited the office. At the end of the corridor, the once closed secure room now stood ajar, revealing its contents. Lu Yi, you're incredible, Lu Ming exclaimed, his mouth agape in awe. The armory is modest in size, merely a small room of less than 6 square meters, with 3 walls lined with shelves that hold an impressive array of items. What should we take? It seems that even our small group cannot possibly carry everything. Lu Ming gazed at the 3 shelves with a hint of worry. We need not take everything. The police handgun is a Model 92. Its power is rather average and not particularly useful. Were it a military grade, it would be formidable. The police variant likely wouldn't even penetrate a zombie's skull, rendering it somewhat ineffective, yet we should still take it for the sake of intimidation. Lu Yi began to explain as she gathered items. This here is a Type 79 submachine gun. It's a universal model with decent firepower, but its magazine is small and its rate of fire too rapid, making it somewhat impractical. However, it could be useful in desperate situations. There are plenty of magazines here. Let us take them all. Lu Yi retrieved 4 longer firearms from the shelves and placed them on the floor. The room also housed several black tactical backpacks, and Wang Yang promptly began packing the items Lu Yi deemed useful. This is a flashbang, and this one is a smoke grenade. Both are essential to take with us. They will prove invaluable. This is a bulletproof vest. We need not take them all, just 4 sets will suffice. While these vests may not be effective against zombies, they are certainly useful against criminals. This is a police radio and intercom. We should take these as well. It operates on medium to long-wave frequencies and is significantly superior to the type found in the fire cabinet. We must have it on hand for emergencies. There are 6 riot shields, adding to the 2 outside makes 8. Let us take them all soon. Lu had gathered all the usable items into 2 large backpacks, securing the riot shields as well. The remaining 4 backpacks were stuffed into Wang Yang and Lu Meng's bags to save space. I will carry 1 backpack, and Lu Meng can hold the shields. If there are no objections, let us head back swiftly. It's nearly 5 o'clock, Wang Yang remarked, checking his phone. The looming threat of the wudong tree outside weighed heavily on him, and staying here through the night was indeed perilous. Let us move, Lu Yi said, concerned for Tang Xian's safety. They closed the armory door and chose to scale the wall in another direction. With their abilities, such an endeavor posed no challenge to them. Upon returning to the park trail, the 4 hastened their pace, retracing their steps along the route they had previously taken. Having traversed this path once already, they encountered no obstacles, and within 10 minutes, they arrived back at the 2nd-floor balcony of the hotel. Although they attracted a few zombies along the way, they did not disturb any large hordes, and they managed to return safely. Everyone, gather on the 41st floor. Upon reaching the hotel, Wang Yang immediately pulled out his phone and sent a message in the group chat on Feixin. Wang Yang, Tang Xian glanced at him, eager to know what he had to say. We need to move our departure time up. We must discuss the route and plan tonight. Tomorrow we will scout the route for combat preparation, and by the day after tomorrow at the latest, we will set out for the forward base, Wang Yang declared. The discovery of mutated plants significantly heightened Wang Yang's sense of urgency. These things would undoubtedly grow stronger. Previously, he had been unaware of their full capabilities, but now he understood the danger posed by their current location, rich in foliage. If they did not depart soon, the situation would only grow more perilous. After hearing Wang Yang's words, Tang Xian and the others nodded solemnly. The 4 of them took the elevator to the 41st floor. Soon, all members of the team had congregated there. Sun Quan and Zhao Chong were also among them. Wang Yang turned to Zhao Chong, who, sensing Wang Yang's gaze, nodded in acknowledgement. Wang Yang reciprocated, indicating he received Zhao Chong's submissive signal. Wang Yang, did you acquire the equipment? Chen Jia asked, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the bags on the floor. Nothing of great value, but the trouble is considerable. Wang Yang and Lu Yi exchanged a glance and smiled wryly. What is going on? Upon hearing Wang Yang mention trouble, Ouyang Yu immediately inquired. Wang Yang looked towards Lu Yi. Receiving Wang Yang's unspoken question, Lu Yi explained, we encountered a mutated plant near the police station. A formidable wudong tree. It poses a significant danger. A mutated plant. Upon hearing Lu Ye's words, the group gasped in unison. And Chen Jia exclaimed, please elaborate. What does it look like? At first glance, it appears to be an ordinary wudong tree, Lu Yi continued. However, as we approached the police station, it suddenly ambushed us, attacking with branches that could pierce, whip, and bind. Even when we retreated into the police station, its roots were capable of breaking through the ground to assault us. Is it truly that powerful? Chen Jia asked, astonished. Yes, we managed to take refuge within the police station just in time. Thus evading its attacks, we scaled the wall to return and did not engage further. That is all the information we have for now. My current thought is that we must depart promptly. We cannot linger here any longer. I propose we prepare for a day tomorrow and commence our mission the day after, Wang Yang stated. Chun, have you completed the selection of personnel willing to accompany us? Wang Yang turned to Chen Jia for an update. Chen Jia opened his ever-present notebook and replied, I have conducted a preliminary count. 77 individuals have expressed their desire to join us. However, they have yet to prepare their weapons. Nor have they undergone training. I feel that sending them directly into battle would be akin to sending them to their deaths. Wang Yang frowned. We cannot afford to wait for them. Weapons must be prepared overnight. And as for training, Sun Quan and Zhao Lei can provide some basic instruction tonight. Tomorrow, we will hunt some zombies nearby for practice, with further learning to occur in real combat scenarios. Wang Yang's tone was firm. Yet everyone understood the gravity of the situation and offered no dissent. Shall we begin our preparations now? Wang Yang asked. Yes, Yu Jia, Lu Yi, accompany me. Su Liang, Hong Bin, Guo Hui, you too should join. Everyone must be organized into teams, equipped with weapons, and undergo basic training, Wang Yang instructed. Understood. The group rose in unison, and the entire hotel sprang into action. Meanwhile, Wang Yang ascended to the rooftop, determined to practice his Changchun Gong, seeking to enhance his strength before their departure. As night fell, the auto repair shop in Donghai town fell silent. All workers had finished their meals and begun their rest. Lights could not be turned on at night, thus halting any ongoing modifications to vehicles. In a small, enclosed storeroom on the first floor, Qi Zishuan sat cross-legged on the ground, quietly immersing himself in the newly acquired fire abilities. With a soft pop, a small flame flickered from his fingertips, which he then propelled forward, igniting a small crater in the ground. The utilization of his powers mirrored the flow of the cosmos. It required channeling elemental abilities throughout the body, mastering the art of spontaneous release. With the remaining aspects revolving around honing familiarity and creativity, as he contemplated. Qi Zishuan picked up a marble and tossed it into the air. He then raised his hand, and a flaming shield materialized before him. The marble passed effortlessly through the flame shield and landed back in Qi Zishuan's hand. It seems fire is primarily for offense, while defensive methods still need exploration. At least, this shield concept appears to be flawed. Qi Zishuan mused. Just as he prepared to delve further into his thoughts, the sound of footsteps from outside the workshop interrupted him. Qi Zishuan immediately ceased his training and approached the door. Once we join the team, we will inevitably face combat. Let us practice together, just as we saw in the previous video. You will practice blocking zombies, while I will focus on assassination, came Wei Qiumei's voice from outside. Reaching Qi Zishuan's ears. Chapter 81. Yu Xiyang's ability here, take this steel pipe. It's hollow yet sturdy, crafted with the help of the workers during the day. It's a bit heavy, but you'll adjust. In the workshop's open space, Wei Qiumei handed a steel pipe to Yu Xiyang, who held another pipe in her own hand, the end of which had been sharpened. Yu Xiyang accepted the pipe. Yet her demeanor was clearly downcast, lacking vitality. Sister Wei, do you think any of this is meaningful? Yu Xiyang asked. Observing Yu Xiyang's state, Wei Qiumei furrowed her brow, momentarily feeling the urge to reprimand her. But ultimately refrained. Xiyang, why don't you sit down for a moment? Understanding that practicing in such a state would yield little benefit, Wei Qiumei sat cross-legged, encouraging Yu Xiyang to do the same. After a brief moment, Yu Xiyang complied, sitting down. Wei Qiumei grasped Yu Xiyang's hand and spoke softly. Xiyang, we are actually quite fortunate. Had it not been for the captain and the others, we might have lost our lives. Now that we have been saved, shouldn't we strive to be a bit stronger and fight for our survival? Yu Xiyang shook her head, her spirits low. What is the point of surviving? This afternoon, we saw so many videos. The world has changed. Countless terrifying monsters and wicked people roam free. Even if we survive, what significance does it hold? Our beautiful lives are gone. I had just begun a relationship with someone I genuinely liked. Only for him to become a zombie. My innocence has been violated by two vile individuals. What joy could life possibly hold now? Had it not been for her fear of taking her own life, Yu Xiyang would have. Ultimately, she refrained from articulating the words of self-destruction, yet Wei Qiumei comprehended the underlying meaning of her sentiments. Life had undergone a profound transformation. Yu Xiyang appeared to have lost her will to survive. She embodied the essence of a delicate girl, inherently inclined towards a laid-back disposition, imbued with a hint of bohemian flair. She felt that even if she continued to exist, joy would be scarce, rendering everything in life meaningless, leading her to adopt a nonchalant attitude. Observing Yu Xiyang's demeanor, Wei Qiumei felt a twinge of frustration and resolved to shift her approach. Xiyang, do you play video games? I do. I'm quite skilled at World of Warcraft and PUBG. The mention of gaming sparked a flicker of vitality in Yu Xiyang. Seizing the moment, Wei Qiumei began her persuasive discourse. So, don't you think the current calamity resembles a holographic simulation game? There are zombies, mutated creatures, and diverse factions among us humans, heroes and villains alike. Are we not akin to players embarking on a new adventure, with everything awaiting our exploration? Are you not curious about how this game will unfold? She continued, amidst such monumental changes in the world, do you not wish to witness more? Yu Xiyang's eyes widened, revealing a glimmer of eagerness. Viewing the world as a game was indeed a perspective she had not considered. Noticing the shift in Yu Xiyang's expression, Wei Qiumei felt a surge of excitement and pressed on. Look, it feels as if we've stepped into a newly launched mysterious game. We could join a faction. develop our skills, and grow alongside it. This afternoon, did we not see that colossal mutated bird in the video? What a fascinating opportunity. Do you not wish to strive for survival and explore it further? Besides, I believe we are fortunate. Our captain possesses formidable abilities, and our team is strong. The captain mentioned you have great potential. Perhaps you will become an extraordinary master in the future. Once the world stabilizes, you might even become a legend, and your name will be celebrated. By then, you may encounter even more exceptional young men and experience romance. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Under Wei Chuyue's comforting words, hope finally flickered in Yu Xiyang's gaze, and she nodded, saying, Sister Wei, you are right. Exactly. Let us practice diligently, survive, and together explore this new world, Wei Chuyue affirmed. Yes, I will follow your lead, Sister Wei. Let us strive together to discover this new world. Yu Xiyang began to regain her composure. Observing this transformation in Yu Xiyang, Wei Chuyue sighed with relief. Although a smile adorned her face, her mind was a tumult of expletives directed at Yu Xiyang. Fool, dimwit, lacking common sense. What more reason do you need to fight for survival? Living without meaning. If it weren't for the captain recognizing your talent, you would have perished long ago. Come, let us practice together, Wei Chuyue announced, rising and extending her hand to Yu Xiyang. Yu Xiyang grasped Wei Chuyue's hand, attempting to stand. However, as she exerted herself, she nearly toppled Wei Chuyue. Surprised by Yu Xiyang's strength, Wei Chuyue exclaimed, Xiyang? How are you so strong? I don't know. Yu Xiyang replied nonchalantly, picking up a steel pipe from the ground and swinging it effortlessly. Astonished by its lightness, I asked, this is steel pipe. Why is it so light? A spark of realization flashed in Wei Chuyue's eyes. It seemed Wang Yang's assertion of Yu Xiyang's potential held truth. Xiyang, let us commence our training. We shall form a pair. You will use the steel pipe to fend off zombies while I carry out the assassinations. Wei Chuyue instructed, do you see the backpack in my arms? Position yourself against it and try to push me away while I attempt to maneuver around you. Think of me as a zombie, I will do my best, Yu Xiyang replied. All right, I'm starting now. Wei Chuyue adjusted her backpack and lunged at Yu Xiyang. As Wei Chuyue charged, Yu Xiyang thrust the steel pipe towards her backpack. Thud. Yu Xiyang had exerted considerable force, sending Wei Chuyue stumbling back several steps, unceremoniously falling to the ground. Sister Wei, are you all right? Realizing the impact of her strike, Yu Xiyang rushed to her side. Their exchange had not gone unnoticed by Qi Zishuan, who had been observing from the adjacent room. Seeing their determination to continue training, he stepped forward. You two cannot train this way. Brother Qi? Upon noticing Qi Zishuan's arrival, the two immediately turned to greet him. Having witnessed Qi Zishuan's combat prowess during their afternoon search of the factory, both women admired him with a hint of reverence. Xiyang, your stance is incorrect. Your legs are too straight while your waist is slightly bent. This will hinder your power, Qi Zishuan remarked, demonstrating a proper stance. Wang Yang had mentioned Yu Xiyang's potential, and Qi Zishuan had kept that in mind. Seeing their training, he felt compelled to offer guidance. Furthermore, he realized Wei Chuyue possessed an exceptional talent for encouragement. Yu Xiyang observed Qi Zishuan's posture and began to mimic him, bending her legs slightly and straightening her back. Immediately, she felt more stable. Now, push against me and see if you can move me, Qi Zishuan instructed, gripping the other end of the steel pipe, eager to test Yu Xiyang's strength. All right. Yu Xiyang nodded and exerted all her strength. Opposite her, Qi Zishuan remained immovable. Though Yu Xiyang could not budge him, he was nonetheless surprised by her considerable strength, which surpassed that of an average woman. Keep pushing with all your might, Qi Zishuan urged, tightening his grip on the steel pipe. He wanted to discover the limits of Yu Xiyang's capabilities. Okay. Holding her breath, Yu Xiyang pushed forward with all her might, even pressing her abdomen against the pipe, straining with every ounce of energy. Yet, Qi Zishuan remained steadfast. Why can't I move him? If only Brother Qi had a little less strength. Yu Xiyang thought, and suddenly an idea sparked in her mind. If Qi Zishuan's strength could be diminished, perhaps she could push him. As this thought crystallized, a surge of energy seemed to respond to her will. A transparent force emanated from her mind, flowing through her fingertips toward Qi Zishuan. Simultaneously, Yu Xiyang continued to exert her strength. Yu Xiyang shouted, thud. To her astonishment, she truly managed to push Qi Zishuan, who felt his body suddenly weaken. As if half of his strength had been siphoned away, resulting in him being flipped onto the ground by Yu Xiyang. Qi Zixuan, now on the ground, gazed at Yu Xiyang with shock, overwhelmed by the sensation of helplessness. What is this ability? He wondered, his mind racing as he swiftly retrieved his phone. Chapter 82. Has this been a breakthrough? In the hotel, all personnel preparing to depart with Wang Yang were diligently making their final preparations. After securing the underground warehouse, Qianjia had discovered a plethora of usable items within. The wealth center was a sprawling hotel, and the large warehouse was stocked with an array of supplies and tools, ranging from various types of pipes to an assortment of tools, even including generators and cutting machines. Qianjia gathered a group of individuals with practical skills to craft a selection of effective weapons. Utilizing curtain rods and PVC pipes, they fashioned numerous poles and spears for fending off and assassinating zombies. Along with a collection of fire axes, following the weaponry update, it was time for group training to in the 3rd and 4th floors of the hotel. All tables and chairs were pushed aside. Zhao Lei, Sun Quan, Lu Yi, and Ouyang Yu served as instructors, swiftly training the personnel preparing to accompany Wang Yang in combat proficiency. The combat teams were organized into groups of 3. One member wielded a riot shield or a long pole to fend off zombies. Another utilized a spear for stabbing, and the final member employed a fire axe for close combat, ready to counter any zombie ambush. The training movements were straightforward, with those using guns and fire axes practicing stepping forward for stabbing and chopping, while those with poles focused on foot movement, stability, and pushing techniques. Lu Ye's area included several strikingly beautiful young women, including the technicians from the Yuyan Pavilion, who had been rescued once more by Wang Yang's team, such as El Hongyue and 4 other lovely technicians, all of whom had joined the training. El Hongyue was tasked with spear stabbing, and she was currently practicing with unwavering focus, sweat trickling down her forehead. Oblivious to her discomfort, all personnel had been mobilized by Qianjia, knowing that tomorrow they would enter true combat, and the following day they would officially depart from the hotel. Everyone understood the significance of seizing the opportunity to practice tonight. Meanwhile, Qianjia and other members were organizing the supplies to be taken from the underground warehouse. On the rooftop of the towering building, Wang Yang sat cross-legged, the energy of the long spring circulating steadily within him. The energy in the air is wildly converging towards Wang Yang's body. Today, Wang Yang abstained from practicing his sword techniques and footwork, for he sensed a remarkable breakthrough while learning Changchun Gong in the afternoon, as though he were shattering some enigmatic barrier. Although he remained unaware of the nature of this barrier, he was confident that with continued cultivation, the veil would soon be lifted. He neglected dinner and even refrained from checking his phone, dedicating himself entirely to his training on the rooftop, maximizing his perception abilities. After 8 minutes of activation followed by 22 minutes of closure, completing a half-hour cycle, his understanding of Changchun Gong deepened. Even allowing for some refinement, by 9:30 in the evening, Wang Yang's rate of absorbing energy from the air reached 32, and he distinctly felt something taking shape in his mind. Disregarding all external distractions, he immersed himself in his practice. Meanwhile, on the 2nd floor of the basement, Shenlanxin's phone vibrated in her pocket. Upon checking, she discovered it was a call from Qi Zixuan and hastily answered. "Qigu, what is the matter? Where is Wang Yang? Why isn't he answering his phone?" Qi Zixuan's voice conveyed a hint of urgency. "Wang Yang, he should be on the rooftop, probably didn't he take his phone? Is there something wrong at the factory?" "No," Qi Zixuan replied, "there is another matter. You need to find Wang Yang quickly. I need to speak with him." "Understood," Shenlanxin nodded, keeping the call active as she made her way to the elevator, heading straight for the 42nd floor. Upon reaching the rooftop, she noticed the door was slightly ajar and was immediately struck by a grayish-white glow emanating from beyond. Did Wang Yang turn on the lights? In this post-apocalyptic world, who would dare to do so? Surely he wouldn't make such a novice mistake, she pondered, intrigued as she approached. Just as she was about to push the door open, she caught a glimpse through the crack and froze in astonishment. Wang Yang was sitting cross-legged on the ground, glowing. "Lanxin, haven't you arrived yet?" Qi Zixuan's voice echoed through the phone. "Qigu, it's not a good time for Wang Yang right now. Please hold on," she instinctively replied, realizing the gravity of the situation. "Make sure he calls me back as soon as he is able," Qi Zixuan responded, falling silent after her serious assurance. After hanging up, Shenlanxin did not leave, but instead sat cross-legged on the inner side of the rooftop door, guarding Wang Yang from outside. At that moment, Wang Yang remained oblivious to the luminous transformation enveloping him. His focus entirely directed inward. The operation of Changchun Zhou Tian accelerated, and he felt the influx of energy from the air intensifying. This newly accumulating energy began to merge with the energy sources located in his mind, as if two forces were collaboratively forging something entirely new. Deep within his consciousness, a thick, grayish-white energy mist coalesced, forming a membrane that enveloped his two golden energy sources, akin to a binary star system where the golden sources represented the stars, and the outer membrane symbolized the cosmic space containing them. Suddenly, the rate at which energy entered his body surged again, reaching 50, and the two golden energy sources in his mind began to emit a significant amount of energy, reinforcing the membrane surrounding them. What had once been a transparent and fragile layer became increasingly refined. My goodness! On the inner side of the rooftop door, Xin Lanxin observed the brightness of Wang Yang's glow intensifying to a nearly blinding level. A luminous halo centered around him expanded, forming a glowing sphere with a diameter of 3 meters, which continued to grow. Wang Yang's perception capabilities were now fully activated, as the two golden energy sources and the external energy surged in, fortifying the energy membrane. With a thunderous sound, he felt a violent tremor in his mind. The membrane encapsulating the two golden energy sources solidified, and the sphere surrounding his body instantly dissipated, vanishing into his consciousness. Within the depths of his mind, a layer of energy light film began to rotate continuously, with the two golden energy sources entwining and spinning within it. Wang Yang emerged from his deep state of cultivation, and the moment he regained consciousness, he immediately sensed the changes within himself. His physical strength had dramatically increased, nearly tripling compared to before. Moreover, he could distinctly perceive the location of the sheriff. The silhouette of the sheriff in one of the golden spheres was now clearer, and he sensed that the direction indicated by the sheriff's head was precisely where the sheriff currently was. In addition, Wang Yang realized that his perception range had seemingly expanded threefold, now encompassing a radius of 30 meters. This newfound ability allowed him to clearly detect Xin Lanxin's presence, even from behind. Despite facing away from her on the balcony, he could vividly sense the worried expression on her face. Furthermore, amidst his perception, he noted a green glow radiating from her, along with an instinctive feeling of closeness towards her. Have I crossed an important threshold? If so, I wonder how fast my progress has been, Wang Yang mused silently. Concealing his newfound ability to sense Xin Lanxin's location, feigning the completion of his training, he exhaled deeply and stood up. Wang Yang, Qi Gu is looking for you, Xin Lanxin said as she pushed the rooftop door open upon seeing him rise. Lanxin? When did you arrive? He inquired. Qi Gu called, saying he urgently needs to speak with you. I noticed you were in deep training, so I didn't want to disturb you. You should call him back right away, she explained, approaching him and preparing to dial. However, Wang Yang did not hastily take the phone. Instead, he embraced her tightly. Drawing closer, he felt the comforting green glow emanating from Xin Lanxin, a sensation of trust that bore no hint of threat. What are you doing? She exclaimed, surprised by the sudden embrace. Before she could inquire further, he kissed her, and though she worried about Qi Zixuan's urgent matter, she playfully punched Wang Yang twice. Yet, she found herself unable to break free, ultimately yielding to his embrace. After a full minute, as she began to feel lightheaded, Wang Yang finally released her. With her head resting against his chest and her phone taken from her, Xin Lanxin ceased to struggle. Leaning comfortably against him, her ear pressed to his chest, clearly hearing his heartbeat. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of happiness and instinctively closed her eyes. Wang Yang, holding her phone, swiftly pressed the dial button, and soon, Qi Zixuan answered. Wang Yang, I've discovered Yu Xiang's ability, he stated immediately upon connection, bypassing any inquiries about Wang Yang's earlier activities, which he presumed to be related to cultivation. Oh? What is the ability? Wang Yang asked eagerly. Do you remember Yuan's ability? Qi Zixuan inquired. Wang Yang's interest piqued. I recall it. Could Yu Xiang possess a similar enhancement ability? He speculated, thrilled at the prospect. Yuan's ability was something Wang Yang coveted, a natural super support that could prove crucial during dangerous encounters. Not quite, Qi Zixuan interrupted, shifting Wang Yang's excitement into curiosity. Why Yu Xiang's ability is quite peculiar. Rather than enhancing, it actually diminishes. Diminishes? Wang Yang echoed, perplexed. Yes, diminishes. While I was imparting combat techniques, I had a slight confrontation with her, and inadvertently, she displayed this ability. I sensed it could reduce capabilities by nearly half. Seemingly more potent than Ziyuan's enhancement, Qi Zishuan elaborated to it a group or individual effect. Wang Yang pressed on. If Yu Xiyang's ability was group-based, it would rival Xinlan Xin's in strategic significance. It is yet to be tested. Her mastery over this ability isn't quite stable, Qi Zishuan replied. Then we must test it as soon as possible. At the very least, we need her to wield this ability consistently. If she can, we might accomplish something significant, Wang Yang suggested, sharing his earlier encounter with the mutated parasol tree. Upon hearing this, Qi Zishuan found it fascinating and immediately grasped Wang Yang's intention. Are you suggesting we take action against that parasol tree? Indeed. Mutated animals are of our kind and relatively easier to track. Even formidable individuals can be managed. However, plants are different. Encountering one without understanding it could lead to considerable trouble. Thus, I wish to utilize tomorrow to assess the strength of that mutated parasol tree. On the other end of the phone, Qi Zishuan nodded, acknowledging the validity of your words. So, what are the arrangements for tomorrow? He inquired. I shall send Xian and Liuya over to retrieve everyone from the repair shop. Meanwhile, we will methodically proceed with our plans at the hotel. That a bit later, the four of us, along with Lan Xin and Yu Ziyang, will visit that sycamore tree, Wang Yang replied. All right, I shall await your arrival. Although Wang Yang did not specify which four individuals he referred to, Qi Zishuan understood it to be himself and Wang Yang, along with the duo of Tang Xian and her servant, followed by Xinlan Xin and Yu Xiyang. As Wang Yang ended the call, Xinlan Xin lifted her head from Wang Yang's embrace. At that moment, she appeared somewhat dazed, displaying a rare, bashful demeanor reminiscent of a sweet young girl. Her endearing expression elicited a smile from Wang Yang, who could not help but plant a gentle kiss on her forehead. The prospect of his cultivation likely breaking through to the next stage, coupled with the surge in power, filled Wang Yang with elation. Wang Yang, are you truly going to confront that sycamore tree tomorrow? It sounds rather perilous, Xinlan Xin cautiously inquired, her tone more composed now. Indeed, we must, Wang Yang affirmed. As you know, our region is abundant in flora, and we are bound to encounter numerous mutated plants along the way. If we do not familiarize ourselves with the strength of these mutations in advance, we could suffer significant losses if caught off guard. This presents an opportunity to at least ascertain how to eliminate these mutated plants. Furthermore, I wish to verify whether these mutated plants possess crystal cores, their locations, and their functions. He pondered. Xinlan Xin nodded, falling silent thereafter. Have you taken your medicine? Wang Yang inquired about another pressing matter, scanning the surroundings for anyone else. I have. Xinlan Xin's cheeks flushed once more. Enough with the shyness. Let us commence our training. Wang Yang chuckled at her bashful demeanor. It was evident that Xinlan Xin had always been the one to initiate their relationship, including the 2 instances of intimacy they had shared. Now, however, she seemed to have become shy. After they released each other, Xinlan Xin found an open space and assumed the stance for the 12 movements of energy cultivation, while Wang Yang seated himself cross-legged, continuing to refine his Changchun Gong. Xinlan Xin had noticed that Wang Yang's cultivation movements differed from her own, yet she refrained from asking questions, choosing instead to immerse herself in her own practice. Meanwhile, in the underground shelter of Kyoto, 3 elders were gathered together. They gazed at the mere 200 glowing points on the screen, their expressions serene. This was the satellite distribution map of the Dragon Kingdom, with the 200 points representing the satellites still under control. Before the catastrophe, the Dragon Kingdom had over 30,000 satellites in orbit, now reduced to a mere fraction. Changtian, the final moment has arrived, Tang Wenyuan remarked with a smile. You old fool, your heart is truly vast. How can you still manage to smile? Xiao Changtian, who had initially worn a furrowed brow, could not help but chuckle at Tang Wenyuan's grin. Long Chang'an maintained a calm demeanor, stating, I admire your mindset. Tang Lao, moreover, what use is our worry? In such circumstances, we can only place our faith in our populace. Tang Wenyuan and Xiao Changtian nodded in agreement. As Xiao Changtian observed the screen, 2 more points flickered and dimmed, confirming that they could no longer afford to wait. Should we send it now? I have no objections, Tang Wenyuan replied. While it was certain that some unscrupulous individuals would break free from control after the announcement, the strength of Kyoto's influence remained paramount. As long as they did not abandon their efforts, everything would eventually return to normal. With that, Tang Wenyuan and Xiao Changtian turned their attention to Long Chang'an. After a moment of silence, Long Chang'an clenched his fists and raised his head. Send it. With Long Chang'an's command, all official media outlets immediately disseminated information to the outside world. Dragon Kingdom news. To all citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, we regret to inform you of unfortunate news. Our satellites are gradually losing control, and network communication is expected to be severed in a few hours. This is our final announcement. The authorities and military will not abandon you. And we implore all citizens of the Dragon Kingdom to harness their abilities, remain steadfast in their fight for justice, and strive to restore peace and tranquility to Blue Star, to fight for the continuation of humanity. We shall now disclose two important pieces of information. We ask all citizens to diligently record and preserve them. Chapter 84. Cultivation Techniques and Combat Teams Dragon Kingdom News. The two pieces of information are as follows. Firstly, the cultivation technique Dragon Daoju. The details of the technique are provided in images 1, 2, and 3. We request all citizens to transcribe, preserve, and practice it, as mastering this technique will enhance your abilities. All citizens must take this matter seriously. Secondly, we authorize all citizens to spontaneously form survival bases and self-rescue teams. All self-rescue teams that register with the authorities will receive official recognition, and no one may impede the establishment and development of civilian self-rescue teams. We urge all citizens, when conditions allow, to go to their local authorities for registration, or to report online while the network remains operational. Successful self-rescue teams will receive official promotions. Additionally, we ask all citizens, when conditions permit, to gather radio sets. We will subsequently disseminate information through these radios. In the face of great disaster, we implore all citizens of the Dragon Kingdom to remain strong and brave. The descendants of Yin and Huang are invincible. The path ahead is fraught with challenges. Let us encourage each other. The official announcement undoubtedly dropped a bombshell across the entire Dragon Kingdom, plunging the nation and indeed the entire globe into a frenzied state. This was not merely a local issue. As the most formidable and organized nation on Blue Star, the Dragon Kingdom's declaration sent ripples of despair through the populace of other countries as well. Despite the routine resistance many nations displayed towards the Dragon Kingdom, everyone on Blue Star understood that, in the face of such calamity, the Dragon Kingdom stood as the most reliable and responsible nation. The situation spiraled beyond the control of the Dragon Kingdom's authorities, with its own citizens faltering in their governance. In an instant, some rejoiced at the government's leniency, while others succumbed to despair. Some sought refuge in hidden corners, and others descended into madness, shouting and screaming. As the announcement was made, chaos erupted throughout the Dragon Kingdom and beyond. In the underground base of Kyoto. After the information was sent out, the three elders leaned back in their chairs, their expressions now composed. The situation had reached this point, and the unfolding events were beyond their control. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Wenyuan spoke. Changtian, we only provided the Dragon Daoju as a cultivation technique. Could this pose a problem? After all, Dragon Daoju is merely a mid-tier technique. Will our citizens' progress be too slow? Xiao Changtian replied, it is already quite satisfactory. We cannot allow the civilian forces to unleash their power without restraint. Even if the local military and officials later disregard our directives, at least they understand the rules, and we can find ways to communicate with them. If we were to provide a superior technique, it could lead to reckless individuals emerging from the masses, resulting in a situation where it's either you or me. That would be truly troublesome. Having heard Xiao Changtian's explanation, Tang Wenyuan nodded in agreement. It was indeed as Xiao Changtian said. After communication was severed, the emergence of ambitious individuals was inevitable. However, if these individuals were originally from official ranks, they would engage within a framework of rules where discussions were possible. Yet, should the sword of power fall into the hands of the uninformed, it could result in uncontrollable consequences, ultimately disadvantaging the entire populace. Moreover, truly capable individuals would receive rewards from the local authorities and have avenues to access superior techniques. By the way, old Tang, what is the current situation with your granddaughter? She is your only treasure, if you like. I can trade with Gu Lai from the Huhai region, giving him a key to a supply depot to have him airlift Xian back. Long Chang'an suddenly turned to Tang Wenyuan. Tang Wenyuan's body stiffened momentarily, but after a pause, he shook his head, responding calmly, I have already contacted Xian. She wishes to return on her own strength, as she does not wish to entrust her fate to others. Moreover, she has joined a formidable team, led by a visionary captain who intends to migrate from Huhai to the northwest, ultimately settling in the Hatao region. Xian should be safe with them. Additionally, the skies are filled with mutated birds, which does not guarantee absolute safety. Upon hearing Tang Wenyuan's words, both Long Chang'an and Xiao Changtian straightened in their seats, clearly intrigued. From Huhai to the Hatao region, did Xian really say that? That's over 3,000 kilometers. And the journey is through major cities. Is that feasible? Tang Wenyuan's expression reflected concern as he recalled his astonishment upon first hearing this plan. Who knows? Perhaps heroes emerge from the youth. Their team is likely to set off in the next couple of days. Long Chang'an shook his head, exclaiming, "That's no small feat. Our Dragon Kingdom truly has a wealth of talent. Such foresight is commendable, even surpassing many officials from developed regions. They are reluctant to align with us now. But as they shift westward towards the northwest and North China, they may gradually find themselves in a predicament." Xiao Changtian added, "At this point, we can no longer concern ourselves with their fate. Each person has their own destiny. My command unit has already advanced. We must seize the moment while the zombie threat remains manageable and use heavy artillery to gain control over Shanhaiguan and Xianhua. If we fail to reclaim these two strategic points, our connections with the frontier and the northeast could be severed, jeopardizing our access to resources and food supplies." Tang Wenyuan also stood up. "And I became busy as well. Our outer city walls are about to commence construction. The strategy of northward defense and southward obstruction will remain unchanged, correct?" Long Chang'an also rose to his feet, affirming that it would not change as he led his team into the city. Xiao Changtian chuckled, stating, "We are all old friends here, so I shall refrain from unnecessary words. Please, prioritize safety." Logically, such a crucial task would not typically burden individuals of their central core. But given the current dire circumstances, concerns for protocol were set aside, as everyone's fates were now intertwined. "Be cautious." Tang Wenyuan and Long Chang'an both smiled, their hands clasped tightly together. The Wealth Center. Chen Jie and the others noted the information, hastily setting aside their tasks to rush to the rooftop. Wang Yang was meditating, and following his breakthrough, his practice of the Changchun technique had accelerated. Perhaps due to the formation of that layer of luminous membrane, Wang Yang's rate of energy absorption from the air had reached 70, 4 times that of an ordinary practitioner. Furthermore, he discovered that the duration for which he could maintain his perception ability had lengthened. Previously, he would feel dizzy after 10 minutes, but now he could sustain it for half an hour. When Chunjia and the others arrived, Wang Yang's perception was already active, allowing him to notice them immediately. Additionally, he discerned that everyone was enveloped in varying hues of light. Shunlanxin radiated a pure green glow, soft and gentle, a fact Wang Yang was already aware of. Lu Ming also emitted a similarly pure green light. In contrast, Tang Xian and Lu Yi exhibited a grayish-white glow, tinged with a hint of green. Lu Jichao's light was a deeper green, though still not as vibrant as Shunlanxin's or Lu Ming's. The others appeared to have a grayish-white glow with some green undertones, all rather similar. What could this signify? Did the light represent their cultivation levels, their potential, or something else entirely? Unable to ponder further, Wang Yang ceased his speculation, opened his eyes, and rose to his feet. Shunlanxin, positioned beside him, sensed his movement and also halted her practice. "Chenggu, what is it?" Wang Yang inquired upon seeing Chunjia and the others enter. "Take a look at your phone. The official announcement has just come out. The communication network is about to go down," Chunjia replied anxiously. Aware that Wang Yang had not brought his phone, Shunlanxin quickly retrieved hers, opened Douyin, and the first item was a news report from Longwen News Network. Who would have thought that the martial arts techniques from novels could actually be practiced? Moreover, the official has released a technique with a name that sounds quite formidable. Su Liang exclaimed, his excitement palpable. As these matters were his favorite, I wonder which sect this technique belongs to, and how difficult it is to learn. I'll try practicing it later, Xia Hongban added. Among the crowd, Lu Ming, Shunlanxin, and Fu Huanhuan remained silent. They were already aware that the technique could be practiced and had been taught by Wang Yang. Ouyang Yu, Tang Xian, and Lu Yi also appeared unfazed, indicating they too were in the know, leaving only Chen Jia, an ordinary person, uninformed about the technique. Now that the official had finally disclosed this information, had they delayed any longer, Wang Yang would have had to find a way to teach everyone himself, which would have further exposed his abilities, an outcome he wished to avoid. The technique can wait until tonight. What is truly important now is to establish a combat team. We should formally organize ourselves, Chen Jia, a practical-minded engineer, emphasized, his focus on the second piece of information. As Wang Yang perused the details, others began to engage in lively discussion, and once he finished reading, he returned the phone to Shenlan Xin. We shall commence practicing the technique tonight. As for organizing, we indeed need to formalize our team. As the official approval has been granted, this is an opportunity. Securing a name for ourselves is crucial, Wang Yang stated. Chunjia noted, the information suggests we can register with the local authorities and military. We will set out the day after tomorrow. How do we find them? Should we search for the local officials' accounts while we still have internet access and complete the registration? We will not register here in Huhai. Wang Yang contemplated before speaking. He then glanced at Tang Xian, who, sensing his gaze, offered a slight smile. Leave the registration to me. For now, let us come up with a name for our team, Wang Yang suggested. Chapter 85. Starry Battle Team. Upon hearing Wang Yang's suggestion to name the team, the more mature members fell silent, deep in thought, while the younger ones began to brainstorm. Fu Huanhuan was the first to speak up. How about calling ourselves the Pirate Squad? You've seen One Piece, right? It sounds so cool. Why not call ourselves the Mountain Bandits? That sounds even cooler, Wang Yang couldn't help but retort, noticing Fu Huanhuan still eager to argue. He directly gestured to Lu Ming. Mengzi, give her a kiss. All right. Lu Ming's face lit up, and he immediately leaned in, recalling the sweet sensation from the one time he had kissed Fu Huanhuan, a memory that lingered in his mind. Seeing Lu Ming's eagerness, Fu Huanhuan quickly covered her mouth, her big eyes reflecting a hint of grievance, as Wang Yang clearly wished to silence her. Observing Fu Huanhuan being dealt with, Ho Lin Lin and Hao Yufei, who had initially been eager to contribute, fell silent as well. They too had names in mind, but likely knew they wouldn't pass muster with Wang Yang. Wang Yang, what kind of name do you prefer? Something understated and simple, or something more imposing? Chen Jia, who had been contemplating seriously, finally asked now that Wang Yang had silenced the younger crowd. While merely a name for the team, it carried significant weight. Wang Yang naturally desired a name with grandeur, ideally one connected to the calamity they faced. The name should indeed be grand, perhaps even a bit fierce, Wang Yang articulated. Ouyang Yu suggested, if we want something fierce. We are from Longhua, descendants of the Yin Huang. How about Flame Dragon? Wow, that name is truly awe-inspiring, Lu Jichao exclaimed, clearly impressed. The surrounding youth expressed enthusiasm, acknowledging that such a name would undoubtedly bestow prestige. That's a great name. Do we have any other suggestions? Wang Yang nodded, continuing to inquire. Chunjie chimed in. Since we are gathering in Huhai and planning to head northwest, which is fraught with challenges, Long March could symbolize our journey. Preempting our success. Does it imply breaking through the zombie encirclement to ultimately reach our base? Fang Guohui joked lightly. The name Long March is quite fitting. Lu Yi expressed her preference, glaring at Fang Guohui in support. As no new names were proposed, the team soon divided into two factions, one favoring the imposing Flame Dragon and the other, embodying a sense of responsibility, supporting Long March, with roughly equal numbers on both sides. Captain, you are in charge. You should choose a name or at least share your opinion, Su Liang suggested, noticing the balance of support. Wang Yang had been pondering quietly. He had considered a name that reflected the current disaster, likely stemming from the 5 light points in the night sky that had not reappeared since that evening. He remained uncertain if those points were alien spacecraft or merely stars. Yet, those points were undeniably the origin of it all. 5 colored stars was the name that lingered in Wang Yang's thoughts. However, he refrained from voicing it, aware that many had not witnessed those lights. He had only seen the 4th one and knew of a 5th. But whether there was a 6th remained uncertain. Even if there were only 5, naming the team 5 colored stars would reveal to the observant that someone in their ranks had seen them, potentially exposing his ability should the association between abilities and the colors of the stars be confirmed. This was not a revelation Wang Yang wished to invite. Instead, he proposed, how about Starry Battle Team? Our journey is towards the stars and the sea. After some thought, he decided to omit 5 colored, retaining only stars. This calamity seemed unlikely to be man-made. No individual could engineer such uncontrollable viruses, and humanity lacked that capability. The fact that they could cultivate and that flora and fauna had mutated indicated a shift in their environment, a change beyond human control. Initially, the group felt that Wang Yang's suggested name was somewhat plain. But as he elaborated, their expressions grew increasingly solemn. If it were not man-made, it must stem from external forces. Wang Yang gazed up at the night sky, prompting everyone to follow suit. their gazes rising to the vast expanse. The so-called external forces could only be hidden among the stars. They must explore, uncover, defeat them, and reclaim their rightful home. Wang Yang's voice resonated powerfully, therefore, I propose that our team be named the Starry Battle Team. I support this, Lu Jichao, filled with fervor, immediately declared, completely forgetting he had been the first to advocate for Flame Dragon. I too support this. The name is exceedingly fitting. Not only does it sound delightful, but it also carries deep significance. Chunjia also shifted his stance. I support it as well. Ouyang, you could not help but voice her thoughts. This might indeed represent an opportunity for humanity. We have long been ensnared on the blue planet. While this calamity is immense, perhaps we truly possess the capability to venture beyond the confines of the blue planet and explore the world beyond. I am fond of this name. Tang Zian, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up. As Wang Yang elucidated the meaning of the term stars, Tang Zian's gaze towards him underwent a subtle transformation. It must be said that although Wang Yang's status was humble before the catastrophe, this man's vision and perspective are truly extraordinary. Do any of you have objections? Wang Yang inquired. None? Stars. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Ha! Refrain from shouting too loudly. You might attract the zombies, Wang Yang declared with a smile. So, I hereby announce that the name of our battle team shall be Stars. Now, everyone, please head downstairs and gather our team members. Yujie, you will first delve into the Dragon Path technique and then impart it to our teammates. Wang Yang instructed. He understood that such a technique would require individuals with a foundation to grasp it swiftly. Those lacking a foundation would inevitably take much longer to comprehend. With Qi Zishuan absent, there was no one better suited for this exploration and teaching than Ouyang. Yue. No problem. Ouyang Yu replied, turning to leave the rooftop, followed by the others. Only Wang Yang, Tang Zian, and Lu Yi remained atop the roof. Zian, I require your assistance with the reporting matter, Wang Yang said with a smile. Tang Zian had already discerned Wang Yang's intentions, which is why she had chosen to stay behind. Do you not wish to report locally in Huhai? Tang Zian asked. Of course, I desire the highest official recognition, the kind directly issued by Kyoto. Can you assist me with that? Wang Yang replied, a legitimate claim is of utmost importance. The journey ahead for Wang Yang and the others will undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. If they report in Huhai, they may encounter local civilian teams or even official troops from other regions, potentially leading to complications. After all, Huhai is a locality, and we are also local. We might become targets of those with exclusionary sentiments. However, if the recognition comes from the central authority in Kyoto, it would afford them the freedom to act across the entire Dragon Nation. With the backing of Kyoto's central authority, they would occupy a moral high ground. The ancients spoke of using the emperor's authority to command the lords, although Wang Yang cannot wield the emperor's power. Having Tang Zian, a central official and a family member of a pillar of the Dragon Nation, by his side to secure a supreme title is hardly unreasonable. Of course, Tang Zian replied to Wang Yang with a smile.